Reborn into the 1980s, Lin Yaodong immediately sold his only property, rushed to the Soviet Union to resell bread, and earned a staggering 31-fold profit, amassing tens of billions of rubles within 3 years. In December 1989, Lin Yaodong carried 5 billion rubles to an island nation. Seizing the chance to strike while it was weak, he frenziedly harvested its light industry, then resold everything to the Soviet Union, instantly reaping profits of dozens of times over. When Wall Street moved to push a wave of bankruptcies, Lin Yaodong personally intervened. "I am sorry, but your money stays as well." Soon after, the Yasukuni shrine toilets were blown to pieces. The island nation lost its nerve. As the Soviet Union edged toward collapse, he declared, "I am sorry, I will take your heavy industry as well." He poured enormous funds into developing the Central Siberian Plateau, building the world's largest nuclear base, and initiating a plan to deploy such bases across the globe. From then on, there was no turning back. He launched a massive population migration plan, a grand unification plan, and even concession plans. On Wall Street, people said Lin Yaodong is a financial bandit, an extremely dangerous man. The United States protested, "We just finished our military exercises, and you immediately sail the carrier group to fish right at our doorstep. We beg you, act like a normal human being." In December 1989, as the U.S. Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 50 basis points, the great asset bubble of the island nation began to unfold. At 10 in the morning, inside the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, the stage was set. Lin Yaodong watched the news of the island nation's central bank governor, No Yasuzo, solemnly announcing a fourth-rate hike. His heart remained uncannily calm. He had waited a very long time for this day. As a reborn man gifted with foresight, he faced the coming evaporation of 2 quadrillion yen in wealth in the island nation and resolved to take his place among those harvesting its fortune. He would begin with the island nation, then move on to the Soviet Union, then Europe, then the United States. In the end, he would become a world-class king of cash, taking part in controlling all scarce resources and forcing capital itself to crawl at his feet. Reborn into a new life, he would either do nothing or ascend to supremacy. For this journey to the island nation, he prepared meticulously. During the 3 years since his rebirth, he first mortgaged the only house his parents had left him and obtained 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Using the 300,000 Hong Kong dollars as capital, he negotiated a win-win deal with the near-bankrupt Garden Foods. Relying on his godlike perspective as a reborn man, he shipped their products by sea to the Soviet Union and resold them for 600,000 rubles, equivalent to 1.2 million U.S. dollars or 9.36 million Hong Kong dollars. The money had multiplied 31 times. After that, he expanded rapidly. Within a single year, his assets had grown to exceed 100 million rubles. Of course, he ran into many troubles along the way, such as seized cargo and grassroots officials extorting and obstructing him. There was no helping it. The Soviet system had long since rotted to the bone from top to bottom. In the end, he sought out Zhir Shaifu, the Soviet Minister of Maritime Transport, and by offering 30% of his profits, finally resolved the series of problems completely. Thereafter, he successively established companies in the Soviet Union, dealing in food, foreign trade, clothing and department stores, chain supermarkets, and even a mercenary corps. All were placed under the unified management of the Lin Group, while the mercenaries protected him from the shadows. No longer confined to bread, canned goods, and other foods, he began diversifying. Daily chemical products, alcoholic beverages, all kinds of paper and plastic goods, furniture and home appliances, even international trendy clothing brands were brought in. Although these products were not as outrageously lucrative as food, they still yielded several times, even more than tenfold profit. Lin Yaodong was willing to spend money, and Soviet officials were eager to cultivate a good relationship with this man from the East. Though they came from an Eastern nation, the Soviets had always claimed to belong to the West. Later, when others grew envious and tried to imitate his model, the Soviets only truly recognized Lin Yaodong. Naturally, Lin Yaodong had paid a sufficient price. He allocated another 10% of his profits to other high-ranking figures and built his own extensive network of connections and armed force. It looked as though he was giving up a great deal, but Lin Yaodong did not feel the slightest sting. For whatever he gave them now, when the Soviet Union eventually collapsed, they would come back to him in tears, begging to return it several times over. What he sought was monopoly, for only monopoly could bring truly immense wealth. This truth, he thought, was obvious enough that even an ordinary person could understand it. He was hailed in the Soviet Union as its youngest billionaire, appearing on the country's rich list 3 years in a row, with his ascent in the rankings nothing short of terrifying. In 3 years, Lin Yaodong's fortune grew from 300,000 to the level of tens of billions of rubles. In December 1989, after endless anticipation, the long-awaited moment arrived. He decisively brought 50 billion rubles, equivalent to 10 billion U.S. dollars, and led the elite trading team he had poached at high cost from Wall Street to the island nation, where they began shorting the Nikkei 225 index. Ring ring. At that moment, Lin Yaodong's phone vibrated like a woman's most treasured secret gadget. When he answered, the excited shout of his chief, Trader Johnson, burst through. "Oh my God, boss, the Nikkei 225 index is really falling. This is unbelievable. The head and shoulders top played out perfectly. Boss, are you a god? We are holding 5325 short contracts on the Nikkei 225 futures, and it has already dropped 1,000 points. We have earned 35 billion yen so far, about 360 million US dollars, and it is still falling. This is madness. As Johnson's shouts filled the line, Lin Yaodong held the phone away from his ear, letting him vent his pent-up emotions before saying anything. Even so, a faint smile surfaced in Lin Yaodong's eyes. Making money, especially making a fortune, could always elevate one's mood. Until, boss, are you still listening? Only then did Lin Yaodong reply unhurriedly, do not make any moves. Wait for my signal. We wait for the dividend. After hanging up, Lin Yaodong rose slowly and looked out at the last flourishing spectacle of the island nation. In the eyes of its people, they would probably never believe that the stock market they deemed so solid could collapse. Even if it plunged, they would only see it as a temporary adjustment, the perfect opportunity to buy the dip. They would not close their positions. Instead, they would increase their purchases. Until their assets could no longer cover their debts and forced liquidation struck, they would still blame nothing but their bad luck, never suspecting the market itself. By the time they truly understood that disaster had arrived, queues would already be forming on the rooftops. They would jump one after another like dumplings dropping into a pot. If it were some other country, he might have felt a twinge of pity for ordinary people toyed with in the palms of Wall Street capital. But this was the island nation, and he did not. First of all, he knew his own position clearly. He was capital, and in the eyes of capital, profit reigned supreme. Secondly, in his eyes, the people of the island nation were not even human. Finally, would Wall Street capital harvest the island nation's wealth for no reason? Wrong. At that moment, the United States itself was not faring well. The bipolar confrontation had long left it with chronic fiscal deficits. The published national debt alone had reached $6 trillion US dollars. Would the United States fully reveal the real figure? Of course not. By Lin Yaodong's estimate, even multiplying it by 10 might not be enough. Thus, stripping the island nation's wealth became the only path for America to reinforce its hegemonic status. There was no helping it. The island nation was simply too rich at the time. Nor was America acting on a whim. Ever since the Plaza Accord was signed by 5 countries in 1985, it had been setting the board. Faced with the island nation's provocations, such as the Mitsubishi Group's acquisition of Rockefeller Center, Sony's purchase of Columbia Pictures, Toho's acquisition of Kids, and arrogant boasts about selling Tokyo to buy the entire United States, America outwardly remained indifferent. Because it knew the island nation would not be able to dance for long, but had already been quietly buying into the latter's core industries at the bottom. Now was the moment to draw in the net, though the process would be prolonged. Naturally, this was also the opportunity Lin Yaodong had been waiting for. Jihili, boss. At his call, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed woman stepped out from the adjoining room. Lin Yaodong stood 185 meters tall, yet when Jihili stood beside him, the top of her head reached his eyes. Dressed in a woman's business suit, her shaped, voluptuous figure curved forward and back in all the right places. Her skin was so pale it could rival that of someone who had been dead for 3 days. She was holding a banana, clearly having been enjoying it just moments before. There was no helping it. Food was scarce within the Soviet Union, let alone fruit. Back then, Jihili's family had been on the verge of starving to death when he happened upon them and saved their lives. Hiss! The companion took a deep drag, and soon after his eyes rolled back as he lay on the boat, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So strong. Fishhead Biao exclaimed. The condition was simple, that her family could eat their fill. As for why someone like Jihili had ended up on the brink of starvation in the first place, it was because of Soviet bureaucratism and cronyism. No regard for education, no regard for ability, only for whether one had connections behind them. Clearly Jihili had none. Afterward, as Jihili stayed by his side, feasting every day, Lin Yaodong constantly worried she would eat herself into a plump little pig. Yet a year passed, and not only did she not gain weight, her key curves became even more voluptuous. She transformed into a top-tier beauty, no less dazzling than any movie star. Since she could not get fat, she might as well eat as she pleased. After all, food was the one thing he never lacked. Come with me to the island nation's central bank. Bring a few more bodyguards. We are going to discuss a business deal. Jihili had followed Lin Yaodong for more than a year and naturally never lacked food. This was merely a habit she had developed over many years. One could also say that only with food at hand did she feel a sense of safety. 10 minutes later, Lin Yaodong stepped into his exclusive bulletproof car. He had pre-ordered this armored vehicle a year in advance from a special department, and even after pulling strings, he had only managed to obtain 3 of them. One car was from Russia, one from the island nation, and one from Hong Kong Island. They could not only withstand bullets, but also resist explosions. They had cost him 600,000 rubles. After all, in this era, the world was far from peaceful. He had no intention of ending up dead with his fortune unspent. As for going to the central bank, Lin Yaodong had planned that long ago. With the stock market plunging, entrepreneurs and conglomerates alike were in utter disarray. This was precisely the moment he intended to seize. The island nation's light industry was highly developed, and the central bank had a dedicated agency to manage the vast number of light industrial factories mortgaged to the banks. In Lin Yaodong's eyes, these light industrial factories were all treasures. Once he controlled their technology, he could reduce his costs at the very root. For instance, some high-end clothing produced in the island nation possessed strong competitiveness on the international market. Cosmetics and skincare products, whether in terms of quality or efficacy, were also excellent choices. Most importantly, there were household appliances, which Lin Yaodong valued the most. Their manufacturing costs were low, yet they combined advanced technology, reliable quality, elegant design, and diversified functions. In Russia, as long as Lin Yaodong slightly lowered the prices, these goods would be snatched up in a frenzy. That would all turn into gleaming white silver for him. As for waiting until the island nation's stock market completely collapsed to buy, at even cheaper prices, that was outside Lin Yaodong's considerations. First of all, the collapse of the island nation's stock market would take more than 3 years. During those 3 years, even as prices fell, he could earn dozens or even hundreds of times the profit from the shrinkage in market value alone. Secondly, light industry was by nature a livelihood industry. At the onset of a market crash, they might depreciate, but over time they would instead reap enormous profits. After all, you still needed toilet paper. You could hardly use your hand. And could you possibly live without clothing, food, shelter, and transportation? Yet at this moment, the island nation's entrepreneurs had their eyes fixed entirely on the lucrative stock and real estate markets, while the modestly profitable light industrial factories had become a burden in their eyes. Thus Lin Yaodong had come. In the governor's office of the island nation's central bank, Noku Sanchong regarded Lin Yaodong and Jihili from Russia with open curiosity. "Mr. Lin, please have some tea." He did not know why they had come to see him. However, in this period, Russia was still a behemoth on the world stage. Coupled with Lin Yaodong's overwhelming presence, even Noku Sanchong dared not treat him lightly. "Governor Noku, let us speak frankly. I am here to discuss acquisitions." As Lin Yaodong's words fell, Jihili handed an acquisition proposal to Noku Sanchong. "Governor Noku, the factories and companies listed there are all the ones I wish to acquire," he said. "I understand that the headquarters for managing mortgaged enterprises falls under your jurisdiction. If you could see fit to smooth the way, I will of course offer you a generous fee for your efforts." Lin Yaodong set down his teacup, amusement flickering in his eyes. It was precisely because he carried a Russian identity that he could speak like this. Had he come as a Hong Kong businessman, Noku Sanchong would likely not have granted him an audience at all. "That is quite all right. If I can be of help, I will certainly do my best," the governor replied. Upon hearing of the fee, the smile on Noku Sanchong's face deepened. But when he opened the acquisition plan with a soft hiss and glanced over it, he drew in a sharp breath. The list was densely packed, numbering in the hundreds, and most were ONSA-dominant star enterprises. Noku Sanchong gave Lin Yaodong a wry look, unable to speak for a long while. Clearly this money would not be easily earned. "Governor Noku, there is no need to worry. Your fee will not be small," Lin Yaodong said. "With the stock market plunging, their days are hardly easy either. All you need to do is notify them on my behalf. We will handle the acquisition negotiations ourselves." Lin Yaodong rose slowly to his feet. His purpose had been achieved, and it was time to leave. "I will do my best," the governor replied. "Mr. Lin, I fear you may have misunderstood. The stock market's decline is merely a matter of macro control. It will stabilize later. As for those enterprises, I fear they will be very reluctant to agree. Even if they do, the prices will never be low. You should be mentally prepared." Lin Yaodong nodded, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Even Noku Sanchong believed the stock market would not crash. How amusing. You, he thought, are the very culprit who will pierce this bubble. "Boss, are we going to start negotiating acquisitions right now?" Once they left the office, Jihili immediately perked up. All acquisition negotiations would be her responsibility. Moreover, Lin Yaodong had already promised her that once their trip to the island nation ended, he would arrange for her family to settle permanently on Hong Kong Island. She had been to Hong Kong Island. Although she had once seen men hacking at each other in the streets there, compared with Russia, it was practically a paradise. She also wanted to wrap up this trip to the island nation as soon as possible. "There is no rush," Lin Yaodong replied. "If we seek them out now, they will only ask sky-high prices. Let the bullets fly a while longer. When the time comes, we will be the ones setting the prices." Jihili nodded thoughtfully. She was no fool if things were indeed just as Lin Yaodong had said. In the office, Noku Sanchong watched Lin Yaodong's car depart, his gaze growing grave. Why did he hear in Lin Yaodong's words a sense of inevitability about the island nation's stock market plunging? Could it be that interest rate hikes had gone too far? It was common knowledge that American capital intended to harvest the island nation's assets. Precisely because of this, he had defied opposition and aggressively chosen to raise interest rates. His aim was to force American capital to withdraw and to cool down the overheated stock market. He wanted a raging bull market to slow into a gentle one. In that way, the island nation could remain the world's second-largest economy, and his term in office would pass peacefully. Noku Sanchong shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. He only needed to follow the plan. As for Lin Yaodong's acquisitions of these light industrial enterprises, in his view, it made little difference. Since the mid-1980s, the 6 major island nation conglomerates had adopted the so-called Southeast Asian Flying Geese formation model, radiating their influence across all of Southeast Asia. Centered on the four little dragons and four little tigers, they invested technology as capital and established no fewer than 10,000 companies. Light industry was the one thing the island nation had in abundance. If cooperation succeeded, everyone would benefit, and he could also earn goodwill from Russia. If not, he would lose nothing. What he worried about most was that Lin Yaodong might not afford the price. In other words, even if those companies were willing to sell, Lin Yaodong might simply not have that much money. By his estimate, based on current market values, Lin Yaodong would need at least $1 trillion to acquire so many enterprises. Moreover, some companies could be acquired by Lin Yaodong, while some he could not even touch. Corporations like Matsushita and Sony were themselves controlled by the 6 major conglomerates. They were also involved in the semiconductor industry, which was the very foundation of the island nation. With such powerful backing and strategic importance, how could these enterprises possibly be left to foreign capital to acquire? Even if they truly went bankrupt, they would be taken over by the state. But that was not his concern. All he needed to do was to pass along Lin Yaodong's intentions. At the same time, he harbored his own private considerations. If the acquisition succeeded, the fee would be one benefit. The other was a desire to keep Lin Yaodong's funds in the island nation. Once Wall Street capital withdrew, the island nation would face a severe shortage of foreign exchange and a sharp decline in the yen, making foreign currency particularly crucial. To retain Lin Yaodong would, in his view, bring more advantages than drawbacks. If he could induce Lin Yaodong to invest, even more, so much the better. As long as Lin Yaodong stayed in the island nation, he would be unable to escape convention and would invest in the financial markets, thereby helping stabilize the stock and real estate markets. For both Noku Sanchong and the island nation, it would be nothing but beneficial. With that thought, Noku Sanchong picked up the phone and notified the major enterprises on the list to discuss the matter of action. If only he knew that from beginning to end Lin Yaodong had planned to acquire everything empty-handed, like putting a collar on a wolf with no meat of his own. One wonders whether he would still think the same way. Back at the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yaodong poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it slowly as he turned his gaze. How is the preparation for our company in Japan progressing? Has the CEO been selected yet? Lin Yaodong had no intention of leaving Japan over the next year, and the acquired light industry enterprises required unified corporate management. Establishing a company was imperative. He was confident that Yekong Sanjong, regardless of his motives, had already begun contacting the legal representatives of the firms on his list. Moreover, Yekong Sanjong would treat this matter with utmost seriousness. For him, and for those enterprises alike, monetizing underperforming assets represented the most rational course of action. In their estimation, once capital was secured, they could easily double their returns within a short time. Even if sentimentally attached to their life's work, they could always repurchase it later. Furthermore, every enterprise he had selected had undergone rigorous background checks neglected by their parent conglomerates. Each either operated at a deficit or bore crushing debt burdens. With the central bank raising interest rates, their financing costs would inevitably surge. Rather than perpetually injecting capital, selling outright made far more strategic sense. Even if they resisted selling in the short term, they would still be deeply tempted. As for pressuring them into sale, it all depended on whether they could withstand the relentless pressure of a collapsing stock market and daily asset depreciation. He was certain it would not take long before the markets and the banks forced their hand. Boss, the CEO has been selected. Yekaterina, our deputy general manager from the Bear Nation. The 2 deputy CEOs were recruited from Japan's executive talent market. Yekaterina was Guheli's senior at university, capable, decisive, and highly effective. It had surprised Guheli that Lin Yaodong had arranged for her transfer to Japan. Please ask Yekaterina to come here immediately. Guheli nodded and pulled out her phone to summon Yekaterina to the Hilton for an audience with Lin Yaodong. Simultaneously, Guheli intuitively grasped Lin Yaodong's purpose in requesting her presence to assist in negotiations. When she first arrived in Japan, Lin Yaodong had predicted the Japanese stock market would collapse. She had dismissed it as implausible. Japan's stock market, the world's second largest economy, how could it possibly collapse? He had also declared his intent to acquire no fewer than 30% of Japan's light industry enterprises. At the time, she doubted him entirely, assuming her boss, flush with recent profits from the Bear Nation, was merely indulging youthful hubris. 30% of Japan's light industry sector. What staggering value that implied. She couldn't calculate the exact figure, but surely it amounted to hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of dollars. Still, it seemed understandable. The youngest billionaire, even centibillionaire, such ambition needed no justification. Yet now, the Nikkei 225 had plummeted, and they had just met with Yekong Sanjong at the central bank to discuss acquisitions. Every word Lin Yaodong uttered had proven true. He had never been jesting. The fool, it turned out, was herself. Knock, knock. Just as Guheli drifted into reverie, a soft rapping sounded at the door. She hurried to open it, and there stood Yekaterina. Yekaterina stood tall and imposing with short light brown hair, deep blue eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips, the archetypal Slavic Amazon. Yet compared to Guheli, she fell markedly short in both beauty and physique, especially her skin, coarse, pored, and best appreciated from a distance. The two exchanged a traditional cheek-to-cheek greeting before Guheli led her into the room. "Boss." Yekaterina greeted Lin Yaodong without delay. "Please sit." Lin Yaodong gestured toward the sofa across from him. "I've summoned you to support Guheli in negotiations. We can defer other light industry acquisitions, but Xinjiang paper must be secured without exception." Xinjiang paper held century-long logging rights across the Aokigahara forest, the so-called suicide forest, granted for timber harvesting and resource extraction except within designated conservation zones. That, however, was secondary. What truly mattered was that Xinjiang paper appeared prominently on Lin Yaodong's acquisition list valued at 80 billion yen, yet burdened with 100 billion yen in outstanding loans. It was insolvent. Moreover, the sole one among Japan's 5 major paper manufacturers lacking affiliation with any of the nation's 6 great industrial conglomerates. From a purely acquisition standpoint, the process would therefore be markedly simpler. With Yekong Sanjong's endorsement, success was virtually assured. "Yes, boss." She and Guheli shared a close rapport. Since arriving in Japan, Yekaterina had frequently sought insights from Guheli regarding the company's strategic trajectory. Indeed, the background investigations into light industry enterprises had been conducted collaboratively by her team. Though she remained skeptical that Lin Yaodong would truly pursue such sweeping acquisitions, she approached every task with unwavering professionalism. Xinjiang paper had been specially highlighted by Lin Yaodong, thus she knew it well. Yet she saw nothing exceptional. Technologically, it offered little advantage over smaller paper mills, yet its acquisition price exceeded theirs tenfold or more. Its sole distinguishing asset was the century-long development rights to the Aokigahara forest, ensuring a relatively stable timber supply. That was all. Yet even the Aokigahara forest imposed strict harvesting limits. Trees of certain ages were strictly protected. Thus, Xinjiang paper could only harvest younger, recently planted timber. Labor, machinery, transportation, all incurred substantial operational costs. In sum, she viewed the acquisition skeptically. But Lin Yaodong was the boss once he issued a directive. Her role, and Guheli's, was solely to negotiate. And Lin Yaodong would never incur a loss, because the ultimate resale destination lay in the Bear Nation. Only the magnitude of profit remained uncertain. Xinjiang paper, one of Japan's 5 largest paper manufacturers, also commanded a dependable timber supply from the Aokigahara forest. Its high-quality paper products served over 25% of domestic cities and were exported extensively overseas. Superior quality, exemplary service, competitive pricing. Their former reputation was the envy of all. But everything began shifting with the eruption of Japan's bull market. The company's owner had mortgaged Xinjiang paper outright and now delayed wage payments. Some employees had gone unpaid for 6 months, others for 3. Initially, workers felt little alarm given Xinjiang paper's strategic importance. The state would never permit its bankruptcy. Their wages and accrued interest would inevitably be paid. Effectively, the owner had borrowed their salaries to speculate in stocks, promising generous returns. During this era of national affluence, even ordinary workers possessed considerable wealth. Their stock market gains often surpassed their annual salaries, so daily sustenance posed no hardship. Yet everything changed this morning. The Nikkei 225 plunged violently, shedding 2700 points in just 2 hours. Their portfolios shriveled before their eyes. If the slide continued, even basic subsistence would become precarious. Mortgages, auto loans, daily expenses, every facet of life demanded funds. Worse still, if their own stocks collapsed, the owner's holdings must have suffered far greater devastation. If wages weren't reclaimed immediately, prolonged market decline might drive him to flee. Anxiety thus rippled through Xinjiang paper's workforce. Unbeknownst to them, their unrest unsettled the owner far more profoundly. In the office of Xinjiang paper CEO, Fuyang, the stock market has unexpectedly dropped, and there is still no sign of recovery. The factory workers have started to demand their wages. What should we do? We simply can't come up with that much money. If this escalates, we will face lawsuits. Watching his partner return to the office and start ranting angrily, Fuyang felt inexplicably irritable. Jimmy, don't panic. You need to believe in the market and the country. This is just a temporary adjustment. I believe it won't be long before it rebounds, and we will still make a fortune then. Weren't you planning to buy a cruise ship? As long as we get through this tough time, the company will help you purchase it. Hearing this, Jimmy smiled bitterly. Fuyang, even at this point, how can we still talk about a cruise ship? Haven't you realized? The stock market has dropped too quickly and too abnormally. We must save ourselves. Otherwise, we will only face bankruptcy. Don't forget, our company owes the bank a full 100 billion. I always disagreed with gambling with the company's resources, and now it has indeed come true. Fuyang lit a cigarette, took a couple of deep drags, and a shadow passed over his eyes. They praised him for his brilliance when the profits were shared, but now in the face of difficulties, they start blaming him. If you had persisted, he wouldn't have passed the resolution either. How do we save ourselves, Jimmy? A look of confusion flashed in Jimmy's eyes. He didn't know how to save them. Fuyang secretly cursed him for being useless. At the same time, a sense of desolation flashed in his eyes. That was a 100 billion loan. plus the workers' wages for half a year which he had previously calculated came to no less than 10 billion yen, totaling 110 billion yen. How could it be easily resolved? If it were before the stock market crash, it would have been fine. He only needed to pay a little interest to smooth things over. But now with the stock market plummeting, the stocks they held were worth less than the debts. If worst comes to worst, you can sell a few properties first to pay the workers' wages. Ultimately, Jimmy looked at Fuyang and started to persuade him, even revealing a plea in his eyes. He didn't want the workers to strike over unpaid wages and pursue lawsuits. They couldn't possibly win the lawsuit. Impossible. The housing prices are rising every day. Oh, how big will my loss be if I sell now? Moreover, all my properties are mortgaged. To sell them, I must pay off the loans, and the remaining money will be barely enough. Why don't you take out your money first and cover the wages? When the stock market recovers, it'll pay you back. Meanwhile, Fuyang's anger was nearing the breaking point. Since Jimmy entered the office, he had been eyeing Fuyang's money. Was the company solely his? As far as he knew, Jimmy had just bought a villa, and the money from the villa loan was enough to cover the workers' wages. Hearing Fuyang's words, Jimmy frowned. Fuyang, business is business, and personal is personal. You hold the majority of the company's shares. Why should I pay this money? As for interest, I don't care for it. If the situation escalates, I will choose to sell my share. Just hours ago, he and Jimmy were both wealthy. How did it turn so dire in just one day? Just as Fuyang was about to confront Jimmy, his phone rang. It's Yekong Sanjong. Why is he calling me? A serious expression flashed in Fuyang's eyes. He felt that Yekong Sanjong's call wasn't good news. However, he still needed to answer the call and even put it on speaker. Fuyang, this is Yekong Sanjong. As soon as the call connected, Yekong Sanjong's calm voice came through. What instructions do you have, Mr. Yekong? After Fuyang's response, he heard Yekong Sanjong's laughter. It's not exactly instructions. I've been entrusted by a friend who wants to acquire Xinjiang paper. I also know you are currently facing difficulties misappropriating company funds, delaying employee wages, and with the stock market crashing, you can't come up with the money to settle the wages right. Hearing this, Fuyang and Jimmy's faces turned extremely grim. A blatant threat. In the entire nation, who wasn't doing the same thing as him? Is he being targeted? Is he that easy to bully? Though frustrated, Fuyang knew he didn't have any strong cards to play against Yekong Sanjo. One word: sell or not sell. Hearing Yekong Sanjong's urging, Fuyang and Jimmy exchanged glances. Gritting his teeth, he said, selling is possible. But who is the buyer? What price will they offer? You must tell me. Upon hearing Fuyang's concession, Yekong Sanjong's tone softened. Just a paper mill owner without a background. Is he really that easy to manipulate? It's Lin from the Maoxiong group. As for the price, I will have Lin send someone to negotiate with you. Yekong Sanjong personally calling Fuyang also had to do with the 100 billion loan from Xinjiang paper. If this 100 billion loan could be transferred from Fuyang to Lin Yaodong, he would be more than happy to see that. Moreover, he had already hinted to Fuyang that as long as Fuyang was not foolish, he would make the right choice. On the other side, listening to the busy tone on the phone, Fuyang and Jimmy exchanged glances. Jimmy had just thought about selling his shares, and Yekong Sanjong came knocking. Is this a coincidence? The speed is just too fast. After all, the stock market just dropped in the morning, and now they are being approached. At this moment, they even felt that the stock market crash was part of a conspiracy surrounding Xinjiang. However, it was just a thought. After all, could a drop of 2,700 points in the Nikkei 225 index be to acquire Xinjiang paper? Don't be ridiculous. Xinjiang paper is not worth that. Have you heard of this, Lin? After a long while, Fuyang looked at Jimmy. Jimmy was always traveling worldwide and had more news than he did. He's the chairman of the Maoxiong Lin Group. I know he engages in speculative activities in Maoxiong. However, he has assets over 10 billion rubles, and he indeed has the capability to take over Xinjiang paper. By the way, what price do you plan to sell your shares for? Upon hearing this, a sly smile crossed Fuyang's previously. I only promised to sell my shares, but I didn't mention the price. If someone wants to take over Xinjiang paper, they need to bear all of its debts. I could walk away without a single yen, but the debts must be transferred. Otherwise, if I leave the company with all these debts, wouldn't I be a pure fool? In that case, I would rather file for bankruptcy. Jimmy nodded, a smile appearing on his face. I think the same. It's hard to find a fool willing to take over our mess. But there's still one problem. Will he take on the 100 billion loan, plus the workers' wages? You know Xinjiang paper isn't worth that much. Hearing this, Fuyang's eyes flickered. Whether it works or not will be determined after the negotiations. What if you need to inform the factory workers to calm down? If it affects our acquisition talks, the company is set for bankruptcy. Fuyang walked to the window, looking at the restless workers in the distance, squinting slightly, and said lightly, sometimes success or failure is not solely determined by him. In the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, boss, I have verified with Yekaterina about Xinjiang Paper Group again. It has been established for 37 years and is one of the 5 major paper mills in the country with a market value of 82.6 billion yen. However, the chairman of Xinjiang Paper, Fuyang Kawasaki, has long emptied the company's assets to invest in the stock market and has owed workers' wages for 6 months, estimated to be no less than 10 billion yen. In addition, the company's own loans amount to 110 billion yen. Boss, if we acquire Xinjiang paper now, they are likely to demand a high price requiring us to take on their loans and work. Yekaterina and I have reached a consensus that we should delay. If your prediction holds true, the stock market in the country will crash and Xinjiang paper's market value will plummet and even the yen may depreciate. At that time, it would be the best opportunity to acquire Xinjiang paper. Closing the document, Gu Heli looked seriously at Lin Yaodong. Yekaterina looked at him in the same way. However, both were destined to be disappointed as Lin Yaodong shook his head. No, let's go negotiate now. In the long run, Xinjiang paper's stock price will indeed fall, but that will take a long time to settle. Secondly, the depreciation of the yen is merely your assumption. The actual situation remains to be seen. The stock price of Xinjiang paper will drop, but after a 20 decline, Fuyang will not be able to withstand it and will seek help from the central bank. After the central bank takes over, the stock price will not only stop falling, but will also rebound. Afterward, the aftermath of the stock market crash erupted in the country. Light industrial products became popular, and Xinjiang paper's stock price also became robust. As for the depreciation of the yen, that is even less likely. After Wall Street capital harvested assets from the country to maximize profits, they forced the yen exchange rate to rise. From $1 to 148 yen, it rose to $1 to 80 yen. Therefore, the profits of Wall Street capital doubled again. They were truly making a fortune. Otherwise, the country would not have experienced the subsequent lost 20 years. So should we go now? Gu Heli felt somewhat unwilling in her heart, feeling that the financial knowledge she had acquired was being trampled by Lin Yaodong. However, she still had to carry out Lin Yaodong's orders. It's still the same statement. Lin Yaodong aims to sell to the bear, so he can never lose. It's just a matter of how much he earns. Boss, if we wait 2 more days, the cost may be significantly lower. When she mentioned the word wait, Yekaterina emphasized it. She was also concerned about the extra money Lin Yaodong might. Come here. Lin Yaodong beckoned Yekaterina with his hand. Yekaterina sat up straight, leaning towards Lin Yaodong in confusion. Could there be news she didn't know? In the next moment, a large hand grasped her chin, and she was greeted by a face. Instantly, Yekaterina's azure eyes flushed. What if I create an image of a fool? Would that be more beneficial for our future acquisitions? Lin Yaodong released Yekaterina's chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing the grin on Lin Yaodong's face, Yekaterina's heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed, even they knew that negotiating for an acquisition at this time would lead Xinjiang paper to demand a high price. How could boss not be aware of it? Seeing Yekaterina's reaction, Gu Heli laughed heartily. She had encountered this treatment many times when she first followed Lin Yaodong. Now she had learned to be obedient and do her job without asking too many questions. Go. Lin Yaodong glanced at the time. It was past 3 o'clock. The stock market was closed and Johnson should come to report to him. Xinjiang paper is definitely achievable without any surprises. But not today. Even if he wanted to create the image of a fool, it does not mean he truly is one. He needed Yekong San to personally speak and offer policy benefits. At that time, acquiring it would not be too late. Once he secured Xinjiang paper, he could proceed with the next plan. To obtain semiconductor technology. The bear initially prioritized semiconductors as a strategic focus, but over time, they have gradually fallen behind developed countries like the country and the M nation. Although semiconductors are heavy industry, he is determined to obtain them. Semiconductors are the core foundation of modern technology in the country, once accounting for nearly half of the world's total output. They contribute to foreign exchange earnings for the country, drive the development of related industries, and form a complete ecological chain. For example, groups like Sony and Toshiba have semiconductor technology that is of world-class standard. However, obtaining semiconductor technology is a long and arduous task. This is also why Lin Yaodong is willing to bear the reputation of being a fool and is willing to pay a high price to acquire Xinjiang paper. In fact, acquiring Xinjiang paper would not be a loss for him. His focus is not on Xinjiang paper, but on an undetected iron ore mine within Aokigahara. That is his top priority. Knock, knock, knock. With 3 knocks on the door, Lin Yaodong stood up to open it. Boss. The door opened, revealing a broad-shouldered, stout, bald man. This man had deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, and distinct features with uniquely colored green eyes. Just by appearance, anyone would classify him as a thug, but he is actually Johnson, a senior trader from Wall Street, whom Lin Yaodong had hired at a high salary. He has a trading team, the Johnson team. The team consists of 32 members, including top analysts, risk assessors, quantitative analysts, and more, with the lowest education being a graduate of the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. Even compared to Saras Jones' team, they are not inferior. The two sat down on the sofa and Johnson began his report. Boss, at 10 o'clock this morning, the governor of the central bank, Yekong San, announced an interest rate hike of 75 basis points, and the stock market began to decline. During the morning break, the Nikkei 225 index closed at 3600 points, and we earned 2700 points. In the afternoon, the Nikkei 225 index saw some recovery, but at around 230, it plummeted again. During the break, it dropped another 1400 points, closing at 34812 points. The cumulative drop was 4100 points, and we hold 5320 Nikkei 225 index futures short positions with a floating profit of 213 billion yen. 1. $439 billion, 719 million rubles. Floating profit is not real profit. Only at the moment of closing can it be considered real profit. Moreover, index futures are essentially a zero-sum game played among special institutions. If someone profits, someone else will incur losses. Very good. Johnson, I still say you do not need to make any moves. Just enjoy the process of the Nikkei 225 index declining and wait for the dividends to arrive. He made 10 billion rubles in 3 years trading with the bear, while he made 719 million rubles in just 1 day with the stock market decline in the country. It is easy to imagine the enormous profits involved. Of course, this is just the beginning of the sharp decline in the stock market in the country. As New Year's Day approaches, the stock market will close for 3 days, and the speed of the decline will slow before the market. In the Xinjiang paper conference room, Chairman Fuyang Director Jimmy, are you sure there is no room for negotiation? As far as I know, Xinjiang paper has a loan of 100 billion plus 10 billion in unpaid wages to workers, yet its market value is merely 82.6 billion. Oh no, it's already down to 74.3 billion now. A market value of 74.3 billion, yet we bear 110 billion in debt. This is very unfair to us. I suspect you have no real intention of discussing the acquisition. After Gu Halai and Yekaterina arrived at Xinjiang paper with their legal team and bodyguards, both sides immediately delved into discussions regarding the acquisition. Gu Halai spoke of the loans, and Fuyang countered with forecasts. Yekaterina mentioned the workers' strike over wages, while Jimmy highlighted the uniqueness of Xinjiang paper. In short, each had their own arguments. Ultimately, Fuyang and Jimmy insisted that the acquisition of Xinjiang must come with the assumption of all its debts. Gu Halai and Yekaterina were quite troubled. If it weren't for Lin Yaodong's insistence on acquiring Xinjiang paper, they would have walked away without a second thought. Lin Yaodong stated that creating a reputation as a fool would benefit future acquisitions of light industry companies. But how could they possibly allow Lin Yaodong to become the fool? Wouldn't that imply they lacked capability? In the land of the bear, a lack of capability equates to a lack of utility. They would be discarded. Fuyang and Jimmy also had grim expressions. In their efforts to drive down the price, their carefully crafted image of Xinjiang paper was utterly belittled by Gu Halai and Yekaterina. Every statement was reasonable, leaving them unable to refute. They could only ask, wasn't it infuriating? They had to hold their ground. Taking over Xinjiang paper meant taking on its debts. If there is no sincerity, we wouldn't have this meeting. None of us are idle people with time to waste. We genuinely want to sell Xinjiang paper, but the debts are a red line. Outside of that, feel free to propose your condition. How about this? You contact Director Lin, and we will reach out to President Yekong to see if there is any room for negotiation. What if Director Lin agrees to these terms? Fuyang did not dare to budge as Xinjiang was indeed insolvent, but they also knew that the other party was the acquirer. Isn't it reasonable for the acquirer to pay a premium? The boss has entrusted us with the negotiation, giving us absolute authority. Moreover, the stock market in the island nation has plummeted. In just 1 day, Xinjiang paper's market value evaporated by nearly 10 billion. Why should we contact the boss? Are we proving our incompetence to the boss? Hearing Gu Halai's words, Fuyang and Jimmy felt a deep sense of helplessness rise within them. In their lifetime, they had never been pressured to this extent. What a difficult opponent. If Lin Yaodong had come to negotiate personally, they would have been less afraid. After all, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghost is troublesome. Please wait a moment, I will contact President Yekong. Hilton Hotel, President Yekong, this is Lin Yaodong. Seeing 3 calls from Yekong, he knew the objective had been achieved. Mr. Lin, this call is regarding the acquisition of Xinjiang paper that you are pursuing. Xinjiang paper is one of the 5 major paper mills in the island nation, supplying 70 of Tokyo's paper needs. This is a matter of livelihood. Mr. Fuyang asked me to be a mediator. I have no way to refuse. Mr. Lin, what conditions do you have? As long as we can assume Xinjiang paper's liabilities, we can discuss it. He mentioned the acquisition of Xinjiang paper that Lin Yaodong was pursuing. They went on to discuss matters of livelihood. Ultimately, there was no way to refuse, allowing Lin Yaodong to propose conditions for further discussion. This is the cleverness of Yekong. It seems he said everything yet nothing at all. President Yekong, you know the current market value of Xinjiang paper. It is hardly worth 110 billion. It was 82.6 billion in the morning, but by afternoon it dropped to 74.3 billion. Will it fall to 60 billion tomorrow? The island nation is facing economic turmoil. My ability to negotiate an acquisition at this time represents the greatest sincerity. Hearing this, Yekong felt a bitter smile. Did he not understand this logic himself? Originally, Xinjiang paper's market value was somewhat inflated. Moreover, having Lin Yaodong take over 110 billion in debt truly posed a challenge for him. How about this? I will specially approve a 5-year interest-free loan of 110 billion for Mr. Lin as compensation. Afterward, I will establish a special team to assist Mr. Lin in completing the acquisition of the island nation's enterprises. With them, I can guarantee Mr. Lin's convenience. What do you think? How was this? It was fantastic. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? If President Yekong has made concessions, why should I refuse? However, I have one additional request. I want the loan to be settled in rubles. Deal. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Yekong did not hesitate at all. Future acquisition cases can all be settled in rubles. It won't be long before Wall Street capital withdraws from the island nation. At that time, the foreign exchange reserves of the island nation will be severely depleted. He couldn't wait for Lin Yaodong to settle in rubles. President Yekong, don't worry. I will send Gu Halai to deliver a copy to you. 110 billion yen, no 371 million rubles, to acquire Shenyang paper. He wouldn't need to pay a single cent. When the island nation's stock market crashes, Shenyang paper's market value will rise. During this time, Lin Yaodong could still sell paper to the bear for huge profits. Once the technology was fully mastered, he could flip Shenyang paper. Not only would he pull off a heist, but he would also gain an iron ore mine in Aokigahara. What a delight. Moreover, the bear would disintegrate in 2 years, and when the ruble depreciates by 1,400 times, Yekong would be so furious he might vomit blood. Boss, here is the contract. Gu Halai and Yekaterina returned to the hotel and promptly handed over the... Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yaodong glanced at it briefly before passing it back to Gu Halai. Shall we continue to initiate acquisitions for the companies on the list? Upon learning that Lin Yaodong and Yekong had reached a consensus regarding Shenyang paper, it was a 5-year interest-free loan of 110 billion yen. Gu Halai and Yekaterina could hardly believe this was real. It seemed the amount owed had not diminished, but they knew all too well how formidable Lin Yaodong's ability to make money was. For Lin Yaodong, what difference did it make from receiving it for free? It was a small sum, but the scale was diminished. Yet unbeknownst to Gu Halai, in just one day Lin Yaodong had earned an entire Shenyang paper on the Nikkei 225 index. No Russia, first let's take over Shenyang paper. Other than Fuyang Kawasaki, there is no need to change anyone else's position. Remember, the bigger the commotion, the better. Gu Halai and Yekaterina nodded simultaneously. Lin Yaodong's arrangement was meant to be seen by other companies that were about to be acquired. After the acquisition, the company would not be any different from before. At that time, even if the chairman did not want to sell, the other partners would force them to. Also send someone to Aokigahara to investigate the iron ore mine. Aokigahara is very close to Mount Fuji, and it is highly likely that there are hidden iron ore mines that nobody has discovered. Upon hearing this, Gu Halai and Yekaterina's eyes lit up simultaneously. They wondered why Lin Yaodong was so fixated on a paper mill. It turned out he had ulterior motives. If they discovered the iron ore mine, wouldn't Fuyang be devastated? Thinking of this, Yekaterina and Gu Halai exchanged knowing smiles. Okay, boss, I guarantee that no area within Aokigahara will be overlooked. The next morning, news about Lin Yaodong's acquisition of Shenyang paper spread throughout Tokyo. Almost all entrepreneurs received the news directly or indirectly. They learned that a Russian businessman had come to the island nation to acquire a large number of light industry enterprises. It caused quite a stir. Yesterday, the Nikkei 225 index plummeted by 4,100 points, with thousands of stocks in the red, comparable to the Black Monday crash of '87. Our company's market value evaporated by 11. It's truly terrifying. Do you think it won't continue to drop? The speaker's face showed a look of fear. If it continued to drop like this, who could afford it? The company's market value shrank, and the stocks they purchased were also losing value. Haha, Take-Taken, don't worry. This is just normal regulation. At this point, Takeda interrupted him, directly leaning in with a mysterious air. I got a tip-off that the recent stock market crash was due to the newly appointed president Yi Kong wanting to force Wall Street capital to exit. As for the significant drop, on one hand, capital is reducing positions, and on the other hand, President Yi Kong is doing it intentionally. I don't know if it's true or not. As Takeda finished speaking, another person took over the conversation. Everyone rest assured, stocks will naturally rise and fall. Today it dropped to this point. He gestured at his waist and then pointed to his chest. Tomorrow it might rise to this level. Fluctuations are normal. We must trust the market and the country. At the very least, the market has never let us down, has it? A few exchanged glances and their worries diminished somewhat. At least they were not alone in this downturn. By the way, what do you think about Shenyang paper being acquired? After Takeda finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a mustache replied, What do you think? I just envy them. Fuyang has already left Shenyang paper. I saw him last night. Without debts, he only needs to wait for stocks and property prices to rise. How carefree. Yesterday, when he saw Fuyang was surrounded by admirers. During their conversation, Fuyang naturally did not admit that he sought. Yesterday, when he saw Fuyang was surrounded by admirers. During their conversation, Fuyang naturally did not admit that he sought assistance from President Yi Kong. For the sake of face, Fuyang informed him that Lin Yaodong had his sights set on the future prospects of Shenyang paper and sought a premium acquisition. Look, Fuyang has arrived. At that moment, Fuyang entered the stock exchange dressed in a flamboyant suit and smiling. As he walked, he waved at the people around him, making it seem like a high-ranking official was inspecting. Take-Taken, Matsuki-kun, Kawafuri-kun, you all came so early. Soon Fuyang approached the group. Fiankin, just yesterday you were insolvent, and today you enjoy 60 billion in stock assets. Congratulations. Fiankin, you truly make people envious. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of your life, Fiankin. Hearing their flattery, Fuyang laughed heartily. Congratulations to us all. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Don't be discouraged, as far as I know the Russian Lin Yaodong is not just acquiring 1 or 2 light industry companies, you might also have a stroke of luck, right? Upon hearing this, Takeda Matsuki and Kawafuru exchanged glances, feeling somewhat tempted. When the stock prices recover, I hope Fiankin can make an introduction. Of course. Fuyang readily agreed, without hesitation. It was done. He would owe them a favor. If it doesn't happen, it's only because their companies are not appealing to Lin Yaodong. But what does it have to do with him? Who are they? Kawafuru, standing at the back, happened to see the entrance of the stock exchange. At this moment, a team of over 30 people walked in. All were dressed in suits, clearly elites, especially the bald Western man at the front, exuding a strong presence and appearing difficult to approach. Wall Street Capital. Akigahara Forest. Check this area. Leave no stone unturned. Yekaterina, dressed in a cotton coat, pointed to an overlooked area. Since Lin Yaodong assigned the task yesterday afternoon, Yekaterina had contacted a local detection company overnight. After a wide-ranging search, they arrived at the forest. Beep beep. At that moment, a detector in the hands of one of the staff emitted a sound, and Yekaterina was overjoyed, rushing over. Large value, large value. The detector operator shouted twice, then pulled out a military shovel and began to dig. Before long, a fist-sized stone was unearthed. This is iron ore. Yekaterina quickly took it and asked immediately, is this iron ore? It's not clear yet. We need further detection to find out. The detector operator continued scanning the surrounding area without saying a word. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Soon sounds from metal detectors could be heard from a distance, and every metal detector near this area was beeping. With such widespread alerts, the answer was already clear. It's undoubtedly confirmed as open-pit iron ore. The area is so vast, and it's conservatively estimated to be a medium-sized vein. Yekaterina was thrilled and immediately took out her phone to inform Lin Yaodong. At 9:30 a.m., the collective bidding had just ended, and the Nikkei 225 index opened at 35166 points. Yesterday, it closed at 34812 points, which is a significant gap upward. 99 of the stocks opened with substantial gains. Looking at the screen, the stock codes were all glowing green. Seeing the numbers on the big screen, everyone in the Tokyo Stock Exchange, whether retail investors or bosses, felt their hearts settle back into their stomachs. They said, with such a strong stock market in the island nation, how could it possibly drop significantly? The high opening further confirmed that yesterday's drop was merely a result of macroeconomic regulation. However, the situation far exceeded their expectations. Shortly after opening, the Nikkei 225 index drew a large bearish candlestick, and the previously green stock codes turned red one by one. It wasn't until it fell to 34616 points that the first rebound began. High open and low close. All the investors in the stock exchange were nervously staring at the big screen, their palms sweating, yet no one chose to close their positions, because they firmly believed that the stock market would still surge. At the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yaodong was on the phone receiving a report from Johnson. Boss, the Nikkei 225 index opened at 35166 points and is currently fluctuating around 34600 points. Lin Yaodong put down his breakfast and replied, okay, just keep an eye on it and don't make any moves. Just after ending the call, the phone rang again. Seeing it was Yekaterina, Lin Yaodong felt a stir in his heart. Boss, we have discovered iron ore, and preliminary analysis suggests it is at least a medium-sized vein. Hearing Yekaterina's excited voice on the phone, Lin Yaodong's lips curled up, secretly thinking such speed. First, lock down the news and confirm the ore reserves. With this iron ore, his subsequent plan to acquire the light industry enterprises in the island nation could be fully realized. In the Ministry of Finance, the minister stated, yesterday, 2 major events occurred. President Yekong announced an interest rate hike of 75 basis points, causing the Nikkei 225 index to plunge by 4120 points, closing at 34812 points. President Yekong established a special acquisition team for the wealthy businessman Lin Yaodong to assist in completing the acquisition. The acquisition of Xinjiang paper was successfully completed for 110 billion yen. Here is the information on wealthy businessman Lin Yaodong. Minister Miyazawa, please take a look. While sipping coffee, Miyazawa listened to the secretary's report. Upon hearing about the Nikkei 225 index's drop of 4100 points, he showed no surprise. Yekong Sanchong was the central bank governor. Although he and the finance minister were not in the same system, their responsibilities complemented each other. Since Yekong Sanchong decided to raise interest rates, a market crash had become inevitable. However, when he heard that Lin Yaodong acquired Xinjiang paper for 110 billion, a trace of surprise flashed. Since Yekong Sanchong decided to raise interest rates, a market crash had become inevitable. However, when he heard that Lin Yaodong acquired Xinjiang paper for 110 billion, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was intriguing that Yekong Sanchong specifically formed a special team for a wealthy businessman. Upon receiving the information from the secretary, Miyazawa casually flipped through the documents. The more he read, the more expressive Miyazawa's face became. The youngest billionaire from the Bear Country. How interesting. He naturally knew that Yekong Sanchong wanted to force Wall Street capital to withdraw from the island nation. He also understood that the withdrawal of Wall Street capital would take away a significant amount of foreign exchange. By then, the island nation would be plunged into a serious shortage of foreign currency. If they could win over Lin Yaodong, it would indeed be advantageous for them. Moreover, Lin Yaodong sought products from light industrial enterprises which were abundant in the island nation. Informed the subordinates to give him as much convenience as possible without violating principles. Miyazawa lightly tapped the documents with his hand. Upon seeing this, the secretary widened her eyes in shock. If Yekong Sanchong offered conveniences to Lin Yaodong, it would merely be a favor. Ultimately, Yekong Sanchong was just a governor. But Miyazawa was different. He was a cabinet official, the finance minister of the island nation, and at the pinnacle of power. When he spoke, who would dare to disregard him? He can't figure out why I'm helping him. Miyazawa slowly stood up and walked toward his authoritative seat. From the information you provided, I see that Lin Yaodong started from scratch and earned his first pot of gold through speculation. The secretary nodded in confusion, yet still failed to grasp Miyazawa's meaning. Wasn't Lin Yaodong just a relatively lucky businessman? But in just 3 years, his net worth exceeded 10 billion rubles, and he has appeared multiple times on the list of wealthy businessmen from the Bear Country. That's what caught my attention. It's not easy to make it onto the wealthy list of the Bear Country, which indicates that he has built a personal network of connection. This proves he is a clever person. Seeing that the secretary still seemed half understanding, Miyazawa lost patience, waved his hand, and gestured for her to carry on. The island nation would undoubtedly face a severe shortage of foreign exchange in the future. Winning over Lin Yaodong now was merely a precaution. By that time, they believed Lin Yaodong would make choices that satisfied both him and Yekong Sanchong. Because Lin Yaodong was a clever person. Even if he disappointed them, as long as his industry remained in the island nation, they could easily manipulate him. Even bankrupting Lin Yaodong's company could be done with just a word from him. Hilton Hotel, boss, after our investigation, the iron ore reserves are definitely over 100 million tons. That afternoon, Yekaterina hurried back to the hotel to share this exciting news with Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong sipped the tea that Goheli had just brewed for him and smiled faintly. Spread the news of our discovery of the iron ore. Remember, the wider the news spreads, the better. The island nation suffers from severe resource shortages, with iron ore reserves being extremely low and almost entirely reliant on imports. However, the island nation's smelting technology is world-class. In such a situation, if an iron ore vein suddenly appeared domestically, who wouldn't rush to grab it? Is the boss planning to have them come to us voluntarily? After refilling Lin Yaodong's cup, Goheli's face showed curiosity. Correct answer. Lin Yaodong snapped his fingers and then smiled, but there's no reward. Goheli crossed her left leg over her right, reached for an orange on the table, peeled it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Lin Yaodong and Yekaterina watched in astonishment. The orange, though small, should have been peeled before being stuffed, and didn't she fear choking? Yekaterina, you handle this matter. Once the news is spread, you'll have to contact your people and then gather them together to bid through an auction. The highest bidder wins. Upon hearing this, Yekaterina hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay, boss, I'll take care of it. Are other companies still negotiating for acquisitions? Lin Yaodong shook his head. Don't rush, handle things one at a time. Your current task is to convert the iron ore vein into cash. With enough money, naturally someone will be unable to resist. Yekaterina smiled. Is this what the boss meant by letting the bullets fly for a while? Lin Yaodong grinned. Exactly. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Johnson arrived punctually to report the result. Boss, today's opening price was 35166 points, the midday pause was 3420 points, and the afternoon closing was 33680 points. We had a total profit of 5234 points and a total floating profit of 278. For billion yen. From my observation, the Nikkei 225 index shows signs of rebound. Should we close our positions and look for new opportunities? Stock index futures are a zero-sum game, a struggle between special institutions. For a contract to form, someone must buy while another sells. If someone makes money, it means another loses. It's also a short-term play. Holding long-term wouldn't profit anyone because fees are calculated daily. Losses are losses. Breaking even means a loss, and a small profit equals no profit. The stock market usually has 7 losses, 2 breaks even, and 1 profit. The futures market is even more severe. Retail investors have an 8-to-1 loss ratio. It's even more likely to be 9 losses to 1 break even. Don't act for now. Oh, I have a feeling there will be a significant drop after the market opens on New Year's Day. From tomorrow on, just call to inform me. No need to come here daily. For now, I don't want anyone to know our relationship. Lin Yaodong already stood in the open. Oh, if Johnson was discovered to be his man, it would hinder the acquisition of light industrial enterprises in the island nation. At the very least, Yekong Sanchong would not continue to assist someone who shorted his own country. All right, boss. Johnson left filled with confusion. He could never understand why Lin Yaodong was so certain that the Nikkei 225 index would fall again after New Year's Day. His team had been monitoring the market these past few days, continuously analyzing the island nation stock market. The previous crash might have been due to inadequate regulation, with the central bank raising interest rates 4 times, increasing the discount rate from 2.5 to 6. However, with the Nikkei 225 index plummeting, it should be on the rebound now. It certainly didn't seem like it would continue to drop. Today I'm in a good mood. Oh, let's arrange to soak in a hot spring. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Gu Heli's heart raced and her cheeks flushed. She had heard Lin Yaodong mention the unique mixed bathing of the island nation before. After a year, was the boss finally going to make a move on her? Why did she feel such an impatient sense of anticipation? Inside a hotel, the expressions on the faces of Takeda Matsuki and Trump were grim. It dropped again. At this rate, I might have to declare bankruptcy. In the lounge area of the private room, Takeda extinguished his half-smoked cigar in the ashtray. If one looked closely, they would see that his eyes were red. Who isn't suffering? Even giants like Sony, Panasonic, and Toshiba have seen their stock prices shrink by over 30. If our stocks were to drop like this, we would have been out long ago. Trump shook his head, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. Sony's market value was $512 trillion, having dropped $196 trillion in just 2 days. Who could bear such pressure? We can't compare ourselves to them. I know that if the stock market continues to decline, I won't be able to handle it anymore. Why hasn't Fuyang arrived yet? This is quite a show. Right now, I just want to contact that wealthy bear from Russia and hurry up and sell my Sunshine Food Company. I only hope he can take over my loans as well. Matsuki lit his cigar, looking restless, his hand holding the lighter, trembling slightly. Fuyang is not doing well either. He heavily invested in Sony and has lost 30 in 2 days. His 60 billion is now only 42 billion. Takeda said this with a hint of schadenfreude. There was nothing they could do. It was Fuyang's own arrogance. The other two laughed along, as Fuyang seemed to be in a worse situation than they were. The company had exchanged its money, and before it even had a chance to show off, the funds had shrunk by 30. Even if they lost, it was only a paper loss, since they had a company. After the market rises, they could still make a profit. Thus, even though they were anxious internally upon hearing about Fuyang's predicament, they laughed along. What they didn't know was that Fuyang was just outside preparing to push the door open. Hearing Takeda's words and the laughter of the three, he abruptly halted, his hand on the door. A shadow flickered in Fuyang's eyes, but soon a smile returned to his face as he forcefully pushed open the private room door, as if he hadn't heard the prior conversation. Takeda Matsuki, Trump, I'm sorry for being late. Upon seeing Fuyang, Takeda Matsuki and Trump immediately, not late at all, it was us who came early. Fuyang, please take a seat. Takeda said, his gaze instinctively darting towards Matsuki and Trump. We just spoke ill of Fuyang. He wouldn't have hurt us, would he? Speaking ill of others behind their backs is a big taboo. Matsuki and Trump shook their heads in unison, suggesting to Takeda that he probably hadn't, or else Fuyang wouldn't be smiling. This is our company's financial information, operational data, and asset details. Once seated, Takeda Matsuki and Trump handed the prepared data reports to Fuyang. However, everyone knew that this data report was undoubtedly filled with embellishments. After all, even if they wanted to sell the company, who wouldn't want to sell it at a high price? Well, I'll just have a quick bite, and then I'll discuss your matters with the wealthy bear. A cold glint flashed in Fuyang's eyes. How dare they speak ill of me while asking for my help? Let me see how I can ruin you. The Hilton Hotel itself offered spa services. In the private room of the Daitsu Furo, mist swirled as Lin Yaodong lounged in the hot spring, leaning against a dedicated backrest, with red wine and glasses beside him, taking sips, occasionally feeling quite comfortable. Beside him was Gu Jili, whose swimsuit accentuated her curves to the fullest. A blush adorned her face as she occasionally glanced at Lin Yaodong. A hint of grievance flickered in her eyes. Lin Yaodong had suggested the hot spring, and specifically mentioned a mixed bath, which she thought meant he was going to make a move on her. She had motivated herself for a long time. In the end, Lin Yaodong's idea of a hot spring really was just a hot spring. Gu Jili's gaze swept over Lin Yaodong's bare upper body, taking in his vine-toned waist and 8-pack abs. Staring at him, Gu Jili became entranced. On the other side, as Lin Yaodong prepared to take a sip of wine, he noticed Gu Jili's lingering gaze on him. He couldn't help but appraise Gu Jili's figure. Her lofty peaks, her delicate waist, and then lower, and then it was out of sight. It must be said that whether in terms of figure or looks, Gu Jili was top-notch among the bears. However, Lin Yaodong's aesthetic leaned more towards the Eastern style. Hey, wipe your saliva. Lin Yaodong teased as he splashed a bit of water onto Gu Jili. Gu Jili instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth. But upon seeing the smile in Lin Yaodong's eyes, she instantly realized she had been played. Boss. Lin Yaodong laughed at Gu Jili's resentful gaze. Just then, Gu Jili's phone suddenly rang. Quickly, she covered the phone with one hand while looking at Lin Yaodong. Boss, Fuyang Kawasaki, the chairman of Kiang Xinjiang Paper, has something to discuss with you. He said other light industry companies want to seek your acquisition. Yekaterina is asking if you would like to meet him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong smiled and stood up. Interesting, then let's meet. When Lin Yaodong arrived at the suite, Yekaterina and Fuyang were already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Yaodong beside Gu Jili, Fuyang immediately displayed a flattering demeanor and bowed 90 degrees. I am Fuyang Kawasaki from Kiang Xinjiang Paper. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yaodong glanced at Fuyang and smiled, nodding. Let's talk in the room. Hi. Fuyang's lowly attitude pleased him. This is how people from the island nation should behave. In the living room of the room, Lin Yaodong sat on the sofa, and after Good Jili poured him a glass of water, she stood behind him. I'm very busy, but if you have something to say, just say it. Hi. Fuyang bowed again, then handed 3 documents to Yekaterina. When Yekaterina tried to hand it to Lin Yaodong, he rejected it. He had no desire to look at data given by others. It would be better to listen to Fuyang Kawasaki's introduction. Seeing that Lin Yaodong didn't even glance at the documents, Fuyang quickly understood Lin Yaodong's meaning. Yingzihua Garment Company, Sunshine Food Processing Company, and Hoshino Electronics Company, the CEOs of these 3 companies have suffered severe losses in the stock market and are in dire need of funds. They want to ask you to acquire these 3 light industry companies. The total market value of Yingzihua Garment Company is about 50 billion with a loan of 48 billion. Sunshine Food Processing Company has a total market value of about 35 billion with a loan of 28 billion. Hoshino Electronics Company has a total market value of about 70 billion with a loan of 82 billion. If you are interested, I can negotiate for you, and you won't have to spend a single penny to acquire these 3 light industry companies. You will also receive financial compensation. The stock market had suffered and funds were severely lacking. Fuyang Kawasaki was quite interesting as he directly revealed the other party's weaknesses right from the start. If this was the attitude in seeking him for an acquisition, it would save him a lot of trouble. Lin Yaodong beckoned Yekaterina with his fingers. Please do some background checks on the 3 companies. If it's true, cooperate with Fuyang to acquire the 3 companies. Yekaterina nodded. Yes, boss, leave it to me. I can't let you help me for free. How about this? Kiang Xinjiang paper still needs a president. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Fuyang was overjoyed and immediately bowed in thanks. Thank you, President. Seeing this, a playful glint flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes. He knew that having local entrepreneurs was essential. However, if Fuyang knew his true intentions, would he still be so happy? At the Hilton Hotel, after Fuyang left, Yekaterina took out her notebook and began her report. Boss, all 3 companies are on your acquisition list. We have previously conducted background checks on them. The market value mentioned by Fuyang is not accurate. Sakura Fashion Co., Ltd. primarily designs and produces fashionable women's clothing with total assets of approximately 50 billion yen. Among these fixed assets, including shops, production equipment, etc., are valued at 30 billion yen, while current assets, inventory, cash, etc., are valued at 20 billion yen. However, due to the plummeting stock prices, sluggish market consumption, and serious inventory backlog, the value of the inventory has decreased by about 30 compared to previous assessments. The estimated acquisition price for the company has dropped from around 80 billion yen before the stock price crash to about 40 billion yen. Moreover, all the working capital has been used by the chairman of Sakura Fashion Co. Kami Kinjiro for stock trading, and how much is left is still unknown. The loan of 48 billion is indeed true. Sunshine Food Processing Co., Ltd. focuses on processing various snack foods such as potato chips and biscuits with products available in local convenience stores and supermarkets. Total assets are 35 billion yen with fixed assets of 15 billion yen, production facilities, processing equipment, etc., and current assets of 20 billion yen, raw materials, finished product inventory, and cash. After the stock price crash due to declining sales, the estimated acquisition price has dropped from the original 60 billion yen to about 30 billion yen, while the company faces issues such as slow fund recovery and increased pressure from bank loans. Hoshino Electric Co., Ltd. produces and sells various small home appliances such as radios and small fans, known for their reliable quality and innovative design, and has a stable customer base in the local market. Total assets are 70 billion yen with fixed assets of 40 billion yen, production equipment, R&D facilities, and office space, and current assets of 30 billion yen, inventory, spare parts, and cash. Due to the drop in stock prices, market demand for home appliances has decreased, leading to inventory backlogs, and the estimated acquisition price has fallen from 120 billion yen to about 70 billion yen. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong raised his hand to interrupt Yekaterina's report. In short, the stock prices have plummeted, working capital has been used for stock trading, and coupled with high loans, these 3 companies are already insolvent, right? Upon hearing this, Yekaterina nodded. Yes, boss, that's correct. Lin Yaodong nodded. Then let's not worry about it for now and discuss the acquisition after the new year. It's best to divide the acquisition into 2 parts, discussing the backlog of goods and the companies separately. We can transport the backlog of goods to the Bear Country through our Hong Kong route, and once the goods are sold, we can use the profits to acquire these 3 companies. Not just these 3 companies, other light industry enterprises can operate this way too. Hearing this, Yekaterina and Gahali's eyes brightened simultaneously. If done this way, not only would there be no loss, but it could also yield a significant profit. This method is great, taking the empty-handed approach to the extreme. No wonder he is the boss. After Fuyang left the hotel, he headed straight to a cafe. Takatani Kawakami and Matsuki had long been waiting eagerly. Fiankin, has the wealthy businessman from the Bear Country, agreed. Seeing their anxious expressions, Fuyang unconsciously raised his head. He sneered internally, are they already anxious? The good show has just begun. Linson is not interested in your companies. With this single sentence, the three felt a chill in their hearts, their faces displaying anxious expressions. However, Fuyang then smiled and said, but Linson appreciates my abilities and is willing to invite me back to Xinjiang Paper as the president. I reluctantly agreed to acquire your three companies as a condition. Oh. Takatani Kawakami and Matsuki simultaneously looked up, their expressions incredulous. Why does this feel so unreal? They have no relations. Why is Fuyang helping them so much? Nevertheless, no matter how puzzled they were inside, they would not show it on their faces. Fianken, words cannot express my gratitude from now on. You are my dear friend. Fianken, Fianken, according to the method of acquiring Xinjiang Paper, we can bear our loans and transfer shares, right? Matsuki and Kawakami nodded in agreement. Yes, Fianken, it's that simple. Fianken, according to the method of acquiring Xinjiang Paper, we can bear our loans and transfer shares, right? Matsuki and Kawakami nodded in agreement. Yes, Fianken, it's that simple. Upon hearing this, Fuyang displayed a peculiar expression, truly bold in their suggestions. Lin Yaodong could acquire Xinjiang Paper only because Yekong Sanchong intervened and promised a 5-year interest-free loan. Of course, he wouldn't say that. I mentioned before that Linson does not look favorably upon your companies. The acquisition is based on my face value. The conditions will naturally differ from mine. As he spoke about his face value, Fuyang pointed to himself, his voice slightly heavier. Upon hearing this, Kawakami, Matsuki, and Takatani frowned, as it seemed the other party was not the easy mark as rumored. Fianken, could you introduce us and let us meet Linson from the Bear Country? We can discuss any conditions face to face. Yes, Fianken. A playful glint flashed in Fuyang's eyes. They want to meet Lin Yaodong. In their dreams. If you meet him, how can I trick you? Dingling. Just as Fuyang was about to refuse, his phone suddenly. Yekaterina. Seeing the name on his phone, Fuyang quickly gestured for the three to mute themselves. It's Linson's person, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Matsuki, Kawakami, and Takatani quickly clasped their hands together, their eyes filled with pleading, signaling Fuyang to speak a good word for them. Fuyang smiled and nodded, walking towards the window to distance himself from the trio. Miss Yekaterina, is there something you need? If Matsuki, Kawakami, and Takatani saw this posture, they would definitely curse in their hearts. Lapdog. Traitor. National traitor. The boss said to acquire the goods and the company separately. We will invest in the backlog of goods at 70 of the market price. After the new year, we will discuss the acquisition of the company. You first communicate with them. If all goes well, we can load the ship and make the payment by this dawn. But one thing you must confirm is that we only want quality goods. Upon hearing that the acquisition of goods and the company would be separate, Fuyang's eyes immediately lit up. Without the goods, wouldn't the three companies be similar to shell companies? Miss Yekaterina, rest assured this matter is in my hands and I guarantee to provide you and the president with a satisfactory answer. After hanging up, Fuyang raised his head even higher, exuding an air of superiority. Takatanikan, Matsukikan, Kawakamikan, I understand your difficulties. Although the specific acquisition matters have not yet been confirmed due to my efforts, the president has already agreed to first acquire your backlog of goods at 60 of the market price to resolve your current difficulties. We will discuss the acquisition matters after the new year. Yekaterina's mentioned 70 was cut down by 1 percentage point in his words, because he knew they had. The new year is approaching and workers' wages need to be paid, otherwise they won't have a peaceful new year. 60%. Size 60% will do, at least we can have a stable new year. I will trouble Fianken to take care of the acquisition. 60% is break-even, and that's all it covers. Fuyang displayed a meaningful smile. He would definitely take good care of it. In the deep of night, Lin Yaodong stood alone by the window, overlooking all of Tokyo. At a glance, 3 places remained brightly lit. Shinjuku's Kabukicho, known as the Labyrinth of Desire. There were adult establishments, nightclubs, bars, love hotels, and adult product stores everywhere. Additionally, it housed the cabinet office of the Ministry of Finance, the area where the nation's high-ranking officials worked. It is easy to imagine the pressure they faced recently with the stock market plummeting. Lastly, the port where they were working overtime to load the ships was also a place of interest for Lin Yaodong. Today marked the first day he was sending cargo to the Bear Country since arriving in the land of the rising sun. Boss, all payments have been settled, including the payment for Xinjiang Paper totaling 1.6 billion rubles. The total company will pay on behalf of the subsidiaries, which will reimburse the amount to the main company later. This was a rule set by Lin Yaodong. Even though they were all his businesses, whoever took the goods paid for them. The profits would also be in their respective accounts, and then the subsidiaries' profits would be calculated together. Was everything smooth? Smooth. Gu Healy hesitated, then a smile appeared on her face. Lin Yaodong understood her meaning, inquiring about the process of acquiring the backlog of goods from the 3 major companies. Yekaterina instructed Fuyang Kawasaki to accept 70%, while Fuyang negotiated a price of 60%. This saved us 26.83 million rubles. Upon hearing this, a glint of amusement flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes. He had said that when Fuyang came to him, he would take the initiative to cause trouble. It turned out that he and the CEOs of the three companies were never on the same page. This was fine, after all it was he who profited. The next morning a piece of news swept across Tokyo. What? A mine with over 100 million tons of iron ore was discovered in Aokigahara forest. What nonsense. In a resource-scarce country they discovered an iron ore mine with over 100 million tons. Fuyang was awakened by the ringing of the phone in his villa. Fianken, have you heard? A wealthy merchant from the Bear Country has discovered an iron ore mine in Aokigahara forest, and the news has spread throughout Tokyo. What a pity. If it were you who discovered it, Xinjiang paper wouldn't have to be sold. Takeda's voice carried a clear sense of schadenfreude. Did you not think you had made a profit by selling Xinjiang paper for 110 billion? Meanwhile, they turned around and discovered an iron ore mine in Aokigahara forest. How much is 100 million tons worth? The international market price for iron ore is 20 per ton, which means it is worth 20 billion. 296 billion yen. Although mining requires labor and expenses in a resource-scarce country, the price would only be higher. Buying 3 Xinjiang papers is no problem. Now let's see if you can still smile. What did you say? An iron ore mine was discovered in Aokigahara forest. Fuyang's eyes widened in shock, feeling dazed. He had been the chairman of Xinjiang paper for so long, and Aokigahara forest had been under his control for over 7 years. How had he never thought about exploring the veins? He pounded his head in frustration, looking like a gambler who had lost. This should have been his. All of it. That's right, I heard the reserves are conservatively estimated to be over 100 million tons. That's a conservative estimate. Enough. Listening to the mocking laughter on the phone, Fuyang abruptly hung up. On the other end, Takeda's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked at the disconnected call. He was not a fool. He soon realized that any help offered was just a scheme from the start. Fuyang was in cahoots with the wealthy merchant from the Bear Country, deliberately suppressing his acquisition price. Now it seemed that Fuyang was the one suffering the biggest loss, which gave him a sense of balance. At the office of the Minister of Finance, Minister, the wealthy merchant Lin Yaodong, whom you asked me to keep an eye on, has made a move. Just as Miyazawa sat down, his secretary walked in with a newspaper. What move? Miyazawa took the newspaper handed over by his secretary and asked. There are 2 matters. The first is that the Xinjiang paper he just acquired has contracted to explore a medium-sized iron ore vein in Aokigahara forest, which has already been reported. Upon hearing this, Miyazawa quickly looked at the newspaper in his hand. Soon a look of surprise flashed in Miyazawa's eyes. An iron ore mine with over 100 million tons of reserves. Lucky kid. What is the second matter? Miyazawa put down the newspaper, intrigued. Minister, last night they loaded 10-ton cargo ships and sent them to the Bear Country overnight. I received news early this morning that the amount reached 160 million rubles. A smile appeared on Miyazawa's face. That's great news. As long as it is exported, it can generate foreign exchange and tax revenue. This is good news for both Yekong Sunju and Miyazawa. What does he plan to do with this mine? Auction, highest bidder wins. Miyazawa realized indeed it was a good approach. In a resource-scarce country, as long as the iron ore was not exported abroad, how it was handled was none of his business. Then what about the source of the goods sent to the Bear Country? After inquiring about the mine, Miyazawa began to ask about the 10 cargo ships. They are the backlog of goods from Sakura Han Clothing Co., Sunshine Food Processing Co., and Hoshino Electric. From what I found, it was initiated by Fuyang Kawasaki, the former chairman of Xinjiang Paper. The acquisition was completed at 60% of the market price. Fuyang Kawasaki. Miyazawa shook his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. He had been working for Lin Yaodong yesterday, and now news of an iron ore mine had exploded. He must not be feeling good. Keep an eye on Lin Yaodong. Things are getting more and more interesting. Monopolizing light industrial products from the Bear Country and selling them at high prices would definitely yield huge profits. He should be able to make quite a bit from this batch of goods, right? If he makes money and comes back to acquire businesses, it would be like making a no-cost deal. Oh, at this rate, it seems he really could accomplish something big. Miyazawa shook his head and began to immerse himself in official duties. Hilton Hotel. Lin Yaodong was enjoying breakfast when he received a call from Yekong Sunju. Lincoln, is the matter of the iron ore mine true? What is the specific reserve? How do you plan to handle this iron ore mine? As soon as the call connected, Yekong Sunju's rapid-fire questions came through. Yekong, I didn't expect this matter would attract your attention. Lin Yaodong smiled and leisurely answered Yekong Sunju. The iron ore is indeed real. According to the surveyors, the reserves of this iron ore vein are between 100 million tons and 150 million tons. I plan to hold an auction in Tokyo. Highest bidder wins. Don't forget, I am a businessman. Upon hearing this, Yekong Sunju asked again, are there any restrictions on the auction participants? What do you plan to do with the money from the auction? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly, realizing that he was worried he would transport the iron ore to the Bear Country. There are no restrictions. Oh, I will sell it to whoever can pay. Oh, I only accept cash. As for the funds raised from the auction, of course, I will use them to acquire the industries I need. Listening to Lin Yaodong's unhurried voice, Yekong Sunju also relaxed his tone. I promise that the acquisition task force you established will arrive after New Year's Day. They'll contact you then. Thank you, Yekong. After hanging up, Lin Yaodong smiled. In a resource-scarce country, a small iron ore mine had unexpectedly become a hot commodity. Could he possibly get some iron ore from the Bear Country to sell in the land of the rising sun? However, thinking about the meager profits, Lin Yaodong shook his head. Too little, he was not interested unless it was his own mine. Speaking of which, that coal mine in Siberia with 12 billion tons, shouldn't he get that in his hands first? If it were auctioned off, it might fetch tens of billions of dollars. Time rushed by in a whirlwind, and before anyone knew it, New Year's Day, January 1st, had arrived. The island nation's financial markets closed for 3 days, with trading resuming on January 4th. After 2 consecutive days of sharp decline, the stock market remained bearish, but the rate of fall had significantly narrowed. It closed at 32685 points before the holiday break. According to Johnson's report, the spread stood at 6229 points, yielding an unrealized profit of 331.3 billion Japanese yen, approximately 2 billion US dollars, or 11 billion RUB. At the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yaodong stood by the window as Grace approached. Boss, the goods from the island nation have arrived in Hong Kong via sea freight and have since been dispatched to our exclusive Cathay Pacific Logistics network, now en route to major distribution centers across the Soviet Union. We've hit an obstacle. Sunlight Foods potato chips and biscuits are considered luxury items in the Soviet Union. Achieving rapid sellout within a short time frame is simply unrealistic, unless we lower prices. Grace stepped beside Lin Yaodong at the windowsill, her expression hesitant. For ordinary Soviet citizens, even securing enough bread, sausages, or canned goods to stave off hunger remained a daily struggle. Thus, calorie-dense staples were their unequivocal priority. Over time, snacks like chips and biscuits evolved into status symbols reserved for the affluent. Previously, this dynamic held steady. Lin Yaodong had carefully controlled supply, sustaining perpetual scarcity. But the recent acquisition of Sunlight Foods abruptly shattered that equilibrium. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong set his coffee cup upon the windowsill and smiled faintly at Grace. What were our previous retail prices for comparable chips and biscuits? A 100-gram bag of chips sold for 28, a 500-gram pack of biscuits 16. Most of Sunlight Foods' current inventory consists precisely of these 2 SKUs. Lin Yaodong clicked his tongue softly. Though he'd anticipated high margins, the concrete figures still left him momentarily stunned. In the island nation, potatoes cost 100 per kilogram. Producing a single can of chips incurred raw material costs of 15, oil 5, packaging 20, and labor plus freight 20. Thus, the total production cost per can stood at 60, yet it sold in the Soviet Union for 28. At an exchange rate of 1 to 148, that equated to 8 to 88 per can. 8 to 88, 61.38, fold profit margin. Good heavens. How does the packaging of our Hong Kong-produced chips compare to Sunlight Foods? Boss, our Hong Kong chips come in flexible pouches, naturally inferior to Sunlight Foods' rigid packaging. Grace and the taste. Grace instinctively rubbed her stomach and licked her lips. It's also inferior to Sunlight Foods. Lin Yaodong snapped his fingers and smiled coolly. Raise prices immediately. But first, let's run a limited trial period. Grace caught the glint in his eyes and instantly understood. Boss, I understand. Lin Yaodong waved her off, then added one last instruction. Remember to send some samples to those bloodsuckers. Understood, boss. Grace departed, only for Yekaterina to enter moments later holding a stack of documents. Boss, the list of bidders for the upcoming auction has been finalized. Would you like to review it? Lin Yaodong shook his head. Just summarize the key names. Yekaterina nodded and opened the file. Most notable are domestic conglomerates from the island nation. The Sanwa Group, Sumitomo Group, Nippon Steel, and Itochu Corporation. Beyond them, there's Cliffs Company from the United States, Azovstal Iron and Steel Works from the Soviet Union. And boss, I also spotted Anna. Anna. What brings that young woman to the island nation? At her name, Lin Yaodong's mind conjured the image of a poised 165 tall woman with sapphire blue eyes. She was beautiful, charming, aligned perfectly with his aesthetic, and had unmistakably expressed interest in him. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have hesitated. Yet her father served as Minister of Internal Affairs, and would soon be promoted to General of the Soviet Army. Everything seemed ideal. Except this was the Soviet Union. The USSR's dissolution loomed inexorably. The ousting of old elites by new ones was an unstoppable tide. During the August coup of 1991, Anna's father Boris took his own life. Her entire family was subsequently purged. None escaped unscathed. Only someone utterly reckless would entangle himself with such a doomed lineage. If she asks after me, tell her I'm unavailable. As for the Sanwa and Sumitomo groups, ignore them. Your sole mandate is ensuring the auction proceeds without incident. Yes, boss. With that directive, Yekaterina promptly exited, only to encounter as she waited for the elevator a breathtakingly beautiful woman stepping out. Recognizing her, Yekaterina greeted her at once. Miss Anna. Bad news, boss. The department store has been sealed. Grace had barely left when she rushed. She brought grim tidings. Sealed. Lin Yaodong stared at her incredulous. By whom? Which oblast? Which city? He had spent 3 years, and vast sums, to cultivate his network of influence. Logically, no one should dare challenge him. He was baffled. Gachina City, Leningrad Oblast. Our people report that Gachina has installed a new mayor. His name is Ivanov. Mayor Ivanov, in collusion with Fedor, the son of the Leningrad Oblast governor, has ordered the seizure of our department store. They're clearly envious of our profits and dissatisfied with the share we've allotted them. The Soviet Union wasn't isolated, its elite knew global pricing well. Yet the Soviet leadership remained indifferent to the plight of ordinary citizens. And since they profited handsomely, they chose willful blindness. What are their demands? They wouldn't seal his store without motive. There must be a price. They demand 50%. Grace flushed slightly at the audacity of their terms. They're outright robbing us. Lin Yaodong smiled coldly. Precisely, they're robbing us openly. At that moment, a palpable aura surged around him. A mere governor's son and a provincial mayor dare demand half our earnings. Their appetites are colossal, but I wonder whether they possess the stomach to digest it. Clap, clap, clap. The sound echoed behind him the instant he finished speaking. Lin Yaodong turned startled to find Yekaterina standing guiltily near the doorway. Beside her stood a stunning Western woman approaching Lin Yaodong. Early 20s, her most arresting feature a pair of sapphire blue eyes. Her golden curls cascaded over her shoulders, her nose was straight and aristocratically high, her lips full and rose-petal red, curved upward ever so slightly. A subtle magnetic smile. She possessed a statuesque, elegant figure. Her legs, long, slender, and encased in sleek black leather pants, moved with hypnotic rhythm. Her waist was exquisitely narrow, contrasting harmoniously with her generous bust and shapely hips, forming a silhouette of flawless proportion. Her skin, pale and luminous as fresh snow, was smooth and poreless. Lin Yaodong recognized her instantly. Anna, daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs. Lin, it's been too long. Anna drew near and offered a graceful cheek-to-cheek greeting. I adore this commanding energy you radiate right now. In the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, as Anna approached closer, Lin Yaodong felt a surge of helplessness within him. You little devil, are you challenging my resolve? Savoring the delightful scent of high-end perfume mixed with Anna's natural fragrance, Lin Yaodong could only muster his spirits. Yet every time he glanced at Anna, his eyes instinctively focused on her skin. It was puzzling how a typical Western woman could possess skin as delicate as that of a Chinese woman. Lin Yaodong held no ulterior motives, he was simply curious. Have you had your fill of looking? If you want to see, feel free. Ooh, I don't mind. Anna's gem-like eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as she spoke, while also accentuating her figure. The already ample fabric tightened instantly against her fair skin, enhancing her allure to the maximum. Are you here for a reason? Lin Yaodong rubbed his nose and leaned back, attempting to create some distance between himself and Anna. However, the distance only exposed Anna further to his gaze. The towering peaks, the unfathomable depths of the canyon, the slender waist, and those long straight legs that seemed to stretch for eternity. I heard you came to the island nation, and I had some free time, so I came to see you. I've heard a lot about you too. Your first move was acquiring 4 light industry companies and discovering a mine with 1 billion-ton iron ore reserve. As she spoke, Anna even applauded Lin Yaodong. It's the same as giving a thumbs up. What happened just now, eh? Did you run into some trouble, eh? Anna tilted her delicate chin towards Gaheli, who was sitting at the side, endlessly munching on a bag of chips. It's just a minor inconvenience. The son of the governor of Leningrad and the city of Gachina joined forces to seal off my commercial building, demanding half of my profits as a fee. Lin Yaodong shrugged indifferently. For him, it was indeed not a big problem. Ivanov and Fedoro, the son of Statuan, jointly sealed off your commercial building. They even want half of your profits. How dare they? Anna exclaimed. They'll call Papa Dad right now. Seeing Anna about to grab her phone, Lin Yaodong quickly stopped her, not wanting to create any misunderstandings with the Minister of Internal Affairs, Boris. Moreover, they weren't at that level yet. Do you know this newly appointed mayor? Anna was puzzled as Lin Yaodong blocked her from making the call. She was genuinely worried about Lin Yaodong. He sent gifts to Dad, and I had dinner with Ivanov before. I heard he spent a lot of money to become mayor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong pondered. The political structure within the Bear Country was complex, with 3 main factions: party, government, and military. It was further divided into party factions and government factions, as well as ruling factions and local factions. The intertwining complexities meant that both the governor of Leningrad and the mayor of Gachina belonged to local party factions. They did not fall directly under Boris' control as the Minister of Internal Affairs. Boris oversaw the entire police system of the Bear Country, tasked with maintaining social security and combating criminals. In other words, it was not a unified system. They could only influence, but not control. It would be more efficient to let the Minister of Marine Affairs, Shursev, directly approach the Executive Committee member Kamenev to handle the matter. After all, a higher rank carries more weight. Of course, he could also directly contact Kamenev, but he was not within Bear Country, so having Shursev intervene would hold more significance. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone and called Shursev, informing him about the sealing of the building. Naturally, Shursev readily agreed. Before long, Gaheli received the news that the building was unsealed. However, both Lin Yaodong and Gaheli knew that this matter was far from over. Because it involved interests. After Anna arrived, she insisted on staying and made herself comfortable in the presidential suite right next to Lin Yaodong's room. In the bathroom, Anna soaked in a milk bath filled with floating petals, sipping on red wine. Her mood was exceptional. Just then her phone rang, and upon seeing the name in her contacts, Anna's expression grew serious. Bubba Dad. Indeed, the caller was Boris, Anna's father and the Minister of Internal Affairs. Anna, did you really go to the island nation? Was it worth it? Boris' voice was filled with confusion. Papa, Dad, I have a feeling that the bear country will eventually collapse. The officials within are corrupt, forming cliques for personal gain. The rot runs deep from top to bottom. To protect our family, we can only seek allies. Lin Yaodong has proven his excellence by building a massive enterprise from scratch in just 3 years. He is a smart person, and we need to collaborate with smart people. Even if we take one step back, you can retire comfortably. Sighed. Hearing Anna's words, Boris sighed. I have secretly warned Statuan he won't allow his son to continue. Upon hearing this, Anna nodded and smiled. Thank you, Papa Dad. After hanging up, a deep thought flickered in Anna's eyes. Lin Yaodong, can you save our family? Sigh. All words ultimately turned into a long sigh. The stumble of the economic giant, the illusion of prosperity in the island nation, is finally shattered. The cliff-like plunge of the island nation's economy. The consequences of the overheated economy of the island nation. The island nation's economy is set to plummet from its peak, shattering the economic myth. Is a cold winter on the horizon for the island nation's economy? That evening, the International Financial Channel was filled with reports disparaging the economy of the island nation. Some Western media even invited so-called financial experts to criticize the island stock market. Upon seeing these news reports, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but smile. Wall Street capital was about to take action. The Federal Reserve was raising interest rates. A war of public opinion. The next step would likely be to attack the foreign exchange market, feigning pressure on the yen's exchange rate. In reality, their target had always been the stock market. Ding! Just after the news report ended, Johnson's call came through. Boss, your choice is correct. After New Year's, the Nikkei 225 index will definitely experience another significant drop. Haha, that's great. Listening to Johnson's excitement, Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. Don't underestimate the island nation, it has its trump cards too. The eruption of a public opinion war by Wall Street capital was aimed at forcing foreign capital to withdraw from the island nation. Once foreign capital withdrew, the island's foreign exchange would come under pressure. To ensure the yen wouldn't depreciate, the island nation would have to spend massive amounts of money in the foreign exchange market. This would leave the island's stock market in a precarious state. To maintain stable exchange rates, the island nation would eventually choose to raise interest rates. However, raising interest rates would suppress stock prices, and the short positions buried by Wall Street capital in the futures market would reap huge profits. This formed a closed loop. Suppressing the island's foreign exchange market, the island raised interest rates, and as interest rates rose, the stock market fell, leading to substantial profits in futures short positions. Inside the car, Anna extended her fair, slender arm to rest on her chin, her sapphire-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Yaodong. At times, a smile sparkled in her eyes, revealing a unique charm. Have you seen enough? Lin Yaodong was puzzled. How could Anna, a Westerner, be so fixated on him? He admitted he was somewhat handsome, made good money, and had a clearer understanding of the world. But this wasn't a reason for Anna to refuse marriage with anyone else. With her status and identity, what kind of man couldn't she have? Not enough, not nearly enough. Hearing Lin Yaodong's words, a sly glint flashed in Anna's eyes. A deposit of 100 million tons of iron ore with an international market price of 20 per ton. This is a resource-scarce island nation, and I'm curious what price will be set. Anna lightly traced her finger across Lin Yaodong's chest, smiling. Lin, do you think it will fetch a sky-high price? Lin Yaodong helplessly withdrew his hand, saying, know the price and quality of iron, or have their limits. The price will not exceed the international market price of 20 per ton. If it goes beyond that, it would be better to place an order on the international market. What are you thinking? Anna chuckled, covering her mouth. This is just to warm you up in case the auction price doesn't meet your expectations. Lin Yaodong felt a shift in his heart. It seemed Anna knew something. Is there some news? Anna extended her hand, slightly raising it, and Lin Yaodong instinctively held her hand. You will know soon enough, Anna giggled. Lin Yaodong couldn't help but shake his head. Half an hour later, Lin Yaodong, Goheli, and Anna got out of the car, showing their invitations as they entered the venue. When they arrived, the auction hall, which could accommodate 50 people, was nearly filled. Looking around, there were people with yellow, white, and black skin. Each presence was remarkable. The combination of Lin Yaodong, Anna, and Goheli, handsome men and beautiful women, naturally attracted quite a bit of attention. Before long, a group of prearranged reporters walked in, snapping several sets of photos before taking a seat in the. Without needing to look, it was clear they had been tipped off in advance. When Yekaterina saw Lin Yaodong arrive, she smiled. Then an auctioneer stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, welcome to the auction of iron ore from the Aokigahara Sea of Trees. I believe you all have an idea of the value of this iron ore. To save everyone's time, let's begin the auction now. The starting bid is 100 billion yen, with each raise not less than 1 billion yen. 150 billion. As the auctioneer's voice fell, someone quickly began bidding. 160 billion. 170 billion. What are you trying to show me? Lin Yaodong turned. So far he hadn't seen anything wrong. In response, Anna pointed to a middle-aged man in the front row. His name is Watanabe. He's the representative of the Sumitomo Group. Then Anna pointed to a woman beside him. Her name is Kimi, the representative of the Mitsui Group. The one bidding now is Xiong Jie, the representative of the Sana Group. What does it mean that they are all sitting together? Lin Yaodong was not foolish with Anna hinting at this. How could he not understand her implication? Understanding it made a glint of cold light flash in Lin Yaodong's eyes. It was unexpected that three major groups would pressure him for a mere piece of iron ore. This was an island nation, and they were the biggest local sharks. Offending them would make things difficult. Sure enough, after a round of bidding, when Kimi from the Mitsui Group offered 200 billion yen for the second time, the entire room fell silent. Even the representative from M Country's Cliffs Corporation put on a disinterested facade, not to mention the representatives of Nippon Steel and Itochu Corporation. Others, upon meeting Lin Yaodong's gaze, showed expressions of watching a good show. How did you know? Lin Yaodong scanned the room and fixed his gaze on Anna, who had indeed received news in advance. The Maoxiong Azov steel plant is our family business. The Mitsui Group has approached us. So how about it? Do you want me to help you? Lin Yaodong and Anna exchanged glances for a long time, but Lin Yaodong did not speak. If Lin Yaodong remained silent, Anna naturally would not say anything either. 200 billion yen for the first time. 200 billion yen for the second time. Is there any higher bid? If not, the mining rights for this iron ore deposit of over 1 billion tons will go to the Mitsui Group. At that moment, the representative of the Maoxiong Azov steel plant raised the bidding card. 210 billion. As the representative made the bid, the representatives from Sanha, Mitsui, and Sumitomo in the front row all turned around. Their faces were not pleasant. 220 billion. The Mitsui Group representative Kimi said coldly with an air of warning. 220 billion yen for the first time. 220 billion yen for the second time. Is there any higher? Analysts estimate that this iron ore vein is worth well over 300 billion, so is there any higher bid? Despite the auctioneer's enthusiastic calls, the auction hall remained silent. 220 billion yen for the third. 221 billion yen. Just as the auctioneer was about to conclude, the representative of the Maoxiong Azov steel plant stubbornly added 10 billion yen. Meanwhile, he desperately signaled to Anna, feeling extremely anxious. Would you say something, miss? Should we bid 222 billion yen? The Mitsui Group representative Kimi also turned her gaze toward Lin Yaodong. Not just him. At that moment, over half of the people in the auction hall were looking at Lin Yaodong. They were waiting for his response. Forget it. Lin Yaodong held Anna's hand down, thinking that continuing would only unnecessarily offend people. It wasn't necessary at all. Moreover, he would inevitably have to confront the six major groups sooner or later, so this could also serve as a reason for him to explode in anger. Anna remained silent, and the representative of the Maoxiong Azov steel plant also fell silent. Seeing that there was no hope left, the others also withdrew their gazes. After consulting with the auctioneer and Yekaterina, they could only announce the result of this auction. Congratulations to the Mitsui Group for acquiring this item for 222 billion. After the auctioneer announced the result, the reporters in the back rushed up in a swarm, snapping pictures. After the photos were taken, they began to leave the auction venue one after another. Involving the six major groups, they did not dare to act recklessly. It was just a formality. Other bidders also left one after another, and the venue became quiet. Lin Yaodong slowly stood up. This result was unexpected for him. Had he known this would happen, he might as well have let Yi Kong-sen contact the seller directly. But this was also good. They had fed him a reason to explode. Boss. Yekaterina came over to Lin Yaodong's side. It's not your fault. Lin Feng patted Yekaterina's shoulder and then walked toward the exit of the hall. To be honest, this time he lost at most 70 billion, totaling to 3 million rubles, which isn't a big deal. Wait a moment, Lin Kuan. Just as he was about to leave, a voice stopped Lin Yaodong. He turned to see Kimi, the representative of the Mitsui Group, walking towards him with elegance. Lin Kuan, my chairman is very interested in you, and specifically instructed me that if I see you, I must invite you to visit the Mitsui Group. Interesting, disrupting his auction and inviting him to the Mitsui Group. Did they really think he was made of clay? If President Mitsu wants to see me, he may come to the Hilton Hotel. Lin Yaodong cast a meaningful glance at Haim and strode away without another word. You. Haim bristled with fury. She had never imagined a Russian businessman would dare defy the Mitsu. It is precisely because this is Japan that you feel emboldened to act so recklessly, Anna said with a faint smile. In Russia, you would be nothing at all. Anna turned and hurried after Lin Yaodong. You. Haim nearly lost her composure. But no matter how enraged she grew, Lin Yaodong did not once look back. 10 days ago, he might still have granted the Mitsu Group a measure of courtesy. But now the stock market crash had already erupted, and the Mitsu Group was struggling to survive. If Lin Yaodong chose not to pursue them, they should count themselves fortunate. Before long, Japan would become his domain. Groups like the Mitsu and Sanwa would be relegated to the periphery. Boss, isn't it unwise to slight the Mitsu Group so openly? Gregory asked anxiously as soon as they entered the car. She too sensed the peril in provoking one of Japan's 6 major conglomerates. What's unwise about it? Your boss is far more formidable than he appears. Consider this: in just 3 years, the entire Russian Federation became his private playground. He profited beyond measure. So tell me, what fate awaits Japan now that your boss has set his sights upon it? Or rather, how long will it take? Russia and Japan are fundamentally different, Gregory countered quickly. Russia's light industry lagged severely, so reselling goods there was naturally lucrative. And here, Gregory began again, only to be gently interrupted by Anna, who murmured with quiet certainty, "Here your boss has already begun his maneuvers." Gregory froze, glanced silently at Lin Yaodong, and fell quiet. Yekaterina inwardly recoiled. Could Anna truly be right? Anna, however, watched with quiet anticipation the very confrontation she had long awaited: Lin Yaodong versus the Mitsu Group. Who would prevail? If Lin Yaodong emerged victorious. Back at the hotel, Fuyang was already waiting in the lobby. "President, from today onward, I will assume my post at Xinjiang paper." Fuyang looked haggard, clearly still reeling from his failure to secure the Taisher mine. Yet his presence there signaled resignation. But resignation alone was insufficient. "Have you made up your mind?" Lin Yaodong entered the room and sat down, gesturing toward the sofa opposite him. Fuyang seated himself without hesitation. Sensing Lin Yaodong wished to speak privately, Anna discreetly withdrew to her suite. Gregory and Yekaterina likewise retreated to the adjacent bedroom. "I have made up my mind." Fuyang rose once more and bowed deeply, a precise 90-degree obeisance. "No need to rush. Listen first, then decide. Stability is the foremost duty of my employees. I will tolerate no chaos or disorder. Once the market opens, you will liquidate every stock in your portfolio. Can you do that?" Fuyang jerked his head up, eyes wide with shock. Lin Yaodong was ordering him to close all positions, despite having invested over 90 billion yuan, with 45 billion still remaining in his account. Liquidating now wouldn't merely lock in paper losses. It would crystallize an actual loss of 45 billion yuan. He hesitated. "Take 2 days to consider it. Go now, and return only when you've reached your decision." Lin Yaodong waved dismissively, offering Fuyang one final chance. The market would plummet further. Should Fuyang persist in defiance, only one path remained: the rooftop ledge and the fall that followed. At 10 o'clock on the morning of January 3rd, one day before the market opened, the international financial channels had been forecasting Japan's economic decline for 24 hours. The Japanese government convened 3 emergency meetings in rapid succession. At Tokyo's government hall, Prime Minister Noka Sanjiu and Finance Minister Miyazawa jointly held a press conference. Noka Sanjiu declared unequivocally Wall Street capital is unwelcome in Japan's stock market. He added firmly, "Those who believe we may waver are profoundly mistaken. We possess both the capacity and the resolve to safeguard the stability of Japan's financial markets, and we..." Miyazawa publicly warned, should Wall Street capital excessively interfere in Japan's equity markets, Japan will declare financial war upon it. He further announced that upon market opening, the government would intervene across foreign exchange, equity, and futures markets to stabilize conditions. Noku Sanjiu also disclosed Japan's foreign exchange reserves 734.9 billion. Miyazawa revealed plans to deploy land reserve funds and foreign exchange reserves totaling 358 trillion. Finally, Noka Sanjiu proposed a strategy of raising interest rates to drain speculative liquidity. The interbank lending rate was raised to 300, meaning banks borrowing from one another would repay 3 times. This measure aimed to curb Wall Street's short selling of the yen. Government bulletins, official websites, state media, and newspapers alike reported the announcement relentlessly to reassure the public. That same day, Noka Sanjiu and Miyazawa separately granted interviews to journalists, appearing relaxed yet resolute throughout. Their coordinated response effectively minimized Wall Street's global bearish narrative. At the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yaodong, Anna, and Gregory watched the repeated broadcast with quiet attention. "Lin, do you believe the Japanese government's measures will prove effective?" Anna asked. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. "They will certainly have an effect. We'll know the outcome tomorrow." He left unsaid what he truly believed: the effect would be profoundly counterproductive. Such a response would be perfectly sound if this were Hong Kong. But this was Japan, where ordinary citizens had long held unwavering confidence in their stock market. They would not abandon faith simply because international analysts issued bearish forecasts. On the contrary, Noka Sanjiu and Miyazawa's dramatic intervention would only deepen public hesitation. After all, no one's money grows on trees. Meanwhile, foreign enterprises would flee Japan entirely, accelerating the depletion of its foreign exchange reserves. As for Noku Sanjiu's claim of 743.9 billion in reserves, that was even more dubious. Anyone with even rudimentary knowledge of foreign exchange understands that national reserves consist of 2 distinct components. They serve as a form of collateral. For every carat, there is a pit. If foreign enterprises enter the island nation with $100, the island nation will print 14800 Japanese yen based on this $100. When foreign enterprises withdraw, they must take this $100 with them. Is it not because of this foreign exchange that the island nation has so much money? Could it be that they just print money out of thin air? Otherwise, why not just print a large amount of money within their own country? Do they still need to own national debt? Similarly, the interviews with Yekang's trio and Miyazawa have also deceived many people. For example, Fu Yang. He had just made up his mind to close his positions once the stock market opened, only for the state to step in and prepare to stabilize the market. To normal people, once the state enters the market, the stock market is bound to see a significant surge. This is undoubtedly a positive piece of news. After all, how can speculative funds and institutions compare to the state? Therefore, he hesitated again. Thus, tonight is destined to be another difficult night. On January 4th, at 9:30 a.m., as the bell rang, the stock market began to move. On January 4th, unlike the previous few days of fair weather, a layer of dark clouds had long covered the distant sky, as if it were a warning from heaven to the world. Before the stock market opened, Lin Yaodong and Gu Heli appeared in front of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Although they could not participate in person, he would not miss this grand event. Before they could enter the hall, a thunderous roar echoed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the gloomy sky. It's raining, Lin Yaodong said, looking at the raindrops in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It was raining, the weather was changing. The island nation should change too. Boss, Gu Heli noticed Lin Yaodong had stopped and couldn't help but remind him. Let's go in, Lin Yaodong said, pursing his lips and revealing a smile. Inside the Tokyo Stock Exchange, the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Code 8306, sell 100 shares, target opening price. Code 8316, sell 100 shares, target opening price. Code 8053, sell 100 shares, target opening price. Code. Lin Yaodong entered the institutional area. At this moment, it was still in the pricing phase, and all 500 seats were occupied, busy operating for their respective employers. Seeing this scene, even Lin Yaodong couldn't help but feel emotional. When the era of intelligence arrives, such scenes may never exist again. The latest news from the Financial Bureau is now announced. At that moment, a female staff member suddenly appeared at the announcement podium. As soon as she appeared, the entire stock exchange fell silent. The current stock market situation is severe, with high risks that pose a serious threat to market stability and the safe operation of the financial system. The Financial Bureau has introduced key measures. In terms of monetary policy, the Financial Bureau has decided to cut interest rates by 150 basis points to provide the market with more adequate funds. At the same time, we will implement a quantitative easing policy to lower corporate financing costs and inject a large amount of liquidity into the financial market. On the fiscal policy front, we are accelerating the promotion of tax reduction plans, which are expected to significantly reduce the tax burden on businesses, easing their constraints and stimulating economic vitality. We will also strengthen the financial regulatory framework, further restrict short selling, and strictly prohibit malicious. At the same time, we will adjust the margin requirements for stock trading to prevent investors from having to sell off stocks in large quantities due to margin issues. In addition, we will enhance information disclosure regulations, requiring listed companies to accurately and completely disclose their operational and risk status to the public in a timely manner, thoroughly eliminating false information and maintaining market order. The Financial Bureau will closely monitor market dynamics and flexibly adjust policies based on actual conditions to ensure the stability of the financial market. Listening to the staff announce the decisions of the Financial Bureau, Lin Yaodong became interested. A 150 basis point cut in interest rates is unprecedented. One must admit that Yikong Sanchong is quite bold. If it were 2 years ago, or even last year, it might have allowed him to succeed. Unfortunately, it was a case of being born at the wrong time. As for tax reductions, Lin Yaodong also understood their purpose: to retain foreign enterprises. To avoid insufficient foreign exchange reserves, this policy was actually beneficial to Lin Yaodong as well. However, the Financial Bureau did not disclose specific reductions, and most foreign enterprises probably would not dare to gamble. They would still leave, or perhaps the Financial Bureau's announcement was rushed or intended to buy time. As for tightening financial regulation, increasing trading margins, and disclosing the true data of listed companies, it was all aimed at suppressing Wall Street capital. This is a routine operation, especially increasing trading margins and raising interbank lending rates, which can directly increase the short-selling costs for Wall Street. Similarly, Lin Yaodong was also somewhat affected. However, he was not afraid. When he initially instructed Johnson to short, he only used 70 of the position. In conclusion, the quantitative easing policy, in simple terms, is the initiation of a money printing mode where the island nation loans US dollars internationally and the central bank prints yen to lend to banks. Banks then lend money to enterprises or individuals. This does help stabilize the market, but the degree is challenging to control. Too much and the yen becomes worthless, too little and the effect is negligible. This is also an opportunity. Lin Yaodong has been waiting for a chance to acquire light industry enterprises in the island nation. If the stock market falls sharply today, he can fully launch his acquisition plan for light industry enterprises. Moreover, he had already provided the acquisition list to Yikong Sanchong, which was the first step of his plan. It was a sort of preliminary notification, so when he actually began acquiring light industry enterprises, he could minimize the vigilance of the island nation's officials. Fuyang was also a part of his plan. Having local entrepreneurs act as intermediaries would save him a lot of trouble. At 9:30 a.m., with the ringing of the bell, the island nation's stock market opened. Everyone eagerly looked towards the Nikkei 225 index, which represented the stock market waiting for the statistical results. 3420 points. We won. We did it. That's awesome. Upon seeing the opening point of the Nikkei 225 index, the entire stock exchange erupted with excitement. The closing point before the new year was 32685. Today's opening point was 34280. A difference of 1595 points, a truly significant high opening, especially in the island nation. Such a situation would be nearly impossible to see in any other country. However, Lin Yaodong was not anxious. The island nation had made its move and Wall Street capital had yet to act. At the financial bureau of the island nation, Miyazawa and Yikong Sanchong, who was invited, were staring at various financial data. Report. The foreign exchange market has not shown significant short selling of the yen orders. Report. The opening point of the Nikkei 225 index is 3480 points. Report. Everything is normal in the futures market. Hearing the reports, Miyazawa furrowed his brows. Wall Street capital's large-scale media offensive could not happen without action. Keep a close watch. There must be no carelessness. Miyazawa sternly instructed the head of the financial bureau. Yes, Miyazawa-sama. The head of the financial bureau replied, and then walked towards the main operating platform. There must be something amiss. That group of Wall Street capital is surely brewing a big move. After the head of the financial bureau left, Yikong Sanchong said in a low voice. Miyazawa nodded, his eyes flickering as he silently prayed, please don't let anything happen. The more one fears something, the more it comes. Just when the clock struck 10, the entire financial market seemed to tremble. Report. Capital in the foreign exchange market is heavily selling the yen. Report. Capital in the stock market is heavily selling stocks. Report. A large number of short positions for the Nikkei 225 futures have appeared. It's here. Yikong Sanchong and Miyazawa felt a jolt in their hearts. Miyazawa immediately bowed deeply to Yikong Sanchong. Please. Yikong Sanchong nodded, emphatically stepping forward. Use the US dollar foreign exchange reserves to absorb all the yen being sold off in the foreign exchange market. We must ensure the stability of the yen exchange rate. Yes. The moment Yikong Sanchong's voice fell, the foreign exchange operators sprang into action. Miyazawa was also busy. He went to the main operating platform and solemnly issued orders to the main operator. Utilize land reserve funds for indiscriminate stock purchases. Miyazawa came to Yikong Sanchong's side and murmured, I hope the island nation can get through this difficult time. Yikong Sanchong glanced at Miyazawa and replied in a deep voice, we certainly can. In the Tokyo Stock Exchange, watching the tense situation between both sides, Lin Yaodong felt a sense of regret. He really wanted to participate in this battle between bulls and bears, but unfortunately his funds did not allow it. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be qualified to do so. Dingling. Just as Lin Yaodong was lost in thought, the phone in Gu Heli's bag rang. Boss, it's Johnson. The funds for the 200 billion yen leveraged at 50 times have already been allocated in the futures market. However, if the Nikkei 225 index continues to rise, we may face risks of insufficient margin. It's fine to use 100 million rubles as margin. What happened to Honeywell Group going public? Caterpillar Company has also gone public. What the hell is going on? It's over. DuPont and Whirlpool have also gone public. At that moment, a series of gasps echoed through the stock exchange. Lin Yaodong immediately looked at the large screen, and sure enough, the codes representing foreign companies were disappearing from the public display. Following that, those already in delisting were marked with delisted in front of their codes. Is the withdrawal of foreign companies Wall Street's lethal weapon? Previously, with the involvement of the Financial Bureau, although Wall Street capital was selling off stocks in large quantities, the Nikkei 225 index had merely fluctuated without a significant drop. But as stocks were delisted, the funds available in the market were simply insufficient to support such high levels. The Nikkei 225 index began to decline from 34268 points. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 3400 point mark, and the speed of the drop was astonishing. Meanwhile, the previously booming market was slowly turning red with each passing stock. The atmosphere in the entire stock exchange was one of oppression. Everyone was anxiously watching the performance of their purchased stocks, hoping for a reversal. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above the Tokyo Stock Exchange, followed closely by the market shook once more. 33800 points. 33500 points. 33200 points. 33000 points. With every flash and every refresh, the Nikkei 225 index was plummeting. The speed was overwhelming, completely surpassing the global stock market crash of 1987. However, when the Nikkei 225 index approached 3300 points, it miraculously stabilized. Lin Yaodong knew that the Financial Bureau must have intervened. President. Just as Lin Yaodong was focused on the index representing the Japanese stock market, a voice came from behind him. Lin Yaodong instinctively turned around and saw Fuyang standing behind him looking lost. He was in a state of confusion, a mix of fear, relief, and more importantly, unwillingness. After a day and night of contemplation, he finally took a step forward. He had liquidated his assets. Thanks to this liquidation, he had avoided losses during this downturn. Moreover, the surge at the opening allowed him to recover over 8 billion. Thus, he wore a look of apprehension. This is my liquidation data slip. As he spoke, Fuyang performed a standard 90-degree bow. Hee. Lin Yaodong smiled lightly and gently patted Fuyang's shoulder. You made the right choice. Starting today, work with Yekaterina to acquire Japanese light industry companies for me. The list will be given to you later. For every company you acquire for me, I will pay you an additional sum. Trust me, you will soon recover the money lost in the stock market, including the funds from the ironstone mine. Huh. As Lin Yaodong pushed open the door to the hotel private room, his brows furrowed involuntarily. To his surprise, not only was Yekaterina, who looked guilty, but Anna was also present. Though they were playing and joking, he did not want to feel like an invisible man with all his secrets known by Anna. Lin, Anna said without much hesitation upon seeing him happily wrapping her arm around his. The weather is terrible today. Why are you here instead of at the hotel? He finally asked as she dragged him to a seat. Just as if to affirm Lin Yaodong's words, lightning and thunder suddenly erupted outside. I saw many people jumping off buildings. I was a bit scared and I happened to run into Yekaterina, so I came along with her. Lin, you will protect me, right? Looking at Anna's feigned vulnerability, Lin Yaodong felt a chill in his heart. Was she really scared because someone jumped off a building? Could this be possible? What kind of environment did Anna come from? The Bear Country. The conflicts among the ethnic groups within the Bear Country have never ceased, like the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. There was always a possibility of gunfights breaking out, and explosions were a common occurrence. Yet he had never seen Anna express fear before. Moreover, although Anna was alone, she had an entire service team at her disposal. With over 50 people, including secretaries, drivers, and bodyguards, it was standard for officials from the Bear Country. Just one phone call from her would bring them to her side in less than a minute. Would she really be afraid of a few people jumping off buildings? What a joke. However, Lin Yaodong had to play along with her words. I will definitely protect you. Everyone please take a seat. Seeing Gu Heli, Yekaterina, and Fuyang still standing there in a daze, Lin Yaodong gestured toward the tatami. Anna's gaze shifted from Lin Yaodong to Fuyang. A stranger? A flicker of intrigue glimmered in Anna's eyes. Let's eat. Lin Yaodong helplessly picked up his chopsticks. Thus Anna clung to Lin Yaodong again. In a conference room of a financial company in an island nation, a serious international video conference was being held. The participants in the meeting and those appearing in the video were all Western faces. Robert, I have only one request: complete the first round of harvesting in the island nation as quickly as possible. We are under significant external financial pressure due to our military actions in Panama. If there is no new financial injection, we will have no choice but to withdraw from the island nation market. Listening to the middle-aged man's words in the video, Robert's expression stiffened. Advisor, how much time do we have left? The man glanced at Robert and replied flatly, no more than a week. After answering, the person in the video decisively ended the conversation. Robert turned his swivel chair back to his desk, looking deeply at the participants. You all heard what the advisor said. Oh, we must act swiftly. One battle leads to another, and soon we will be exhausted. Let's make our decisive move today. It's time to reveal our backup plans. Upon hearing this, others slowly nodded. Robert, we have no issues, but revealing our backup plans early will complicate our subsequent harvesting in the island nation. What he said was actually what everyone present was thinking. Robert slowly stood up, resting his hands on the table. Do we have any other options? We have worked hard for 3 years to create the current situation. Although we have made some money, it is still far from what I envisioned. I will not be content with withdrawing from the island nation market. In fact, triggering the stock market in advance isn't entirely bad for us. We can also take action on the island nation's real estate market, can't we? At precisely 1 p.m., Lin Yaodong and Gu Heli arrived at the Tokyo Stock Exchange once again, naturally accompanied by Anna. As for Fuyang and Yekaterina, they did not come as they were preparing for the acquisition of light industry companies after the financial market's closure. At the opening point of 33,076, in just a moment, the point surged to 33,100, and it continued to rise. 33,150 points, 33,260 points, 33,380 points. Just by looking at the rise in the stock index, it was hard to associate it with the morning's battle between bulls and bears. What's going on? Did we win? In the hall of the Tokyo Stock Exchange, both retail and institutional investors looked up in confusion at the large screen displaying the stock index. 33,600 points. 33,800 points. What is happening? Gu Heli and Anna turned to Lin Yaodong simultaneously. Not only did the retail and institutional investors not understand, but they did not either. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly, saying meaningfully, just watch, the good show is about to begin. Time flew to 2 p.m., and at the same moment, a female staff member walked up to the podium. Baka. Canon Group has been delisted. Ishikawa Heavy Industries has been delisted. The Electric Glass Group has also been delisted. Baka, what on earth is happening? At this moment it felt as if history was repeating itself, the only difference being that previously it was foreign enterprises and now it was local companies of the island nation. The companies that were delisted were all among the 225 stocks of the Nikkei 225 index. Anna was stunned as she couldn't understand why at a critical moment the locals would stab each other in the back. But when her gaze landed on Lin Yaodong's face, she was taken aback. Lin Yaodong not only showed no signs of surprise, but was actually smiling. Yes, he was smiling. Anna felt as if everything was within his calculations. Lin, do you know what's going on? Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Anna asked. Lin Yaodong's smile faltered slightly as he shook his head. How could I know? I'm just happy that the stock index in the island nation is plummeting. It's beneficial for my acquisition of light industry companies. He knew the reason, but it was hard to explain. The cause was quite simple. The island nation had been too arrogant in recent years. They often aimed to buy the entire Wall Street and the whole of M country. They shouldn't have bought the Rockefeller Center, named after one of the two giants of M country. Losing support from several major enterprises, even with the island nation's vast wealth, they could not avoid a stock market crash. In the financial department during lunchtime, Yekang Sunju received news and rushed to the central bank to deal with the matters of foreign enterprises withdrawing and exchanging for US dollars. As a result, in the entire financial department, only Miyazawa was left in charge. Before the stock market opened, Miyazawa went to the main control desk to continue issuing orders. At all costs, raise the stock market's basic level. Nikkei 225 index. When the stock market opened, everything went smoothly. Not just smoothly, that was perhaps too smooth. It easily rose from the opening point of 33,076 to 33,900. Miyazawa himself could hardly believe the result. After multiple inquiries, the data supervisor concluded that there were no omissions and everything was normal. But just then the main operator suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. Canon, Ishikawa Heavy Industries, Electric Glass, and 14 other stocks have suddenly been delisted." Hearing this, Miyazawa's body froze abruptly, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He tremblingly took out his phone and dialed Yekang Sunju's number. At this point, only Yekang Sunju could fully open their foreign exchange reserves for them to support the market from collapsing. However, after hearing the news, Yekang Sunju could only respond with a wry smile. "Miyazawa, I'm sorry, but we are out of foreign exchange reserves." The central bank of the island nation is now overcrowded. Not only are foreign enterprises lining up to exchange dollars, but even local companies are doing the same. If that were the case, it wouldn't be too bad, one carrot for one hole. If foreign enterprises withdraw from the island nation, there would still be dollars available for them. As for local enterprises exchanging dollars, although it's displeasing, it can still be understood. After all, capital is innately self-serving. But just as the central bank was busy exchanging foreign currencies, two individuals suddenly appeared in the foreign exchange department, completely disrupting the central bank's plans. Kawada, the president of Sumitomo Bank, and Hii, the chairman of Matsushita Holdings. They were also there to exchange dollars, and the amount was far beyond anyone's expectations. Upon hearing the news, Yekang Sanjong immediately became furious. "Do you know what you are doing?" Seeing Yekang Sanjong, Kawada and Hii's expressions also became somewhat awkward. President Yekang, we are also compelled to do this. Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs have already exceeded 37 of Sumitomo Bank's shares. They demand that I redeem the bank's shares with dollar foreign exchange. If we do not comply, they will sell all Sumitomo Bank stocks on the market. If that happens, Sumitomo Bank will be finished. I hope you can understand. As Kawada spoke, he bowed to Yekang. President Yekang, our Matsushita Group has also received a warning from Wall Street. We can only apologize to you to recover our group shares. Yekang Sanjong's face turned extremely grim as he asked, "Why has this happened?" Hearing this, Kawada and he exchanged bitter smiles. "President Yekang, it's not just us. Canon, Ishikawa Heavy Industries, Electric Glass, Sony, they have all received warnings as well. The reason lies in the acquisitions we've made in M country over the past 2 years. At first it was fine, but over time we discovered that their people had secretly infiltrated our senior management. Moreover, they contacted our group shareholders in secret, half threatening and half warning to buy up all the shares held by the shareholders. Coupled with the new shares issued by the group in the past 2 years, they have become quite powerful. To stabilize the group, we have dared not speak out. President Yekang, we are sorry." Kawada bowed deeply, and he followed suit, saying, "Actually, we had no choice. Even if we do not exchange dollars, Wall Street capital will sell stocks in the market. With 30 of the stocks of both Sumitomo Bank and Matsushita Group, they can achieve their goals as well. Please." Although Yekang Sanjong was filled with immense anger, he found himself unable to do anything against Kawada and Hii. First, they were acting within the law, and secondly, it was for the sake of their respective groups. "How much are you exchanging?" Yekang Sanjong's voice was somewhat hoarse. He felt exhausted. Despite his many preparations since taking office as the central bank's president, he was still caught off guard by the well-prepared Wall Street capital. Together, our two groups need $50 billion. Hearing this number, Yekang Sanjong's body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Good, very good. $50 billion. After deducting the dollars that foreign enterprises took away during their withdrawal coupled with this $50 billion, the foreign exchange reserves are running low. President the client manager was almost in tears. $50 billion. If exchanged when foreign exchange is needed, it won't be available. Can she still keep her job? Exchange for them. Yekong Sanjong cast a cold glance at the client manager. Yes. The client manager hurriedly led Kawada and He away. Yekong Sanjong returned to the president's office dragging his weary body, and the person responsible for monitoring the market stood up to report, President, just now 17 local listed companies have delisted. Now the Nikkei 225 index has fallen to 3200 points. What? Although Yekong Sanjong had been forewarned by Kawada and he did not expect Wall Street capital to be so ruthless as to force them into direct delisting. To strike against the island nation, they really would stop at nothing. Dingling. At that moment Yekong Sanjong's phone. Seeing that it was Miyazawa, Yekong Sanjong immediately felt exhausted. Without waiting for Miyazawa to speak, he preemptively said, Your Excellency Miyazawa, I am already aware of what has happened. I will now release the foreign exchange reserves for your use. However, I must apologize first, the available foreign exchange reserves are insufficient now. Just now Kawada and he exchanged $50 billion, and there are still endless foreign enterprises waiting to exchange. Hearing the exhaustion in Yekong Sanjong's voice and the content of his words, Miyazawa felt a jolt in his heart. However, he was still somewhat puzzled as to why Kawada and he would exchange $50 billion. Sai President Yekong, thank you very much this time. The most important thing now is to stabilize the stock market. The rest let's discuss in detail after the market closes. But things are not that simple. Just as Kawada and he finished exchanging dollars, the previously quiet foreign exchange market suddenly moved. Report. There is a large amount of yen being sold in the spot market. Upon hearing the sound coming from the phone, Yekong Sanjong jumped up from his seat. They attacked the yen. Wait for me, I'm coming right away. In a certain financial company, Robert stood quietly in front of the large screen, watching the code representing the yen dollar USD JPY. Note, JPY is the international standard code for yen and USD is the international standard code for dollars. It is currently $1, 147.88 yen, and $1, 148 yen is the red line for the yen against the dollar exchange rate. Once the yen falls below 148 yen, it will collapse and depreciate. At that time, the island nation will only have two choices: either raise interest rates to stabilize the exchange rate or choose to allow the yen to depreciate. Raising interest rates will suppress the stock market, leading to a crash. If the yen depreciates, the assets of the island nation's citizens will also depreciate as a whole. Therefore, the island nation would rather see a stock market crash than allow the yen to depreciate. A stock market crash results in losses of money, but over time the economy will eventually recover. However, once the yen depreciates, everything will be over. This is due to the involvement of numerous factors such as increased national debt burden, rising import costs, a credit crisis for the yen, and the influence on the island nation's financial standing in the world. In a country that cannot even guarantee its own currency, who would still dare to invest? There are only two ways to stabilize the currency exchange rate: raising interest rates or burning foreign exchange. And the island nation no longer has much foreign exchange left to burn. Robert, we received news that Sumitomo Bank and Matsushita Group have already exchanged for the dollars we need. Robert was still monitoring the market when an excited cheer came from behind him. Upon hearing that the dollars were in place, Robert immediately stood up. The island nation's foreign exchange is insufficient. From now on, sell yen vigorously to buy dollars. I want to see news of the island nation raising interest rates before 230. Victory ultimately belongs to us on Wall Street. On the other side, while Yekong Sanjong was on his way to the financial agency, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Lin Yaodong's number. Mr. Lin, I need your help. At the Tokyo Stock Exchange, Lin Yaodong was still admiring the extravagant feast when the phone in Gu Halley's bag suddenly rang. Boss, it's President Yekong. President Yekong. Yekong Sanchong. Why would a good bear leave while Lin Yaodong arrived in the island country? Then there was the acquisition of light industry enterprises, followed by the outbreak of the island country's stock market crash, and now President Yekong Sanchong was calling again. Coupled with Lin Yaodong seemingly having foreseen the previous delisting of island enterprises, a glint of brilliance flashed in Anna's eyes. It was as if she saw a tumultuous chess game, and the player was Lin Yaodong. What Anna was thinking was unknown to Lin Yaodong, as he had already answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, Yekong Sanchong's anxious voice came through. Lin Jun, I am Yekong Sanchong. The situation is urgent, please listen to me first. Due to his anxiety, Yekong Sanchong unconsciously changed his title to a respectful one. You speak. Lin Yaodong replied, lightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Today, foreign enterprises are withdrawing, taking away a large amount of foreign exchange reserves. Now, the island country's foreign exchange reserves are severely insufficient. I have seen your information and know you have an incredible influence in the bear country. Can you help me raise some foreign exchange? As long as you lend a helping hand, I promise to do my utmost to assist you in acquiring the light industry enterprises afterwards. In conclusion, to express his determination, he even added a phrase, including Sony, Panasonic, and Toshiba. When Yikong Sanchong mentioned this, he had his considerations. On one hand, the island country was indeed in a crisis. On the other hand, at a crucial moment, if they committed acts of betrayal against the island nation, they naturally had to face the consequences. At the very least, the previous support policies would shift to other enterprises. With the policy shift, companies like Sony would lose their uniqueness and ultimately become ordinary enterprises. By then, Lin Yaodong could acquire them however he wished without any loss to the island nation. Lin Yaodong's lips slightly curled up, but his tone became somber. President Yikong, how much do you need, and when do you need it? I will do my utmost. After hearing Lin Yaodong's inquiry, Yikong Sanchong's tone was filled with gratitude. The sooner the better. The more the better. All right, wait for my news. After Lin Yaodong finished speaking, he hung up the phone and immediately looked at Ge Halley. How much funds can we mobilize in a short time? Ge Halley was momentarily taken aback by the question, but hesitated not at all. 50 billion rubles is not a problem. If more, it will require time. Lin Yaodong was playing with cash flow in the bear country. Although selling goods took time, he could see cash immediately. Moreover, it was cash that multiplied by 10 or even dozens of times. A batch of goods shipped to the bear country only needed to sell 1/10 to not only break even, but also make a profit. This included the 10 cargo ships from the island country, which had already recovered their principal. Furthermore, after mobilizing, it would have no impact on Lin Yaodong's business, as large retailers could sell a significant amount of funds daily, maintaining operations without any issues. The island country is short on foreign exchange, and Yikong Sanchong is borrowing foreign exchange from you. Anna, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up at this moment. Lin Yaodong looked at Anna in confusion, slowly nodding. But he quickly reacted, instructing Ge Halley, transfer funds to my account as quickly as possible. After Ge Halley agreed, she took out her phone and started dialing. At this moment, Lin Yaodong turned to Anna. I may not have much money, but the bear country can. The fact that Wall Street is harvesting the wealth of the island nation is something the higher-ups in the bear country do not want to see. As long as Yikong Sanchong sends a distress signal to the bear country, I can't think of any reason for the bear country to refuse. Moreover, I can also request Papa Dad to use his connections. This little favor my Papa Dad still has. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong's eyes lit up. Contact Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and inquire about the situation. This time consider it as me owing you a favor. Although Anna did not care about the favor Lin Yaodong promised, she was still very happy, but on the surface, she feigned grievance. Do we have to be so clear-cut? Meeting Lin Yaodong's gaze, Anna took out her phone, pulling away from Lin Yaodong, while saying aggrievedly, I will call right. Seeing Anna's feigned demeanor, Lin Yaodong shook his head helplessly. He had not accounted for Anna in this situation, and he hadn't even considered that Yikong Sanchong would seek his help. However, precisely because Yikong Sanchong sought his assistance along with his promise, Lin Yaodong could fully unleash his acquisition plan in the island country. He might not even need to take the initiative. Yikong Sanchong would actively help him. After all, following this stock market crash, countless enterprises in the island country were facing bankruptcy. Meanwhile, after Anna distanced herself from Lin Yaodong, her expression also became serious. The call connected, and Anna got straight to the point. Papa Dad, I am facing a dilemma right now. The M country enterprises are withdrawing from the island country, taking away a large amount of US dollar foreign exchange, and the island country's foreign exchange is nearly depleted. Yikong Sanchong has sought help from Lin Yaodong, and he has agreed. Being the Minister of Internal Affairs of the bear country, Boris, the third-ranking figure, was naturally not foolish. Just listening to Anna up to this point, he understood Anna's intentions. You want to help Lin Yaodong. I think this choice is very unwise. The island country is like a firecracker that has fallen into a pit, and it could explode at any moment. Hearing this, Anna urgently said, Papa, Dad, please listen to me. I found that Lin Yaodong is playing a massive game. A massive game? Boris questioned, please elaborate. Anna understood that if she wanted to persuade her dad to act, she must first convince him. When Lin Yaodong arrived in the island country, he discovered a billion-ton iron ore mine. I initially thought he came to the island country because he had prior knowledge of the iron ore mine. But I was wrong. His goal was never the iron ore mine, but the entire light industry sector of the island country. The entire light industry sector of the island country. Hearing this, Boris gasped in surprise. This is impossible. Anna smiled wryly. Papa, Dad, I also thought it was impossible before. Ge Halley has a list of Lin Yaodong's acquisition targets. I took a quick glance, and it includes nearly 100 companies, including Sony, Panasonic, and Toshiba. If he acquires them all, it would be impossible without $1 trillion. Yet at this moment, Wall Street capital is already taking action against the island country. The companies that have seen their market value shrink and those that are going bankrupt are no longer impossible. Moreover, I found that the current situation in the island country is all within Lin Yaodong's calculations, which is why I said he is playing a massive game. Hearing his daughter's words, Boris was filled with disbelief. However, he also knew that time was limited, and this was not a moment for idle chatter. You say, how do you want me to help him? Knowing her father was persuaded, Anna felt delighted. Let the island country seek help from the bear country, and the bear country will lend some money to the island country to get through this crisis. After all, it is not something we in the bear country want to see the island country being harvested by Wall Street. Upon hearing this, Boris decisively refused. No, daughter, your method is too conservative. Letting the island country seek help from the bear country is at most just making a connection. Since you have such confidence in Lin Yaodong, then just let him owe us a huge favor. At the Tokyo Stock Exchange, Lin Yaodong was still lost in thought as he gazed at the Nikkei 225 index on the big screen when Gu Heli hung up the phone. Boss, in 10 minutes, at most 5 billion rubles will be transferred to your account. Lin Yaodong nodded, glanced at Anna's position, and did not rush to call Yikong Sanchong. Compared to his 5 billion rubles, whether Anna could persuade Boris carried even more weight. 2 minutes later, Anna approached Lin Yaodong with a smile. Did it work? Seeing the smile on Anna's face, Lin Yaodong felt a surge of joy. No, my papa dad rejected it. He said the islanders have a bad character and are an untrustworthy nation. Huh. Lin Yaodong's eyes widened and countless grass mud horses galloped through his mind. While it was true, this reason was simply too shocking. Moreover, looking at Anna's expression, she certainly did not seem like someone who had been rejected. However, my dad said he could guarantee for you and provide some foreign exchange to help the island nation through the crisis. But this money is not a loan to the island, it counts against you. If it incurs a loss, you will have to cover the difference, you know. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong gazed at Anna with a complicated expression, understanding Boris' intention. This was a blatant scheme. If he wanted Boris' help, then fine. The favor owed to Mao Xiong-san how the Minister of Internal Affairs would be established. Moreover, he could not repay this favor as Boris had no use for him. Of course, he could also choose not to let Boris intervene, but that would significantly diminish the weight of the assistance to the island nation. Did Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs, mention how much funding he could provide? Lin Yaodong pondered briefly before asking this crucial question. My papa dad said this, and playfully extended a finger. 100 billion rubles. His net worth was exactly 100 billion rubles, so he thought of 100 billion rubles instantly. 100 billion rubles plus my 5 billion rubles would also provide an explanation to Yikong Sanchong. But before Lin Yaodong could finish, Anna squinted her eyes into a line and revealed a figure that even made Lin Yaodong drop his jaw in shock. 1 trillion rubles. My papa dad is at least a key figure in Mao Xiong-san. How could he possibly only offer a mere 100 billion rubles? Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong suddenly turned to Anna. Did you say how much? 1 trillion rubles. Anna took a step forward, hugged Lin Yaodong's arm, and said proudly. So how about it? Surprised enough. 1 trillion rubles in interest-free loans, interest-free. However, this money is guaranteed by my papa dad, and it needs to be repaid. In fact, she was also stunned when Boris mentioned 1 trillion rubles. 1 trillion rubles, $200 billion, 29 trillion 600 billion yen. Moreover, Boris' reasoning was quite simple. Lin Yaodong was to acquire the island nation's light industry enterprises. And what after the acquisition? Wasn't it the Mao Xiong that would benefit? If it could make up for the deficiencies in Mao Xiong's light industry, let alone 1 trillion, even 10 trillion, would be a feasible request. Furthermore, because of Lin Yaodong, the internal situation in Mao Xiong might stabilize. As long as his 5-year term could be safely passed, the wealth he gained would ensure his family's security for a century. Gu Heli was also stunned by this astonishing figure. That was 1 trillion rubles. One could not accumulate that amount even if one didn't eat or drink for hundreds of lifetimes. Of course, Lin Yaodong was the exception. Everyone knows that extremes will lead to reversals. After the surprise, Lin Yaodong was left with confusion. On what basis would Boris guarantee him? Regardless of Anna's reasons, at Boris' level, he would not make such a huge sacrifice for his daughter. This had already escalated to a political level. If things went awry, it could be used as an excuse for attacks by other political enemies. Would he risk his future just to help his daughter chase after a boyfriend? How could that be possible? Lin Yaodong felt the need to clarify. What are the terms of the loan? Anna played with Lin Yaodong's fingers and replied casually, that depends on you. If you're not short on money, once the island's crisis is resolved, you can repay it. If your funding for acquiring the island's enterprises falls short, you can use it too. It won't be less than a year, and 10 years is not too long. My dad can arrange it for you. Looking at Anna, who was sticking to him, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed this 1 trillion rubles interest-free loan had also become his selling price. But that's fine. Now, with Anna and Boris helping him, he certainly couldn't bear to see their family suffer, could he? For the first time, Lin Yaodong took the initiative to wrap his arms around Anna's waist. What about the money? Feeling Lin Yaodong's strong grip on his body stiffened suddenly. As long as we have a requirement, my dad can support the island's foreign exchange market at any time. When you have time, you can go to Mao Xiong and take care of the paperwork. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong smiled lightly. From today on, you will stay by my side. Let's go to the financial bureau. Lin Yaodong laughed. Anna laughed too, while Gu Heli's face turned bitter. At the financial bureau of the island nation report, the Nikkei 225 index has dropped to 31000 points. Stabilize the index at all costs. Report. The exchange rate of the yen against the dollar has dropped to a critical point. We must stabilize the exchange rate. If there are any accidents, we only have the path of seppuku left. Report. Foreign exchange reserves are about to be exhausted. As long as there is $1, put it on top. Miyazawa was driven nearly mad by the bad news. The withdrawal of domestic enterprises had dealt a tremendous blow to the island nation's stock market. Even with full use of foreign exchange to support it, the downward trend could not be halted. But that wasn't the most important part. With foreign exchange reserves about to be exhausted once they ran out, the island nation would be no different from soldiers without weapons. They could only be at the mercy of others. What is the situation? Yikong Sanchong rushed into the hall in a panic. Upon seeing Yikong Sanchong, Miyazawa seemed to see a savior. Because the foreign exchange was managed by Yikong Sanchong from the central bank, there might still be backup foreign exchange reserves, right? The dollar is about to bottom out. Oh Lord Yikong, is there any usable foreign exchange available? It's really hard to hold on. Upon hearing this, Yikong Sanchong fell silent. How could he have any foreign exchange? The government bonds purchased in the international market needed to wait until the Nasdaq opened at night to be liquidated. The foreign exchange of the 5 major financial groups, Mitsubishi Mitsui, Sanwa, Chinin, and Fuji, had been borrowed by Matsushita and Sumitomo. Although they promised to arrange the exchange of dollars as soon as possible, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Although Lin Yaodong had agreed, he did not have high hopes. His net worth was only 100 billion rubles. How much could he offer for the island nation's use? Report. The opponents have increased the amount of yen they are selling. Our foreign exchange reserves are insufficient. We can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing this, Yikong Sanchong and Miyazawa both shuddered and looked at the big screen. On the big screen, USD 1 Japanese yen 148 00. Moreover, there was a tendency to fall below 148 at any moment. It's over. Seeing this scene, both of them silently exclaimed. Notify the central bank will raise interest rates by 200 basis points. Yikong Sanchong looked at his secretary and said helplessly, a sharp increase in the central bank's interest rates could stabilize the yen's exchange rate, but it would also be a devastating message for the stock market. The stock market would undoubtedly plummet. Raising interest rates equated to the island nation raising a white flag and surrendering. Wait, the exchange rate has stabilized. At this moment, Miyazawa shouted out loud, his voice turning unusually sharp with excitement. 147, 99, 147, 98, 147, 97. This. Yikong Sanchong was left speechless in shock. Simultaneously, he felt ecstatic. Director Yikong, Mr. Lin from Maoxiong has arrived. Within a financial company, the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. After several rounds of probing, we can be quite certain that the foreign exchange reserves of the island nation have reached a critical point of depletion. Everyone continue to put pressure on the island nation. As long as they raise interest rates, victory will be ours. Let's go, everyone. Although they are shorting the yen's exchange rate, they also do not wish to see it drop below $1, 148 yen. Because once it falls below this critical point, the yen will depreciate and their funds in the island nation will shrink accordingly. Moreover, they are not merely making a quick profit, they need to prepare for the subsequent harvest from the island. Otherwise, a nation with depleted foreign exchange reserves would have already seen its exchange rate collapse. What they are doing now is forcing the island nation to raise interest rates, thereby harvesting from its stock market. That is where the real action is. Especially the short positions that have been strategically positioned in the futures market. Bang! Just as Robert was cheerfully encouraging the trading team, a sharp sound echoed throughout the trading room. Let's celebrate our victory in advance. A Wall Street investor holding champagne lightly shook it towards Robert. Although Robert felt displeased with victory in sight, he held his tongue. As he took the wine glass he was about to drink, when he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, the screen showing the exchange rate USD JPY began to fluctuate. 1, 00, 148, 00, 1, 00, 147, 99, 1, 00, 147, 98. Moreover, it kept rising, and at that moment Robert was stunned. Report. Someone is buying yen in large quantities. Just then the monitor announced loudly. Find out where the funds are coming from. Robert smashed the wine glass directly on the ground. Celebration. What a futile endeavor. Report. The currency being used is rubles, and the funds likely come from the Bear Nation. Soon the monitor found the currency information from the market. The Bear Nation. Robert was greatly alarmed. Give me full force to suppress the yen's exchange rate, even if it falls below $1, 148 yen. We cannot hesitate. Quickly. In the financial hall, please hurry. No. I will personally welcome them. Nakagawa had a premonition that the sudden stabilization of the exchange rate was closely related to Lin Yaodong. Director Lin Yaodong. That businessman from the Bear Nation. It can't be. Miyazawa felt a storm of turbulence in his heart, disregarding any decorum, and hurried to the main control desk, his voice unusually urgent. Quickly check the source of funds. Report. The funds likely come from the Bear Nation. In fact, the moment the buyer appeared, the main operator had already begun checking. This fund not only saved the yen's exchange rate, but also rescued his career. The Bear Nation. The Bear Nation. Lin Yaodong. It really is him. Miyazawa could no longer care about anything else and immediately chased after Nakagawa. President Nakagawa, the exchange rate should have stabilized right. Lin Yaodong released his hold on Anna's waist and smiled at the approaching Nakagawa. On the way here, Anna had called Boris, which led to the sudden stabilization of the yen's exchange rate. Lin Kuan, thank you very much this time. Hearing Lin Yaodong's words confirmed what he had in mind. The one helping the island nation is indeed Lin Yaodong. He stood still looking at Lin Yaodong for a long time, wanting to bow, but was stopped by Lin Yaodong. It's just a mutual benefit. President Nakagawa need not be so formal. The island nation's stock market had already begun to plummet, and the only difference was the speed of the decline. Moreover, the current stock market crash does not hold much benefit for him. It would be better to lay the groundwork for his acquisition plans. It is known that in his past life, when the island nation's stock disaster broke out, it was ultimately the M-Country Enterprises that acquired the island nation's companies. It is better for the M-Country Enterprises to be cheap than for them to be cheap. Now Wall Street Capital stands on the opposing side of the island nation, while he stands with the island nation. For the restoration of the island nation's economy, these enterprises will eventually need to be sold. Is there still a need to consider to whom they will be sold? Rather than splitting a small profit in the stock market, it would be better to acquire the companies with the help of the island nation's officials. Once the companies are in hand, the island nation's officials will have no way to deal with him. At that time, he can lay a stable foundation in the real estate market. With these 100 billion rubles, he will become a true chess master this time. If possible, not only the island nation, but even the wealth of Wall Street Capital should not be taken away. Is it Lin Kuan from the Bear Nation? I am Miyazawa, the Minister of Finance of the island nation. Thank you for your generous assistance. After rushing in, Miyazawa immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle without saying a word. He still needed to put on a show, and Lin Yaodong quickly supported Miyazawa. Minister Miyazawa, please don't. I have my own requests. Upon hearing this, Miyazawa kindly grasped Lin Yaodong's hand. About the acquisition of light industry enterprises. I know about this. I will arrange for my people to cooperate with you to complete the acquisition. Our island nation will not forget the kindness of our friends. First the governor of the central bank, then the finance minister of the island nation. Watching Lin Yaodong chatting and laughing, Anna felt a bloom of joy in her heart. She could now be sure that she had made the right bet. As long as we get through this afternoon, the island nation will have sufficient foreign exchange to use. To be honest, the foreign exchange reserves are sufficient, but Sumitomo Bank and Panasonic Group caught me off guard. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. After expressing his gratitude, Nakagawa personally guided Lin Yaodong, Anna, and Gu Halley into the hall. By the way, Lin Kuan, do you still have ample funds on hand? There are still half an hour until the market closes. The thing Nakagawa worried about the most was the foreign exchange reserves. Seeing that Nakagawa had not inquired, he could only nervously ask. Minister Miyazawa, you can rest assured the funds are guaranteed to be sufficient. Lin Yaodong reassured Miyazawa, and then took out his account and password, handing them to Nakagawa. This account contains 5 billion rubles. Please help me exchange it for yen. Hearing 5 billion rubles, both Miyazawa and Nakagawa frowned. Although 5 billion rubles is not a small amount, it may not be enough for the consumption in this half hour. Seeing what they were thinking, Lin Yaodong sneered inwardly. If he showed that the funds were insufficient at this moment, he feared their enthusiasm would instantly vanish. Thinking of this, Lin Yaodong decided to add some leverage for himself. He pulled Anna's hand and introduced her. This is my girlfriend Anna. She has another identity, the daughter of Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Bear Nation. Just now, Minister Boris personally approved a loan for me, an interest-free loan of 100 billion rubles. And the funds used to support the yen are this 100 billion rubles. Now Minister Miyazawa and President Nakagawa can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Nakagawa and Miyazawa were directly dumbfounded. The daughter of Minister Boris of the Bear Nation is Lin Yaodong's girlfriend. A gesture of an interest-free loan of 100 billion rubles. This grand gesture would even make President Nakagawa, the central bank governor of the island nation, feel ashamed. Enough. Enough. Miyazawa's voice trembled again. This is no ordinary wealthy businessman from the Bear Nation. This is simply the god of wealth. If he had befriended Lin Yaodong a day earlier, would the island nation's stock market have to plummet so harshly? Miss Anna, please convey my regards to Minister Boris and express our gratitude. Anna smiled faintly, wrapping her arm around Lin Yaodong's. You are thanking the wrong person. I am helping my boyfriend, not you. Saying this, Anna even winked at Lin Yaodong, emphasizing the word boyfriend. Report. The Nikkei 225 index has fallen below 3000 points. Report. The Nikkei 225 index has plunged below 3000 points. Upon hearing the data analyst's announcement, Miyazawa and Noku Sanzo's expressions subtly shifted. They immediately strode toward the main trading console. The Nikkei 225 index had fallen below 3000 points, and its downward momentum had abruptly stalled. With 30 minutes remaining, Johnson had just enough time to liquidate his positions. His short position was divided into two tranches. The first, a 7 billion short on the Nikkei 225 index backed by base margin, equivalent to 10x leverage. The second tranche involved 200 billion yen secured by a mere 2 margin, implying a staggering 50x leverage. Lin Yaodong himself felt a quiet anticipation for the final profit. At that thought, Lin Yaodong discreetly leaned close to Zhihali's ear and murmured, "Instruct Johnson to liquidate." As Anna attempted to eavesdrop, Lin Yaodong had already returned to her side, while Zhihali walked calmly out of the trading floor. Anna reluctantly abandoned the effort, clenching her teeth in silent fury. "I've granted you an interest-free loan of 100 billion rubles, yet you still treat me with such suspicion." It was precisely this unwavering discretion that earned Lin Yaodong her rare respect. A true master of great undertakings must possess such resolve. Inside a financial firm, Robert watched the yen exchange rate stabilize once more, and a flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Had their meticulously crafted 3-year harvesting plan truly shattered? They had invested $1 trillion. Now their cumulative portfolio stood at 3 trillion. A threefold return, but he remained unsatisfied. He knew far greater gains were possible. If Japan raised interest rates, they would complete a flawless cycle. Each round of harvesting would double their assets. He had calculated it meticulously. Should the Nikkei 225 stand at 40 points upon completion of their operation, their assets would multiply 7-fold. $1 trillion would swell to 128 trillion. Yet now they held only 3 trillion. That chasm between expectation and reality was unbearable. Mr. Robert, though this attempt failed, so long as Japan's financial markets remain open, opportunity persists. There is no need for despair. You are an exceptional chief trader. Robert's brow arched faintly as he cast a detached, icy glance toward the Wall Street Capital representative. "I shall report the full situation truthfully to the patriarch. His instructions will follow in due course." With that, Robert swept his gaze across the still active traders and commanded coldly, "Liquidate all forex and equity positions. Retain only short positions in futures markets." Liquidation could not be completed instantly, and Robert had lost all patience for monitoring the screens. The moment he departed, the Wall Street representative's expression hardened into glacial disdain. Does he truly believe himself a figure of consequence? He is nothing but our hired hand. We tolerate him for now. Once Japan is settled, I shall settle accounts with him. Inside Robert's office, Patriarch, our plan has failed. At the critical juncture, an entity within the Russian Federation intervened, stabilizing the yen exchange rate. Their capital reserves are vast. To persist would have risked entrapment of our own funds, so I chose immediate liquidation. In any market, a trade requires both buyer and seller to execute a settlement. When two dominant forces emerge in a market, liquidation hinges entirely on the counterparty's will. Should they elect to hold indefinitely, forced exit becomes impossible, and entrapment inevitable. Such an outcome would prove catastrophic for us. Even under optimal conditions, Robert's liquidation would require days, if not weeks, to finalize. Can the counterparty be identified? Upon hearing of the failure, the voice on the other end remained unervingly calm, as if anticipating the outcome all along. Yet even through the screen, his gaze radiated chilling intensity. Not yet confirmed, but identification. Whoever disrupted the Morgan family's grand design shall pay dearly. Once identity is confirmed, deliver the target directly to the intermediary and initiate decapitation protocol. At the Tokyo Imperial Hotel's Hanacho Hall, a diplomatic venue reserved exclusively for heads of state and distinguished foreign dignitaries. Hanacho Hall is famed for its 30 cloisonné enamel paintings of flora and fauna, harmonizing Eastern and Western aesthetics. To express profound gratitude, Noku Sanzo and Miyazawa hosted a formal banquet here. Also present were Tokugawa, the head of the acquisition task force personally appointed by Noku Sanzo, as well as Anna and Zhihali, making 6 guests in total. After several rounds of sake and a succession of refined dishes, Noku Sanzo steered the conversation forward. "Mr. Lin, you are well aware of Japan's current predicament. The Nikkei 225's precipitous collapse has already driven over 100 enterprises into bankruptcy, according to reports I've received. May I ask, do you intend to acquire only those firms listed on the official roster, or would you consider light industry enterprises more broadly?" Lin Yaodong set down his water glass and smiled. "By protocol, I am bound to the designated list. However, given Japan's extraordinary circumstances and my own surplus liquidity, I am open to acquiring any enterprise meeting my criteria. Still, Director Noku, might you consider waiving or reducing the export handling fee? After all, my acquisition volume will be substantial." Noku Sanzo and Miyazawa exchanged a knowing glance, then laughed in unison. "Consider it done. I'll instruct the relevant departments to issue official documentation and sign it myself to ensure full implementation for you, Mr. Lin. Moreover, electronics and consumer electronics sectors already qualify for preferential policies. Given your exceptional contribution to Japan, I shall personally secure special tax incentives for your enterprises." Lin Yaodong offered a faint, courteous smile and raised his glass. "My sincere thanks to Minister Miyazawa and Director Noku for your thoughtful arrangements, and to Director Tokugawa, whose assistance over the coming period will be invaluable. Cheers." Realizing Lin Yaodong wished to avoid further discussion on acquisitions, Noka Sanzo and Miyazawa gracefully withdrew. Yet what they truly longed to know was the scale of capital he intended to deploy. Back at the Hilton Hotel, Johnson awaited outside the suite, accompanied by Yekaterina and Fuyang. Boss. President. The trio greeted Lin Yaodong the instant he appeared. You go ahead. I'll return to my room now. I'll join you later. Anna understood Lin Yaodong still harbored reservations about her presence, as she wisely retreated to her own room, knowing he would never discuss sensitive matters while she remained. Yet before departing, she cast a knowing glance toward Johnson, her eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. She had known all along Lin Yaodong held deeper undisclosed plans. President, I publicly announce my return to Xinjiang Paper and my service under you. Consequently, numerous business associates have reached out requesting I serve as their intermediary for acquisition discussions. All had previously received calls from Director Noku, and all had explicitly declined. State your intent plainly. Lin Yaodong interjected, growing impatient with Fuyang's circumlocution. Boss, he proposes hosting a private dinner, gathering all willing entrepreneurs to negotiate acquisition. He believes this approach will strengthen our bargaining position and drive prices lower. Seeing Fuyang's pleading look, Yekaterina reluctantly stepped in to clarify. Approved, provided thorough due diligence is conducted beforehand. The acquisition price must not exceed 70% of current market valuation and may only fall lower, never rise. Having spoken, Lin Yaodong dismissed them and entered the suite with Johnson. Boss, here is the detailed profit statement for this operation. Boss, here is the detailed account of our profits. Johnson handed over the pre-printed profit details with a beaming smile. Lin Yaodong received it with a smile, finding this information far more desirable compared to the scattered acquisitions in Fuyang. Our profits are divided into two parts. The first part is 1036 billion yen from shorts selling the 5320 contracts, profit of 9213 points with an index drop of 23.22. After deducting fees, we made a profit of 490 billion yen, $3 billion US. The second part is the additional 200 billion yen that Boss invested later, using two margin opening positions at 36500 points and closing at 29867 points with a spread of 6633 points, a drop of 18.17. 2740 contracts, yielding a profit of 181.7 billion yen. Our total profit from this operation is 671.7 billion yen, approximately $4.5 billion US. Listening to Johnson's excited report, Lin Yaodong nodded in satisfaction. As for the lesser profits, it was unavoidable. The Nikkei 225 index was simply too high, with each contract nearing 300 million yen. If it were Hong Kong stocks, a drop of 9000 points could multiply his capital fivefold. A profit of $4.5 billion US would boost his account balance to $14.5 billion US. However, he would not touch that money. Use this fund to short international gold with a 5 margin. Upon hearing this, Johnson was immediately shocked and hurriedly advised Boss, in chaotic times buying gold is the way to go. With international instability and the stock market crashing, gold prices cannot drop. In Johnson's view, even buying gold should be in anticipation of a price increase. Lin Yaodong shook his head. No, you are mistaken. Wall Street's harvest of the island nation has failed, and they will definitely take action. With the end of the Bama war, the U.S. increasing interest rates and inflation dropping along with stabilizing disputes, the global situation will trend towards stability in the coming months. Moreover, gold has risen from 340 US ounce last year to 390 US ounce, already nearing its peak. I predict that 400 US ounce will be the peak in the first half of the year. Just follow the instructions to buy. Although Wall Street's harvest of the island nation did not meet expectations, the stock market did indeed drop by 23. They will definitely make a big deal out of this. It won't be long before news spreads globally about the impending stock disaster in the island nation, leading to a surge in gold and other safe haven currencies. When everyone rushes into the gold market with their entire fortunes, Wall Street capital will wield its knife, mercilessly harvesting the wealth they have accumulated over the years. After all, even the market vendors know that when prices rise dramatically, will it really rise? All right, boss. Although Johnson was unconvinced Lin Yaodong had indeed predicted the head and shoulders pattern of the island nation stock market, perhaps Boss has also predicted the head and shoulders pattern of gold. Moreover, this money originally belonged to Boss. As an employee, he had no reason to make decisions for Boss. Not long after Johnson left, Anna appeared at the door with a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. She wore a winered nightgown that seemed to have been soaked in wine, mysterious and alluring. It lightly enveloped her tantalizing body. At the neckline, lace frills curled like winding vines along her collarbone, subtly outlining her enchanting skin, provoking imagination. The hem of the nightgown was short to her thighs, and every slight movement revealed more of her snow-white skin. A delicate ribbon tied in a loose bow at her waist seemed to invite someone to untie this sweet restraint. Beneath the nightgown, her ample bosom, slender waist, rounded hips, and long, beautiful legs appeared even more enticing under this hazy cover. Lin, would you like to have a drink? Anna gently parted her red lips, a hint of alluring charm appearing on her face. Seeing this, Lin Yaodong's lips curled upward. It was intriguing, enticing, and interesting. In the meeting room of the island nation's government building, rather than saying we are grateful to Lin Yaodong for helping us through the crisis, it is better to say it is a win-win cooperation between both sides. After the banquet with Lin Yaodong concluded, Yekong Sunju and Miyazawa hurried to the government building. After such a significant event, he could not pretend it never happened. If Lin Yaodong can invest all 100 billion rubles in the island nation's light industry, it will not only help the businesses survive, but also bring us tax revenue. This is a method that benefits multiple parties. Miyazawa finished speaking and Yekong Sunju slowly added, I support Lord Miyazawa's suggestion. If we can keep all 100 billion rubles of Lin Yaodong in the island nation, in the short term there would be no worries about foreign exchange, and we could restore the domestic economy at the fastest speed. After Yekong Sunju finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Miyazawa and nodded slowly. I firmly disagree. Lin Yaodong comes from the Bear Country, and Bear Country heavy industries is already developed. Allowing them to gain light industry technology would be a disaster for the entire world. If someone must stand up, it should be the 6 major conglomerates, as they are the backbone industries of the island nation. Upon hearing this, Yekong Sunju snorted coldly and looked indifferently at the speaker. Sakamoto, don't think I don't know about your close relations with the 6 major conglomerates. We are not in the same system, I shouldn't say much. Do you know the true reason for the depletion of the island nation's foreign exchange reserves? Sumitomo Bank and Panasonic Group exchanged $50 billion at the central bank. A full $50 billion. If it were just that, it wouldn't be too bad. When I sought help from the 6 major conglomerates, guess what they said? They lent all the foreign exchange to Sumitomo Bank and Panasonic Group. The one draining the island nation is not Wall Street capital. The real culprit is the 6 major pillar enterprises of the island nation you mentioned. And Lin Yaodong. The moment I spoke, he stabilized the exchange rate for us without a second thought. Sakamoto, furious, blurted out, they have their difficulties. Wall Street capital controls a large share of their groups. If they don't redeem their shares, if Wall Street throws their stocks into the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. Miyazawa coldly smiled, which is more important, the exchange rate or a certain group? Sakamoto, as a senior cabinet official, I think you can tell the difference between what is important and what is not. The island nation is in crisis. I would like to ask everyone present who has been to the Financial Bureau, who has truly cared whether the island nation's finance collapses. You haven't, not a single one of you. You only care about your petty profits right now. And what about Lin Yaodong? Not only did he preserve the yen exchange rate, but he also struck at Wall Street capital's ambitions to harvest the island nation, whose hands the enterprises are in. Is not important, surviving is what matters. If we do not support Lin Yaodong, should we support the 6 major conglomerates who are ready to stab us in the back at a critical moment? That's simply ridiculous. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the Prime Minister Hai-jun lightly tapped the table. Enough. What Finance Minister Miyazawa said is correct. Whose hands it is in is not important, surviving is what matters. I support Finance Minister Miyazawa. Hearing Prime Minister Hai-jun's verdict, Yekong Sunju and Miyazawa exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with joy. In contrast, Sakamoto's face was gloomy. After the meeting, as soon as Sakamoto got into the car, he called Ida, the chairman of the Mitsubishi Group. Just now at the meeting, Miyazawa and Yekong Sunju highly recommended the Bear Country businessman Lin Yaodong, and Prime Minister Hai-jun agreed. Okay, I understand. Just a mere Bear Country businessman, leave it to us to solve. The enterprises we are interested in cannot be taken just because we want to. In the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yaodong stood up, his gaze roaming over Anna with an unrestrained intensity, as if his eyes bore a tangible heat that could scorch. He walked towards Anna with measured steps, each stride seeming to tread upon the very essence of the heart, carrying an invisible sense of pressure. Anna, you are playing with fire. Lin Yaodong's voice was deep and husky, laced with a barely perceptible excitement. He reached out to take the red wine, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Anna's hand, the softness of her touch stirring a restless longing within him. A more pronounced smile danced at the corners of Anna's lips as she tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. Perhaps I enjoy the warmth of this flame. She parted her red lips, her voice soft yet alluring as she swirled the wine glass, the crimson liquid spinning excitedly within, mirroring the allure and cunning thoughts swirling in her mind, each rotation signaling a stronger temptation directed at Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong said nothing, merely raising his glass to clink lightly with Anna's before downing the wine in one gulp. The richness of the red wine spread across his palate, yet his mind was wholly consumed by the enchanting figure before him. Seeing this, Anna slowly leaned closer to Lin Yaodong, resembling an elegant and beguiling cat. Her body almost pressed against his, a faint fragrance enveloping the space around them. The delicate scent wove its way into Lin Yaodong's nostrils, teasing his senses. Anna was relentless. She extended a finger, trailing it slowly up Lin Yaodong's chest, her gaze firmly locked onto his, her eyes brimming with provocation, silently challenging him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yaodong pulled Anna's slender waist into a tight embrace, drawing her close until their bodies pressed together. He lowered his head, kissing Anna's enticing red lips. 2 hours later, Lin Yaodong looked at Anna, who had succumbed to sleep, a victorious smile gracing his face. Cultural differences led Western girls to pursue actively, while Lin Yaodong shook his head, knowing it would be unthinkable for a girl from Huaxia to act so unconventionally. For the sake of money, that doesn't count. The next morning, Anna couldn't go out due to her condition. Lin Yaodong called Jihili to prepare breakfast for Anna. Jihili responded with a listless demeanor before leaving Lin Yaodong perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Jihili was inwardly frantic, having always believed Lin Yaodong to be a vegetarian. How could she resist with such a stunning beauty constantly around Lin Yaodong? Yet the reality was that he not only consumed meat, but was also an insatiable eater. For 2 hours, a full 2 hours. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, she found herself unable to sleep. Time flew by, and days passed, everything progressing according to Lin Yaodong's plan in an orderly fashion. In the office of the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Bear Nation, Comrade Minister, ever since we began purchasing yen, there have been inquiries into who is behind the yen acquisition. After our analysis, they are likely from Wall Street. Although we have blocked the news, it's inevitable that someone within the Bear Nation will leak information. The lady may encounter danger in the island nation. Should we notify her to return to the Bear Nation? Upon hearing the secretary's report, Boris slowly set down the newspaper in his hand. They're quick to act. They will likely soon connect the yen acquirer and the 100 billion loan with Lin Yaodong. However, this will take time. As for Anna, given her character, she probably won't return to the Bear Nation easily. In that case, notify the Alpha Special Forces to dispatch a 10-man team to the island nation to protect the lady. Make sure nothing happens to her. The secretary nodded in agreement and was about to leave when Boris stopped him again. You will take a central bank delegate and personally head to the island nation to handle the loan paperwork. If you can convince the lady, bring her back to the Bear Nation. Ensure the mission is completed. The secretary promised and hurried away. After his departure, Boris notified the island nation's foreign ministry in the name of the Bear Nation. Only after everything was settled did Boris return to his throne, representing the authority of the Minister of Internal. They had just stabilized the yen exchange rate for the island nation, which would likely promptly enhance their security measures to prevent any accidents involving Lin Yaodong and Anna. At 9:30 a.m., the island nation stock market opened to a sea of red. Wall Street capital was forced to liquidate, and even intervention from the Financial Bureau couldn't reverse the trend. Opening at 29106 points, within less than an hour it plummeted below the 2900 point mark. Inside a financial firm, Robert crossed his arms, staring intently at the island nation stock market, his expression cold. Now, with every share sold, he had to deduct a point from his original profit. It was painful. All of this was the fault of that damned Bear Nation, disrupting his carefully laid plans at a critical moment. Ding! Robert's phone suddenly rang at an unknown time. Upon seeing the number, his eyes sharpened. Continue liquidating. Leaving a directive, he dashed towards the office. Steward, what instructions does the master have? Robert maintained a low posture since the steward could represent the master outside. Mr. Robert, the master has learned from high-ranking officials in the Bear Nation about a useful piece of information. A person helping those in the island nation is currently there. The master wants you to confirm this person's identity. Understood, steward. Robert replied, and the steward cut. In the island nation. Robert's gaze turned cold. He would not let this person escape. In the Hilton Hotel, boss Yekaterina reported that they are hosting a banquet at the Fuji Hotel tonight to discuss the acquisition of 17 light industry companies. She asked me to check if you want to attend. After lunch, Lin Yaodong and Anna sat on the sofa watching financial news when Jihili approached. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong glanced at Jihili, who was not in good spirits, initially intending to decline, but upon noticing her unusual state said, "You go and keep an eye on it for me. By the way, notify group leader Tokugawa to attend as well. We must maintain some necessary face." In addition, before the banquet starts, have Yekaterina notify the 17 light industry companies. First, the acquisition will only be discussed once. If the opportunity is missed, there will be no further chances to acquire in the future. Second, once the acquisition is finalized, the handover of goods must be completed within a day, and we will pay for the purchased goods. Third, the valuation of companies and goods will be separate. After the evaluation, the payment for the acquired companies will be made 10 days later. Fourth, any company that does not create benefits for us will not be acquired. He believed every company in the island nation had loans. It was merely a matter of how much. Regardless of whether it was real estate or fixed assets, he viewed it as an opportunity to profit without investment. Acquiring anything was a gain. Revising the loan terms in 5 years, when the Bear Nation disintegrates, the ruble will depreciate 1,400 times, and the island nation will be left crying without a clue. Initially, Anna did not catch the issue. However, recalling Lin Yaodong's repeated mentions of 5-year loans payable in rubles, it suddenly seemed problematic. Did Lin Yaodong really have such confidence that the ruble would depreciate within 5 years? Just then there was a sudden knock at the door. Jihili opened it and froze quickly, raising her hands. Hilton Hotel. Grigori. Lin Yaodong and Anna both recoiled in shock as Grigori suddenly raised her hands. Anna in particular dialed a call the instant the situation unfolded. What brings you here? Grigori exhaled slowly upon seeing Stein. Boss, they're all armed, she murmured plaintively, glancing toward. What brings you here? Grigori exhaled slowly upon seeing Stein. Boss, they're all armed, she murmured plaintively, glancing toward Lin Yaodong. Grigori stepped aside, revealing the scene beyond the doorway. A dozen burly men in camouflage uniforms stood outside, each brandishing an AK-47, and each carrying a rugged canvas satchel. They were fully armed to the teeth. No wonder Grigori had instinctively raised her hands. The years spent living under the shadow of the bear had etched deep psychological reflexes. Miss, there is an urgent matter. Director of Internal Affairs has instructed me to escort you back to the bear immediately. Stein set, his gaze flickering curiously toward Lin Yaodong. He had already observed their intimate proximity upon entering the room, and having long studied Lin Yaodong's photograph, he recognized him instantly. What urgent matter? Don't try to deceive me. If something were truly amiss, Papa would have called me himself, not sent you. Doubt flickered in Anna's eyes. In that single breath, her mind raced through possibilities. Even political coup, even using her to coerce Boris. I'll call Papa right now. Anna immediately pulled out her phone and held it up. Stein offered a warm, courteous smile and gestured politely. By all means, miss. Relief washed over her only when Stein did not object. She had feared that the moment she uttered those words, soldier, that would mean real catastrophe had begun. Mr. Lin, I am Stein, secretary to Boris's Director of Internal Affairs. No sooner had Anna stepped away than Stein extended his hand toward Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong nodded with a smile. Secretary Stein, a pleasure. Stein leaned in, slightly lowering his voice. Your recent loan of 100 billion rubles to stabilize the yen exchange rate. Wall Street's financiers have already uncovered fragments of the story. Given their modus operandi, assassination attempts are highly probable. I urge you, Mr. Lin, to persuade Miss Anna to return to the bear. Only there can she be truly safe. Surely, Mr. Lin, you wouldn't wish for anything to happen to her. Return to the bear. Could she go now? Absolutely not. His grand design had only just commenced. If she departed now, all would crumble at the final threshold. That outcome was unacceptable. Yet Anna indeed had no compelling reason to remain in the island nation. And should she return to the bear, she could manage his burgeoning operations there for the foreseeable future. It was in fact a shrewd compromise. At the very least, it would deter any would-be adversaries from challenging his. I will persuade Anna to return to the bear. Hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Stein nodded graciously, then turned toward the doorway and softly beckoned. You may enter. Almost instantly, two middle-aged men in sharp suits strode in, each clutching a leather briefcase. Mr. Lin Yaodong, we are special commissioners appointed by the Central Bank of the Bear. Kindly complete the formalities for your 100 billion ruble loan. As he spoke, he produced several documents. It's straightforward. You need only sign and affix your thumbprint. Lin Yaodong's eyes gleamed. So he wouldn't need to travel to the bear after all. Here are your account details and the bear's central bank black card. Upon signing, full usage rights to the 100 billion ruble sum shall be transferred to you. Lin Yaodong accepted the documents and scrutinized them carefully. Meanwhile, Anna retreated to her bedroom and dialed Boris's number. Papa, it's Anna. Secretary Stein has arrived. Is this your doing? Boris, who had been reviewing reports submitted by his subordinates, chuckled warmly into the receiver. Did it frighten? As it happens, your grandmother's birthday approaches. I've dispatched Stein to bring you home. And while he's at it, he'll finalize Mr. Lin Yaodong's loan procedures. Better to resolve matters now than let them linger indefinitely. He omitted mention of assassination. Were he to reveal it, Anna would refuse to return to the bear outright. Grandmother's birthday isn't until next month, Anna murmured, suspicion flickering in her gaze. She wasn't foolish as she knew this was merely a diplomatic evasion. But that detail was irrelevant. What mattered was confirmation that Stein had indeed been sent by Papa. Understood, Papa. I won't disturb your work further. After hanging up, Anna did not immediately leave the room. Instead, she peered through the door's narrow gap into the hall, watching Lin Yaodong study the documents intently, before finally opening the door with assurance. My sincere thanks, Secretary Stein. Once certain the documents contained no hidden clauses, Lin Yaodong signed them without hesitation. He felt elated. A 10-year interest-free loan of 100 billion rubles was tantamount to receiving a fortune from the heavens. After all, with a projected depreciation factor of 1,400-fold, repayment would cost less than 1% of today's purchasing power, barely 100 million rubles worth. I entrust this to you, Mr. Lin. Spotting Anna emerging from the bedroom, Stein winked discreetly at Lin Yaodong, who understood instantly. The formalities for the 100 billion ruble 10-year interest-free loan have been completed. Lin Yaodong gently took Anna's hand and whispered, "Oh." Anna nodded. You'll accompany Secretary Stein, Lin Yaodong added quietly. No, I'm staying in the island nation. Anna had already dissected Lin Yaodong's character with surgical precision. Remaining by his side would allow her to fully unravel his master plan. Why would she ever leave? My objective is to acquire Japan's light industrial enterprises and establish total monopoly. Leaning close, Lin Yaodong spoke in a low, resonant tone, his sincerity unmistakable. For Anna's safety, he had to send her back to the bear. Thus, he revealed part of his strategy in the island nation. Upon hearing it, Anna's heart lurched violently. She'd suspected he was playing a vast, intricate game, but never imagined its scale would dwarf even her boldest conjectures. My ventures in the bear require capable stewardship. I won't return there for at least a year. I entrust them to you. Stepping closer, Lin Yaodong tenderly ruffled Anna's hair. Be good. Go back to the bear. Don't distract me. A radiant honeyed smile bloomed across Anna's face as she nodded vigorously. Stein, is this truly the same young mistress I know? Has she been possessed by some spirit? Could this be the alchemy of love? Stein found himself questioning reality. For the first time, a man had genuinely captivated his curiosity. At noon, they shared a farewell lunch. En route to the airport, Lin Yaodong finally met Anna's entire support team, 8 luxury vans, and 50 personnel. In the airport terminal, Anna clung to Lin Yaodong like an octopus, heedless of onlookers' stares, sealing their parting with a lingering, passionate French kiss. Then she pointed playfully toward the Alpha unit. Lin, let them stay behind. To protect you. Lin Yaodong's heart leapt. He could hardly decline such elite guardianship. Agreed. Only after the boarding announcement sounded for the 3rd time did Anna reluctantly disentangle herself from him. My father's affairs in the bear are in my hands. I guarantee no mishaps will occur. I look forward to our next meeting. Lin Yaodong nodded, pressing a gentle kiss to Anna's forehead. Only then did she walk with visible reluctance toward the waiting aircraft. The moment Anna departed, a middle-aged man materialized nearby Lin Yaodong, unfazed by the presence of 10 Alpha Special Forces operatives. Mr. Lin Yaodong, greetings. I am Hata, president of Sumitomo Bank. At the airport hall, Mr. Lin Yaodong, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurita, the president of Sumitomo Bank. Can we speak privately for a moment? I would like to discuss a business deal with you. As Kurita spoke, he gestured towards the crowd of onlookers. Some were even taking photos. If he stayed any longer, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Please. Lin Yaodong waved to the 10 Special Forces soldiers. They immediately dispersed, allowing Kurita to approach him. Inside Lin Yaodong's armored vehicle, Mr. Kurita, we can talk now. Lin Yaodong smiled and gestured for him to continue. In fact, he was curious about Kurita's purpose in seeking him out. First, let me thank you, Mr. Lin, for extending your hand during the crisis in our country. Kurita's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as he slowly extended his hand. Lin Yaodong narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of caution. It seemed Kurita knew quite a bit. No need for pleasantries. I also hope that the places I invest in can have a stable market environment. Kurita smiled slightly, Mr. Lin, as far as I know, Wall Street Capital is seeking out people who disrupt their plans worldwide. What if I were to reveal this information to Wall Street? What could they do? At these words, Lin Yaodong's expression hardened. Are you threatening me? Kurita chuckled and shook his head. Just yesterday, the chairman had me exchange $50 billion at the central bank to redeem shares of Sumitomo Bank that Wall Street Capital had secretly acquired. Because of this, Sumitomo Bank has offended Yekong Sanjo. To make amends for previous mistakes, the chairman sent me to negotiate with you. Can we let Sumitomo Bank handle the acquisition of the light industry enterprise? After all, this is our country, not your territory, bear. Lin Yaodong felt a bit helpless, first being asked to provide information to Wall Street, and then being reminded that this was not his territory. Is this a threat? Of course, as long as you explicitly refuse to acquire the light industry enterprise, Sumitomo Bank can offer you a compensation of $1 billion. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Sumitomo Bank is quite sincere, don't you think? Seeing the smile on Kurita's face, Lin Yaodong's expression darkened. Who gave you the courage to come before me and speak such nonsense? You think $1 billion is enough to buy my chance to acquire the light industry enterprise? Isn't it ridiculous? Let me be clear, it is impossible. Have him get out of the car. Again and again, the provocation made Lin Yaodong lose interest in continuing the conversation. Hearing this, the leader of the Alpha Special Forces, sitting in the passenger seat, Bao Xiong, directly got out of the car and opened the door. Mr. Lin has said, please get out of the car. Seeing Bao Xiong, whose arms were thicker than his own thighs, Kurita did not feel much fear. However, his face also darkened. Mr. Lin, I reiterate, this is our country, not bears. Even without going through official channels, we have ways to acquire the enterprises we want. Furthermore, Kurita leaned forward towards Lin Yaodong. Be careful, you might make money, but lose your life in the process. After finishing, Kurita laughed loudly as he exited the car. Mr. Lin, do you want to teach him a lesson? Seeing Kurita's arrogant demeanor, Baoxian's expression turned cold. Lin Yaodong shook his head. No need, we are going to the central bank now. To expect benefits without putting in any effort, Sumitomo Consortium was being a bit too optimistic. However, Kurita did remind him. In the coming period, he indeed needed to pay more attention to his safety. He couldn't afford to lose his life before spending the money. In the office of the central bank's president, Yekong Sanjong personally brewed tea for Lin Yaodong. His attitude was exceptionally good. Mr. Lin, feel free to tell me what brings you here. We are not outsiders, and as long as I can do it, I will not decline. Seeing the smile on Yekong Sanjong's face, Lin Yaodong's heart stirred. Has the problem been resolved? Yekong Sanjong nodded with a smile. The foreign exchange market has returned to normal. Although there are still sell-offs in the stock market, a single stock market cannot create significant waves. Moreover, the buying pressure in the stock market is also recovering. Wall Street capital is likely in the process of closing positions. I must thank you for your timely assistance, Mr. Lin. Ha! Yekong Sanjong laughed unconsciously. It's what I ought to do. President Yekong, not long ago the president of Sumitomo Bank Kurita came to see me. He asked me to give up the opportunity to acquire the light industry enterprise. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yekong Sanjong's face instantly vanished, and his expression darkened. He truly is calculating well. Not only does he want to kick you while you're down, but he also wants to reap the benefits. Mr. Lin, you can act freely. I leave the rest to me and Minister Miyazawa. Lin Yaodong chuckled, picked up a cup of water. He explicitly told me to be careful. You can make money, but lose your life. He also said this is our country, not bears, it's their territory. Lin Yaodong set down the cup of water and took out an account book and a black card, placing them on the table. Yekong Sanjong was about to get angry, but upon seeing the black card and account book, he was taken aback. What is this, Mr. Lin? Lin Yaodong pointed at the black card. Aside from the yen purchased in the foreign exchange market, this is all the remaining money from the 100 billion rubles. I would like to request President Yekong to exchange it for yen. Upon hearing this, Yekong Sanjong grabbed the black card, but quickly realized it was inappropriate and awkward to hold it, so he set it down. Mr. Lin, I can assure you that Minister Miyazawa and I will fully support you. Moreover, we will personally warn the 6 major consortiums that what happened today will not happen again from this day forward. What nonsense about territory. Lin Yaodong just wanted to say that having money means having power. Even without this 100 billion rubles, he was not afraid of the 6 major consortiums. Thank you for your trouble, President Yekong. Only then did Lin Yaodong hand over the account book and black card to Yekong Sanjong. No problem, Mr. Lin. Let's go. Now that the financial market has closed, we should discuss how to reasonably acquire those bankrupt enterprises with Minister Miyazawa. You should know that although they announced bankruptcy, they still carry bank loans. Let's see if we can find a win-win solution. Lin Yaodong was almost dragged out of the office by Yekong Sanjong. At the reception hall, Yekong Sanjong and the informed Miyazawa toasted each other, continuously exchanging drinks. Lin Yaodong also did not refuse. By the end, even with Lin Yaodong's drinking capacity, he was somewhat tipsy. As for the acquisition of enterprises, it was not even mentioned. Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa kept assuring him that they would provide satisfactory answers. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yaodong went straight to sleep. He did not know how long it had been when he was awakened by the sound of the phone. Boss, out of 17 companies, 12 have refused this acquisition. According to Fuyang, it was the Sumitomo consortium that interfered. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong shook his head to clear his mind and forced himself to be alert. The Sumitomo consortium was really unrelenting. Was this a warning or a provocation? Acquire as many as we can, you don't need to worry about the rest. Lin Yaodong got up and washed his face. Looking at his cold eyes in the mirror, he decided it was time to teach the Sumitomo consortium a lesson. If he continued to tolerate this, no one would take him seriously. Boss, here are the dossiers on the 5 companies we're acquiring. Gu Heli entered the hotel suite to find Lin Yaodong watching international financial news on a business channel. She placed the documents on the coffee table, her expression clouded with concern. Boss, the 6 major conglomerates have deep roots in the island nation. This move will leave us at a severe disadvantage. Sakuraji Textile Co. Ltd. specializes in premium custom household textiles, hand-embroidered bedding exquisitely. Sakuraji Textile Co. Ltd. specializes in premium custom household textiles, hand-embroidered bedding, exquisitely crafted lace curtains, and other refined domestic fabrics. Fujita Ceramic Atelier focuses on artistic ceramics and high-end tableware, preserving time-honored kiln firing techniques such as Temaku glaze and bison ware. Kobayashi Stationery Manufacturing Co. Ltd. produces creative stationery notebooks with distinctive designs, vibrantly pigmented watercolor pencils, and charmingly sculpted erasers. Yamamoto Home Goods Processing Factory manufactures wooden home furnishings, including solid wood dining sets, minimalist-style storage cabinets, and hand-carved wooden ornaments. Watanabe Leather Workshop crafts premium handmade leather goods, bespoke dress, shoes, finely finished handbags, and uniquely designed leather accessories. After scanning the summaries, Lin Yaodong glanced up, puzzled. Why are acquisition prices omitted? Gu Heli's face fell. Boss, the purchase price is still under negotiation. We only secured an agreement today on the inventory currently stockpiled in their warehouses. Take Sakuraji Textile Co. Ltd. For instance, its market capitalization stood at roughly 60 billion before the stock plunge. Now it's down to 42 billion. Machinery, factories, and land combined are worth that much, but Sakuraji also carries 56 billion in bank loans. Moreover, it owes nearly 10 billion in unpaid wages to its employees. Its accounts hold not a single yen, and production has already halted. They're waiting only for bankruptcy liquidation. In other words, it's not that the 6 major conglomerates haven't approached them. It's that they consider them unworthy. The other 4 firms are similarly distressed, money-losing liabilities. Lin Yaodong clicked his tongue inwardly. This was the island nation's grim reality. Factories once thrived. until owners realized a year of grueling labor yielded less than half a year's gains in the stock market. Over time, who would still commit to real industry? Compounding this, the island nation's property market had been artificially inflated for years, while lending standards grew progressively lax. Loans were granted with astonishing ease. Indeed, banks didn't merely offer incentives to borrow, they aggressively pushed credit even upon reluctant borrowers. Discount rates plummeted repeatedly. Bank loans funneled into equities not only recouped principal, but generated massive returns. Gradually, island nation entrepreneurs accumulated staggering debts and vast equity portfolios. They lived extravagantly, spending lavishly unburdened by restraint, certain that any further rise in share prices would effortlessly replenish every yen spent. Then came mass IPOs. Newly issued floating shares were snapped up instantly. And so the cycle of profligate living continued. As share volumes swelled, prices surged, propelling the Nikkei 225 index to a record high of 3914 points. Now, with the market collapsing, corporate valuations are tumbling, and so too are the colossal equity holdings in their portfolios. Recovery is utterly impossible. They are left only to await extinction. What terms did the 6 major conglomerates propose? Lin Yaodong turned his gaze toward Guheli. Each conglomerate centers on a major bank. Upon acquisition, they extend a new loan to settle the target firm's existing debt. Thereafter, these enterprises become wholly owned subsidiaries. As pillars of the island nation's economy, the conglomerates, even burdened with overwhelming debt, will never be permitted to fail by the state. They exploit this loophole with brazen impunity. It was precisely this certainty that made Guheli feel Lin Yaodong stood no chance against them, leaving her heart heavy with quiet despair. Lin Yaodong shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. The 6 major conglomerates were profiting obscenely from national catastrophe, yet Guheli was right, the state would never allow their collapse. Host several such banquets. Let them poach talent, if they wish. If they refuse to act, we'll deliver opportunities straight to their door. Especially Sumitomo Group. Guheli's jaw dropped in astonishment. They won't even take what's offered, and yet we'll hand it to them. What kind of logic is this? Has boss lost his mind? Tell me, don't they themselves carry astronomical debt? Guheli nodded. I don't know the exact figures, but certainly yes. I recall reading a report stating the 6 major conglomerates collectively hold 42 of the island nation's total equity. With the market crash, even their accumulated wealth cannot bridge the resulting shortfall. Lin Yaodong nodded slowly. Yes, they already bear crushing debt, and yes, the state will prevent their collapse. But that doesn't preclude official disapproval. If they continue expanding debt to acquire more firms, once they cross a critical threshold, a faint, enigmatic smile flickered across Lin Yaodong's face. Wouldn't acquiring just one of those conglomerates grant me everything I need? Guheli gasped, her heart hammering wildly, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Boss, you're incredible. I adore you. After a breathless pause, she blurted out the words. You silly girl. Just remember, silence is mandatory. Notify Fuyong, make it conspicuous. Place an announcement in the press. Yes. Guheli bobbed her head vigorously and dashed back to her adjoining room. According to professional estimates, 300 enterprises declared bankruptcy across the island nation within 3 days, and 180 individuals took their own lives amid the stock market collapse. Professional surveys indicate household appliance values have declined by an average of 11. Our automobile depreciation exceeds 18. Gold prices in the island nation have risen by 9. Will gold enter a sustained bull run? Unemployment has climbed from 2 to 6. 8. Can the island nation retain its position as the world's second largest economy? Lin Yaodong watched the international financial reports on the island nation, a sly, knowing glint in his eyes. This was merely the beginning, far from over. This was only the beginning, far from over. Guheli opened a bottle of wine. Lin Yaodong reached for the bottle, only to find it empty. Right away, boss. No sooner had he spoken than Guheli hurried out, wiping her mouth, evidently having just moi. Lin Yaodong glanced instinctively and froze. There she stood, clad in a sapphire blue nightgown he'd never seen before. The fabric flowed like liquid over her form as she moved, strikingly sensual, especially as it draped and accentuated her chest, waist, and hips. The vision was mesmerizing. Boss, here's your wine. She set the bottle down and fled swiftly back to her side chamber. Lin Yaodong blinked. Had he just witnessed a Westerner blush? Was that deliberate seduction? He sharply shook his head. Impossible. Perhaps the timing was simply ill-chosen. Back in her room, Guheli's heart raced as she stole repeated furtive glances toward Lin Yaodong in the main hall. So boss claims indifference. Yet his eyes were utterly transfixed just now. The next morning, barely awake, he received a call from Yekong Sanjo. Mr. Lin, please come to the central bank. We've prepared several proposals for discussion. Inside the governor's office at the Bank of Japan, Lin Yaodong arrived to find Yekong Sanjo and Miyazawa already seated, sipping tea and engaged in casual conversation, clearly awaiting his arrival. After brief formalities, the three took their seats. Mr. Lin, here is the list of bankrupt enterprises, Yekong Sanjong said, handing Lin Yaodong a prepared document. Lin Yaodong accepted it and glanced over it cursorily. The list spanned over 100 companies, many of which would become household names in later decades: Cow Corporation, Lion Corporation, Suntory Holdings, Meiji Holdings, and others. Their scale dwarfed that of enterprises Lin Yaodong had previously acquired, such as Sunshine Food, and just seeing their names stirred a quiet fervor within him. Acquiring them would double his assets in no time, doubling not merely in value, but encompassing a staggering 100 billion rubles. I must acquire them, absolutely. May I ask Governor Yekong, how exactly do you intend to sell them to me? And though Lin Yaodong maintained composure, Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa were far from naive. They exchanged knowing glances, their smiles betraying shared certainty. Lin Yaodong was captivated. We propose a bundled sale, Yekong Sanjong remarked with quiet amusement. How precisely does this bundling work? Lin Yaodong turned his gaze curiously toward Yekong Sanjong. These 107 enterprises have been meticulously selected. Their current market valuations range from 50 billion to 300 billion yen each. I emphasize, current valuations, not historical ones. According to our internal assessment, their combined market capitalization exceeds 30 trillion yen. In exchange, we require your 100 billion rubles. Moreover, all outstanding bank loans, and even employee wages, will be fully resolved by us on your behalf. How do you find this proposal, Mr. Lin? Hearing this, Lin Yaodong suppressed a cold smile. Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa had indeed played their cards shrewdly. Not a single ruble of that 100 billion would remain in his hands. Lin Yaodong shook his head slowly. This is not the optimal solution. What alternative do you propose? Instantly, both men leaned forward, eager, intrigued. They had anticipated Lin Yaodong's refusal. After all, this involved 100 billion rubles. Negotiations, after all, were rarely concluded in a single session, especially not for deals of this magnitude. Even transactions worth hundreds of billions of yen routinely stretched over 3 to 5 days. Please, Mr. Lin, speak freely. We are here to deliberate together. Lin Yaodong nodded. First and foremost, these enterprises must resume normal production without delay. At this, Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa nodded in firm agreement. This was no minor matter, but a vital initiative affecting hundreds of thousands of Japanese workers. Swift resumption meant prosperity, for Japan and for its labor force. I will inject capital into these enterprises immediately to restore factory operations. As for employee wages, I will disperse them in phased installments, settling all arrears within 6 months. Regarding acquisition costs and outstanding bank loans, Lin Yaodong paused thoughtfully. Here is my proposal: transfer all existing loans onto the balance sheet of my Japanese holding company. Then restructure them as interest-free loans repayable in equal annual installments over 5 years. As for acquisition payments, let them be waived entirely. Their bankruptcy itself proves insolvency. Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa fell into synchronized silence. Lin Yaodong's plan was undeniably sound, but their true objective remained unchanged: to anchor his entire 100 billion rubles firmly within Japan. Though Lin Yaodong's approach would revive operations and resolve loan obligations, it merely shifted risk, not eradicated the root problem. Most of these enterprises likely hold vast inventories in their warehouses. Prolonged delays, especially for perishable goods like food, will sharply erode their market value. Hearing this, Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa exchanged a glance and nodded slowly. Yekong burst into hearty laughter. Mr. Lin, entrusting those loans to you inspires full confidence. Yet such an arrangement may invite unwarranted speculation. Let us instead adopt your framework, but designate your 100 billion rubles as a performance bond. You retain full discretion over how to deploy these funds. We shall neither monitor nor restrict their use, so long as they remain within Japan. Of course, this is purely procedural. Should legitimate overseas expenditures arise, we certainly wouldn't object. Lin Yaodong nodded. He had no immediate intention of moving the funds abroad. Agreed. I have no objections. Yekong summoned his secretary to draft the contract, then turned back to Lin Yaodong. I heard last night's acquisition meeting grew rather tense. Since Minister Miyazawa is present, perhaps he could recount the full sequence of events. Yekong winked discreetly at Lin Yaodong, who instantly understood. He promptly recounted Juetian's airport threats and revealed how the 6 major conglomerates had poached 12 enterprises the previous day. Unacceptable. NMR. Lin is a distinguished guest of Japan. Any threat from Sumitomo Group against him is an affront to the Japanese government itself. I shall ensure this matter is resolved to your complete satisfaction. Lin Yaodong nodded, then added thoughtfully, truth be told, Sumitomo's threats carry little weight for me. Juetian claimed Wall Street Capital has been investigating who stabilized the yen's exchange rate. If I persist in acquiring Japanese light industry enterprises, they will expose that information. Slam. Miyazawa struck the table hard. Unacceptable. Do they truly wish to see decades of Japan's accumulated wealth stripped bare by Wall Street financiers? I shall inform the Prime Minister immediately and request his personal intervention with the 6 major conglomerates. Inside, Lin Yaodong smiled coldly. He had engineered precisely this outcome. For my security director, Boris dispatched 10 elite special forces operatives to provide close protection. Yet, given this is not Russia, such measures may appear legally incongruous. What are your thoughts? Never since crossing into Japanese territory, the 10 Alpha Force operators accompanying Lin Yaodong had drawn immediate official scrutiny. They made no effort to conceal themselves, and Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa were well aware. Yet Miyazawa had quietly suppressed the matter, until Lin Yaodong raised it directly, leaving no room for evasion. Leave it to me. I'll arrange firearms permits for them post-haste. But caution is paramount. Any incident would place full responsibility upon me. Lin Yaodong nodded. Naturally. At that moment, the secretary entered with the freshly printed contract. The 3 reviewed, debated, and refined its clauses before Lin Yaodong signed and affixed his seal. Thus concluded Lin Yaodong's acquisition of Japan's light industrial enterprises. Monopolization, however, could not be achieved overnight. Inside the armored vehicle, Lin Yaodong handed the acquisition list to Grigory. Grigory instructed Katerina to conduct comprehensive due diligence on every enterprise named here, and calculate the precise capital infusion required to restore full operational capacity. Then charter cargo vessels to transport the warehouse-stocked inventory to Russia, and given the volume, allow for modest price reductions. Understood, boss. Grigory skimmed the list briefly before contacting Ekaterina at the hotel. In Ministry of Internal Affairs, Building No. 16, Zidianskaya Street, Moscow, Russia. Anna had returned to Russia several days prior, but Boris had yet to set foot inside their home. She therefore went directly to his office. Daddy, I've missed you so much. Anna rushed into the office with a bright smile, flinging herself toward Boris. His face lit up with genuine delight as he rose and opened his arms. But just as she reached him, dizziness overwhelmed her. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed limply into his embrace. Anna, what's wrong? Call a doctor. Immediately, an instant chaos erupted throughout the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A special care ward at Moscow Central Hospital in Bearland. Doctor, how is my daughter? He had never feared a national sovereign. He had never flinched before successive assassination attempts. Yet facing his daughter's sudden collapse, Boris, rarely shaken, lost his composure. Comrade Director of Internal Affairs, we have conducted a comprehensive examination of your daughter. She is unharmed. Her fainting episode resulted solely from emotional overexcitement during pregnancy. She will fully recover with proper rest and care, though during this delicate period, she must avoid extreme emotional fluctuations. Unharmed. Pregnancy. Anna was pregnant. He was to become a grandfather. Boris stood stunned, then broke into laughter. Papa. At that moment, Anna stirred awake. Gazing around the sterile hospital room, confusion flickered across her eyes. She remembered, hadn't she been in her father's office just moments ago? Anna, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? Seeing her awaken, Boris hurried to her bedside. Anna paused, sensing her body carefully, then shook her head. Other than feeling weak, I'm fine. Only then did Boris truly exhale, his shoulders relaxing. Anna, do you know you're pregnant? You're going to be a mother. A mother? Anna's eyes widened sharply. She swallowed hard. Papa, you mean I'm carrying a baby? I'm going to be a mother. Yes, I solemnly confirm it. You are going to be a mother. Well, that Lin Yaodong certainly got lucky. A radiant smile bloomed across Anna's face as her hand instinctively drifted toward her abdomen. Stein, summon Lin Yaodong to Bearland immediately to stand by my beloved daughter. Hearing this, Stein moved to comply, until Anna firmly declined. No, he has far more critical matters to attend to. At her refusal, Boris's brow furrowed. No slight would ever be permitted to touch his daughter. Noting Boris's expression, Stein gestured discreetly to the others, then swiftly exited the ward. Papa, Lin Yaodong is leveraging the island nation's crisis to achieve total monopoly over its light industrial enterprises. Upon hearing this, Boris trembled, not just in body but in spirit. A silent thought echoed within him, what staggering ambition. At the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yaodong stood before the window, observing streets gradually regaining order. Softly he murmured, integrate these enterprises' resources at maximum speed, and transmit a meticulously itemized cargo manifest to Bearland. Our most urgent priority over the short term is liquidating inventory and restoring normal production. Yekaterina. Hearing her name, Yekaterina sprang to her feet. Boss, you will oversee this operation, granted full personnel authority. Any individual who resists or obstructs shall be replaced without hesitation. Assemble your leadership team without delay. Yekaterina's face lit with elation. Thank you, boss. Lin Yaodong turned, his gaze settling on Furiyang, who entered the room visibly unsettled. I entrust you with acquiring the light industrial enterprises. Terms remain unchanged. Negotiate where possible, but if negotiation fails, escalate publicly. Once publicized, the 6 major conglomerates would not idly watch Lin Yaodong complete his acquisitions. His cooperative agreements with Yako Sunju and Miyazawa remained strictly confidential, entrusted only to those 2 men. Now he waited, patiently, for relations between the six conglomerates and the government to fracture irreparably. Only then would he launch his next phase, acquire Sumitomo Group, inflate the Nikkei 225 index, and finally reap the island nation. Hi. Fury Yang's heart surged with euphoria. He could scarcely believe Lin Yaodong had entrusted him with such monumental responsibility. Gay Wally. Lin Yaodong nodded toward Fury Yang, then turned to Gay Wally. Boss, Gay Wally rose instantly. You will coordinate operations across the island nation Hong Island and Bear Land. Whoever falters, you act. Your sole focus, accelerate commodity liquidation. Gay Wally bowed, her head grave and resolute. Understood, boss. A faint knowing smile curved Lin Yaodong's lips. It was time he vanished for a while. Too many eyes watched him too closely. That very night, major enterprises began loading cargo onto freighters bound for Hong Island, then onward via Lin Yaodong's dedicated air routes to Bear Land. This was destined to be a colossal undertaking. The volume of goods was staggering. Naturally, domestic distribution within the island nation continued, lest official authorities raise objections. Though profits were lower than in Bear Land, logistical convenience made it worthwhile. Moreover, he had no intention of overwhelming Bear Land's market with excessive supply, at least not yet. On January 15th, Fury Yang convened the Second Acquisition Forum. The six conglomerates seized the opportunity, acquiring 24 of the 36 listed enterprises ahead of schedule. Fury Yang even called to voice his frustrations. On January 16th, the first batch of accumulated inventory completed loading onto freighters. Lin Yaodong received the report: 120 vessels loaded. Its itemized manifest dizzying in scale. All of it, pure capital. On January 18th, Fury Yang convened the Third Acquisition Forum, where the six conglomerates acquired 40 of 54 enterprises. Receiving the news, Lin Yaodong knew the six conglomerates' downfall loomed near. 3 forums, plus their pre-existing acquisitions, had already pushed their holdings past 100 light industrial firms. Their cumulative debt now exceeded 15 trillion yen. Only one final step remained to fulfill Lin Yaodong's design. That same day, all light industrial enterprises resumed normal production. The remaining task was resource integration. Tom would see it done. Everything unfolded precisely as Lin Yaodong had foreseen. After more than 10 days, production stabilized, and the Nikkei 225 index settled firmly at 27800 points, with subtle upward momentum. At 1100 p.m. on January 18th in Tokyo, 900 m. in the U.S., inside the VIP trading suite of the Tokyo Commodity Exchange. Boss, we've completed our short position establishment on London Gold. Average entry price, 398 per troy ounce. Margin utilized 5. We currently hold 7.28 million sell contracts. Note: 1 contract of London Gold, 398 ounces, 100 ounces, 5 margin, 1990. 14. 5 billion, 19907. 28 million contracts. Each 1 point move yields a 100 profit or loss per contract. Here is the delivery confirmation. Johnson handed Lin Yaodong the pre-printed settlement slip. Lin Yaodong accepted it, glanced briefly, then clapped Johnson lightly on the arm. You've worked tirelessly these past months. Trust me, the London gold price is about to plummet. Wall Street capital had yet to swing its scythe, yet through sustained media pressure, new capital had largely completed high-price buy-ins. Lin Yaodong believed the precipitous gold crash was imminent. Boss, my observations over this period revealed numerous anomalies. London Gold's turnover rate has surged 17 compared to 10 days ago, and sell-side volume continues expanding. You were absolutely right. Since parting ways with Lin Yaodong, Johnson had immersed himself in global gold trend analysis, partly to validate his own conclusions, partly to gather irrefutable evidence to persuade Lin Yaodong. But what had he found? Nothing. Not a single indicator supporting rising prices, even as massive new capital flooded in. When reality defied logic, something unnatural was at play. And so Johnson surrendered his doubt, fully and irrevocably, to Lin Yaodong's judgment. Lin Yaodong smiled, faintly saying nothing. All that remained was the Fed's announcement of interest rate hike. In the Bansho residential district of Chiyoda Ward, a villa complex acquired as compensation during light industrial enterprise negotiations, Lin Yaodong had taken residence, finding it agreeable. He returned home close to midnight. Boss. As he stepped inside, Gay Wally greeted him with a warm smile. 2 matters require your decision. First, President Hada of Sumitomo Bank requests an audience. Second, enterprise integration is nearing completion. Yekaterina asked me to inquire, when shall our conglomerate go public? At the mention of Hada, Lin Yaodong's eyes gleamed. Opportunity had arrived. In a private suite of the Fuji Hotel, Juetian had been waiting long before Lin Yaodong and Jihili arrived. The moment they stepped inside, Juetian rose to his feet. Lin, we meet again. Juetian extended his hand as if to shake, but Lin Yaodong merely glanced at him and took his seat at the head of the table without acknowledging the gesture. Juetian's eyes flickered. He bit back his impulse when he remembered why he had come. Lin, you hide your talents well. Who would have expected you to quietly seize those bankrupt enterprises once in the government's hands? Our chairman asked me to inquire whether you might be willing to resell. Lin Yaodong scoffed inwardly but replied aloud, President Juetian perhaps. But can your Zumyu Bank actually produce the funds? At that, Juetian's eyes brightened, and he lifted his chin with an air of pride. Name your price, Lin. Zumyu Bank may lack many things, but it is not short of money. Jahili curled her lip, thinking to herself that they truly treated the island nation's money as their own. A teasing glint crossed Lin's eyes. If you intend to buy my company, should you not be the ones to put forward an offer? Juetian nodded approvingly. With quiet confidence, he said, afraid of Zumyu Bank. If we choose to act, we will be the ones pulling the strings. 1 trillion yen. How about that? We can sign the contract at once. In truth, Juetian was not merely lowballing. He assumed those companies still carried heavy debts. That trillion would be Zumyu Bank's fee for sorting them out for Lin. Lin Yaodong laughed derisively and shook his head. 1 trillion yen. President Juetian, you have a hearty appetite. I purchased those companies for 30 trillion yen. Do you expect to obtain them for a paltry trillion? At those words, Juetian nearly spat blood, his agitation rising. 30 trillion. Have you gone mad? Lin Yaodong, I warn you, our ability to come here amicably is only out of respect for President Yi Kong and Finance Minister Gongza. Do you really think we dare not move against you? Believe me, if we wished, you would not see tomorrow's sun. Lin clapped his hands, rose slowly, and said, if we cannot reach an agreement, then there is no point continuing. He leaned close to Juetian and hissed, do you truly believe my foothold in Maoxiong was mere luck? Believe me, when you close your eyes tonight, you may never open them again. Lin gave a faint smile and made a gesture as if setting off an explosion. A cold, lethal aura seemed to emanate from Lin, wrapping around Juetian. After a long beat, Lin laughed. President Juetian, are you frightened now? Lin laughed and strode for the door. Next time you wish to see me, have your chairman come in person. Meeting you lowers my... You? Juetian pointed at Lin's retreating back, intending to spit a threat, but recalling Lin's words and the force in his presence, whatever he had meant to say died on his tongue. I will report this to the chairman honestly. Later, at the island nation's government building, Yikong Sanjong personally approached Prime Minister Haijun, who called an emergency meeting. Present were Gongza and senior cabinet official Banban, among others. Before we begin play, everyone a recording, Haijun said, nodding to Yikong Sanjong. Yikong Sanjong signaled his secretary, and soon a clear conversation filled the room. Lin, we meet again. Lin, you conceal your abilities well. Who would have expected you to quietly take hold of the bankrupt firms once in government hands? Our chairman asked me to inquire whether you might be willing to resell. President Juetian could, perhaps, but can Zumyu Bank actually produce the funds? Name your price, Lin. Zumyu Bank may lack many things, but it is not short of money. At that remark, many in the room wore puzzled expressions. Zumyu Bank may lack many things, but it is not short of money. Hear that? How ironic. Who does not know that Zumyu has become a bottomless pit? First, they borrowed from Songxia Group and the other 5 major conglomerates $50 billion to redeem Zumya's shares. Then, using the threat of bankruptcy, they applied to the central bank for emergency funding of 20 trillion yen. And now from their mouths it becomes, we have plenty of money. Does that not send a chill down your spine? While others smirked, some cabinet members led by Banban exchanged grave, worried looks. Especially Banban. If looks could kill, Yikong Sanjong would have been torn apart. The recording continued. If you want to acquire my company, shouldn't you be the ones to quote a price? 1 trillion yen. How about that? We can sign the contract anytime. 1 trillion yen. President Juetian, you have a hearty appetite indeed. I bought those firms for 30 trillion yen. Do you expect to obtain them for a single trillion? 30 trillion. Have you gone mad over money? Lin Yaodong, I warn you, our willingness to come here politely is to give face to President Yi Kong and Finance Minister. Do you really think we wouldn't move against you? Believe it or not, if we chose to act, you would not see the light of day again. The recording punctuated the threat with sharp sounds. Then Lin said, if we cannot come to terms, then there will be no more talk. The recording cut off abruptly there, and the conference room fell into a short, stunned silence as attendees exchanged uneasy glances. After a long moment, Yikong Sanjong tapped the table gently. I can attest that Lin Yaodong acquired those companies at a price of 30 trillion yen. Yet President Juetian of Zumyu Bank would buy assets worth 30 trillion for merely 1 trillion, complete with threats. I must ask, when did coercion and forced purchase become our nation's custom? Moreover, this is not Zumyu Bank's first time threatening Lin Yaodong. Is this the attitude our state adopts toward foreign enterprises? Yi Kang's words caused a collective start. Everyone instinctively turned toward Prime Minister Haijun. Yikong Sanjong did not stop. Of course, these matters are not strictly within my jurisdiction. I am here about the loans to Zumyu Bank. Half a month ago, Zumyu Bank appealed to the central bank for help to stabilize itself. Our institution granted a special loan of 20 trillion yen so the Zumyu conglomerate and its subsidiary banks could weather the crisis. That money was meant to steady the populace, to prevent a scene where customers go to the bank and are unable to withdraw funds, provoking panic and disorder. But what did Zumyu Bank do? Customers must make appointments and queue to withdraw cash. This is classic bullying by a dominant institution. From what I've learned, the latest appointments are already 3 months out. Tell me, If a family member lies in hospital needing urgent care who can wait 3 months, what did Zumyu Bank use these funds for? They went on a buying spree. What is that but profiting from national calamity? Just yesterday, Zumyu Bank again leveraged the threat of bankruptcy to demand another 20 trillion yen loan from us. I came to ask you all, should I approve this money? Do you think the central bank's funds are simply there to be printed at will? On the surface, the island appears stable, but Wall Street capital has not left. Our crisis is far from over. I suspect Zumyu Bank is colluding with Wall Street capital to hollow out our country. At that charge, everyone in the room was stunned. Banban, in particular, sprang to his feet. Enough. Seeing disorder rise, Prime Minister Haijun hurriedly interjected. Those in favor of continuing loans to Zumyu Bank, raise your hands. When Haijun's voice fell, the chamber was dead silent. Even Banban, who is close with the 6 major conglomerates, did not dare raise his hand. Very well, then we refuse the loan. Meeting adjourned. That same day, Lin Yaodong received Yikong Sanshong's message and immediately dialed Ye Hangson's number. Borrow Zumyu Bank shares from the major brokerages. Next, we will short Zumyu Bank. In the hall of the Bancho Villa in Chiyoda Ward, Lin Yaodong turned off the television and looked at Guheli, who was doing. The first batch of payments amounting to 300 million rubles is ready, Guheli said, adjusting her long leg and yoga pants and lifting her head. Don't transfer it back to the island just yet. Send someone to deposit the money in the Sumitomo Bank branches in Waxia's Magic City, Shenzhen, and Sioux City. Guheli stood up excitedly, saying, Are you going to take action against Sumitomo Bank? Lin Yaodong nodded. Sumitomo Bank has used the entire 20 trillion from the previous loan to acquire companies. Recently, President Yikong called me and informed me that their loan application was rejected this time. They keep causing us trouble, thinking we're easy to bully. Lin Yaodong picked up a perfectly sliced apple from the table and took a big bite. Boss, that's mine, Guheli said, looking at Lin Yaodong with a pitiful expression as he held the apple. Lin Yaodong was speechless, pondering whether to put it down or keep eating. Our group is going public, isn't it? Let's delay it a bit. I need to cover up our actions against Sumitomo Bank. Inside a certain club, Ida, the chairman of the Mitsubishi Group, Watanabe, the chairman of the Sanwa Group, Shiguchi, the chairman of the Mitsui Group, and Shozo, the chairman of the Sumitomo Group, gathered together. After Shozo entered the private room, he immediately dismissed the dancing courtesans. My loan application to the central bank was rejected. Upon hearing this, Ida, Watanabe, and Shiguchi frowned in unison. Rejected? That shouldn't be the case, Shiguchi said, looking at Shozo in confusion. Shozo nodded helplessly. It's Yikang's doing. He brought the conversation between Juidian and Lin Yaodong to Prime Minister Haijun. Juidian is also a fool. He didn't realize he was being recorded. For a moment, the entire club fell silent. After a long while, he added, But there's still a way. The 3 of us can apply for a loan from Yikong. Once approved, we will loan it to you. Shozo's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. However, very soon Shozo let out a sigh. To deal with those capitalists on Wall Street, Yikong has raised the discount rate to 300. It hasn't come down yet. It's inappropriate. I don't have that much money to repay. Shiguchi shook his head. Could it be that Yikong really dares to collect money at this rate? Unless he doesn't want to continue in his position. It's our fault for not taking action back when Yikong was running for the position of central bank governor. Such an important position should have been filled by someone from our side. Has this matter been discussed with the head of the family? Shozo shook his head. The head of the family once said that unless it was a matter of life and death, we should not expose our relationship. Watanabe leaned forward. Should we use our connections to directly oust Yikong? As long as His Majesty the Emperor speaks. Hearing this, Shiguchi, Shozo, and Ida all laughed, but no one responded to Watanabe's words. There's an old saying in Huaxiao, there will be a way when the cart reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. Let's take it step by step. With over 3,000 employees at Sumitomo Bank, they don't want to see chaos in the island nation. Yikong will definitely yield. As for that Lin Yaodong, let his information be passed on to Robert. When the clam and the snipe fight, it's the fisherman who profits. Well, be that fisherman. In the Prime Minister's residence at 31 Nagatacho, Chiyoda, Tokyo, Prime Minister Haijun and Yikong sat across from each other. President Yikong, you underestimate the 4 major conglomerates. As Prime Minister Haijun poured water for Yikong, he spoke nonchalantly. Yikong hurriedly took the teapot from Prime Minister Haijun and poured water for him. Why do you say that, Your Excellency? Prime Minister Haijun sighed slowly. In 1673, a Mitsui Ballaru opened a silk shop in Edo and Kyoto, later engaging in banking and establishing Mitsui Exchange, accumulating wealth as a designated merchant of the Tokugawa shogunate. This was the earliest Mitsui group. During the Meiji Restoration, the Mitsui family funded the new government, gaining government support and dominating the national finance sector, opening the first private bank, Mitsui Bank, in 1876 and establishing Mitsui Co. In 1910, they established a holding company forming the modern Mitsui Zaibatsu, becoming one of the largest monopoly capital groups at the time, covering multiple fields, including finance, trade, mining, and textiles. During World War I, they profited greatly from military supplies, further expanding their influence. From then until the end of World War II, they continued to grow with numerous affiliated companies. After World War II, the Mitsui Zaibatsu was forcibly dissolved by the United States, leading to the current 4 major conglomerates. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong slowly nodded, though he did not understand Prime Minister Haijun's intentions in stating this. But this was almost common knowledge. What I want to say is, although the Mitsui Zaibatsu was forcibly dissolved by the United States, it merely shifted from light to dark and hasn't truly disbanded. Moreover, it is now even stronger than during World War II. Just think about it, their splintered branches can become the 4 largest conglomerates in the island nation. What about their main family? Upon hearing this, Yi Kang's eyes widened in shock, realizing that a colossal force remained hidden in the island nation. It is said that the head of the Mitsui Zaibatsu has a very good relationship with the emperors of past generations. Although you hold the esteemed position of central bank governor, if the 4 major conglomerates decide to act against you, they can still do it. I've said so much just to remind you to keep the bigger picture in mind when acting. Don't take things to the extreme. Of course, if it's for the island nation, I will support you. Yi Kong was left puzzled by Prime Minister Haijun's words until he returned to the central bank, when he finally grasped the meaning behind them. In the island nation, the number 7 is regarded as a lucky number. On the 7th, 17th, and 27th of every month, Sumitomo Bank branches will transfer their deposits to the island nation. On the morning of January 27th, Magic City Shenzhen and Sioux City will all transport funds to Hong Kong Island by plane before transferring them back to the island nation. At 10 a.m. on January 27th, the Sumitomo Bank in Magic City had just opened for business. Dozens of people came to withdraw money. I have a feeling that Dayfile will rise at least 50 this time. I'm going to heavily invest in Dayfile. I think the same I expect Dayfile's stock price to at least double. Sai, I can't be as carefree as you, my expectations aren't high, I'm just content with a 30 increase. Just as they walked into Sumitomo Bank to make withdrawals, they saw several people leaving the bank with large bags. Sorry everyone, our bank has encountered some issues and is temporarily suspending withdrawal services. Hearing the clerk's announcement, several stock traders became anxious. What do you mean? Why can't we withdraw our own money? Don't you know? Sumitomo Bank's headquarters has profited from national calamity, causing dissatisfaction among the higher-ups in the island nation, leading to the rejection of their loan applications. Sumitomo Bank is out of money. With the instigation of some individuals, chaos quickly ensued at Sumitomo Bank. Repay us! Repay us! The situation escalated significantly, and the media reporters quickly began reporting on the unfolding events. Similar scenes were playing out in Shenzhen and Sioux City as well. Before long, the news reached the island nation. Meanwhile, an international financial channel disclosed a negative balance sheet for Sumitomo Bank. People were thrown into a state of panic. Under the guidance of some individuals, all those who had deposits in Sumitomo Bank rushed to its various branches. In the office of the central bank, Governor Lin Yaodong sat down on the sofa with Yi Kong Sanjong and said calmly, "Governor Yi, I have come to borrow the gold of our nation." "Gold? Mr. Lin, are you still interested in futures?" Yi Kong Sanjong's eyes brightened. He had said that no one could bypass the financial sector upon entering the nation. This was a good start. If Lin Yaodong could invest in the nation's finance, how could his money be out of reach? Whether in the stock market, futures market, or foreign exchange market, it would only bring benefits to the nation. Last night, I received a call from Interior Minister Boris, who informed me that a group of capital on Wall Street intends to take action against London gold. I believe Governor Yi has also heard some rumors in the international market about the impending surge in gold prices. Interior Minister Boris wants me to borrow the nation's official gold reserves to cool down the gold market. I wonder if this is feasible for you, Governor Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong Sanjong frowned slightly and replied in a low voice. Logically speaking, since Minister Boris is helping stabilize the exchange rate for our nation, I should agree to this request, and I must agree. However, the gold reserves are too crucial for the stability of our citizens. Currently, the situation in our nation is not stable. Hearing Yi Kong Sanjong's hesitation, Lin Yaodong immediately smiled and said, "Governor Yi, you misunderstand. I do not wish to borrow all of the nation's gold reserves. 100 tons will suffice. We can sell it to the market to cool it down and then buy it back in the international market. There is no need to actually use the nation's physical gold. All I require is an official identity. How any losses will be counted as mine. If Wall Street capital wants to rely on London gold for harvesting, they will need a long time to build their positions. On one hand, there are the restrictions on gold prices, and on the other, there is the issue of capital capacity. After such a long time of building positions, Wall Street capital cannot simply withdraw. Now he needed the nation's official identity to create confusion and to separate himself from the shorting of Sumitomo Bank. He also wanted to distance himself from Johnson, who was shorting international gold. In the process, while making a profit, he could incite resentment towards the nation. A chaotic nation was what he needed. If it were too stable, everything he did would have the risk of exposure. As for why Lin Yaodong's shorting of the Nikkei 225 index and the shorting of gold in Tokyo had not been discovered before, it was because in 1987, the nation relaxed its regulations on foreign accounts. In other words, the nation currently had no authority to regulate foreign accounts. Haha, of course, no problem. It was my misunderstanding. I thought that since Minister Boris personally arranged it, it must be several hundred tons of gold. If it's only a mere 100 tons, there's absolutely no problem. Moreover, as long as we short gold in the international market, how about this? When Mr. Lin needs it, you can come directly to the Financial Bureau, and I will arrange this. Lin Yaodong smiled and nodded in thanks. Then thank you, Governor Yi. By the way, I haven't had the chance to thank Governor Yi for the matter with Sumitomo Bank. A small gift, it's nothing of significance. Lin Yaodong took out an already prepared anonymous check and handed it to Yikong Sanzhong. Yikong Sanzhong glanced down. Initially, he was indifferent, but soon his expression froze. An anonymous check for 100 million rubles. This is not acceptable, not acceptable. Yikong Sanzhong hurriedly declined. Governor, you need not be so courteous. You have already helped me a lot before, and I have not expressed my gratitude. Moreover, I am not giving you this money for free. The light industry enterprises I previously acquired have been sorted out, and I now wish to initiate a purchase of Sony. Lin Yaodong pushed the check in front of Yikong Sanzhong. This? How can I accept this? Although Yikong Sanzhong said this, his gaze had not left the check. Ha, Governor Yi, I am not someone who eats alone. If you continue to be polite, it would mean you do not regard me as a friend. Lin Yaodong pushed the check towards Yikong Sanzhong once more. Haha, then thank you, Mr. Lin. Yikong Sanzhong's eyes crinkled with laughter. Since I have accepted Mr. Lin's benefits, I will certainly do my utmost to ensure the matter is settled. By the way, I just recently received some news that Mr. Lin should be interested in. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong revealed a curious expression. What news? Yikong Sanzhong's expression gradually became serious. Prime Minister Haijun said that after the Mitsui Zaibatsu was forcibly dissolved by the M country during the shogunate period, it did not vanish, but instead transformed from light to dark, secretly controlling the entire economic network of our nation. However, Mr. Lin need not worry, if our nation still adheres to the law. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong frowned slightly. He had heard this news in his previous life, but the Mitsui Zaibatsu had never shown itself in the international market. He had always thought it was a rumor, but it turned out to be true. This made things a bit complicated. However, Lin Yaodong's eyes also brightened. Ultimately, he intended to take action against the nation. Instead of him confronting the Mitsui Zaibatsu, it would be better to let Wall Street Capital probe the situation first. Governor Yi, I have an idea. What idea? Yikong Sanzhong looked at Lin Yaodong suspiciously. Lin Yaodong was surprised that Yikong Sanzhong was not shocked at all by the mention of the Mitsui Zaibatsu. Force the Mitsui Zaibatsu to come into the open. What a... Yikong Sanzhong looked at Lin Yaodong and when others hear about the Mitsui Zaibatsu, the first thought is how to avoid it. How could Lin Yaodong not only be unafraid, but also want to lure them out? This is my thought. Although Wall Street Capital has not successfully harvested from the nation, they have indeed made money. Therefore, I deduce that they will still take action against the nation. I am investing in the nation because I want a stable investment environment. You tell me, if the Mitsui Zaibatsu is forced out and faces our nation's plea for help, could they just ignore it? Upon hearing this, Yikong Sanzhong's eyes brightened, but he quickly shook his head vigorously. No, that would be too dangerous. According to Prime Minister Haijun, the heads of the Mitsui family have always had a good relationship with the emperor. If we truly anger the head of the Mitsui family, it would be a loss that cannot be recovered. Lin Yaodong shook his head and smiled. Governor Yi, you misunderstand again. You are a citizen of the nation. You cannot afford to offend the Mitsui family, but I am not a citizen. I came to the nation to invest. Is the nation not welcoming me? As long as you help me acquire Sony, my Lin Group will be listed in the nation. At that time, my enterprise will be no less than any of the 6 major conglomerates. How could the nation possibly drive me away? Upon hearing this, Yikong Sanzhong fell into deep thought. Lin Yaodong was currently very important to the nation. No, it should be that the 100 billion rubles were very important to the nation. Meanwhile, the Mitsui family was an unstable factor. According to Lin Yaodong's idea, forcing the Mitsui family out would inevitably put them against Lin Yaodong. If they pushed Lin Yaodong away and the Mitsui family ignored the nation's situation, would he not cry to death? Similarly, if the Mitsui family resurfaced, Prime Minister Haijun could mediate. If successful with over 100 years of accumulated wealth, the Mitsui family could help the nation. Wouldn't the nation be able to confront the M country heathen? In an instant, Yikong Sanzhong had an idea. Mr. Lin, how do you think we should proceed? Outside the Fukuoka branch of Sumitomo Bank, crowds surged like a turbulent tide. The morning sun, fractured by the chaos of the throng, cast a disordered light. Panic was etched starkly upon every face. Open up. I'm here to withdraw my money. An elderly man with silver hair shouted hoarsely, his trembling hand clutching a passbook, his gaze locked fiercely on the bank's sealed doors. A young man beside him flushed crimson, with rage, fists waving furiously. If Sumitomo Bank collapses, women clutched their children, bewildered and helpless amid the crush. The infants, overwhelmed by the suffocating tension, wailed uncontrollably. Precisely at 9 a.m., the gates finally swung open, and the crowd erupted inward like a breached dam. Islanders jostled and trampled one another. Cries, sobs, and curses tangled into a deafening cacophony. Instantly, the withdrawal counters were besieged, impenetrable walls of desperate bodies. They roared at the tellers, "Withdraw my money, now." Withdraw it immediately. Tellers stood pale and paralyzed, eyes wide with terror at the pandemonium before them. Their fingers trembled violently over keyboards, sweat glistened on their foreheads. How could this happen? They're draining the bank dry. A young teller whispered, fear flooding his eyes. In the back office, the branch manager was already drenched in sweat, fighting his way through the surging mass in a futile attempt to restore order. But his voice vanished beneath the roar. Despair gleamed in their eyes. If control slipped entirely, the bank would plunge irrevocably into ruin. It's over, utterly over. It's over. Upon receiving the news, the branch manager immediately contacted headquarters, only to learn that every regional branch faced identical chaos. Told to resolve it himself, he could only ask what recourse did he have. For him, the sky itself had collapsed. Somewhere along the way, banking equipment toppled. The documents once treated as sacred treasures now lay scattered across the floor, ignored by all. Outside, fresh waves of people kept arriving. Streets choked to immobility. Car horns blared, distant sirens wailed. The entire scene resembled the onset of apocalypse. Driven by raw fear, people clawed frantically for what they believed was theirs. The general manager, witnessing this spectacle, felt darkness swallow his vision and collapsed unconscious. Across the street, inside a quiet cafe, Lin Yaodong and Grace stood by the window, observing the turmoil in silence. Boss, is there truly no recourse left for Sumitomo's headquarters? A faint smile flickered in Lin Yaodong's eyes. It's not that simple. They've already deployed the 20 trillion yen lent by the central bank to acquire light industry enterprises. They simply have no liquidity left. Yet the four major zaibatsu are bound by shared interests. Should anyone intervene, stability will return swiftly. Zhuang San's continued inaction suggests he may also be pressuring Yashiro Sankuro, testing his resolve. Grace frowned, puzzled. Then why are we here? She knew well that Lin Yaodong never indulged in idle spectacles. I'm waiting to see whether the central bank moves first or whether Sumitomo cracks under pressure. Either way, Sumitomo's stock price will plummet. His short position, orchestrated through Johnson, guaranteed immense profit regardless. Oh, Grace murmured, nodding faintly, half comprehending, half doubting. After an indeterminate stretch of time, a rhythmic sequence pierced the air. Short beeps alternating with long wails. Beep, beep. Wail. Beep, beep. Wail. Lin Yaodong rose instantly. Let's go. Central bank vehicles had arrived. Zhuang San truly possessed extraordinary composure. Sumitomo Bank has suffered a sudden bank run and is now temporarily placed under central bank administration. Reopening date remains undetermined. Lin Yaodong switched off the television and fell into contemplation. Why did Sumitomo Bank ignore the crisis so brazenly? Was it arrogance or utter resignation? Or did they genuinely believe the central bank held no leverage over them? Perhaps both were true. Then ring. The telephone chimed without warning. Mr. Lin, the situation proves far more complex than we anticipated. Our audit reveals Sumitomo Bank's internal condition is catastrophically worse than imagined. Beyond domestic acquisitions of light industry firms, the Sumitomo Group has purchased vast iron ore deposits internationally and counts multiple iron mines with mining giants Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton. Its domestic loan portfolio totals 35 trillion yen, and Sumitomo Bank has further borrowed 24 billion US dollars from JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Co. Zhuang San clearly feels invulnerable. Lin Yaodong's brow furrowed. Indeed, the borrower, not the lender, held the power. 35 trillion yen plus $24 billion constituted an extraordinary debt burden. Yet questions arose: how could a bank valued at merely 7 trillion yen secure such staggering loans? Can we trace the loan records from JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Co.? What served as collateral? And have we verified the actual use of these funds? Yashiro Sankuro sighed bitterly. Upon learning the sum, I was stunned. I had no time to investigate. I'll issue orders to begin immediately. But Sumitomo's reach is vast. Once we start digging, who knows where? Before, perhaps it had been manageable. But now, knowing the Mitsui Group stood behind Sumitomo, Yashiro's trepidation was wholly justified. Director Yashiro, you overestimate your burden. Such a crisis cannot possibly rest solely on your shoulders. Shouldn't Prime Minister Kaido Haijun make the decisive call? They may disregard you, but dare they disregard the Prime Minister? Even if Prime Minister Kaido agrees to extend further credit to the Sumitomo Group, wouldn't that allow you to step cleanly aside? Yashiro paused, then shook his head with a rueful smile. Let us hope so. Hanging up, Lin Yaodong's mind raced. One zaibatsu, Sumitomo, had accumulated nearly $50 billion in debt. What then of all four major zaibatsu combined? That figure would stagger the world. His own strategy required accelerated execution. Yet the sole remaining variable was the Mitsui Group. Precisely how colossal was its scale? Would it emerge during Japan's unfolding crisis? Boss Johnson has arrived, Grace announced, ushering the muscular Westerner into the hall. Boss. Johnson stood firmly beside Lin Yaodong. Sit. Lin Yaodong replied, shaking off lingering thoughts before offering a calm, appraising smile. How did things go? Smoothly. Sumitomo's stock dropped roughly 12% today. Tomorrow we anticipate a 15 to 18% decline. Lin Yaodong nodded. I understand. The stock's trajectory speaks for itself. Sumitomo issued one pre-crash. Each share traded at 9532 yen, valuing the bank at 9.5 trillion yen. When the market collapse struck, Sumitomo bore the brunt, shedding 27% instantly. Its current valuation stood at 6.9 trillion yen. A further 15% drop would reduce it to just 5.89 trillion yen, nearly halving its total market capitalization. A new question arose: with his available capital, he could conceivably absorb Sumitomo Bank outright. And given Zhuang San's apparent confidence, he'd never suspect a hostile acquisition bid was already in motion. Should he take the gamble and seize Sumitomo? Not yet. He would wait until Yashiro Sankuro's investigation yielded its findings. At a private restaurant in Roppongi, Lin Yaodong arrived to find Yikong Sanjong Morita, chairman of Sony Group, and Matsumoto, chairman of Japan's Pioneer Group, already waiting in the private room. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Upon seeing Lin Yaodong, Yikong Sanjong's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Mr. Lin, Morita and Matsumoto also quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Morita is currently the chairman of Sony Group, holding 34.7% of the shares. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong shook hands with Morita while exchanging pleasantries. Matsumoto is the current chairman of Japan's Pioneer Group, holding 6.73% of the shares. Lin Yaodong shook hands with Matsumoto as well. Once the guests were seated and the waiter served the dishes, Yikong Sanjong smiled and continued. The Sony shareholders are scattered, and the only ones I can contact are Mr. Morita and Mr. Among them, the M.S. Trust under the Mitsui Group holds 7.2%. T. Trust Company holds 24.6%, and Mitsui Bank has a mortgage of 12.2%, totaling 44%. That's why everyone says that the Mitsui Group controls Sony. In reality, Sony does not have any significant major shareholder rights. As for the remaining shares, 28.75% are held by securities companies. I have finished my connections for Mr. Lin, but as for the negotiations, I'm not involved. Yikong Sanjong pointed at Morita and Matsumoto, laughing. Although he said so, neither Morita nor Matsumoto dared to take him seriously. Did Yikong Sanjong really need to make connections personally? Before Lin Yaodong could speak, Matsumoto took the initiative to stand up and pour drinks for everyone. Mr. Lin, I have heard from President Yi that you want to acquire Sony Group. I can transfer the shares in my hands to you at any time. Hearing Matsumoto's somewhat flattering words, Morita's expression turned sour. He did not want to sell. He was filled with confidence about the future of Sony Group. Moreover, during the stock market crash, all companies were being devalued significantly, but Sony stock remained exceptionally strong. Before the stock market crash, it was 651.2 billion yen, and after the crash, it was still 635 billion yen, showing almost no signs of devaluation. He was feeling pleased, but then Yikong Sanjong called him, and he ended up here. Now he was in a position where he couldn't decide whether to agree to sell or not, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. Yet at this moment, everyone's gaze was on him. How awkward. Seeing this, Lin Yaodong smiled lightly and said, I don't manage the company much. The position of president will still be held by Mr. Morita. I will purchase the shares from Mr. Morita at the current market value and additionally offer you 5 in dry shares. As for how the company operates, I won't interfere as long as the group's targets are met. In addition to these, I will inject 4 billion into Sony Group to increase capital and expand shares. Hearing this, Morita was stunned, Yikong Sanjong was stunned, and Matsumoto was also stunned. This was no small sum, especially for Yikong Sanjong, who knew that Lin Yaodong had 2 electronics groups that were very similar to Sony Group. Was it worth it for just one Sony Group? Of course it was worth it. 7 years later, when the internet bubble burst, Sony's highest market value reached an astonishing 125 billion. With the technology in hand, a quick sell. My goodness, a profit of 31 times, and the electronics produced by Sony are not negligible, bringing him dozens of billions of dollars every year. But that's not the most critical part. Sony's semiconductor technology is world-class. Just the technology alone would yield him immense profits. Morita, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and agree. You can take the money for the next few decades right now, not to mention the additional 5 in dry shares. You can just think of it as Mr. Lin increasing capital and expanding shares, right? Are you capable of providing money if Mr. Lin increases capital and expands shares? Lin Yaodong looked at Matsumoto with appreciation, who was playing the role of a supporting actor, and smiled. If the shares are transferred to me, I will immediately redeem the shares held by the Mitsui Group. Hearing this, Morita sighed. Since Mr. Lin has said this, I have no reason to refuse, especially considering the faces of President Yi and Mr. Matsumoto. I will transfer the shares to you, but I want to add 2 additional clauses. Lin Yaodong nodded. Please, President Morita. He directly referred to him as president, which showed both his determination and a warning. You can propose conditions, but think carefully, as you will be working under me in the future. If, and I mean if Mr. Lin one day no longer wishes to hold shares in Sony Group, I hope to have the right of first refusal. Secondly, if Mr. Lin does not fulfill the contract terms with President Yi as a witness, I can redeem my shares at the contract amount. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong felt amused. It was as if the first clause was irrelevant. If he no longer wanted to hold shares in Sony Group, who he sold to would not matter to him, as long as he got the money. The second clause meant that once he obtained the shares, he would immediately redeem the 44 equity held by the Mitsui Group and inject 4 billion, thereby diluting the shares held by others. He would still be the largest shareholder, and that would even be more beneficial for Lin Yaodong. However, Morita was a key figure as he held a high-tech RD team that was best kept. He had no grudge against money. No problem. Lin Yaodong agreed without a second thought. Soon Yikong Sanjong informed his secretary to print out the share transfer agreement and additional clauses. They signed it on the spot. As for the follow-up, it could be left to Yekaterina and Morita. He didn't even need to intervene. After the meal in Lin Yaodong's car, the Sumitomo Group is a commercial empire centered around Sumitomo Bank. Although all funds are routed through Sumitomo Bank, many details are not clearly indicated. The information I have currently is limited, but one thing is certain: the iron ore mines under the Sumitomo Group are likely beyond our imagination. They are not just collaborating with mining giants like Rio Tinto and BHP in Australia. Moreover, they have an astonishing number of mines in Brazil and South Africa. Even a simple calculation shows that they are not far off from the iron ore giant cliffs. Although I have not seen the mortgage loan agreements, based on my analysis, Sumitomo Bank is likely borrowing against these iron ore mines from JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank. As for the money obtained from the loans, Zhuang San is very likely using it to contract iron ore mines worldwide. While listening to the information in Yikong Sanjong's words, Lin Yaodong was analyzing. Zhuang San wouldn't randomly purchase iron ore mines worldwide. Moreover, he hadn't heard that the Sumitomo Group and Cliffs were rivals in the international market. Therefore, there must be an issue here. And it is a big issue. What is iron ore used for? Smelting iron, steel? Where is the greatest need for these items? And the profit is substantial enough for the Sumitomo Group to willingly bear so many loans. Research institutes, RD institutes, and even weapon development. Or who is it for? The Mitsui Group. Cliffs. In any case, the Sumitomo Group must have some alternative. Otherwise, contracting so many iron ore mines and simply selling them on the international market could easily manipulate iron ore prices. Wouldn't they make a fortune? For example, for iron ore priced at 20 in the market, Sumitomo Bank could short sell it, then use the amount of iron ore they possess to drive the price down. This is one of the most unsolvable situations in the financial market: hoarding and speculation. Establish a shell company, reap a wave, then sell it to another shell company, and then wait a few years or even decades for another wave. Then after reselling with tens of trillions of dollars in hand, wouldn't that be delightful? Just like the Hunt brothers playing with silver, frantically hoarding silver for decades with 70 of the silver in the market in their hands. Once the silver price rises to a certain level, the shorts naturally short sell, but guess what? They couldn't produce that much silver in spot, leaving the Hunt brothers with the upper hand. If it weren't for the New York Mercantile Exchange's introduction of Silver Rule No. 7 are significantly limiting the use of margin to purchase commodities, increasing the trading costs and capital pressure on the Hunt brothers, they would have already been the richest in the world. In the Financial Bureau of the island nation, from now on, Lin Jun's commands are my commands. You must strictly follow Lin Jun's instructions. Yikong Sanjong originally didn't plan to call Gongza, but upon hearing that Lin Yaodong was coming, Gongza immediately crawled out of bed and rushed to the Financial Bureau. Since Finance Minister Gongza has arrived, I will take my leave. Yikong Sanjong nodded to Gongza, and then reminded Lin Jun, there are some things we should just keep to ourselves. Do not speak of them until we have evidence. Understood, President Yikong, take care. Lin Yaodong nodded solemnly, and then escorted Yikong Sanjong out of the trading room. Lin Jun, 100 tons of gold. 321,500 ounces. 32150 lots. Such a small amount does not match your status. Back in the hall, Gongza started joking with Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong smiled. Truly, when lacking something, it comes to you. He initially approached Yikong Sanjong without daring to be too greedy. What he wanted was the official identity of the island nation. If he reported too much, Yikong Sanjong would likely refuse. However, it was clear that Gongza hadn't communicated with Yikong Sanjong. Thus, Lin Yaodong decisively played dumb. Finance Minister Gongza, you know that I am just an industrialist. If it weren't for the directives from Minister Boris, how could I dare to invest heavily in an unfamiliar field? But I believe in Finance Minister Gongza. I still have $30 billion available. Could you help me arrange? Don't worry, even if I incur losses, I won't blame you. After all, I also want to make a good impression in front of Minister Boris. Hearing this from Lin Yaodong, Gongza wanted to slap himself. Too much talk. If he made money, it would be fine, but what if he lost? After a few drinks, he momentarily lost his senses and made such a mistake in front of Lin Yaodong. But words once spoken are like water spilled, they cannot be retrieved. Rest assured, Lin Jun, we will use the basic margin, and let me be clear, if the losses exceed 2.5, I will choose to execute the liquidation order. Of course, I hope Lin Jun makes money. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong laughed heartily and embraced Gongza. Haha, Finance Minister Gongza, you're too polite. No need for liquidation, I would actually prefer to lose a bit of money. If Minister Boris finds out I'm losing money, any policy he gives me would allow me to make double back. Gongza was momentarily stunned. He had forgotten this aspect, and immediately forced a smile, saying so Lin Jun won't lose anything. Lin Yaodong smiled and nodded. Lose money. How could he possibly lose money? He was just afraid that Gongza would liquidate without his permission. That would be unbearable. Finance Minister Gongza, you must have my permission to liquidate, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to Minister Boris. Rest assured Lin Jun, since you won't lose anything, what else do I have to worry about? Come, let's go have a drink. After giving the order, Gongza immediately put his arm around Lin Yaodong's shoulder and walked. The next day, Yekaterina called to report that the shares of Sony had been secured. The bank was fine, but the trust had paid 16.4 billion yen and 35.5 billion yen in penalties. Lin Yaodong readily agreed. He didn't even consider this small penalty significant. Thus, 87.3 of Sony's shares, 72.75 of the total shares were now in Lin Yaodong's hands, while the remaining 32.725 of the total shares were scattered among small shareholders and brokerage firms. Note, Sony had previously increased its capital stock, thus the share ratio is not 100 but 120. Afterward, Lin Yaodong asked Yekaterina to inject an additional $4 billion into the Sony group, further consolidating the shares, while also alleviating Morita's concerns. At 11 p.m., in the Villa's Hall, the second interest rate hike of the year took place, with the U.S. Federal Reserve raising rates by 25 basis points. The local time was February 1st, 1990. The U.S. Federal Reserve concluded its two-day monetary policy meeting. It announced that the target range for the federal funds rate would be raised from 4.5 to 4.75, an increase of 25 basis points. This was the second interest rate hike for the Federal Reserve this year. Watching the announcement of the rate hike on TV, Lin Yaodong's expression was devoid of both joy and sorrow. If he had foreseen it, there would have been no sense of surprise. Dingling. Just as the announcement ended, Johnson's call came. However, Lin Yaodong did not answer and hung up instead. Dingling. Immediately after, the phone rang again as Finance Minister Gongza, why are you calling me so late? Lin Yaodong pretended to be nonchalant as he picked up. Lin Jun, the Federal Reserve raised rates by 25 basis points. Gold is really going to drop. You are going to make a Gongza's voice was clearly excited, and Lin Yaodong naturally could not continue to remain calm. Finance Minister Gongza, are you serious? As expected, listening to you was the right decision. I should have placed a big bet. Tomorrow we'll host, and we can celebrate properly. I need to inform Minister Boris of this good news. See you tomorrow, Finance Minister Gongza. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong regained his composure and dialed Johnson's number. Boss, the Federal Reserve raised rates by 25 basis points. You predicted the head and shoulder top again. Lin Yaodong quickly interrupted Johnson's flattery, or else it would go on indefinitely. This time the rate hike is only 25 basis points. Gold will drop, but the decline won't be too significant. Prepare for a long-term hold. Upon hearing this, Johnson immediately replied, understood, but boss, do you have any expectations for liquidation? At what point do we liquidate? Just follow my instructions. Lin Yaodong replied calmly. With his involvement in this life, many places have already changed. For example, the Nikkei 225 index was supposed to fall to around 0 points due to the pressure from Wall Street capital leading the island nation to choose to raise interest rates. However, due to his appearance, it stabilized above 0 points. Wall Street's capital harvesting plan fell through, and they would certainly make up for it elsewhere. Recently, the gold market became one of their opportunities. In the previous life, it fell to 360 points. Would it go lower this time? In any case, Lin Yaodong had already made up his mind. When the gold price dropped near 360 points, he would have Gongza liquidate. As for Johnson, he would wait for the opportunity, and at worst he would earn a little less. The next afternoon, in a private room at the Hilton Hotel, Finance Minister Gongza, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Lin Yaodong smiled as he took out an unmarked check he had prepared in advance. It was also 100 million rubles. He had originally used this method to connect with the officials of the Bear Country. Of course he had invested more there. This is unacceptable, Lin Jun, absolutely not. Seeing the string of zeros on the check, Gongza was directly stunned. How could he receive so much money? Finance Minister Gongza, this is not a bribe or anything else. It is simply a thank you for reminding me, which allowed me to make a large profit. I have never been someone who eats alone. If Finance Minister Gongza does not accept, then you are treating me as an outsider. Lin Yaodong said as he shoved the unmarked check into Gongza's hand. Gongza immediately forced a smile. Lin Jun, last time on Wall Street. You helped me. How could I accept this? Gongza was at a loss for words. Finance Minister Gongza, please rest assured and accept it. Our cooperation is not limited to this time. When I have a request of you in the future and you do not violate any regulations, perhaps I can earn a large sum again. Lin Yaodong then snatched the unmarked check back from Gongza's hand and stuffed it into his clothes. Lin Jun, alright, I will accept this time, but only this once. It won't happen again. Coincidentally, while I was meeting with the Prime Minister today, I happened to overhear a conversation between the Prime Minister and someone else. I feel this information will be useful to you, and I must insist that you keep it confidential. As Gongza spoke, he secretly glanced at Lin Yaodong and began to whisper. Lin Yaodong's eyes brightened with interest. In Villano, 8 of the Bancho Villa district in Chiyoda Ward, Lin Yaodong comfortably leaned back on the sofa while the financial channel on television was reporting the latest international news. However, Lin Yaodong appeared somewhat distracted, stealing glances at Go Heli, who was not far away. Go Heli was dressed in a pink yoga outfit that clung tightly to her body. Every contour was clearly visible. Her hair was tied up high with a few golden strands fluttering gently with her movements glimmering softly under the sunlight. Her forehead and neck were already glistening with fine sweat marking a large area on her upper body. With her movements, there was a kind of hazy allure. "Can't you practice in your bedroom?" Lin Yaodong sighed, feeling frustrated. Her wetness was distracting him from watching international news. Go Heli continued her movements, bending her arms to support her body, turning her head to look at Lin Yaodong. "Boss, am I not always ready at any time?" Seeing Lin Yaodong's distracted expression, a glint of mischief flashed in Go Heli's eyes. "Boss, would you like to join me for a practice session? I can teach you, but it's very effective. It can alleviate psychological pressure and enhance muscle strength." Lin Yaodong smirked. "Are you feeling very pressured?" Go Heli felt a rush of joy. Was the boss showing concern for her? Not really, as a woman enhancing physical resilience. Lin Yaodong was not interested in her reasoning. He only wanted to dismiss the distracting Go Heli so he could watch the international news. Missing out on useful information could leave him in a passive position. "Since you're not feeling pressured, go help Yekaterina." Also, there's been no news regarding the acquisition of Light Industry Enterprises by Fuyang during this time. Go Heli, who had just been a bit relaxed, instantly stiffened. She stopped practicing yoga, jumped up with a pouting face. "Boss, do you want to dismiss me?" Yekaterina has already formed her secretarial team with dozens of people surrounding her. "And Fuyang, I heard Yekaterina say he's already serving as a senior executive in the group." Looking at Go Heli, who wore an expression of a wronged wife, Lin Yaodong's eyes flashed with a strange look. How could a Western beauty look so unreal with such an expression? "If you don't want to go, then contact the Russians. Ever since Anna returned, we've been almost out of touch." Go Heli confirmed that Lin Yaodong indeed wanted to dismiss her. "Not going, the Russians are already on the right track, and with Miss Anna around, what are you worried about?" Go Heli said, subconsciously puffing out her chest. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong casually replied, "I'm afraid you might expose yourself." Go Heli froze for a moment, then instinctively looked down, realizing that her upper body was indeed soaked in a large area. It was not just clearly visible, the general outline was somewhat indistinct. "Humph." Go Heli lightly stomped her foot and swayed her hips as she walked towards her room. Watching Go Heli's retreating figure, Lin Yaodong shook his head helplessly. He didn't notice that Go Heli's face was already flushed. Just when Lin Yaodong thought he could peacefully catch up on the news, Go Heli rushed out of her room again. "Boss, our mall in Gachina City has been sealed off." Lin Yaodong's eyes flickered with cold light. Did they really think he was a soft target? Gachina City, Leningrad, Oblast, Russia. The news of the Lin's mall being sealed off exploded in Gachina City like a bomb. This mall had always been the commercial jewel of the city, bustling with people. At this moment, it was trapped by cold seals, its doors tightly shut, surrounded by armed soldiers. A large crowd gathered in the distance, their faces filled with fear and despair. In the crowd, whispers filled the air as people exchanged worried glances about this sudden change. A middle-aged woman grabbed the arm of the person next to her, her eyes full of concern. "What are we going to do? It's my son's birthday, and I was counting on this Lin's Mall." A young office worker's face was pale, his lips trembling. "I heard those officials say the Lin's Mall's prices exceeded the standard by more than 10 times, which is why it was sealed off. Now who cares about the prices? We just need food to survive." An elderly man leaned on a cane, his voice hoarse. "This is forcing us to a dead end. My children are still hungry." Ivanov and Fedor were standing nearby, flanked by soldiers wearing expressions of pride and greed. Here in Gachina City, sealing a mall was just a matter of a single word. They wanted to tell Lin Yaodong that current officials are not as good as the ones in charge. If he wanted to continue, he would need to offer 50% of the profits. As for the lives of ordinary people, what did that have to do with them? Every year in Russia, tens of thousands die of hunger, yet none of those officials have been demoted for it. And Ivanov dared to challenge Lin Yaodong, his greatest support being Fedor by his side. As the son of the governor of Leningrad Oblast, the aging Stachev was about to retire. The position of governor would eventually be his, making him the true ruler here. "No one is allowed to unseal it without my orders. Withdraw." Just then a black car sped in, kicking up a cloud. The car came to a steady stop, the door opened, and a pair of long legs appeared first in the sight of the crowd. Following closely was a figure that made the crowd go wild with excitement. Yet her eyes revealed a chilling indifference. Anna had arrived. Her presence heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Ivanov and Fedor, who were just about to leave, also halted, their gazes towards Anna, filled with an unusual. Just as they were about to approach, the car opened again, and with the help of others, an elderly man slowly stepped out of the vehicle. Though old, he held a commanding presence, his brows furrowed, and his eyes filled with anger. Seeing the old man, Fedor and Ivanov's eyes widened in shock. "Father, Governor." Indeed, the newcomer was Stachev, the governor of Leningrad Oblast. "You have such audacity to seal the Lin's Mall. Withdraw immediately." Stachev's voice was deep and authoritative, like thunder exploding in the air. Ivanov quickly ran to Stachov side, a fawning smile on his face. Governor, we're just regulating the market. The Lin's mall has some issues. Stachov snorted coldly. Regulating the market? I think you're blinded by profit. Don't you know that the food in this mall is a lifeline for many, yet you want to destroy it for your own benefit? Upon hearing this dialogue, the crowd erupted in an uproar, realizing that the sealing of the Lin's mall was their private action. Anna stood by quietly observing everything. Her gaze remained cold. She looked at Ivanov and Fedor, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes, as they only knew how to use such despicable means to seek wealth. They couldn't even compare to someone like Lin Yaodong, who could accomplish great things. They weren't worthy of even carrying his shoes. Father, the prices they are selling exceed those of other countries by dozens of times. This is murder. Hearing that Stachov was going to unseal the Lin's mall, Fedor immediately objected. Stachov coldly nodded, standing beside Fedor. Slap. The next moment, a heavy slap landed on Fedor's face. Murder. I think it's you who wants to commit murder. From today on, I will apply to the United Nations to pass the governor's position to your brother. Fedor was taken aback, dumbfounded, and panicked. Father, do you know what you're saying? Stachov smiled coldly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying fierceness. Are you questioning me, or saying I've lost my mind? Facing Stachov's fury, Fedor swallowed hard, panicking to the point of stuttering. No, I wouldn't. Stachov then looked at the bewildered Ivanov. Are you the new mayor? All you do is cling to power. From now on you're suspended and wait to be summoned by the Discipline Inspection Committee. Only then did he look at Anna. Miss Anna, is my handling of this acceptable to you? Miss Anna, the daughter of Minister Boris of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It turned out to be her. Ivanov and Fedor, unable to maintain their footing, collapsed to the ground. No wonder the governor father would act this way. They were completely finished. Anna nodded faintly, saying nothing, and directly got into the car and left. In the villa number 8 of the Bancho Villa area in Chiyoda, Lin Yaodong dialed on his number immediately after learning that the commercial building had been sealed. It's taken care of. Inual Wanfu has been invited to the Discipline Inspection Commission for tea. Stepping down is just a matter of time. Fadwa Luo has lost the opportunity to be the governor of Leningrad and has fallen to the level of a low-level civil servant. Am I satisfactory to Chairman Lin? Hearing Anna's somewhat coy remarks, Lin Yaodong could easily discern her thoughts. He smiled and said, satisfactory, very satisfactory. When will you come to the island nation? I want to properly thank you. When it came to gratitude, Lin Yaodong deliberately emphasized his tone. Upon hearing this, Anna, who was in the land of the bear, blushed and touched her abdomen, saying, I have something to attend to here and can't leave right now. Let's wait a few months, it'll give you a surprise then. A surprise? The corners of Lin Yaodong's mouth lifted slightly. Though somewhat intrigued, he did not pay much attention. All right, I can't leave the island nation, so I'll leave things on the bear's side to you. Good waiting for your triumphant return, Anna said, knowing Lin Yaodong was about to hang up, and she took the initiative to end the call. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong looked at the approaching Yekaterina and Johnson. Our next step is to acquire Sumitomo Bank. Upon hearing this, Yekaterina and Johnson were both taken aback. Especially Johnson, who understood the scale of Sumitomo Bank better than Yekaterina, who had only a vague idea. The peak market value reached nearly 10 trillion, a colossal enterprise. How could it just be acquired so easily? Their thoughts were almost written on their faces, and Lin Yaodong could see their concerns at a glance. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just execute my orders. Johnson. Boss. Johnson responded promptly upon hearing Lin Yaodong call his name. You will collect the circulating shares of Sumitomo Bank in the stock market for any unforeseen circumstances. As for the funds, I will have Jahili transfer them into our international account. The requirements are simple: ensure discretion while collecting as many shares as possible, but do not raise the stake. Johnson nodded. As long as the funds are sufficient, there will be no problem. The largest shareholder of Sumitomo Bank is the Sumitomo Group, holding 76. However, after multiple rounds of capital increases, the stocks of Sumitomo Bank that are circulating outside are numerous. If we could collect the stocks in the market, we might even hold more shares than Sumitomo Bank itself. But collecting all the chips in the stock market is not something that can be accomplished merely with money. Yekaterina. Boss. Yekaterina's eyes lit up as she quickly responded. Send someone to thoroughly investigate Sumitomo Bank, leave no stone unturned. At the same time, secretly contact those minor shareholders of Sumitomo Bank and buy the shares they hold at a 10 premium. Once bought, make sure they keep quiet about it. Even if negotiations don't go well, we must ensure they don't mention this matter. Upon hearing this, Yekaterina nodded immediately, saying, no problem. Our company's raw materials involve the entire island nation. I don't believe there are fields we can't access. Leave it to me, boss. Lin Yaodong nodded in satisfaction. Confidentiality is paramount. Go ahead. All right, boss. The two responded and walked out of the villa. Jahili. Here, boss. Jahili didn't expect Lin Yaodong would call her and rushed to his side. How is the cargo being shipped to the bear? Jahili thought for a moment. Everything is going smoothly. We can recover about 120 million rubles in payments each day. Adding the funds previously deposited in the Sumitomo Bank branch in Huaxiao, we have 700 million rubles available. Lin Yaodong pondered. You need to visit the central bank and find Yaokong Sunju. Exchange the previous 5 billion rubles back, and from now on all payments in the island nation will be made by the head office here, including the money recovered later to be transferred into the account set up in the Cayman Islands. All right, boss. After agreeing, Jahili curiously asked, is our company in the island nation still going public? Yekaterina has asked me several times before. Hearing this, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Let's wait a bit longer, it won't be too long. Everyone had their tasks. Lin Yaodong also took a break. He spent time reading international financial news, occasionally chatting with Miyazawa in the financial hall, and checking the trends of international gold. He also occasionally discussed after-sales issues with Yaokong Sunju regarding Toshiba and Panasonic. Meanwhile, gold slowly declined from its peak of 400 per ounce after the Federal Reserve raised rates by 25 basis points, from 400 per ounce on February 1st to 374 per ounce on February 6th. Then, after the weekend break, it fluctuated for 2 days before rebounding slightly. Overall, the increase was small while the decrease was significant. By February 12th, the gold price had dropped to 362 per ounce. Johnson allocated 3 traders and 1 statistician from the team to start collecting shares of Sumitomo Bank in the stock market. In just under 10 days, they collected 4.99. The reason was simple. After the bank run incident, the credibility of Sumitomo Bank had been somewhat damaged. Notably, on February 8th, Fuyong organized another acquisition meeting. A total of 22 light industry companies were involved, but this time the 4 major financial groups did not participate. All were acquired by Fuyong through a scattered purchase of goods and enterprises. For this, Lin Yaodong rewarded Fuyong with 2 billion yen. Thus, the number of light industry companies under Lin Yaodong's control reached a staggering 149, all managed by Lin's holdings group in the island nation. In Villa Number 8, President Yaokong, do you have any instructions? Lin Yaodong was still swimming in the pool when Jahili approached him with his phone. Jahili took a towel to wipe Lin Yaodong's body, especially his upper body, with extra care. This made Lin Yaodong feel an impulse to knock her on the head. For more than a month, due to policy shifts, Panasonic has been having a hard time. Just this morning, he called me wanting to sell some shares of Panasonic. I thought of Lin Jun right away. But I wonder if Lin Jun is interested. Panasonic. Lin Yaodong was indeed interested. However, Panasonic was closely connected with the 4 major financial groups, and if they were to sell shares, they shouldn't be looking for him. Lin Yaodong felt there might be a scheme behind this, but he thought it was necessary to meet before making a decision. I am interested, of course. Thank you, President Yaokong. Should I go to the central bank now? Huh. Upon hearing this, Yaokong Sunju laughed heartily. Lin Jun, just come directly to the Fuji Hotel. Just mention he's name at the front desk. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong felt something was off. Jahili, notify Captain Baoxiong, we are going out. 10 minutes later, Lin Yaodong and Jahili, both dressed up, got into his bulletproof car. Beep, beep, beep. Just after the car drove out for a short distance, Lin Yaodong heard a rapid sound. Not good, there's a bomb. Baoxiong, being an expert in this area, changed his expression upon hearing the urgent beeping sound. But his reaction was still too late. Bang! The next moment, Lin Yaodong felt a surge of weightlessness. He instinctively grabbed the panicking Jahili. Boom! A terrifying fireball erupted from beneath Lin Yaodong's car, accompanied by a massive wave rushing towards other vehicles. Not good, hurry and save people. In an instant, screams, curses, and gasps mingled together, and the scene turned chaotic. In the distance, a middle-aged man with a mustache lowered his binoculars and quietly took out his phone. Robert, it's done. In a private room of the Fujiyama Hotel, what did you say? A TNT time bomb has been installed under Lin Yaodong's car. Is Lin Yaodong all right? Speak quickly. Yikong Sanchong stood up in shock upon hearing the news, his expression frantic. President Yi, the incident happened 15 minutes ago. He has been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, but the specifics are still unknown. Thud. Yikong Sanchong felt a wave of dizziness, his mind in a haze, nearly collapsing. President Yi, are you all right? Hearing the concerned voice on the phone, Yikong Sanchong gritted his teeth and said angrily, at all costs, we must save him. After hanging up, Yikong Sanchong coldly looked at Hee across from him. Good. You actually plotted against me, making me your accomplice. Hee, have you thought this through? Hee, upon hearing this, observed with indifference, saying lightly, I do not understand, President. Yes, meaning. My Matsushita group is in trouble and wants to sell shares, seeking your help. As for whether you contacted Lin Yaodong, Zhang Yaodong, or Li Yaodong, that has nothing to do with me, right? President Yi, is that correct? Since the buyer cannot come due to matters, I shall take my leave first. Hee stood up and gave a slight bow to Yikong Sanchong, preparing to leave. Very well. Do not let me find any clues otherwise. A cold glint flashed in Yikong Sanchong's eyes. Even the Mitsui family cannot protect you. Hearing the mention of the Mitsui family, Hee's footsteps suddenly halted, turning incredulously to look at Yikong Sanchong. President Yi knows quite a lot, doesn't he? Yikong Sanchong slowly stood up, his gaze toward Hee, filled with indifference. If Lin Yaodong truly encounters trouble, the over 100 companies he acquired will fall into the hands of bureaucrats in the Bear Country due to his inability to repay the 100 billion ruble loan. They will not manage the companies, only sell them to European capital. At that time, with Wall Street and European capital outside, and over 100 light industry enterprises ready to explode internally. The island nation is in peril. You are the center of the island nation. No matter the Mitsui conglomerate or the 4 major financial groups, even the emperor cannot protect you. Seppuku is your only choice. Yikong Sanshong pushed past the obstructing He-E and strode out. He-E nearly fell, but could not care less. He hurriedly took out his phone to dial Zhuang San's number. But the phone only returned, "The number you dialed is not in service." Blocked. In that moment, He-E, President Yi. He-E wanted to chase after and stop Yikong Sanshong, but his limbs went weak from fear, unable to do anything. It's over. He-E heavily sat on the tatami. Just then the door slowly opened. President Yi. He thought Yikong Sanshong had returned only to see a European woman walking toward him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ekaterina, the president of Lin Holdings in the island nation. The chairman and President Yi agreed to discuss the acquisition. Where are the chairman and President Yi? Acquisition. Acquisition. A light shone in He-E's eyes as long as he sold the group's shares and left the island nation, who could do anything to him. Moreover, he had not directly participated in this matter as long as he was not in the island nation and insisted on not admitting it. President Yi has already discussed it with me. We can sign the contract immediately. I hold 72 of Matsushita Group's shares priced at 3 trillion yen. Oh, as soon as the money arrives, I will sign right away. Ekaterina slowly shook her head. Sorry, Chairman, our marketing department has done an assessment. The total market value of Matsushita Group is only 3 trillion, so 72 of the shares should be 16 trillion, right? Am I right? Looking at the smile on Ekaterina's face, He was on the verge of tears. This price drove him crazy, but given the current situation, he had to leave the island nation quickly. Fine, 16 trillion it is. He nearly bit his teeth in agreement. A hint of mockery flashed in Ekaterina's eyes as she immediately took out her phone to call her secretary. Before long, a share transfer contract appeared on the table between the two. When he was about to fill in his overseas account information, Ekaterina stopped him. In response to He-E's puzzled gaze, Ekaterina took out a stub from her bag. I just happen to have an unendorsed check for $15 billion from a Swiss bank. As long as Chairman, he pays me 60 billion yen, this check will be yours. Upon hearing this, He-E's heart leaped with joy. As long as he obtained the unendorsed check, he could exchange it for dollars at any Swiss bank outlet at any time. This would save him a lot of trouble. Even if his account was frozen, he wouldn't be afraid. Give me an account. I'll arrange for the bank to transfer the money to you right away. Ekaterina smilingly handed over an account to He. He was anxious, very anxious. He feared that once Yikong Sanshong left the hotel, he would report this matter to the relevant authorities, which would restrict his exit. Everything would be too late. In less than 10 minutes, Ekaterina received a call from finance, confirming a transfer of 60 billion yen into the account. Okay, Chairman, we have received the transfer notification. We can sign the contract now. Ekaterina waved her hand to her secretary. Her secretary quickly took out a camera and snapped several photos of the two. Ekaterina and He posed for handshakes, signing, and other actions. The secretary also took a couple of shots of the unendorsed check. After signing, He grabbed the check and headed out looking as if he was escaping. Boss, we have secured 72 of Matsushita Group's shares. Once He had completely left, Ekaterina took out her phone to report. Very good. Make sure the performance is convincing. In the name of Lin Group, go all out to buy Sumitomo Bank stocks in the stock market. At the same time, contact the shareholders of Sumitomo Bank in a high-profile manner to buy their shares. Include Fuyong and be a bit aggressive. Say that to get revenge for me, Lin Group is going to bring down Sumitomo Bank. If they do not sell, they will be worth nothing. On the other side, after leaving the Fujiyama hotel, He drove his car toward his villa after sending. In his excitement, he did not notice that a car had been following him from a distance. Upon returning to the villa, He retrieved his passport and quickly packed some cash in dollars, then hurried to the airport again. He didn't even notify his family. While passing through an uninhabited area, a car suddenly crashed into the customized Toyota He was driving. He, already tense, instinctively turned the steering wheel. The next moment, his car rushed straight through the railing. Bang! All that could be heard were 2 collision sounds, and then silence. At that moment, 2 Western men stepped out of another car, easily climbed over the railing, and approached the crashed Toyota. After rummaging for a while, the 2 quickly disappeared from the scene. Villa No. 7 in Dugong District by Dongjingwan. Zhuang San's car had barely come to a stop when the butler waited respectfully beside it. Master, everything has been arranged. Zhuang San rubbed his brow. A smile softened his stern face as he took the hand the butler offered and descended the car slowly. Feeling merry today, had a couple too many. Getting old, my drinking isn't what it used to be. The butler laughed and humbly replied, not at all, you are in fine health. As for me, I'm about the same age as the master. My legs are unsteady these days. Hearing the flattery, Zhuang San laughed heartily. He walked through the hall and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. Only then did the butler leave. At the door, Zhuang San heard muffled sobs coming from the bedroom. The sound made his eyes widen. A thrill of excitement and stimulation surged through him. He did not rush to fling open the door. Instead, he stepped into a side room, took a calm shower, and changed into pajamas. Only then did he push the bedroom door open. Haha, little darlings, I'm here. At first, he paid no heed to the rising and falling sounds of struggle, but soon he realized something was wrong. In the moonlight, he could see how real their fighting was. There was even a desperate, frantic quality to it. He turned on the light at once, and 3 girls came into view, their bodies bound tightly with velvet cords. Not only that, their mouths were stuffed with strips of cloth and rags. Zhuang San could clearly see the reddened, swollen arms and wrists from their struggles. He scanned the room quickly and found nothing else amiss. Then he hurried to one of the girls and pulled the cloth from her mouth. What happened? Why are you tied up? He asked. The girl, terrified, looked toward the tea table and said, Sir, a Western man came into the room and bound us. He put a bomb in the tea table drawer. Sir, please let me go. I don't want to die. Hearing the word bomb, Zhuang San turned pale and dashed out of the room without another word. His movement was so swift that he did not look like a man in his 50s. In the bedroom, only 3 desperate, terrified girls remained. Zhuang San cared nothing for their lives if his own safety was at stake. 10 minutes later, the butler returned after sending the bodyguards to search. Master, we only found this phone, he said, carrying a small bag. Just as the butler handed the bag to Zhuang San, the phone rang. Zhuang San, already taut with tension, nearly dropped it at the sound. He answered to probe and learn the caller's intent. A taunting voice said, Haha, Chairman Zhuang San, enjoying yourself. At your age, can you handle 3 girls? Would you truly choose to die in such pleasures? The speaker's accent was pure London. Zhuang San's brow contracted sharply. Who are you? What do you want? Whatever you ask, I can provide. In Zhuang San's position, money, power, and women were all at hand. He would not be taken before he had savored them. If someone could enter his villa without alerting anyone, they possessed a real means of threat. Perhaps they had even lain in ambush in his room earlier. The thought made his scalp prickle. The caller said, I want nothing. I warn you, Chairman Zhuang San, if the boss comes to harm, the entire Sanjin conglomerate will be dragged down with him. Surely Chairman Zhuang San hopes my boss remains safe. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. The line went dead as the caller hung up. Baka, it's Lin Yaodong's people. Zhuang San cursed angrily. Yet beneath the swearing there was fear. He no longer dared remain in the house. He had not expected Lin Yaodong to possess such covert power. Scene shift: Hilltop, Villano 7 in Shidianga district. Jutian returned home and found something amiss. The normally lively house was unnervingly quiet. Standing in the first-floor hall, he shouted Xiaofang, but there was no answer. Panic seized him, and he rushed up to the second-floor bedroom. He pushed the door open, and his eyes widened. His wife Xiaofang and daughter Huizi were bound tightly with velvet cords and their mouths gagged. Both were desperately trying to convey something to him. Their faces were unnaturally purplish from exertion. Huizi's eyes were full of fear and pleading. A cold voice said, President Jutian. Only then did he notice a European man seated in the corner out of his line. The man wore a mask that hid his features. Before Jutian could speak, the man tossed a share transfer document. Sign, and we will leave. Your family will be safe. Refuse, and we will do to your wife and daughter before your eyes. Think it over. At the same time, 2 hulking figures appeared behind Jutian, casually handling firearms. He smiled bitterly to himself. What choice did he really have? He could only pray that they would keep their word. I will sign, he said. Scene shift: Ginza Rebirth Medical Hospital. Lin Yaodong lay back with his hands behind his head, listening to Gu Heli's report. Boss, 72% of Songxia Group shares are now secured. Songxia Group is yours. We also took photographs as evidence, so even if Yizhen dies, we have ample proof. In addition, the $15 billion bearer check has been recovered. Captain Baoxiong reports that Jushin's 8% stake was purchased for $1. But boss, is what we are doing really all right? Gu Heli asked. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yaodong's eye. Without the armored car he had spent fortunes on, their survival would have been uncertain. Only because Baoxiong was not fully under his command did he allow Jutian and Zhuang San to live on. It is simply repaying them in kind. Contact Yekaterina and press an offensive against Zhuyu Bank as I do not wish to delay any longer. And Johnson, speed things up. Yekaterina works in the open. He should act covertly and accelerate contact with Zhuyu Bank's major shareholders. Hearing this, Gu Heli glared at Lin Yaodong with mock grievance. Boss, I'm injured. Must you really make me keep? She lifted a reddened, swollen arm as she spoke. Well, at least we got to the hospital in time. Otherwise what? Gu Heli looked puzzled. Lin Yaodong's eyes danced with amusement. Otherwise your wounds would already be healed. Boss, you are so teasing, she complained. She pouted, feigning hurt. It really does hurt, you know. At that moment, Lin Yaodong's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID read Gongza, he thought inwardly of how swift the progress had been. Lin, prepare yourself. Prime Minister Haijun wishes to see you. At the Ginza Rebirth Medical Hospital, Mr. Lin, we finally meet. Shortly after the phone call ended, Prime Minister Haijun and Gongza appeared in Lin Yaodong's private ward. Prime Minister Haijun has a medium build with gentle facial features and relatively deep-set eyes. His hair is a mix of black and white neatly styled. Dressed in formal attire, he appears solemn and serious. As he extends his hand, Lin Yaodong quickly shakes it, releasing it almost immediately. Your Excellency, I have long admired you. Prime Minister Hai Jun has shown him enough respect. As a national leader, he must offer due courtesy. Forgive my uninvited visit. Recent events have had quite an impact. Mr. Lin, let us sit and discuss. Prime Minister Hai Jun gestures towards the sofa. Please, Your Excellency. The significance of the conversation has already been established by the information revealed by the Prime Minister. At that moment, Gongze shows Lin Yaodong a mixture of concern, helplessness, and pleading in his expression. Lin Yaodong subtly nods. I understand that what happened yesterday has caused dissatisfaction for you, Mr. Lin. Hai Jun's tone is light, as if making small talk. This approach allows Lin Yaodong to save face, while also providing a cover for the nation. Yesterday, President Yi Kong and Finance Minister Gong Zhe called me to express their dissatisfaction. I also voiced my opinion to investigate thoroughly. However, what transpired last night and today greatly exceeded my expectations. Just now, His Majesty the Emperor called me demanding a thorough investigation and the return of illegal shares held by Mr. Lin. My response was that this matter should be put to rest. Mr. Lin has indeed been frightened, but you are unharmed, and moreover you have received what you desired. Let's put this matter to an end. How does that sound to you, Mr. Lin? Observing that Hai Jun has maintained a mostly expressionless face throughout, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but frown slightly. Hai Jun is quite formidable. Similarly, Hai Jun can't help but regard Lin Yaodong with newfound respect. Years of habit have left others intimidated when conversing with him. But what about Lin Yaodong? Not only does he show no sign of fear, but his frowning also draws Hai Jun. Could it be that after all this Lin Yaodong still intends to refuse? As Lin Yaodong contemplated, Prime Minister Hai Jun spoke again. The former chairman of Matsushita Group, He Jiun, has had both legs amputated and has lost his shares in the Matsushita Group. He has no means of making a comeback. Sumitomo Bank's president Kurita fled the country overnight after losing his bank shares. This outcome is already sufficient for us. Lin Yaodong nods, saying, since Your Excellency has said so, I naturally won't refuse. However, I hope such incidents do not happen again in the future. If it were my fiancé taking action, they would likely no longer exist by now. With someone like Interior Minister Boris as a strong backing, he would be foolish not to use it. Moreover, he isn't lying. You, Anna, is indeed his woman. Hearing this, Hai Jun's eyes flashed with surprise, then he looked at the accompanying Gongze. Gongze quickly leaned towards Hai Jun, whispering, Miss Anna, daughter of Interior Minister Boris, is Lin Yaodong's fiancé. Hai Jun's eyes flickered slightly. Being Boris' son-in-law carries significant weight. Boris is a staunch pro-government, and Boris has only one daughter. If something were to happen to Lin Yaodong, his daughter would undoubtedly cause a stir, and Boris would definitely protect him. With this in mind, a gentle smile appeared on Prime Minister Hai Jun's face. I will protest to Wall Street Capital in the name of our nation. I will also report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor. Mr. Lin, rest assured such incidents will not occur again in the future. Lin Yaodong nodded. Thank you, Your Excellency. Prime Minister Hai Jun did not linger soon, leaving due to pressing official matters. After Prime Minister Hai Jun's departure, Lin Yaodong immediately dialed Bao Xiong's number. Sir, the location of Wall Street Capital has been locked down in the harbor area, but that region is dominated by foreign capital, making it difficult to infiltrate. Unless we set up an ambush on their route to create an accident. However, that would cause too much of a stir. But before Bao Xiong could finish, Lin Yaodong interrupted. Just now Prime Minister Hai Jun came to see me. If this continues, it could easily provoke dissatisfaction from the Japanese government, so let's stop. On the other side, inside Prime Minister Hai Jun's car, when did you find out about Lin Yaodong's relationship with Boris? Hearing Hai Jun's question, Gongze quickly replied, previously Lin Yaodong suddenly received a loan of 100 billion rubles. It was also due to this loan that we could stabilize our exchange market. But at that time, I was unaware of the relationship between Lin Yaodong and Boris. Later, Lin Yaodong came to the Financial Bureau to short the London gold on the recommendation of President Yi Kong. After seeing more, I naturally became aware. Foolish. Upon hearing Gongze's words, Hai Jun scolded angrily. The Financial Bureau represents our nation. How can we allow others to use it? What does London gold represent? It is Europe's face. As time goes on, London gold has already fallen under the price control of the M nation. Our nation is already in enough trouble. Mishandling this could easily offend both Europe and the M nation at the same. Furthermore, don't you think about it. If he wants to trade London gold, wouldn't he go to the Tokyo futures market himself? Why specifically seek out the Financial Bureau? Gongze furrowed his brow. He's in the manufacturing industry, right? Doesn't he understand international futures? He's only following Boris' orders to cool down the international gold market. Moreover, since he shorted London gold, he hasn't paid much attention to its fluctuations. Upon hearing Gongze's words, Hai Jun shook his head helplessly. Think about it seriously. Since Lin Yaodong came to our nation, has he not had a smooth journey? Gongze nodded in confusion. Aside from this time, it should be considered so. Hai Jun felt a bit disappointed. Although I don't know much, I do know that aside from financial matters, he has already acquired over 100 light industrial enterprises domestically. Even this time, he secured 72 of Matsushita Group's shares and 8 of Sumitomo Bank's shares. Furthermore, the anonymous check used to purchase HE's shares has gone missing. Don't you understand? Even this time, Lin Yaodong is the biggest winner. If he didn't have this connection with Boris, he would merely be a bare businessman, which wouldn't matter to us. But with this connection to Boris, it's entirely different. Notify Lin Yaodong that he must close his orders in the London gold market. We cannot take such a huge risk. After finishing, Prime Minister Hai Jun closed his eyes, having lost patience with Gong Zhe. It was time for a change in position. On the other side, Lin Yaodong received a call from Gong Zhe, and his mood suddenly soured. With Prime Minister Hai Jun appearing here, he had a slight premonition. To be closed out at only 369 per ounce was indeed quite regrettable. However, there are always moves above and counter-moves below. Since the nation won't let him profit, he won't hold back from exploiting them again. With that thought, Lin Yaodong immediately turned to Gu Li, saying, "Inform Yekaterina that we must accelerate the acquisition of Sumitomo Bank. We don't have much time left." He then dialed Johnson's number, "Close the position tonight." Within a financial company in the harbor district, Robert, they have evacuated. The harbor has always been the stronghold of Wall Street capital in the island nation. The incidents involving Zhuang San and Zhu Tian naturally put Robert on high alert. Although the bomb bear was well hidden, it was difficult not to notice unfamiliar faces in the harbor district. Let them leave, it saves us from taking action. If the situation escalates too much, wouldn't that give the island nation a reason to expel us? However, since they have left, it indicates one thing. Lin Yaodong is not dead. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Robert's eyes. Impossible. Our people saw the explosion before leaving. That was a 200 joule TNT bomb. How could he possibly survive? Robert glanced at the speaker. Are you questioning my analysis? I wouldn't dare. Seeing the impatience on Robert's face, the man quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look him in the eyes. Dingling. At that moment, Robert's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name of the steward on the screen, he immediately distanced himself from the others. "Steward, what is your instruction?" As Robert's voice fell, a helpless sigh came from the other end of the line. "Robert, the head of the family, asked me to convey to you that Lin Yaodong cannot be touched. Just now, Prime Minister Hai Jun of the island nation personally pressured our country, and he explicitly stated that behind Lin Yaodong is Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Maoxiong. 3. If extreme measures are taken to solve the problem, it may very well ignite the bipolar conflict. We currently face internal and external troubles, and we cannot give them an excuse to go to war." After the steward finished speaking, he hung up, leaving Robert in shock. Lin Yaodong is Boris' man. It is indeed inappropriate to use extreme measures, but surely commercial tactics are acceptable. At 11 p.m. sharp, the international gold market opened on time, and Robert had already arrived in the trading room early. "Bring the price down to 350 per ounce today." "Yes, Master Robert." With the order given, countless gold sell orders were thrown into the market. The sheer volume was astonishing. The gold price continuously fell as the sell orders increased. 359 per ounce. 358 per ounce. In the blink of an eye, it dropped to 355 per ounce. Seeing this, Robert's eyes flashed with confidence. He was determined to reap the gold market. But just then, buy orders were also increasing, forming a hedge fund of 100 million ounces in just a moment. "Master Robert, someone is targeting us." Upon hearing this, Robert frowned deeply, increased the sell orders, and investigate the source of the funds. "Yes, Master Robert." On the other side, in the financial bureau of the island nation, Gongzawa and Lin Yaodong were already waiting here. To help Lin Yaodong close his positions, the number of traders had increased to 30. As soon as the market opened, the sell orders clearly exceeded the buy orders. Gongzawa's eyes brightened. This was a good condition for closing positions. "Everyone pay attention, close positions for Director Lin." "Yes." The traders who received the order immediately sprang into action. At first, Lin Yaodong didn't pay much attention, but as he watched, a strange look appeared in his eyes. The sell orders were extraordinarily large. "Strange, this sell order seems off." Gongzawa also sensed something was wrong. "Isn't it normal for fluctuations to be a bit larger when the market opens?" "I don't know about futures. I only know that Mao Xiong's business is always snapped up every day when it opens. The subsequent time will likely be much better." Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Gongzawa slowly nodded. "That's true, but it's normal for the international market to fluctuate more. Perhaps there is a market maker entering the fray." In the following time, Gongzawa was pulled by Lin Yaodong to chat in the break area. However, Lin Yaodong's position still allowed him to see the market trends. The more he looked, the more playful Lin Yaodong's eyes became. If Wall Street capital knew that the island nation was sabotaging their plans, I wonder what they would think. Quietly, Lin Yaodong edited a text message and sent it to Johnson. Within a financial company in the harbor district, "Master Robert, the situation is not looking good. The chips held by the other party are larger than we anticipated. If this continues, it is very likely that we will face a blockade from European bulls." The deputy operator came to Robert's side, looking somewhat grim. Robert frowned deeply. He couldn't understand where the problem lay. Did the other party receive news in advance and target him? Or was it a coincidence? But by now he was already in a precarious situation. What choice did he have? Increase the speed of sell orders. We must bring the price down to 350 per ounce today. The fluctuation range of international gold prices follows a pattern. His team had calculated that to harvest wealth through gold, they must break the pattern, which is 350 per ounce. With their 2 trillion chips, if they could bring it down to 300 per ounce, profits would approach 5 trillion. Even after deducting operational losses, profits would definitely exceed $4 trillion. It could easily double their funds. However, if they couldn't bring the price down to 350 per ounce, the profits might not even cover the losses. Thus, although Robert was very confident, it was false to say he wasn't anxious inside. Report. The other party has increased their buy orders. Johnson's side has also begun closing positions. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. I want the gold price to fall below 350 per ounce. Yes. In Europe, within the city of London, London gold is one of the important varieties of the London Futures Exchange. The sudden confrontation between bulls and bears in the London gold market naturally caught the attention of many. Mr. Half-it after the opening of the London gold market, a confrontation between bulls and bears has suddenly emerged. Based on the source of funds, we have identified Wall Street and the island nations officials. This is very likely a conspiracy by Wall Street and could also impact the healthy development of the London gold market. Please make your decision. Half-it, as the director of the London Securities and Futures Exchange, furrowed his brows upon hearing this news and asked, what is the volume of funds? The current transaction volume has surpassed the 100 billion mark. According to information from the regulatory agency, Wall Street capital has been lurking in the London gold market with no less than 10 trillion leverage. Half-it hurriedly stood up, walking outside as he instructed, prepare to use the reserve funds to stabilize the London gold price. Meanwhile, Evelyn, the president of the Rothschild Bank in London, also received the news. The island nation and Wall Street capital are staging an intense confrontation in the London gold market. A playful look flashed in Evelyn's eyes. Aren't they supposed to be in cahoots? Count Evelyn, perhaps the capital from Wall Street does not know that the one behind the attack is the island nation's official. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Evelyn pondered for a moment and instructed, convey this message to our old friend, the Morgan Consortium. When mentioning old friends, Evelyn emphasized the tone. Moreover, mobilize funds. Let's play with Wall Street. Yes, Count. The secretary elegantly performed a noble bow and turned to leave. Interesting, Evelyn couldn't help but smile. Not only the London Futures Exchange and the Rothschild family received the news, but several major families that hold the pricing power of London gold also received the message. In no time, the Makata family, the Pixley-Abel family, the Samuel Montague family, and the Sharp-Wiggins family all joined the fray. In the financial office of the island nation, Minister of Finance, the position has been closed. Upon hearing the report from the chief operator, Miyazawa was so shocked that he stood up directly, so fast. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Lin Yaodong's capital scale was only 30 billion, it had been magnified to a staggering 300 billion through leverage. How long has it been since the position was closed? In response to the Minister of Finance, the international gold market has been unusually active today. According to data monitoring, there should be short positions entering the market. Therefore, we closed the position a bit faster, the chief operator reported honestly. Miyazawa frowned and approached the chief operator's platform only to nearly drop his jaw in astonishment. This was not merely a matter of short positions entering, it was a showdown between bulls and bears. At that moment, Miyazawa realized he might have caused a major disaster, unintentionally stumbling into a bull-bear showdown. This could be big or small. If the bears won, it would be fine, but if the bears lost, the island nation would be affected. After all, they were using the official accounts of the island nation for the transactions. He instinctively turned to look at Lin Yaodong, who had just pulled him away. Could it be that Prime Minister Haijun was right? Was Lin Yaodong harboring ulterior motives? Did he want the island nation to enter the market? Miyazawa couldn't help but think more. But looking at Lin Yaodong's confused expression, it didn't seem like it. In any case, at this moment, Miyazawa was utterly vexed. Lin Yaodong looked puzzled, but deep down he was overjoyed. He was certain that European capital had entered the market and Wall Street's harvesting plan was about to go down the drain. In the London gold market, large orders of up to 100 ounces, 100 ounces make one lot, and 100 lots make the maximum single transaction volume appeared and then disappeared. This represented that the delivery orders had completed their hedge funds, meaning they were effective. Sell orders were below 350 per ounce, while buy orders were above 350 per ounce. 350 per ounce had evidently become the red line contested by both sides. Minister of Finance Director Lin, this is the data sheet for this transaction, an average entry price of 398 and an average exit price of 354, yielding a profit of 33.2 billion, and after deducting all expenses we have 33.16 billion left. Adding the principal, this totals 63.16 billion. Wow, we earned so much. Lin Yaodong's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Thank you, Minister Miyazawa. I knew you were right. To express my gratitude, come on, let's have a drink. Without any reaction, Miyazawa was dragged outside by Lin Yaodong. As they walked, Lin Yaodong also called on the traders to follow. Could it be that he really overthought this? Miyazawa thought quietly. Indeed, as Lin Yaodong said, it seemed that he originally intended to sell 100 tons of gold in the international market. Did he proactively ask Lin Yaodong to increase the stake? At this moment, Miyazawa was filled with regret, but the situation had already occurred, and there was nothing he could do. Inside the pit he dug himself, he would bury himself. However, he didn't gain nothing like the 100 million rubles anonymous check Lin Yaodong had given him earlier. Lin, we can drink anytime, we still need to watch the market. Another day we can drink another day. Alright, Minister, Miyazawa's matters are of great importance, so let's put it off until another day. Lin Yaodong naturally knew Miyazawa wouldn't go, so he readily agreed. Another day. Miyazawa had unspeakable bitterness in his heart. After Lin Yaodong left the financial office, he returned directly to the villa. He still had to wait for Johnson to report the results. The positions were closed here, but the showdown in the international gold market had only just begun. In a financial company within the island nation's port area, Robert was about to explode with anger. A well-laid plan had failed again because of Lin Yaodong's position closure. And he still didn't know which part had gone wrong. Sell with all your might, and make sure to push it down to 350 per. Yes, Lord Robert. Ding. Just as the deputy operator received the order, Robert's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from the steward, Robert immediately distanced himself from the crowd. Lord Steward, what instructions do you have? Robert actually knew that with such a commotion in the international gold market, it would be difficult for the family not to know. So he deduced that the steward was calling because of this. The Rothschild family's London office just contacted our family. They said that it was the island nation's officials who thwarted your plan. Hearing this, Robert's eyes widened. The island nation's officials? How is that possible? Our actions were all confidential. We spent more than a month collecting chips to build our positions. How could it be the island nation's officials? Impossible. Robert's agitated words did not affect the steward. He calmly replied. Robert, the Rothschild family is called to mock us. Do you really think this matter can be fake? Now the family head wants me to ask you, if we close the position now, what would our profit be? Upon hearing the steward's inquiry, Robert wore a bitter smile. Lord Steward, we invested as much as 2 trillion. If we close the position now, even maintaining our capital would be a problem. The steward fell silent upon hearing this. After a long time he said, I understand this is the family's last assistance to you. If it fails, it is better to incur a loss than to be trapped. Thank you, Lord Steward. Hearing that the family would help him, Robert was overjoyed. At 11 a.m. country time, the Federal Reserve announced a 25 basis point rate hike to stabilize the dollar exchange rate. At the same time, Wall Street also held a press conference. In response to the national call, the economic situation was improving and the market expected the dollar to strengthen. Financial giants such as J.P. Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, and Lehman Brothers sold a total of 100 tons of gold to the London gold market. They also stated the sale of gold can influence the currency circulation to a certain extent. By reducing gold reserves and converting gold into cash, the currency supply in the market can be increased, which is necessary for adjusting currency liquidity. For a time, countries around the world were in an uproar, rushing into the gold market, hoping to seize the opportunity. However, as the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Moreover, London itself is the main stage for London gold. Whether it was the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike or Wall Street's sale of 100 tons of gold, the major families with pricing power showed no fear. In the London futures exchange, giants like Halford and Evelyn were gathered together. Those capitalists from Wall Street really only know these 3 tricks. The Federal Reserve raises interest rates, Wall Street sells, and media public opinion. If it weren't for planning the Euro strategy, I would really like to go to their home turf and teach them a lesson. Upon hearing the words of the head of the Makata family, Stibber Evelyn smiled and raised his glass. Let's not say such impulsive words that could tarnish our noble glory. The current plan is to respond to Wall Street capital's tactics. It is well known that European aristocracy has been passed down for thousands of years, while M country has only been around for a few decades. Europe has always looked down on M country, a hodgepodge of a nation. Barbaric and uncivilized are labels that European aristocracy has affixed to them. I have already notified the Bank of London and the Bank of Bonn to lower interest rates and announced the implementation of quantitative easing monetary policy. At the same time, we will purchase a large amount of pounds in the foreign exchange market. You, several banks just need to announce an increase in gold reserves in the international market. This time we have a unified goal to ensure that the funds of the major investment banks on Wall Street are trapped as much as possible. You must know that M country has not been doing well recently. On the other side, Johnson was also excitedly arriving at Lin Yaodong's villa to report this revenue. Boss, here are the transaction data. In a financial company located in the island nation's harbor area, Robert was as excited as a child weighing over 200 pounds upon seeing the news of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike and information from Wall Street investment banks on the bulletin board. Everyone pay attention. Strike while the iron is hot and bring the London gold down to 350 per ounce. Yes, Master Robert. In that moment, the entire trading room was filled with excitement. Even the operations at hand became exceptionally smooth while the price of gold began to plummet rapidly. Robert clenched his fists, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the London gold market. With every fluctuation in the gold price, he silently recited the numbers in his heart. 352.86 per ounce. 352.43. 352.12. 351. However, when the London gold price reached the critical point of 350 to 351, it miraculously stabilized. Increase the selling speed. Quickly, the success or failure hinges on this moment. Hurry. Yes. Victory was near, yet no matter how Robert urged, the London gold price seemed to be nailed to 350 per ounce. Meanwhile, major investment banks on Wall Street in the country began to provide emergency support. Financial giants like J.P. Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, and Lehman Brothers all joined in. Wall Street capital is notoriously united, driven by profit motives. Additionally, under external pressure, Wall Street maintains country's hegemony, which in turn supports the financial community of Wall Street. They understood the principle of mutual benefit and loss. The operation of the financial market dictates that when everyone is buying, prices rise. When everyone is selling, prices fall. With supportive policies, there's no reason for us to lose. Bring the price down to 350 per ounce. Yes, boss. As one falls, another rises. At all costs, bring it down to 350 per ounce. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, in London, Europe, giants like Hafford, Evelyn, and Stibo silently observed the sudden increase in sell orders in the London gold market. Report. External pressure is mounting. We must take action. In the trading room, all 360 trading seats were filled, and the head trader was sweating profusely under pressure. Upon hearing the head trader's report, the giants remained silent, quietly watching the London gold market. Do everything possible to stabilize it and trap as much of Wall Street's capital as we can. Finally, Hafford issued the command. Yes, Mr. Director. The head trader, helpless, returned to the main trading platform to accelerate the building of positions. In truth, he was also afraid, as such high-intensity positioning could not be sustained for long. If the gold price truly fell below 350 per ounce, it would be a major disaster. This feeling of controlling the fate of Wall Street capital is truly delightful. Stibo smiled as he watched the market. Indeed, at this moment of life and death, he was smiling. Is everything arranged? If there's a problem, it would be troublesome. Hafford reminded several giants with concern. Don't worry, Count Hafford. This also concerns our own vested interests. How could there be a problem? I'm waiting for the Morgan family to personally call and beg for mercy. Ha ha. Stibo's words made others laugh along. This time we should also thank the island nation for holding back the Wall Street financial community, how otherwise they might have really succeeded. The island nation and the country have always been in cahoots. I just wonder if they will still be able to wear this pair of pants after this matter. In Villano, 8 of the Bancho Villa area and Chiota Island Nation. Boss, here are the data sheets. Johnston arrived and immediately handed the trading data to Lin Yaodong. Have we decided the outcome? Lin Yaodong asked curiously while taking the data sheet. Johnston naturally knew what Lin Yaodong was asking and smiled. Not yet, it was quite lively over there when I came. The Federal Reserve has raised interest rates and Wall Street capital is collectively selling 100 tons of gold. My subordinates are still monitoring the market. If there are results, they will inform me immediately. Lin Yaodong nodded in satisfaction, then opened the data sheet. Seeing Lin Yaodong open the data sheet, Johnston smiled and introduced. Our profits are divided into 2 parts. The first part is initial capital of 14.5 billion using 5 margin with an average entry price of 398 per ounce and an average exit price of 355 per ounce, yielding a profit of 31.3 billion. The second part includes payments from the bearish bears and earnings from shorting Sumitomo Bank totaling 23.5 billion. The margin ratio is 5, with an average entry price of 388 per ounce and an average exit price of 355 per ounce. After deducting fees, the profit is 40 billion. Our total profit this time amounts to 71.3 billion. Lin Yaodong nodded in satisfaction, adding the Financial Bureau's profit of 33.1 billion, bringing his total profit to a staggering 104 billion. Including the principal, the funds he had hidden in the shadows amounted to 109.3 billion. Meanwhile, he still had 63.1 billion available on the surface. With the money from the Lin family holding group in the island nation, he had doubled the 100 billion rubles in less than 2. Very well, take out one of the profits for the brothers' bonuses, then let them take half a month off to see their families. After that, we will take action against the island nation stock market. Thank you, boss. With bonuses and a vacation to enjoy, Johnston found it hard not to be happy. Don't underestimate this one bonus. A profit of 71.3 billion means 713 million. As the main operator, he could take home 200 million. In fact, it would be a lie to say he wasn't amazed. When did earning money become so easy? At that moment, he completely surrendered to Lin Yaodong. In a financial company located in the island nation's harbor area, report. The current gold price is 350.12 per ounce. Upon hearing the trader's report, Robert's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, continue selling. Strike while the iron is hot, and bring it down to 350 per ounce. Yes, boss. Robert stared intently at the gold market, secretly feeling pleased. He had previously expressed concerns that the entry of European capital would make their situation difficult, even leading to defeat. However, he did not expect European capital to be so unremarkable. Just then, the gold market suddenly experienced turbulence, and the next moment the gold price began to rise. Stabilize it, stabilize it. Meanwhile, multiple messages appeared on the bulletin board. Seeing this, Robert was in the London Futures Exchange report. Retail investors are entering the market in droves, and selling pressure is surging. We can barely hold on. The head trader was drenched in sweat due to the pressure. How many delivery orders have we processed? Hafford asked. 56 million delivery orders. The exact figure needs to be tallied. Hafford looked at Evelyn and Stibbo and the other giants, all of whom nodded in agreement. Good, notify everyone of the news. Huh. Upon hearing Hafford's words, the head trader let out a deep sigh of relief. Soon several announcements were issued simultaneously. Within a financial company on Wall Street, several major players frowned at the sudden announcement displayed on the bulletin. The London Central Bank and the Bond Central Bank jointly lowered interest rates by 125, and they are also selling dollars in the foreign exchange market to purchase pounds, implementing a quantitative easing monetary policy. Their determination this time is quite strong. Jamie, the president of JP Morgan, murmured while looking at the announcement on the big screen. He showed little concern for the European financial giants' announcement of increasing their gold reserves by 1500 tons. In terms of gold reserves, country fears no nation. This is a warning to us. They are unyielding in the London gold market. They are in some trouble. Seymour, the president of Morgan Stanley, gently swirled his wine glass, his expression indifferent. What are we afraid of? If they want to go to war, we will go to war. Are we afraid of them? Winberg, the president of Goldman Sachs, spoke in a cold voice, his gaze dark and uncertain. This trip to the island nation involved their share, and he was unwilling to see 5 years of effort go to waste. He could not accept it. Gentlemen, the situation is urgent. We must come up with a strategy. The longer we wait, the more passive we become. As the director of the Futures Exchange, Pat had no voice among the group, but seeing the emerging bullish trend in the market, he was compelled to speak up, increase the selling speed, and stabilize the price. Winberg frowned slightly. Upon hearing his words, Jamie and Seymour glanced at him simultaneously. My suggestion is to negotiate with those old-timers in Europe. Impossible. Winberg exclaimed in surprise at Jamie's words. The old-fashioned Europeans have always looked down on us. We cannot give them a reason to laugh at us. I cannot. Upon hearing this, Jamie placed his wine glass on the table and turned to Winberg. Winberg, you need to understand one thing. We are currently facing internal and external troubles. What we should do now is figure out how to survive this crisis and solidify our hegemonic position, and not worry about how others perceive us. Currently, funds are already tight. If we get trapped in the gold market again, we will be in dire straits. As he spoke, Jamie's stern tone softened slightly as he continued. Conversely, as long as we lower our heads, those declining nobles from Europe will display their noble demeanor, allowing us to withdraw and minimize our losses. This is our wisest choice at the moment. I agree with Jamie's opinion. Seymour was the first to express his support after Jamie spoke. Winberg's frown deepened. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley were both part of the Morgan consortium, sharing the ding. Just as Winberg was contemplating the pros and cons, Jamie's phone suddenly rang. Master. Hearing Jamie's words, everyone present fell silent. It's the master, he'll handle it right away. After hanging up, Jamie smiled faintly at the puzzled gazes of the giants. The master's thoughts align with mine. We will negotiate with Europe. Additionally, the master conveyed good news. The master has met with the head of the Rockefeller family and decided to jointly offer $2 trillion to help country deal with this crisis. Hearing this, everyone revealed smiles. With this $2 trillion, they would not have to rush for results and could steadily implement their wealth acquisition plan. Yet the only one still harboring grievances seemed to be Winberg, but no one cared about another's opinion. In the trading room of the London Futures Exchange, they really can keep their composure. Evelyn held a glass of red wine, watching the gold price rise from 350.06 per ounce to 359.58 per ounce, her eyes flashing with surprise. According to their way of doing things, they should be bowing to us right now. Stibby came to Evelyn's side, clinked glasses with her, and smiled faintly. They probably feel too embarrassed to bow to us, and went to the master instead. After all, they have already given up resistance, haven't they, Evelyn tilted her head towards the rising gold price. Haha, I am really looking forward to it. Ding. Just as Stibby's laughter faded, Evelyn's phone rang. Duke Jacob, head of the Rothschild family, I understand. After hanging up, Evelyn smiled and waved her hand. The president of JP Morgan personally called to negotiate with us, offering 100 tons of gold as leverage. Hearing this, Hafford, Stibby, and the other giants all revealed smiles. What they valued was not merely the 100 tons of gold, but the dignity of the nobility. Since the dollar was pegged to gold, establishing the supremacy of the dollar, European capital had always been suppressed. The dissolution of the Bretton Woods system allowed Europe to see the opportunity to surpass country. They attempted to establish a new currency system in Europe to replace the dollar. Thus, the European currency snake exchange rate mechanism was born. This was the embryonic form of the euro. Under this mechanism, the currencies of member countries maintain narrow fluctuations, and exchange rates can only fluctuate within a certain range around a central rate, just like a snake floating within a defined tunnel to allowed fluctuation range. However, the situation was not ideal, and they nearly ruined their own economy. Now in this showdown of bulls and bears, not only did they recover losses, but they also salvaged M country's face. Naturally, they were pleased. Since they are negotiating, we should not hold on tightly. Let them close their positions. However, the price will be determined by us. Hafford raised the gold price to 380 per ounce. Yes, my lord, Count Evelyn. Hafford smiled and gave a noble bow before heading to the main control desk. After Hafford left, Evelyn continued, "We must not forget our benefactors. Let's send a congratulatory message to the island nation and thank our allies." Hearing this, the giants laughed out loud once again. Seeing the world's two largest economies tearing each other apart was a scene they were happy to witness. "Count Evelyn, should we get involved?" "Haha, that suits me perfectly." Inside Villano, 8 in the Bancho district of Chiyoda Island Nation, boss, the gold price has stabilized at 380 per ounce. Wall Street Capital has begun to close positions. Johnson put down the phone and reported this matter to Lin Yaodong with a smile. "Yes, starting tomorrow, we will take staggered vacations, and the rest will buy the island nation stock market at the bottom." Lin Yaodong's eyes flashed with amusement. He had long anticipated this outcome. Wall Street Capital's attempt to gain from this would likely result in a significant loss for the island nation. "All right, boss." An excited Johnson left the villa. Boss London sent a congratulatory message to the island nation thanking them for their assistance against the malicious short selling of gold by Wall Street Capital. Before Lin Yaodong could go upstairs, Johnson returned. "Is it necessary? It seems that Miyazawa's position is in jeopardy." Inside a financial company in the harbor district, the deputy operator approached Robert and quietly informed him, "My lord Robert, the position has been closed." Once filled with unyielding confidence, Robert now appeared somewhat diminished, like a hero in twilight, as mentioned in an old saying from China. "So soon?" Robert extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his voice hoarse. The ashtray before him was already piled high with cigarette butts. With European capital cooperation, the closure went smoothly. The deputy operator pursed his lips, casting a sympathetic glance at Robert. "My lord Robert, your health is important, or as long as the island nation remains, we still have a chance." Robert raised his hand to interrupt the deputy operator, slowly standing up. The excessive smoking had left him feeling a bit lightheaded. "I'm fine." Robert stopped the deputy operator from trying to support him, forcing a bitter smile as he asked, "How much do we have left?" The deputy operator naturally understood Robert's meaning. Money. However, hesitating to mention the funds in the account, he looked at Robert and said, "We still have $80 billion. How much it?" Robert's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, becoming sharp. $80 billion. The deputy operator's face was filled with bitterness. If it weren't for the previous repayment to the family of $1 trillion, this battle would have made all their previous efforts in vain. Damn the island nation. Robert's face twisted in rage, his right hand clapping loudly. In his view, if it weren't for the island nation meddling, his plan would have succeeded long ago. "My lord Robert, what should we do next?" Hearing the deputy operator's question, Robert's eyes flickered before he let out, "What to do? Start over. Tomorrow we begin bottom fishing in the stock market." The deputy operator wanted to advise against it, but ultimately held his tongue. The previous plan had not succeeded in 5 years. Would it work now? Moreover, the island nation had long viewed them as a thorn in their side. Just looking at the interbank borrowing rates consistently maintained at 300 without adjustment shows that the island nation was on guard against them. In the conference room of the island nation's government building, Prime Minister Hai-jun sat at the head of the table. Cabinet Secretary Sakamoto, Central Bank Governor No Yoshikazu, Cabinet Minister and Foreign Minister Kiichi, and Home Affairs Minister Matsubara sat on either side. As the Minister of Finance Miyazawa was also present. However, he stood at the lower end of the table awaiting judgment. "You should all be aware of the congratulatory message from London, right? Let's briefly discuss your opinions." With Prime Minister Hai-jun setting the tone for the meeting, the officials of the island nation displayed various expressions. The officials, led by Cabinet Secretary Sakamoto, flashed expressions of mockery, ridicule, and amusement in their eyes. "Miyazawa, you too have today." However, despite the jest, they understood Miyazawa's importance to the island nation. He could not be dismissed for a single mistake. At most he would receive a warning and a salary penalty, just a formality. In fact, even Miyazawa himself thought so. On the other hand, the neutral faction, led by Cabinet Minister M, observed with detached interest, as if it didn't concern them. Among them, some noticed the problem and displayed sympathetic expressions, such as No Yoshikazu. He had interacted frequently with the Prime Minister and had a certain understanding of Hai-jun. Thus, he could see that Prime Minister Hai-jun was genuinely disappointed in Miyazawa. Otherwise, the Prime Minister wouldn't have opened by mentioning the congratulatory message, but would have directly pointed out how to punish Miyazawa. Proposing severe punishment, there would be pleas for mercy, which would be firmly rejected, followed by more pleas, then more rejections, and finally offering an opportunity. That would be the ideal process. Yet now Prime Minister Haijun was asking for opinions. It was clear that he did not intend to let Miyazawa off light. Minister Miyazawa has been negligent in his duties, using the financial bureau to aid others in speculating on gold, causing trouble for the island nation. I believe Minister Miyazawa can no longer continue in his role as Minister of Finance. Others remained silent, but Sakamoto would not be lenient with Miyazawa, expressing his thoughts openly without any subtlety. In truth, he was more eager to take every opportunity to strike at Miyazawa. Sakamoto has already made his stance clear. Is there anyone else? At this moment, Prime Minister Haijun expressionlessly took over the conversation. Hearing the Prime Minister speak, the officials present were all stunned, including the one who had just spoken. None of them were fools, they were all astute individuals, and suspicions began to arise in their hearts. Why did it feel like the script was somewhat off? Miyazawa incredulously raised his head, staring directly at Prime Minister Haijun. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. I also believe that Minister Miyazawa is not suitable to continue serving as Minister of Finance. Just then another voice chimed in. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look. Seeing the speaker, Sakamoto's eyes flashed with a strange color. Miyazawa wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The speaker was none other than the central bank governor No Yoshikazu, who had always had a good relationship with him. Those in favor of transferring Minister Miyazawa, please raise your hands. Prime Minister Haijun cast an approving glance at No Yoshikazu and spoke again. Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances. After No Yoshikazu raised his hand, Sakamoto's faction followed suit without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Miyazawa's heart sank. He knew he could no longer hold on to his position as Minister of Finance. Soon the majority of the officials present raised their hands to express their stance, but Prime Minister Haijun still did not speak. Prime Minister, I have not been well recently, and am indeed unsuitable to serve as Minister of Finance. Upon hearing Miyazawa's proactive statement, a look of satisfaction flashed in Prime Minister Haijun's eyes. Given Minister Miyazawa's health issues, Minister Sakamoto will serve as acting Minister of Finance until the formal appointment is made and announced to the nation. As for Minister Miyazawa, he will temporarily enter the cabinet for recuperation, awaiting a new appointment. Meeting adjourned. After finishing, Prime Minister Haijun stood up and walked out of the conference room. Haha, Minister Miyazawa, no, you should now be called Minister Miyazawa. Rest assured, under my leadership, the island nation's finance will reach new heights. Haha, I'm so happy today. Let me treat everyone to a drink. Sakamoto laughed heartily as he walked out with his friends. Soon only Miyazawa and No Yoshikazu remained in the conference room. Why, oi? Hearing the resentment of betrayal in Miyazawa's tone, No Yoshikazu shook his head helplessly. Minister Miyazawa, haven't you realized it yet? It's not that I betrayed you, but Prime Minister Haijun can no longer tolerate you. From the very beginning, when Lin Yaodong borrowed gold, we discussed 100 tons of gold. And how did you handle it? You raised the quantity by over 100 times right from the start. Furthermore, when it was time to close positions, if you had been monitoring the market, we wouldn't have ended up in this current disaster. Seeing Miyazawa's mood grow increasingly despondent, No Yoshikazu shook his head helplessly, his tone softening a bit. Moreover, Prime Minister Haijun asking you to leave the position of Minister of Finance is also helping you. Unknowingly, we have hindered the plans of Wall Street Capital. They will definitely turn against the island nation. Sakamoto has close ties with the 4 major financial groups, so if something happens to the island nation, having Sakamoto coordinating will save a lot of trouble in terms of funding allocation. Miyazawa nodded slowly but felt an underlying worry. However, Sakamoto's methods are aggressive, which can easily lead to an irreparable situation. No Yoshikazu gently patted Miyazawa's shoulder. I believe Lin Yaodong has also given you a check previously, right? Take my advice, some matters should not be overly intervened in. Moreover, if I were you, I would refuse to enter the cabinet and join Lin Yaodong's group. With your connections in the island nation, Lin Yaodong would agree. Furthermore, you could gather useful information. If Lin Yaodong is only targeting the island nation's light industry enterprises, you can assist him wholeheartedly, and your later life will be worry-free. If he is plotting against the island nation, it would also give us early warning. I rarely fail to see through people, but this Lin Yaodong is one of them. Alright, I will go. The Prime Minister's official residence at 31 Nagatacho 2 Chome, Ochiota, Tokyo. Have you clarified everything with Finance Minister Miyazawa? As Noyama Kazumasa entered the office, Prime Minister Haijun slowly set down the documents in his hand. I've made it clear. He will voluntarily resign from the cabinet and join the Lin group. While speaking, Noyama Kazumasa approached the tea table to pour water for the two. Haijun nodded slightly and approached the tea table, gesturing for Noyama Kazumasa to take a seat. Miyazawa is indeed the most suitable candidate for the position of finance minister, given his sense of responsibility and capability for our country. Unfortunately, his experience and mindset still fall short. Currently, with internal and external troubles in the country, forcing him to stay would only lead him into a dead end. In contrast, Sakamoto was promoted by the 4 major financial groups. To protect him, the 4 major financial groups would not neglect our country. I hope President Noyama can understand. As the governor of the central bank, even Prime Minister Haijun had to take Considering the relationship between Noima Kazumasa and Miyazawa, as well as the inevitable conflict between Noima Kazumasa and Sakamoto in the future, Prime Minister Haijun felt compelled to explain a bit. Your Excellency, I understand the reasoning, but we are all doing this for our country. After saying this, Noima Kazumasa smiled nonchalantly. Miyazawa joining the Lin group can be seen as a positive outcome. Yes, if you can think this way, I feel relieved. Prime Minister Haijun approvingly glanced at Noima Kazumasa. Talking with smart people is indeed much simpler. What is your view on Lin Yaodong? Prime Minister Haijun quickly shifted the topic. Lin Yaodong. Noima Kazumasa murmured softly, then smiled wryly. I cannot see through this person. Noima Kazumasa slowly took out the anonymous check and placed it on the table. This is a 100 million ruble anonymous check from Lin Yaodong. Oh, a hint of surprise appeared in Prime Minister Haijun's eyes, not because of the check, but due to Noima Kazumasa's honesty. 100 million rubles is not a small sum. Noima Kazumasa smiled faintly. At first I thought Lin Yaodong was solely focused on acquiring light industry companies, and I provided him with significant facilitation, including tariff exemptions and a reduction of 30 as a gesture of thanks. He gave me this check. At that time my sole intention was to keep Lin Yaodong's 100 billion rubles in our country. Thus I ended up accepting it. Listening to Noima Kazumasa's words, Prime Minister Haijun picked up the check and toyed with it, his interest piqued. So do you now feel that Lin Yaodong might have issues? Noima Kazumasa nodded and shook his head. No, I haven't detected any problems. Including this recent gold incident, I could not find any issues throughout the entire process. Miyazawa informed me of the entire process. He intended to leverage this gold to allow Lin Yaodong to make a significant profit, hoping that after tasting success, he would actively invest in our country's financial market. After all, Lin Yaodong's cash flow is quite terrifying. Additionally, you requested to close the positions which Miyazawa executed, and Lin Yaodong never raised any objections. I also reviewed the video footage from the Financial Bureau. Lin Yaodong showed little concern for the futures market throughout all of this. It was all handled by Miyazawa. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Haijun's gaze flickered slightly. Do you believe Lin Yaodong has no issues? Noima Kazumasa shook his head again. Although I have not sensed any problems with Lin Yaodong, I have had an unsettling feeling. Recent events in our country seem to be manipulated by a hidden hand in the shadows. While I do not want to admit it, I have a nagging suspicion about him. As he spoke, Noima Kazumasa felt a bitterness rise in his heart. In short, there is no evidence. Actually, I bear some responsibility for this matter. If I hadn't forced Finance Minister Miyazawa to close Lin Yaodong's positions, it wouldn't have escalated this much. Prime Minister Haijun shook his head slightly, not responding to Noima Kazumasa's words. After all, it was not suitable for him to discuss baseless matters given his position. Your Excellency is also acting for the sake of our country. Of course, it is also possible that I am overthinking it. One side is Wall Street capital and the other is European capital, neither of which can be controlled by Lin Yaodong. I won't disturb you any further with your duties. Farewell. Take your check and go. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Haijun pushed the check in front of Noima Kazumasa tacitly, allowing him to accept the money. The villa at 8 Bancho Chiodo Ward, knowing that Miyazawa was coming, Lin Yaodong tidied up briefly before Finance Minister Miyazawa. What brings you here? The two shook hands warmly and took a seat on the sofa. Lin Kuan, please do not call me Finance Minister anymore. I have voluntarily resigned. I came to find you, Lin Kuan, to seek a livelihood for myself. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong thought to himself that he was right. Miyazawa's position as Finance Minister was indeed untenable. Whether he resigned voluntarily or was removed did not matter. Miyazawa-sama, you are too polite. It is still due to the trouble caused by my batch of gold. Rest assured I will not neglect you. How about this? As Lin Yaodong spoke, he stood up. Jalali, please notify Yekaterina to come over. Yes, boss, Jalali quickly responded. Lin Yaodong sat down, fell into a brief silence, and tentatively looked at Miyazawa. Miyazawa-sama, I do not have many good positions available here. You could be the CEO of Lin Holdings and hold 5 of Lin Group's shares. This way you would also be a member of the board, holding a status equal to that of the president. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Miyazawa's eyes widened as he hurriedly refused. Lin Kuan, no, absolutely not. A CEO position was Miyazawa's ideal job. As for the 5 shares, how could he dare to accept them? He had previously said he would help Lin Yaodong, but that was just verbal. Before he could take any action, Wall Street had already launched an invasion on our country. Although Lin Yaodong acquired many companies afterward, he had no contribution in that. Haha, Miyazawa-sama, take this, you should keep it. Previously, you just helped me earn over $30 billion. I, Lin Yaodong, am not one to take everything for myself. This? Miyazawa hesitated. Was he not tempted? Of course he was tempted. That was a giant with future assets surpassing 10 trillion and 5 equity was worth over 500 billion. Seeing the hesitation in Miyazawa's eyes, Lin Yaodong's lips curled into a smile. He understood perfectly why Miyazawa came to seek him out. Lin Holdings was operating above board, specifically targeting our country's light industry, and was not afraid of scrutiny. Moreover, having Miyazawa, the former finance minister, as CEO, would significantly reduce future troubles. This was not something that could be exchanged for mere money. Boss Yekaterina has arrived. At that moment Jelali spoke up to remind him. Lin Yaodong nodded, and seeing Lin Yaodong stand up, Miyazawa also got to his feet. Yekaterina, this is Miyazawakin. From today onward Miyazawakin will be the CEO of Lin Holdings. The salary is 100 million rubles annually, and Miyazawakin will receive 5 of the group's shares. From today you and Miyazawakin will discuss all group business, and if there are any disagreements you can come to me. Understood, boss. Yekaterina's face showed skepticism. If she remembered correctly, the finance minister of our country was named Miyazawa, right? Miss Yekaterina, hello, I look forward to working with you. Miyazawa did not refuse the shares and immediately started chatting with Yekaterina. Soon Yekaterina and Miyazawa left to familiarize themselves with the group's business. Jelali quietly informed Yekaterina to keep a close watch on Miyazawa. Of course, as long as he does not do anything detrimental to the group, we can turn a blind eye. Understood, boss. Jelali nodded vigorously. On this day, Tokyo International Airport welcomed many unfamiliar faces. They were all Western faces dressed in suits. The first to receive the news, Prime Minister Hai-jun, wore a grave expression and sighed. In Gotenyama, Shinagawa, Tokyo, the headquarters of Lin Holdings Group is located in the core area of Tokyo, where transportation is convenient and foot traffic is high. The headquarters is a 27-story building with the Lin Group logo prominently displayed at the top. The 27th floor is the office of the CEO, where Yi Kakiolina and Gongzawa work. Executive Gongzawa, this is your exclusive account. You have full access except for the encrypted areas of the CEO and the chairman. Meihui is one of Yi Kakiolina's secretaries assigned to assist Gongzawa, as he is new here. Thank you. Gongzawa smiled as he took the documents. He was quite curious about Lin Holdings Group. After Meihui placed the confidential dossier down, she slightly bowed and left the office. Once she left, Gongzawa immediately untied the string sealing the dossier and took out the account and password. After entering them into the management software's backend, all of Lin Holdings Group's information quickly appeared on the screen. Human resources, attendance records, performance evaluation, sales data, inventory data, financial data, customer information, customer feedback, and more were all laid bare. Seeing this, Gongzawa was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Lin Yaodong to trust him so much. The encrypted sections mentioned by Meihui, however, displayed a large question mark. He did not immediately open the financial information, but instead accessed the sales data. On February 6th, production quantity, sales quantity, inventory quantity for Sony. Then there were Panasonic, Kowloon Corporation, Suntory Meiji Foods. Looking at the clearly labeled and vast amounts of data, even Gongzawa couldn't help but be taken aback. He knew that Lin Yaodong had acquired many companies, but he did not expect there to be so many. The information seemed endless. He looked helpless, realizing that he had his work cut out for him. Integrating resources and corporate mergers would be his tasks moving forward. Clicking to close, he then opened the financial information, which was the main focus of his visit. The moment he opened it, Gongzawa felt a bit conflicted. He hoped to find something useful, yet also feared what he might. Soon the page loaded. A staggering figure of 16.8 trillion appeared before Gongzawa's eyes. Seeing this number, he let out a sigh of relief. From this single figure, he could discern many issues. At the very least, Lin Yaodong had not diverted funds for major operations. Meanwhile, in another office, Yi Kakiolina was watching the screen with her arms crossed, her expression serious. It was a browsing history from the company's internal management software. Gongzawa's browsing trail. In the following days, nothing significant happened in the country, yet it felt as if a layer of ominous clouds enveloped the entire nation. In Villa Number 8 of the Chiodo Ward's Bancho district, Lin Yaodong turned off the television and casually asked, "Has Gongzawa made any moves recently?" According to Yi Kakiolina, on the day he received the CEO account, Gongzawa looked at the financial information and then focused on planning the integration of group resources. According to Gongzawa's plan, he intends to merge companies with overlapping businesses to expand production capacity. This will reduce our consumption and lower labor costs. Yi Kakiolina thought this was Gongzawa's first proposal after taking office, and she agreed. Yes, that sounds good. Lin Yaodong had no objections, remind Gongzawa and Yi Kakiolina that the supplies for the bear cannot be delayed. Understood. Gu Heli nodded in agreement. Also, if Gongzawa inquires about the bear's payment, just say the profits are tied to the bear's headquarters. As for the specifics of the profits, let him come and ask me personally. Gongzawa's entry into Lin Holdings Group must have a purpose. On the surface, he is not afraid of investigation, but the only loophole is the unknown whereabouts of the profits. However, the payments for the goods will be transferred in batches to the accounts of Lin Holdings Group in the country, so it's not a major issue, and there will be a surplus. By the way, it has been over 10 days. Why hasn't the bulletproof vehicle from the port island arrived yet? I was planning to go out. Boss, it is already in the process. After Gu Heli left, Lin Yaodong called Johnson's number. Boss, we are secretly competing for high-quality assets in the country, and I have also discovered that we are not the only ones after these assets. As for the specifics, we cannot investigate openly. Are there others competing for the assets? Is it even a question? It must be Wall Street capital. He did not immediately think towards Europe. What about the situation with Sumitomo Bank's shares? Right now, Sumitomo Bank is still under the central bank's control, which is the best opportunity for him. Moreover, as time passed, the bank run incident at Sumitomo Bank gradually calmed down and stock prices began to recover. Of course, their efforts contributed to this recovery. Boss, we have collected nearly 15 of the shares from 3 accounts. We have also acquired 17 from minority shareholders, and we can initiate a takeover proposal for Sumitomo Bank at any time. 32. Still a bit short. Wait for my news. After Lin Yaodong said this, he ended the call and then dialed Yi Kakiolina's number. Yi, how many shares of Sumitomo Bank do we currently hold? The car was rigged with a bomb and Lin Yaodong stayed in the hospital for a few days while Lin Holdings Group had not been idle and directly launched a retaliatory acquisition of Sumitomo Bank. Additionally, Yi Kakiolina also threatened the major shareholders of Sumitomo Bank with verbal intimidation. Otherwise, Johnson would not have been able to so smoothly acquire 17 of the shares from the shareholders. Boss, previously we acquired 4.99 in the stock market, and we have another 8 from one shareholder. In total, we hold 12.99 of Sumitomo Bank shares. After Gonzawa joined Lin Holdings Group, this matter was put on hold. Close to 45. Though still a bit short, Lin Yaodong felt it could be operational. You should get in touch with Gonzawa and gauge his thoughts. If he has no objections, let him handle this acquisition proposal. It has been several days. It is time for him to play his role. Lin Yaodong's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, boss. Yi Kakiolina naturally had no objections. In a certain club, neon lights flickered and dancers swayed gracefully, exuding elegance. Mitsubishi Ida Sanwa Watanabe, Mitsui Shigeji Sumitomo Shozo, and the newly appointed Finance Minister Sakamoto gathered around a low table. Congratulations, Minister Sakamoto. Congratulations, Sakamoto. Congratulations. Facing the compliments from the 4, Sakamoto's face flashed with pride as he raised his glass and chuckled. Please don't tease me. I just took over as Minister of Finance and the official duties are heavy, so it was hard to find time to come out. I hope you all won't hold it against me. After clinking glasses with the others, Sakamoto did not drink immediately, but instead gave a political speech. Hearing this, the others had mixed thoughts, realizing they had been played. This invitation was clearly meant to seek benefits. Shigeji exchanged glances with Watanabe, who quickly took out a check from his pocket. Minister Sakamoto, I hope you will accept this. Upon seeing a cash check for $10 million, Sakamoto raised his glass again. Haha, Watanabe-kun, must we still refer to each other as minister? It feels so distant. Cheers. Hearing this, Watanabe and the others smiled, but inside they felt disdain. It was so realistic. Without money, Sakamoto would be all formal. Minister Sakamoto, what plans do we have next? Under Shigeji's hint, Watanabe once again took out a check and stuffed it into Sakamoto's hand. Seeing another cash check for $10 million, Sakamoto's smile widened. Our goal is to restore the economic peak as quickly as possible and to restore the public's confidence in the country. In the conference room of the island nation's government building, recently the financial market has been abnormal, with an increasing influx of international hot money, which is a very unhealthy sign. I am here to cool down the market and have decided to raise interest rates by 25 basis points. After Prime Minister Haijun set the tone, Yekong Sanjong spoke slowly. Before his words fell, Minister of Finance Sakamoto frowned. Raising interest rates will undoubtedly hit the unstable stock market easily, causing irreparable losses, a cost we cannot bear. I strongly oppose raising interest rates. Sakamoto was burning with anger. The stock market is the barometer of the economy. Just as he decided to vigorously develop the economy and restore the island nation to its peak, Yekong Sanjong wanted to raise interest rates to suppress the market. It was obvious that he had received news from somewhere specifically to make things difficult for him. Hearing this, Yekong Sanjong's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at Sakamoto. Minister Sakamoto, a large number of international speculators have recently entered the country, and they clearly have ulterior motives, harboring ill intentions. Moreover, the financial market is unstable. Appropriate cooling measures will be more beneficial than harmful for the island nation's long-term development. You know the market is unstable. Sakamoto refused to give ground and took over the conversation. Raise interest rates. Raise interest rates. All you know is raising interest rates. Yekong, since you took office, you have raised interest rates 4 times, nearly causing the island nation's stock market to crash. The stock market has just stabilized and you want to raise interest rates again. What exactly are you trying to achieve? You? Yekong Sanjong was furious. In this situation, allowing Sakamoto to hold the position of Minister of Finance was a foolish decision. Wall Street capital is eyeing us, and we have inadvertently caused them significant losses. They will undoubtedly retaliate. And now that the stock market is rising, this is merely an illusion created by Wall Street capital for the upcoming revenge. By choosing to raise interest rates now, although it will temporarily suppress the stock market, it will also deter Wall Street capital. This is the wisest choice. Upon hearing this, Sakamoto coldly smiled, his gaze sweeping across the attending officials. Yekong said that the rise in the financial market is merely a facade. If we raise interest rates now, not only will Wall Street capital withdraw, but ordinary citizens and international speculators will also lose confidence in the island nation. Once confidence is lost, the stock market will undoubtedly plunge again or even crash. What we should do now is not to raise interest rates, but rather to lower them to instill confidence in investors and international speculators. Nonsense. Hearing these words, Yekong Sanjong could no longer contain his anger and slammed the conference table. If we lower interest rates now, the economy may recover quickly, but Wall Street capital will become even more entrenched. Minister Sakamoto, what do you think Wall Street capital will do then? Sakamoto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, I will meet with Wall Street capital to discuss a solution. At that time, we won't interfere with their profits. We will cooperate with them in closing positions in advance. They have no reason to refuse. Yekong Sanjong's anger was palpable as he glared at Sakamoto's short-sightedness. Wall Street capital has ulterior motives. Do you think they only want the small amount of money earned from the stock market? Seeing that neither Yekong Sanjong nor Sakamoto could persuade the other Prime Minister, Haijun, sitting at the head of the table expressionless, tapped the table twice. What both Yekong and Sakamoto said makes sense, but the drawbacks are also very obvious. Raising interest rates suppresses the stock market and easily leads to irreparable situations. Lowering interest rates can lead to Wall Street becoming overly entrenched. This meeting will be adjourned for now. Present your solutions, and we will discuss further. Meeting adjourned. Prime Minister Haijun actually leaned more towards Yekong Sanjong. He also knew that Yekong Sanjong's approach was correct. However, the previous 4 interest rate hikes by Yekong Sanjong had led to a significant stock market crash, and he did not want to see that scene reappear. Sakamoto glanced coldly at Yekong Sanjong and turned to leave. Alas! Yekong Sanjong shook his head helplessly. He suddenly realized that without Miyazawa, he was isolated and helpless. Blame it all on the fact that his time in office was too short. If he had been given another year, no, half a year, the outcome would definitely have been different. In Villa number 8 of the Bancho Villa district in Chiyoda Ward, when Lin Yaodong arrived in the living room, Yekaterina and Miyazawa were already waiting on the sofa. Boss. Upon seeing Lin Yaodong, the two quickly stood up to greet him, but it was clear that Miyazawa was somewhat Miyazawa, are you adjusting well? Lin Yaodong smiled, faintly gesturing for the two to sit down. Gijli naturally sat with Lin Yaodong. Thank you for your concern, boss. Recently, I have been studying how to integrate overlapping resources within the group. While improving productivity, it should not delay production. No rush, take your time. Lin Yaodong nodded with a smile, then changed the subject. Miyazawa and Yekaterina should have discussed with you about our acquisition of Sumitomo Bank. What do you think? Upon hearing the name Sumitomo Bank, Miyazawa's expression suddenly became serious. Boss, may I ask if it's Sumitomo Bank or the Sumitomo Group? Is there a difference? Lin Yaodong looked at Miyazawa with curiosity. If it's Sumitomo Bank, it's burdened with 30 trillion yen and 200 billion US dollars in loans, insolvent, which is not a wise choice. If it's the Sumitomo Group, then it's even less likely. The Sumitomo Group is one of the 6 pillar enterprises of the island nation, and the state will not allow it to be acquired. Can you tell me why you insist on the acquisition? Because they have betrayed you. Facing Miyazawa's inquiry, Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. Although I would like to say there are no such reasons, you wouldn't believe me if I said it. I won't elaborate too much on this point. You previously mentioned that Sumitomo Bank is burdened with a large amount of loan. Aren't you curious about how Sumitomo Bank managed to secure so many loans, and why Yekong Sanjong has been investigating for so long without any thoughts? Rothschild Bank and JP Morgan Chase are not fools. On the contrary, they conduct extensive evaluations for every loan they give. Since they dare to lend, it indicates that the collateral of Sumitomo Bank definitely exceeds this amount. I admit I have a gambling component, but I am a businessman. In essence, businessmen and gamblers are the same. A successful gamble yields enormous profits. If I fail, I can always start over, and I have the capital to gamble. Isn't that right? Lin Yaodong said, smiling at Miyazawa. Looking at Lin Yaodong's strong confidence, Miyazawa instinctively nodded. But soon he shook his head like a rattle drum. No, while the reasoning is sound, the risk is indeed quite large. If we proceed steadily and wait for the island nation's economy to stabilize, we are not inferior to the Sumitomo Group. There is no need to take such a big risk. Lin Yaodong shook his head helplessly. Miyazawa, this is not a government department. Seeking stability is certainly not wrong, but for us, profit is paramount. I have conducted background checks on Sumitomo Bank and have learned many useful insights from Yekong Sanjong. I believe the probability of a successful gamble is over 80, and that is enough for me. Upon hearing this, Miyazawa was stunned. Yes, he was now working under Lin Yaodong. It was no longer a government department. The state seeks stability, while enterprises seek profit. Moreover, Lin Yaodong was also his boss. Boss, I hope you are right. I will go to the central bank to find Yekong Sanjong and hope he can make things easier for us. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong nodded in satisfaction. He had been subtly testing Miyazawa. I trouble you, Miyazawa. Then Lin Yaodong looked at Yekaterina. Today, let's raise a stake on Sumitomo Bank. Yes, boss. Yekaterina did not have so many thoughts. She would do as Lin Yaodong instructed. In the office of the governor of the central bank, Lord Miyazawa, are you certain that Lin Yaodong intends to acquire Sumitomo Bank? Over the phone, Miyazawa informed Yekong Sanjong of the reason for his visit. Thus, Yekong Sanjong had been waiting in the office for a while, skipping the pleasantries and diving straight into the topic. Miyazawa sat down on the sofa and nodded solemnly. Upon hearing Miyazawa confirm, once again a flicker of surprise crossed Yekong Sanjong's eyes. Lin Yaodong was well aware of the massive external debts Sumitomo Bank bore, yet he still wished to acquire it, a thought that puzzled Yekong Sanjong. Lin Yaodong stated that he is a businessman, and that businessmen are fundamentally the same as gamblers. He plans to acquire Sumitomo Bank and take a gamble. He has done his own background check. Miyazawa looked at Yekong Sanjong as he spoke. He is betting on the collateral for loans taken from JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank. He believes he has an 80% chance of winning the gamble. Upon hearing this, Yekong Sanjong was taken aback, recalling how Lin Yaodong had indeed asked many questions when Sumitomo Bank faced its crisis. Particularly, Lin Yaodong seemed especially concerned about the iron ore mines Sumitomo Bank had purchased overseas. He even urged him to inform him at the first sign of news. However, he later passed on the matter and did not follow up. I did indeed tell him quite a bit about Sumitomo Bank's overseas information. Seeing Miyazawa's unwavering gaze, Yekong Sanjong shook his head. It doesn't hurt to tell you. The Sumitomo Consortium has contracted a large number of iron ore veins overseas. The quantity is substantial. I suspect Zhuang-san is using these iron ore veins as collateral for the $200 billion. However, I have not yet gathered specific information. What are your thoughts on this matter? With that, Yekong Sanjong turned to Miyazawa. From the outcome alone, Lin Yaodong's acquisition of Sumitomo Bank presents two possibilities. First, if he revitalizes Sumitomo Bank, it would alleviate our internal pressures. Moreover, it would allow him to invigorate the light industry enterprises he previously acquired from Sumitomo Bank. As for how much he profits, that is his own business. Second, if Lin Yaodong's gamble fails, the worst-case scenario would simply be maintaining the status quo, transferring the loans from Zhuang-san to Lin Yaodong. Given Lin Yaodong's earning power, repaying the debt is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, it could generate foreign exchange for our nation. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed in Yekong Sanjong's eyes. Miyazawa, the situation is far more complex than you think. First, we need to consider 2 points. If Lin Yaodong's gamble fails and the status quo is maintained, at the very least his cash flow will not worsen. Moreover, under Lin Yaodong's management, to be honest, it is more reassuring than under Zhuang-san's control. Secondly, if Lin Yaodong succeeds in his gamble, the 4 major consortia will undoubtedly be at odds with him, which would be a disaster for our nation given the scale of both parties. Finally, and most importantly, this is something I just thought of, Lin Yaodong's businesses have now evolved beyond mere light industry enterprises. If Lin Yaodong were to take control of Sumitomo Bank, with it as the core, his commercial empire in our nation would become uncontrollable. Upon hearing this, Miyazawa was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. It may be too late. Lin Yaodong has already instructed Yekaterina to make a move in the stock market against Sumitomo Bank. Moreover, he has tasked me with overseeing the acquisition of Sumitomo Bank. A serious expression appeared on Yekong Sanjong's face. Governor Lin's holding group has initiated an acquisition of Sumitomo Bank in the stock market, forcefully announcing their bid for 13 of Sumitomo Bank's shares. Now that Sumitomo Bank is still in our hands, what should we do with the inquiries from below? At that moment, Yekong Sanjong's secretary gently knocked on the door. Sighed. Yekong Sanjong looked helplessly at Miyazawa. Retrieve our personnel from Sumitomo Bank. Yes, Governor. The secretary received the message and quickly left. After the secretary departed, the office fell into a brief silence. Thank you. After a long pause, Miyazawa quietly expressed his gratitude. Don't celebrate too soon. Zhuang-san will not sit idle in the face of your acquisition. But this could work out well. By observing Zhuang-san's reaction, we might uncover something useful. Yekong Sanjong felt a sense of urgency about the matter. If Lin Yaodong truly succeeded in acquiring Sumitomo Bank, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift in the business world of our nation. It could even lead to a reshuffling of corporations within our nation. Rest assured, while I am with Lin's group, I will never allow Lin Yaodong to undertake actions that would harm our nation. Farewell. Having reported the matter, Miyazawa made a slow exit. Watching Miyazawa's departing figure, Yekong Sanjong sighed inwardly. Sigh. If it weren't for your presence in Lin's group, I would never have agreed to Lin Yaodong initiating an acquisition of Sumitomo Bank. Sigh. Lin Yaodong has too much money, we must find a way to make him spend it. With Sakamoto obstructing at every turn and Lin Yaodong constantly causing issues, it has been quite difficult for me. In the office of the president of Sumitomo Bank, President, bad news. Just now the Securities Regulatory Commission notified Lin's group that they hold 13 of our bank shares and have initiated a bid. Central bank staff chose to evacuate our bank as soon as they received the news. Zhuang-san, who was originally in a state of neglect, felt quite pleased. The central bank's takeover of Sumitomo Bank was welcomed. After all, he had informed his subordinates in advance. But just then his secretary brought him the unwelcome news, and his mood instantly soured. You say Lin's group has launched a bid against us and holds 13 of our shares. Upon hearing this, the secretary quickly nodded. The Securities Regulatory Commission has announced that Sumitomo Bank will halt trading for 1 day. Zhuang Sen quickly got up, walking toward his desk while asking, "What about the information on Lin's group that I had you invest? How much capital do they have on hand?" Lin Yaodong's sudden bid for Sumitomo Bank truly caught him off guard. President, it's difficult to estimate the exact amount, but conservatively speaking, they have at least 10 trillion yen on their balance sheet. They possess the capability to acquire Sumitomo Bank. As Zhuang Sen picked up the landline to make a call, he continued asking, "What is the central bank's stance?" "Forget it, you don't need to answer that." In Zhuang San's view, Yekong Sanzhong and Lin Yaodong were essentially on the same side. The moment Lin's group initiated the acquisition, Yekong Sanzhong had pulled his people back. "How long until our overseas funds can be repatriated?" Upon hearing this, the secretary's face turned bitter. "President, it will take at least half a month." "Half a month?" Zhuang San frowned slightly and began dialing a number. "You can leave now." "Yes, President." The secretary bowed slightly, glancing worriedly at Zhuang San as she departed. Having been by Zhuang San's side for 2 years, this was the first time she had seen him in such a panic. The call was quickly connected, and a dignified voice came through. "What is it?" Hearing this voice, Zhuang San stood up straight. "Father, the Russian businessman Lin Yaodong has just launched a bid for Sumitomo Bank. I currently have funds tied up overseas requesting your support, Father." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and it was already mid-February. It was time for Lin Yaodong to negotiate the acquisition with Sumitomo Bank. Lin Yaodong, along with Gu Hali, Yekaterina, and Gongza, traveled in a bulletproof car from Hong Kong to Sumitomo. Upon their arrival, Zhuang Sanzhong and the bank's senior executives were already waiting in the conference room, marking the first meeting between Lin Yaodong and Zhuang Sanzhong. Upon seeing Zhuang Sanzhong, Lin Yaodong proactively extended his hand. "Mitsui Zhuang Sanzhong." Zhuang Sanzhong looked at Lin Yaodong's youthful and handsome appearance, his eyes flashing with surprise. He did not expect Lin Yaodong to be so young. The two did not sit at the conference table. Instead, they tacitly walked towards the lounge area. They understood that this was merely a formality. Whatever information Lin's holding group needed, Sumitomo Bank would provide. Lin Jun's Sumitomo Bank is not just a simple bank. The depths of this matter are far more profound than you imagine. I advise you to give up, otherwise no one will be able to save you. Hearing Zhuang Sanzhong's words, Lin Yaodong chuckled and shook his head. "Chairman Zhuang, do you think it's still meaningful to say these things now? Since President Juishan has repeatedly threatened me on behalf of the Sumitomo Consortium, and I have been attacked, the outcome of this matter has already been sealed. Even if I know it will lead to losses, I will still proceed." At this point, Lin Yaodong coldly glanced at Zhuang Sanzhong. "Is the 21 circulating shares of Sumitomo Bank your confidence? And the 8 circulating shares acquired from Juishan? Or do you have Yin Kangsanzhong backing you up?" As Lin Yaodong drew his metaphorical sword, cold light flickered in Zhuang Sanzhong's eyes. "Haha, Chairman Zhuang, you are mistaken. I have never relied on how many shares I have, or on anyone else. As for my confidence..." At this point, a strong sense of self-assurance erupted from Lin Yaodong. "Mountains can fall and trees can run away, and my foundation has always been myself." Hearing Lin Yaodong's words and sensing the momentum emanating from him, Zhuang Sanzhong fell silent. Lin Yaodong was proving to be more difficult than he had anticipated. Damn Juishan, what kind of opponent had he stirred up? However, this meeting was merely a verbal sparring session, and he would not be easily subdued. Sumitomo Bank owes 20 trillion yen plus $200 billion to JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank. How does Lin Jun plan to repay it? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. "You need not worry about that, Chairman Zhuang. Since I have chosen to acquire Sumitomo Bank, I naturally have my methods." Ever since meeting Lin Yaodong, Zhuang Sanzhong was either probing or leading the conversation, and Lin Yaodong would not let him succeed easily. "Boss, we have wrapped up here." At that moment, Gu Hali approached Lin Yaodong and whispered, Lin Yaodong slowly rose and extended his hand to Zhuang Sanzhong. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Chairman Zhuang. I look forward to our next encounter." "Haha, I also look forward to the day we meet again, Lin Jun." As they shook hands, a smile appeared on Zhuang Sanzhong's. "Farewell. No need to see you off." As he watched Lin Yaodong's retreating figure, Zhuang Sanzhong's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding. Lin Yaodong was right. Mountains can fall and trees can run away. Let's start with his support. With this thought, Zhuang Sanzhong took out his phone and dialed his father's number again. On the other side, after leaving Sumitomo Bank, Lin Yaodong immediately turned to Gongza and Yekaterina. "Since we have met with Zhuang Sanzhong, let's proceed without reservation, sparing no expense in acquiring shares of Sumitomo Bank. This acquisition battle must end as swiftly as possible. This is the island nation, the territory of the 4 major financial groups. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it is for us. Release the news that we will acquire all shares of Sumitomo Bank at a 10 premium. Understood, Boss President." Gongza and Yekaterina exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As Lin's holding group announced the acquisition of Sumitomo Bank shares at a 10 premium, the stock market of the island nation erupted and Sumitomo Bank's stock price surged from 693 yen In just 3 days, the stock price of Sumitomo Bank rose to 7681.3 yen. The total market value of Sumitomo Bank also increased from 70 trillion to 76.8 trillion yen. The increase approached 10. At this time, Lin's holding group issued another announcement. Lin's holding group's stake in Sumitomo Bank reached 20.06. Sumitomo Bank was once again suspended from trading. In a tea house, Gongza and Yin Kangsenhong sat across from each other. Gongza, just yesterday His Majesty the Emperor summoned Prime Minister Haijun and dismissed my position as the central bank governor on the grounds of obstructing economic development. It was only because Prime Minister Haijun stood up for me that His Majesty the Emperor retracted the decree. Upon hearing this, Gongza was taken aback. Was it the Mitsui family that intervened? Yin Kangsenhong nodded slowly. Yes, but it's not entirely aimed at Lin Yaodong. In fact, there's information I've been meaning to share with you. The political situation in the island nation has not been calm recently. Ever since the price war in gold ended, Wall Street capital has been restless with the potential to strike at any moment. Especially in the stock market, they have already begun to build positions on a large scale. In order to protect the island nation, I proposed raising interest rates to cool down the stock market, forcing Wall Street capital to leave the island. However, after Sakamoto took office as the finance minister, he wanted to achieve results, not only refusing to raise interest rates, but also encouraging cabinet ministers to support Prime Minister Haijun in lowering interest rates to promote economic development. We have held no less than 4 meetings regarding the issue of raising and lowering interest rates, yet there has been no conclusion. Upon hearing this, Gongza angrily remarked, Sakamoto acts recklessly, disregarding the consequences. His tenure as finance minister is irresponsible to the island nation. Though angered, he was no longer part of that group and could only express his shame. This is my fault if it weren't for the past. Before Gongza could finish, Yin Kangsenhong quickly interrupted. Gongza, discussing this is meaningless. I came to see you to ask you to use your connections to have your former subordinates support me. I need allies. Upon hearing this, a bitter expression appeared on Gongza's face. President Yin, you understand better than I do that when people leave, they no longer care. I fear they may no longer give me face. Sigh. Very well, I will give it a try. As Gongza spoke, he took out his phone and began dialing in front of Yin Kangsenhong. Haha, Gongza, you should also consider my future, right? How can I continue in the Ministry of Finance after offending minister? If it's about drinking to build relationships, I welcome it. Even if it's for anything else, I find it hard to betray Minister Sakamoto, so I must decline. As Gongza expressed his thoughts, he faced cold mockery and subtle refusals from others. Yet no one was. Sigh. Gongza had long anticipated this outcome, but facing reality was still somewhat unbearable. Yin Kangsenhong had expected this result. He was doing it on purpose, to help Gongza see the reality. Moreover, he had never intended to forge connections through the Ministry of Finance. Gongza, why don't you give Minister Abe a call? Although the neutral faction led by Abe doesn't manage affairs much, their combined influence is something even Prime Minister Haijun must take seriously. In the Bancho Villa area of Chiyoda, Ward Villa No. 8. The Sumitomo Group holds 78 of the shares in Sumitomo Bank, valued at a total of 44 trillion. Of these, 40 is managed by a securities company under the Sumitomo Group. We hold 20.02 of Sumitomo Bank, and even with the 8 from Ju Tian, it only amounts to 28.02. Zhuang Sen seems to have found some money from somewhere and has already started competing with us for shares in the secondary market. Now the total market value of Sumitomo Bank has soared to 7.6 trillion. If this continues, we will unwittingly be dressing up for the Sumitomo Group. On the contrary, if we sell to Zhuang San at the current price, we can at least recover our previous losses. Acquiring Sumitomo Bank was never something Miyazawa wished to see. Now that the acquisition has stalled, he also took the opportunity to approach Lin Yaodong to discuss this matter. Selling shares to Zhuang San would concentrate the ownership of Sumitomo Bank in his hands. For both Sumitomo Bank and Japan's takeover of it, as well as for Lin Yaodong, this is a favorable choice. It's a win-win situation. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. The shares of Sumitomo Bank in his hands were not only known to Miyazawa. Now they held 28 of Sumitomo Bank shares, plus the 32 held by Johnson, totaling 60. Although it was still less than what the Sumitomo Group held, they already had a voice in Sumitomo Bank. If it weren't for the consideration that the Sumitomo Group could recall the 20 from the securities company at any time, Lin Yaodong could even run for chairman. Miyazawa and I am well aware that even if our acquisition fails, we will not suffer any losses. Initially, Wall Street Capital acquired 37 of the Sumitomo Group and 28 of the Matsushita Group to propose 50 billion to Zhuang San. Could it be that Zhuang San would watch us throw our shares into the market? Upon hearing this, Miyazawa clearly froze. Although anxious, he could only swallow back the words he wanted to say. President, what should we do next? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly, gesturing for Gu Hali to refill their cups before speaking leisurely. Now the enemy is strong and we are weak. This is the time when their guard is at its lowest. Our target this time is Senio Electric. The Sumitomo Metal Industries, Sumitomo Electric, Sumitomo Chemicals, Sumitomo Corporation, Sumitomo Bank, Mazda, Asahi Beer, Senio Electric, and Japan Electric are the 9 subsidiaries of the Sumitomo Group. Their business model is cross-holding, and Sanayo Electric holds 8 of the shares in Sumitomo Bank. Moreover, affected by the stock market crash, Sanayo Electric's finances have fallen into distress. Their business is scattered, and their core competitiveness is weak, making them the easiest to acquire. As long as we complete the acquisition of Sanayo Electric, we can transfer the shares into our hands. It doesn't stop there. Sanayo Electric is involved in various fields and can also compensate for the deficiencies. Despite Sanayo Electric's current lack of market competitiveness from the 1960s to the 1980s, it started from bicycle lamps and continuously expanded its business territory. By the 1960s, they had established its position as a giant in home appliances with products including radios, washing machines, televisions, refrigerators, and air conditioners. During that time, Sanayo launched many products including low-priced high-performance jet washing machines that surpassed. They also sold 14-inch televisions at prices below 100 yen, which quickly captured the market, as well as split air conditioners that overcame the noise and complex installation issues of window units. It was indeed a remarkable achievement, and it was listed as a core industry by the Sumitomo Group. This is why Sanayo Electric can hold 8 of the shares in Sumitomo Bank. Compared to Sumitomo Bank, the acquisition of Sanayo Electric can be described as within reach. This is because Sanayo Electric is under the management of Yekong Sunju's Mortgage Enterprise Management Headquarters. This is also Zhuang San's arrogance, believing that no one in Japan would dare to move against his enterprise. Thus, after the loan, he had no intention of redeeming Sanayo Electric in the short term, even when faced with the stock market. However, Lin Yaodong could not approach Yekong Sunju for purchase. Given Yekong Sunju's personality, it was impossible for him not to think too much, and this candidate Miyazawa was the most suitable. Mortgage Enterprise Management Headquarters. Miyazawa wasn't foolish, immediately understanding Lin Yaodong. Yes. Lin Yaodong nodded slowly. President, let me say something. You might not like our acquisition of Sumitomo Bank isn't what President Yekong wants to see. I'm afraid he won't agree. Miyazawa stood up looking conflicted, but still spoke out. How about this, Miyazawa-kun? I give you a guarantee, even if the acquisition of Sumitomo Bank fails, I will not throw the shares into the market. Is that acceptable, eh? Moreover, I am helping you, Japan. Helping Japan. Doubt filled Miyazawa's eyes. That night, a foreign exchange transfer of 4 billion rubles hit the central bank of the island nation. As soon as the funds arrived, Miyazawa and Yakin Senki completed the signing. With intentional publicity, it wasn't long before the major financial groups of the island nation received the news. In no time, the Sumitomo Group became the laughingstock of the industry. At Villa 7 in the Tokyo Bay Area, Zhuang San was still enjoying himself when there was a knock at the door. Dressed in pajamas, Zhuang San coldly walked out of his room. The housekeeper said, "Master, we just received news that our Sanayo Electric has been acquired by the Lin Group." The news has been confirmed. It was personally approved by Yakin Senki. Zhuang San, who was about to erupt in anger, suddenly froze in place, followed by a blaze of fury. Lin Yaodong, Yakin Senki, very well, very good. This is too much. Due to his anger, Zhuang San's entire face took on an unhealthy shade of soy sauce color. Master. The housekeeper was startled by Zhuang San's state. Zhuang San was nearing 60. He could not afford to get too agitated. "Am fine. Notify the other 3 families that I want to meet them." "Yes, master." Seeing Zhuang San's complexion slowly returning to normal, the housekeeper was relieved. The next morning, in a trading room, the stock market had just opened. Ito, Watanabe, Shigeji, and Zhuang San were all bewildered by the sudden appearance of massive buy orders. Sanayo Electric, under the Sumitomo Group, had been separated and acquired. Sumitomo Bank stock price should have been affected and fallen. They discussed taking advantage of the plummeting stock price to collect shares and stabilize Sumitomo Bank stock. However, according to market rules, when buyers outnumber sellers, prices rise. Due to the massive buy orders, Sumitomo Bank stock price not only did not fall, but instead rose by 3. An increase is a good thing. Let's grab some shares. We can't let Lin Yaodong seize the opportunity. At this moment, the only ones who could buy Sumitomo Bank stocks in the market besides Lin Yaodong were unimaginable to them. All right. The other 3 nodded in agreement. But just then, the stock code representing Sumitomo Bank suddenly turned gray, restricting trading. What's going on? Ito, Watanabe, and Shigeji exchanged confused glances. Lin's group has raised the stakes again. Zhuang San gritted his teeth and pointed at the bulletin board. Raising stakes meant trading was halted, and their plans from last night could only be postponed. Don't panic. Including the 20 circulating shares acquired in the stock market along with the 8 original shares from Juishin and 8 original shares from Sanayo Electric, the total shares amount to just 20. 65. This is still far from the 40. 15 you hold. It won't be a problem. Ito approached Zhuang San, gently patting his arm and speaking softly. Alas, Lin Yaodong's shares are increasing, and if this goes on, it will surely lead to big problems. No, I want to see Yakin Senki, Zhuang San said, turning to walk out of the trading room. But at that moment, his secretary hurriedly approached. Chairman, just now a foreign businessman named Johnson from M Country released news. He holds 35 of our bank's circulating shares and wants to sell. What did you say? Zhuang San exclaimed in excitement. Lin Yaodong already held 36 of Sumitomo Bank shares. If this 35 fell into his hands, that would total 71. That would account for 72 of the total shares, even more than the shares in Zhuang-san's possession. Ito Watanabe and Shigeji were also dumbfounded. What was happening? How could a foreigner have so many shares of Sumitomo Bank? It's worth noting that Zhuang-san and he had recently spent 50 billion to buy 37 of Sumitomo Bank's shares from Robert. How could there be another batch of shares? Faced with the gazes of Ito Watanabe and Shigeji, Zhuang-san had no words to express his frustration. To redeem shares, he had emptied out Sumitomo Bank. As soon as he obtained the shares, he began to sell the stocks in batches to the secondary market. He had never imagined that anyone in the island nation would dare to acquire Sumitomo Bank. At that time, the island nation was facing a sell-off from Wall Street capital. He thought to sell first and then buy back when the price was lower. It was a way to short his own group to profit from the difference. This was the main reason why Sumitomo Bank stock had fallen so drastically. But later, competing for light industry companies with Lin Yaodong had spiraled out of control, leading to the acquisition of all the companies. Yakin Sankey had also refused his loan, which led to Zhuang-san's current predicament. These shares must not fall into Lin Yaodong's hands at all costs. Quick, take me to see that foreigner. Hearing this, the secretary hurriedly stopped Zhuang-san. Chairman, I made an appointment. As soon as I received the news, his response was that he would hold a banquet at the Hilton Hotel tonight at 6. At that time, they will select the seller. Zhuang-san panicked, completely realizing that had he known this, he would not have offended Lin Yaodong. If Lin Yaodong wanted light industry companies, then he should have just given them to him. Why did he get involved? But now it was too late to say anything. After asking Ito Watanabe and Shigeji to support him tonight, he hurried to the central bank. In the Bancho Villa area of Chiyoda District, Johnson has released news. Tonight at 6, he will select the seller at the Hilton Hotel. Zhuang-san has already received the news. According to our people, he is extremely anxious. Apart from Zhuang-san, Ito Watanabe and Shigeji also know about this matter. Boss, are you going to attend tonight? Go Halley curiously relayed Johnson's words. Of course I have to attend. Without me, this play won't go on. Make it a bit more dramatic. Ensure that Yakin Sankey also receives this news. Lin Yaodong casually turned off the TV, a smile flashing in his eyes. Getting Miyazawa off the stage was the first step, and the next was Yakin Sankey. If there was anything to obstruct the island nation from lowering interest rates, how could his subsequent plans unfold? How could the stock market be propped up, and how could the island nation compete with Robert? Everything hinged on the central bank lowering interest rates, implementing low interest rates, and a quantitative easing monetary policy. All right, boss, are there any other arrangements? Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong smiled, slightly notified Johnson to act a bit more arrogant tonight. Also, let's discuss matters separately, especially concerning Zhuang-san. Be a bit nicer to him. Yakin Sankey will definitely be present. Let him meet Zhuang-san first, then me, and finally Yakin Sankey, and then announce the results. Understood, boss. Go Halley also smiled, knowing that no matter how hard Yakin Sankey and Zhuang-san tried to figure it out, they wouldn't guess that Johnson was their person. Tonight was destined to showcase a good play. Oh, indeed, he needed to prepare more food. In the office of the central bank president, Zhuang-san hurriedly arrived, but Yakin Sankey was not in the office at all. During the anxious wait, half an hour passed before Yakin Sankey finally appeared before Zhuang-san. Lord Zhuang-san, what brings you here? Zhuang-san had repeatedly exploited his kindness, and even had Emperor, he summoned Prime Minister Haijun, intending to have him removed from the position of central bank president. Naturally, he would not give Zhuang-san a good face. Governor Yakin, it is now urgent. You must help me this time. Hearing this, a flicker of unusual color flashed in Yakin Sankey's eyes. This was not the Zhuang-san chairman, he remembered, who disregarded everything. What is it? Yakin Sankey sat down in front of him, his eyes glinting with interest. Lin Yaodong currently holds 36 of the circulating shares of Sumitomo Bank. Upon hearing this, Yakin Sankey nodded. As Miyazawa had mentioned it to him, he was aware of this. But just now, a businessman from M country suddenly released news. He is selling 35 of Sumitomo Bank's circulating shares. If this share is acquired by Lin Yaodong, Sumitomo Bank will really change hands. At that time, the entire financial sector of the island nation will undergo a major reshuffle. I know that Governor Yakin has the island nation's interests at heart. I am counting on you this time. Zhuang-san said this while performing a 90-degree bow to Yakin Sankey. Hearing Zhuang-san's words, Yakin Sankey frowned, and his heart began to race. Lin Yaodong had just obtained 36 of Sumitomo Bank's circulating shares, and the businessman from M country was selling 35 of the circulating shares. And Zhuang-san only held 70 of the circulating shares, just recently increasing by 1. This seemed too coincidental, right? Coupled with Yakin Sankey's desire to avoid chaos in the island nation, an idea suddenly took shape in his mind. How can I help you? 6 luxury cars gradually came to a stop in front of the Hilton Hotel, particularly one in the middle that stood out prominently. Its body was robust and heavy with a fierce exterior resembling a moving fortress. The car came to a gentle halt, and the first to disembark were the accompanying security personnel from the other vehicles. They were tall and muscular, clearly not to be trifled with. As the car doors opened under the watchful gaze of passers-by, and hotel guests Lin Yaodong, Healy Gongze, and Yi Ka Jielin na sequentially emerged. Hawkeye, follow me. The rest of you stay alert. Bao Xiong instructed, quickly keeping pace with Lin Yaodong, prepared for any impending danger. The banquet had yet to begin, and many wealthy merchants were mingling in the hotel lobby. They knew that tonight's main characters would only be three parties: the wealthy merchant intending to acquire Sumitomo Bank, Zhuang San, the spokesperson of the Sumitomo Consortium, and Johnson, who was selling shares. The rest were merely supporting roles. However, even so, they were quite content. Just imagine, those who could attend this banquet were all of considerable fortune. Thus, the number of attendees far exceeded their expectations. Who are they? Quite the presence, don't you think? Look at that car, it's rather ostentatious, isn't it? They are one of tonight's main characters, the wealthy merchant. And that car shouldn't be underestimated either. Do you know about the previous explosion? The car was blown to bits, yet the people inside remained unharmed. Really? Is that true? That's quite unbelievable. But that wealthy merchant is indeed handsome. Don't be infatuated, his fiancée is the precious gem of the Maoxiong family. Look quickly, the people from Sumitomo Bank are coming, and is that Mr. Ida, Mr. Watanabe, and Mr. Sheng Air? I can't believe it. Outside the hotel, just as Lin Yaodong prepared to enter, a row of luxury cars approached from a distance. He initially paid no mind, after all those who could attend this banquet were all either wealthy or noble. But as he attempted to enter the hotel, those cars blocked their way. The car doors opened, and Zhuang San appeared not far in front of Lin Yaodong. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence to see you again, Zhuang San said with a beaming smile, extending his hand. As he mentioned their reunion, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. He recalled the words he had spoken when he first met Lin Yaodong, expressing anticipation for their next encounter. Chairman Zhuang San, it is indeed quite a coincidence. Seeing the confident glint in Zhuang San's eyes, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but smile. Their right hands touched briefly before parting. Mr. Zhuang San, aren't you going to introduce us? At this moment, three individuals appeared not far behind Zhuang San. Haha, this is the renowned Chairman Lin Yaodong of the Maoxiong Lin Group. Zhuang San first introduced Lin Yaodong to the three before adding, with a teasing tone, Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Ida, the chairman of the Mitsubishi Group, and Mr. Watanabe, the chairman of the Sanha Group, and Mr. Sheng Air, the chairman of the Mitsui Group. During the introductions, Zhuang San did not witness the trepidation he expected from Lin Yaodong, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Got it. At that moment, another car halted nearby. The door opened, revealing the figure of Yi Kong Sanzhong. Upon seeing Yi Kong Sanzhong, Lin Yaodong's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile finally appeared on his face. President Yi Kong Lin Yaodong greeted with a smile. As soon as he spoke, Ito Watanabe and Sheng Air all frowned in unison. Frowning due to being overlooked, they were not used to such treatment, as they were always the center of attention wherever they went, despite their unfriendly relations. Zhuang San, however, was all smiles, thinking Yi Kong Sanzhong was on his side. He wondered how Lin Yaodong would react once he learned that his greatest backing was not aligned with him. Zhuang San discovered that he was somewhat excited, looking forward to it. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gongze. Yi Kong Sanzhong greeted Lin Yaodong and Gongze with a smile, shaking their hands. Let's talk inside, there are too many eyes here, Gongze suggested, gesturing towards the crowd. President Yi Kong, please. Lin Yaodong smiled, lightly glancing back at Zhuang San before leaving. As their eyes met, Zhuang San's gaze was filled with mockery. Inside the hotel, Lin Yaodong, Yi Kong Sanzhong, and Gongze walked into the banquet hall under the attention of the crowd. After some pleasantries, Yi Kong Sanzhong and Lin Yaodong instinctively moved towards an unoccupied area. Mr. Lin, the matter of acquiring Sumitomo Bank has become quite significant. I hope Mr. Lin can put a stop to it. Yi Kong Sanzhong directly got to the point. Lin Yaodong shook his head slightly, a faint smile on his face. President Yi Kong, you know that's impossible. Let's not even discuss how much our Lin Group has invested in this acquisition. Regarding the previous bombing incident, I will definitely not let Zhuang San off the hook. That was the closest I have ever been to death. Hearing this, Yi Kong Sanzhong's eyes flickered as he looked up at Zhuang San, who was surrounded by admirers. That matter hasn't been settled yet, so we won't discuss it for now. Lin Yaodong chuckled. What about the chefs and servants of the National Police Agency of the island country? Only they could accomplish this under my bodyguard's watch. It has been quite some time. Have you considered giving me an explanation? Hearing this, Yi Kong Sanzhong frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, you need to understand that investigating this matter will only escalate the situation. Though you were frightened, you did obtain what you wanted, did you not? Moreover, to address this matter, Prime Minister Haijun has personally made arrangements with Wall Street and the 6 major consortiums. We guarantee Mr. Lin's safety. I'll let this matter rest here. Let it rest here. Lin Yaodong chuckled coldly to himself. However, now was not the time to fall out with Yi Kong. Mr. Lin, the Sumitomo Consortium is the 3rd largest consortium in the island country, ranking only behind Mitsubishi and Mitsui. It employs over 3,000 workers. Furthermore, if Sumitomo Bank is indeed acquired by you, the conflict between you and the 4 major consortiums will escalate to a point of no return. Whether for the stability of the island country or your safety, withdrawing from this acquisition is the best solution. I have already discussed with Zhuang San, and I will approve a loan of 5 trillion yen to compensate Mr. Lin for his losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong's eyes widened in astonishment. A loan of 5 trillion yen was something he had not anticipated. The amount he invested in acquiring Sumitomo Bank, excluding the aid of Jutian, was less than 2 trillion yen, and now it had doubled. Clearly, Yikong Sanzhong's sincerity was substantial. If it were any other enterprise, Lin Yaodong might have it, but this was Sumitomo Bank. It pertained to his future plans for the international iron ore market. On August 2nd, the Gulf War broke out, and prior to that the U.S. had lowered iron ore prices from $20 per ton to $14.6 per ton. Afterward, they began large-scale acquisitions in the international market. This had only been the case for the past 2 months. Since Lin Yaodong had this opportunity, he naturally would not let it slip by. President Yikong, don't say I'm not giving you face. How about this? I won't show up and let Gu Healy follow you in to negotiate with them. That should suffice, right? Since Lin Yaodong had said that Yikong Sanzhong could hardly refuse. In his view, as long as he took a slight initiative, this matter would be settled. Good. Just as Yikong Sanzhong agreed, Johnson, dressed in a suit and sporting a shiny bald head, appeared in the banquet hall. The show was about to begin. In the banquet hall, President Johnson, I am Mitsumura, chairman of Sakura Electronics Group, and I hope we can establish a cooperative relationship. President Johnson, I am from Tokyo Biological Pharmaceutical Corporation. President Johnson, I am from Fusong Heavy Industries Group. The moment Johnson appeared, he was surrounded by a throng, those seeking cooperation, forging relationships, and even soliciting investments. The reasons for Johnson's popularity are simply twofold. Firstly, his identity as an American. Secondly, the financial power evidenced by his 35% stake in Sumitomo Bank. Darcy, take down the contact information of these bosses. We will talk separately when we have time. Now I have more important matters to discuss. Johnson raised his hand, casually beckoning, upon which Darcy, the deputy of Johnson's team, promptly stepped forward to greet the wealthy businessman from the islands. Seeing this scene, Gu Halley's smile was more difficult to suppress than an AK. What a performance! Gu Halley was already extraordinarily beautiful, and her smile instantly caught Miyazawa's attention. Gu Halley smiled like a blooming flower, but dared not look at Johnson any longer. She feared revealing unnecessary information. Following Gu Halley's gaze, Miyazawa saw Johnson chatting and laughing with Zhuang San and Chong Er. For a moment, Miyazawa was puzzled, not understanding what Gu Halley found amusing. At this moment, Lin Yaodong and Yikong Sanzhong approached. Miyazawa hurriedly approached Yikong Sanzhong and asked in a low voice, did he agree? Yikong Sanzhong subtly nodded. To him, Lin Yaodong asking him and Gu Halley to discuss the acquisition was no different from an agreement. Boss Johnson and Darcy are too entertaining, they have them spinning in circles. Gu Halley, alone with Lin Yaodong, could no longer hold back and chuckled. Lin Yaodong followed Gu Halley's gaze and also saw the scene of Johnson engaging in animated conversation with the heads of the 4 major financial groups. At this sight, a playful glimmer flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes. Continuing down this path seems like a decent choice. Meanwhile, Johnson walked into the lounge, smiling alongside Zhuang San. Chairman Zhuang, please have a seat. Actually, I am more inclined to sell the shares to you. But I wonder how much you intend to... Johnson waved Darcy away and personally poured tea for Zhuang San. President Johnson, you hold 35 of Sumitomo Bank's circulating shares, which accounts for 20.07 of the total market value. I am willing to acquire at a 10 premium. How do you feel about that? Hearing Johnson express his inclination to sell shares to him, Zhuang San's heart blossomed with joy. However, there was a slight regret. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have had to humble himself to seek out Yikong Sanzhong, incurring such a significant favor. It is well known that market value does not equate to the real value of a company. The stock market is merely a tool for groups to raise funds. Relative to the actual value of the group, the market value often contains a lot of bubbles, and even Sumitomo Bank is no exception. Thus, even if he purchased at market value, he would still incur a loss. On one hand, he did not want to give Lin Yaodong an opportunity. On the other hand, he wanted to befriend Johnson himself. Because Johnson holds 20.07 of Sumitomo Bank's shares, it signifies his strength. Haha, I like Chairman Zhuang's straightforwardness. Darcy, prepare the contract. Upon hearing this, Zhuang San, filled with excitement, had already clenched his right fist unconsciously. President, this doesn't seem to comply with the rules, does it? There are still others waiting outside to discuss the acquisition. Darcy walked over with the contract and quietly reminded Johnson in his ear. However, his voice was clearly too loud, and combined with the room's silence, Zhuang San heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Johnson smiled and gestured to Zhuang San, then apologetically said, Chairman Zhuang's sincerity is very strong, with a market value of 15.7 trillion willing to acquire at 1.73 trillion. I have no reason to refuse. However, what Darcy said makes sense. Since we've invited you, we should at least meet in person. Chairman Zhuang, please wait. After a brief formality, we will hold the signing ceremony. Upon hearing this, Zhuang San, though anxious, knew he couldn't show it. He immediately smiled, and stood up saying, "Of course we must adhere to the rules." After Zhuang San left, Johnson shook his head mockingly. With such a character, how dare they oppose the boss? "Darcy, did I perform well just now?" Hearing this, Darcy chuckled and gave a thumbs up. "Your aura just now was more genuine than real." "Huh." Johnson laughed heartily and patted Darcy on the shoulder. "Go on, don't keep the boss waiting." In the banquet hall, after Zhuang San exited the lounge, the flattered Ida Watanabe and Chong Er stepped out from the crowd to greet him. "How did the discussion go?" Upon hearing Chong Er's inquiry, Zhuang San nodded vigorously. "Johnson has agreed to sell to me. After the others go through the motions, we will hold the signing ceremony." As for Lin Yaodong, Ida smiled lightly. He also entrusted the negotiation to Yi Kong Sanchong and his secretary. "Don't worry, there won't be any surprises." Upon hearing this, Zhuang San's eyes brightened. He felt reassured for the first time about Yi Kong Sanchong's handling of affairs. Just then, Darcy pushed open the lounge door, and an assistant rushed toward him. After whispering a few words, Darcy smiled and nodded towards Zhuang San, then walked straight towards Lin Yaodong's position. "It's secured." Darcy's smile gave Zhuang San even more confidence. Ida Watanabe and Chong Er felt the same. Watanabe even waved to the waiter, taking a glass of champagne from the tray held by the waiter for each of the other three. "Cheers to Chairman Zhuang for reclaiming the shares in advance." "Cheers to Chairman Zhuang in advance." "Cheers." Facing the congratulations from Ida Watanabe and Chong Er, Zhuang San smiled even more happily. Once the shares are secured, he will have no more worries. Once the overseas funds arrive, he will once again be the illustrious Chairman Zhuang San of Sumitomo Group. Those who previously laughed at him will become the real joke. Ida Watanabe and Chong Er felt similarly. They were telling the world that in the islands the four major financial groups are unbeatable. But they did not know that since they came to attend Johnson's banquet, they were destined to be the joke. Not long after Yi Kong Sanchong Miyazawa and Gu Halley entered the lounge, they exited in less than half the time Zhuang San took. Moreover, when Yi Kong Sanchong emerged, he did not first inform Lin Yaodong about the negotiation results, but instead nodded towards Zhuang San. Seeing this, Zhuang San felt greatly assured, immediately straightening his clothes in preparation for the upcoming signing ceremony. At this moment, Johnson and Darcy pushed open the lounge door. Before Johnson could speak, Darcy stepped onto the podium. "Congratulations to Mr. Lin Yaodong from Maoxiong for obtaining the purchasing rights to 35 of Sumitomo Bank's circulating shares. We will now hold the signing ceremony on site." Upon hearing Darcy's words, Lin Yaodong and Gu Halley smiled. Especially Gu Halley, she had long anticipated the reactions of the other attendees. Ida Watanabe and Chong Er were stunned, as were the other wealthy businessmen from the islands. Did Lin Yaodong win without even attending the negotiations? And won so thoroughly? Yi Kong Sanchong's expression instantly darkened. Zhuang San reacted the most. His face darkened as he glared at Yi Kong Sanchong, as if to say, "Old dang, you tricked me." In the lounge, after Yi Kong Sanchong Gongza and Gu Halley entered, Johansson did not even rise. It was a night and day contrast to how he had treated Zhuang San. Seeing Johansson's reaction, Gongza's brow tightened slightly, and Gu Halley barely suppressed a smile. Yi Kong Sanchong, by contrast, remained composed. He had never intended to conclude the deal. "I had a pleasant conversation with Chairman Zhuang San. Inviting you was merely a formality," Johansson declared, immediately fixing the matter's tone. "State your offer." Johansson barked, fixing Gu Halley with a fierce glare. If her smile betrayed anything to Yi Kong Sanchong and Gongza, how would he answer to his superiors? Gu Halley barely pursed her lips before regaining her composure. Yet Johansson's earlier look had already registered in Yi Kong Sanchong's and Gongza's eyes. Their demeanors shifted, especially Gongza. Though he did not wish to see Lin Yaodong acquire Zhuyu Bank, a pang of guilt stirred within him. He was now an employee of Lin Yaodong. As an employee, failing to consider one's employer, so long as it did not harm one's own interests, was a grave taboo in the island nation. Thus an involuntary resentment welled up in him. He nearly wanted to step forward and demand of Johansson why, before talks had even begun, he had already condemned them. Yi Kong Sanchong's brow twitched slightly. Johansson represented Wall Street capital, while Lin Yaodong stood. The two sides were inherently at odds. In that respect, the posture was defensible. Yi Kong Sanchong glanced at Gu Halley, indicating she should make the offer. Gu Halley smiled sweetly. "Since the boss has authorized you, the negotiation should be led by you. You may make the offer." Yi Kong Sanchong regarded Gu Halley approvingly, thinking to himself that no wonder Lin Yaodong had risen from nothing to build such an empire in so short a time. He had even won the favor of Maoxiong's number 3 Bailisi. She was so adept. Since Gu Halley said it, Yi Kong Sanchong readily seated himself opposite Johansson. Zhuyu Bank's current market value stands at 7.8 trillion yen, and you hold 20.07 of the total equity. Market capitalization does not equate to intrinsic worth. Our Lin Group has decided to offer 1.4 trillion yen to acquire. President Johansson, what do you think? Hearing this, Johansson flew into a rage, raising a hand and pointing toward the lounge entrance. "How dare you? Such contempt for us. Do you know what Chairman Zhuang San's offer was? 1.73 trillion. If there is no intention to negotiate, then please leave." I will not discuss acquisition with those who lack sincerity. Seeing this, Gongza's brow furrowed. Even he had to concede that Yikong Sanjong had overstepped. Frankly, that kind of offer might as well have been a declaration of withdrawal from the acquisition. At least that would spare offense. We take our leave. Yikong Sanjong paid no heed to Johansen's or Gongza's. He only cared that Lin Yaodong's acquisition should fail. Once that was secured, it was enough for him. At that moment, Dashi realized his cue had come. He hurried over and whispered into Johansen's ear. His movement naturally registered with Yikong Sanjong and Gongza, yet Johansen made no attempt to stop them, and they could only withdraw. After Yikong Sanjong and Gongza left, Ge Heli shot Johansen a just you wait look. But a beautiful woman could wear any expression and still charm those who saw it. Johansen even made an encouraging gesture. So enraged was Ge Heli, she nearly stamped her foot. Done. Go out and notify them, and have people prepare the signing ceremony. After Ge Heli left the room, Johansen nudged Dashi. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Yaodong from Maoxiong. He has obtained the purchase rights for 35 of Zhuyu Bank's outstanding shares. The signing ceremony will now take place on site. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Yaodong. When Dashi announced the news, everyone's eyes turned toward Yikong Sanjong and Lin Yaodong. Expressions varied. Blankness, bewilderment, incomprehension, even fury. Yikong Sanjong himself was dumbfounded upon hearing that Lin Yaodong had secured the purchase rights to Zhuyu Bank's shares. Especially under the murderous stare from Zhuang San, he felt suddenly unwell. He stepped forward 2 paces and demanded of Dashi why Lin Yaodong and not Zhuang San. At these words, Dashi hastened to smile apologetically. Governor, Yikong, our president, was previously unaware that you are the central bank governor. He asked me to convey his apologies. Our president had initially thought Lin Yaodong arrogant and sent a few underlings to negotiate without sincerity. But our president was mistaken. When the central bank governor, the former finance minister, and Lin Group's secretary general all came in person, the sincerity was unmistakable. After all, we intend to invest in the island nation and cannot be short-sighted. To express our apologies, here Dashi deliberately raised his voice so that Zhuang San and the others could hear. Our president has decided to sell the shares to the Lin Group for 1 trillion yen. Yikong Sanjong and Gongza were stunned. Countless curses raced through their minds. Could it be done like that? Yikong Sanjong's face darkened. Zhuang San's grew even darker. He had failed to secure a 10 premium over market value, yet somehow Yikong Sanjong had been allowed to buy for 1 trillion yen. He burned with the urge to rush forward and fight Yikong Sanjong. Let's go. Zhuang San cast a cold glance at Yikong Sanjong and Lin Yaodong. But as soon as he rose, the world darkened and he collapsed forward. Zhuang San. Zhuang San. Fortunately, Chong San, quick of eye and hand, steadied him. Had he fainted from rage? The other tycoons looked on in disbelief. If this news spread, the entire island nation would likely be shaken. Yikong Sanjong felt like crying without tears. What on earth was happening? Quick, take him to the hospital. At Yikong Sanjong's shout, others snapped back to their senses and frantically dialed emergency services. Lin Yaodong and Ge Heli couldn't help stealing a couple more glances. Boss, do you think Zhuang San might die of anger? Before Lin Yaodong could reply, Yikong Sanjong could not restrain himself. He waved his hand and strode out of the banquet hall without a word. Seeing this, Gongza signaled to Lin Yaodong, who nodded. President Gongza, ensure Governor Yikang's safety before returning. Thank you. Gongza bowed slightly in gratitude before pursuing Yikong Sanjong. With Zhuang San rushed to the hospital, and Yikong Sanjong departed the banquet hall's guests dissipated by more than half. Lin Yaodong paid it no mind. He proceeded with the formal signing ceremony with Johansen. Once the signing concluded, he would convene a board meeting tomorrow to oust Zhuang San. Elsewhere, after Gongza caught up with Yikong Sanjong, he got into Yes car. Governor Yi, today truly isn't Lin Yaodong's fault. He did not participate in the bidding at all. Moreover, I still cannot understand why at the crucial moment Johansen chose to sign with Lin Yaodong. Our offer was clearly so meager. Yikong Sanjong felt as if he had 2 heads and one too many problems. The outcome he least wanted had nonetheless come to pass. I know, this is my fault for insufficient consideration. One of us was the central bank governor, another the former finance minister, and Ge Heli is the Lin Group's secretary general. Johansen intends to develop in the island nation. He cannot afford to offend us all. Alas, how did things come to this? With Gongza's incredulous gaze upon him, Yikong Sanjong's wife's phone began to vibrate. Seeing the prime minister's name, Yikong Sanjong's heart turned bitter. To the prime minister's residence. The prime minister's official residence located at 31 Nabancho Nagatacho Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. Indeed, from factory workers on the ground to the prime minister himself, this era saw Japan as arguably the most industrious nation on earth. Japan's peak stock index of 38914 points was forged by ordinary laborers, working 15 hours a day without respite for 30 years since the Second World War. Yet diligence alone is insufficient. Possessing wealth far exceeding one's station inevitably draws the gaze of ravenous wolves, like an overgrown infant flaunting a fortune before armed thugs. Who else would they rob? Returning to the matter at hand, upon Yano Sunju's and Miyazawa's arrival, Prime Minister Omihara continued processing official documents without even lifting his head. Yano and Miyazawa exchanged uneasy glances. Especially Yano. His foreboding deepened with every passing moment. Sumitomo Bank is the beating heart of the Sumitomo Group. The Sumitomo Group in turn forms the very backbone of our national economy, providing employment for over 300,000 workers. Now that Sumitomo Bank shares have fallen into Lin Yaodong's hands, he holds the group's vital pressure point. Have you contemplated the consequences? Prime Minister Omihara spoke in a calm, measured tone, not overtly furious, yet both Miyazawa and Yano sensed profound disappointment beneath his words. Yano opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated, swallowing his words. Miyazawa dared not even draw a breath, his heart heavy with bitterness. Silence descended upon the office, absolute, suffocating, broken only by the occasional scratch of pen on paper. 30 minutes passed before Omihara set down his pen and finally raised his gaze. Governor Yano, your decisions have always been deliberate and steady. Even your 4 successive aggressive interest rate hikes struck me as carefully considered. Even had His Majesty the Emperor sought your dismissal, I would have shielded you. But this time, you have disappointed me deeply. At those words, Yano bowed his head in shame. Omihara's eyes flickered faintly, shifting from Yano to Miyazawa. It was his turn now. Miyazawa's pulse quickened. Yet all that met him was a long, weary sigh. Miyazawa remained silent. Explain what truly transpired. I cannot believe you two failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Prime Minister Omihara rose and walked toward the sofa, gesturing for Yano and Miyazawa to sit. Miyazawa managed fine, but Yano, nearing 60, had stood for a full hour. Relief washed over him as he sank into the chair. Your Excellency, prior to this I approached Lin Yaodong directly regarding Sumitomo Bank's shares. Initially, he flatly refused to relinquish the acquisition opportunity. Only after I appealed to his reason and his conscience did he relent, agreeing to send his secretary Ms. Grahari and myself to negotiate. And so it unfolded when we met Johnson. His demeanor toward us was distinctly unwelcoming. Sosen's offer was a 10% premium over market value, 17.3 trillion yen. I never intended to acquire the shares on Lin Yaodong's behalf, so my bid stood at 14 trillion yen. Upon hearing our offer, President Johnson immediately expelled us from his office. But, Yano paused, faltered. Yet ultimately he agreed to sell the shares to Lin Yaodong for precisely 14 trillion yen. Omihara exhaled slowly. Yes, Your Excellency. He recognized both my identity and Miyazawa's. He claimed he wished to invest long-term in Japan, and thus dared not offend us. I confess I did not foresee such an outcome. It was my oversight. Omihara shook his head slightly, eyes sharpening. Have you considered? You may have been used by Lin Yaodong. Was it Lin who disclosed your identities? A central bank governor, a former director general of the Ministry of Finance. Would a mere American tycoon dare slight such figures so lightly? At this, Miyazawa, who had remained silent until now, could no longer stay mute. Your Excellency, that is impossible. First, Governor Yano and I were in Lin Yaodong's constant company. Even during negotiations, no outsider entered to relay messages. Second, Lin Yaodong delegated full authority to Governor Yano. At any moment, Yano held the power to terminate the negotiation outright. How then could Lin Yaodong possibly manipulate us? The misfortune lies solely in fate. Johnson simply discerned our identities. Hearing this, Omihara furrowed his brow and turned toward Yano. Yano nodded slowly. As Miyazawa stated, Lin Yaodong had no opportunity to transmit such information. Hearing Yano's confirmation, Omihara closed his eyes, his brows drawing tightly together as he mentally reconstructed the sequence of events. Your Excellency, Lin Yaodong's acquisition of Sumitomo Bank may in fact prove advantageous, not only for the bank, but for the entire Sumitomo Group. Sumitomo Bank shoulders 30 trillion yen in domestic loans and $200 billion overseas. Sosen cannot resolve this crisis, but Lin Yaodong might. As for the Sumitomo Group, it owns more than just Sumitomo Bank. With fresh capital infusion, the group could resume full operations. I submit that this outcome is not inherently unacceptable. At these words, Omihara snapped his eyes open, not toward Miyazawa, but squarely at Yano. Seeing both Omihara and Miyazawa fix their gaze upon him, Yano fell silent. Clearly, Miyazawa was speaking not only for himself, but offering Yano a dignified path forward. And Miyazawa's reasoning held weight if matters proceeded smoothly. If Lin Yaodong resolved the debt burden, the Sumitomo Group could regain its former stature within a reasonable time frame, benefiting Japan as a whole. Yet appearances deceive. Lin Yaodong already controlled numerous Japanese light industry enterprises, and adding those previously acquired by Sumitomo Bank would expand his reach dramatically. He would effectively command half of Japan's entire light industrial sector. Centered on Sumitomo Bank, he could forge in short order a commercial empire surpassing even the 6 great zaibatsu. What damage would ensue if Japan's largest enterprise were owned by foreign capital? Seeing Yano remain speechless, Omihara shook his head faintly. You may go. Yano started to speak, then paused. Miyazawa gently tugged at his sleeve and shook his head. Your Excellency, I serve my nation with absolute devotion. I beg your understanding. In the end, Yano offered a slight bow. When Umihara gave no response, he and Miyazawa departed, shoulders heavy with resignation. Ah, I know your devotion is genuine, but sometimes love of country alone is not enough. Watching Yano's retreating figure, Umihara sighed softly. He walked quietly to his desk and dialed Minister Sakamoto's number. Minister Sakamoto, please come at once. Governor Yano, I maintain we committed no error throughout. In fact, your offer was rather stringent. Though this outcome was neither intended nor desired, it need not be wholly adverse. Recall Lin Yaodong has from the outset refrained from direct involvement in Japan's internal affairs. Everything thus far remains speculation. Remember, he is first and foremost a merchant driven solely by profit. Even if Lin Yaodong secretly revealed our identities, I contend he acted within reason. Governor Yano, consider this carefully. I take my leave. Without awaiting Yano's reply, Miyazawa bowed respectfully and stepped into his car. Watching the car recede into the distance, Yano felt unsettled. Indeed, as Miyazawa had said, Lin Yaodong's involvement extended only to light industry enterprises with no deeper entanglement in Japan's governance. Everything else was conjecture. In that moment, Yano's certainty dissolved, leaving only doubt. The next morning in Villano, 8 of the Bancho Villa area in Chiyoda Ward, Lin Yaodong walked into the living room, where Gu Halley and Johnson were already waiting. Boss, we have submitted an application to the Securities and Exchange Commission to convene a board meeting for Sumitomo Bank. The meeting is scheduled for 3 days from now. As soon as Lin Yaodong sat down, Gu Halley reported on the tasks he had assigned. He nodded slightly and smiled at Johnson. I have already sent someone to borrow over 18 of the circulating shares from Sumitomo Group's securities company for a duration of 1 month. With the stock market opening today, we will be able to take over the shares. With these shares, the total stock value in boss hands will exceed 50. This will secure an unbeatable position. Lin Yaodong nodded and smiled, saying, once Sumitomo Bank is acquired, the stock prices of the major enterprises under Sumitomo Group will inevitably plummet, providing us with an opportunity to maneuver. He intended to take advantage of the timing, considering that Sumitomo Group only held 40 of Sumitomo Bank's total stock value. As long as he secured the 18 from the securities company, his total shares would surpass 51, granting him controlling rights. In front of him, Zhuang San would have no competitiveness. Boss understood. Johnson quickly replied. Additionally, go register an investment bank where you will serve as chairman. The foundation has already been laid, and it would be a pity to not carry on the performance. In appropriate circumstances, we can build good relationships with the major financial groups in the island country. Hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Johnson was stunned. He admitted that being pursued by a group of wealthy businessmen was indeed exhilarating, but his aspirations did not lie here. Don't worry, the operations will proceed as planned, and the main operator will not change. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure the task is completed. Johnson smiled, feeling the thrill of making money while playing the part. With over $100 billion from before plus the $9 billion from the Lin Group's acquisition after tax, and the 500 million rubles sent every 3 days by the Russians, the funds he could control had reached a staggering $110 billion. Note that it was dollars, not yen. Johnson was confident that it wouldn't be long before the newly established investment bank surpassed the circulating market value of the Lin Group, even though the Lin Group had not yet gone public. At that time, how much face would he have? Don't forget the matter of stock market absorption. Lin Yaodong reminded again. Yes, boss, I will ensure the task is completed. At 9 a.m., the stock market opened, and there were numerous uncertain sell orders for Sumitomo Bank shares. Yet someone always managed to buy up the stocks before others could react. Due to the small quantity, no one paid much attention. However, the turnover rate for Sumitomo Bank soared. By 4 p.m., the Lin Group once again announced an increase in shares of Sumitomo Bank, raising their stake to 76.63. At Kita Hospital, one of the largest private hospitals in Tokyo, in a VIP ward, Lin Yaodong, you are too. Zhuang San received the news and nearly fainted from anger again. Although he still felt unwell, he could no longer afford to continue recuperating. As he got up to dress, he looked at his secretary. How many shares have we acquired in the stock market? Upon hearing this, the secretary's face turned somewhat pale. Less than 2. Hearing this, Zhuang San gasped deeply. Useless, all useless. Chairman, our group's stock price is too high. The secretary wanted to argue, but upon meeting Zhuang San's words, could only helplessly fall silent. The high stock price was only one reason. The most important thing was that Sumitomo Bank still had a considerable amount of funds, which were the savings of the island country's citizens. They couldn't just move the funds at will. Moreover, Sumitomo Bank did not have much usable capital, which added many constraints to their stock repurchase. Go to Chiyoda. Chiyoda Ward in Tokyo is located to the west of the Imperial Palace. To the south is Shinjuku Avenue, to the north is Yasukuni Avenue, and to the east is Hanzamon. The Bancho area generally refers to the totality from Ichibanko to Rokabanko. It is a well-known high-end residential area with convenient transportation, including multiple stations such as Hanzamon, Kajamachi, Ichigaya, and Yatsuya. Moreover, due to its proximity to the Imperial Palace, many countries' embassies and consulates are also located nearby. In one of the 7 buildings in Sanbingo, when Zhuang San arrived, there were more than a dozen children aged 7 or 8 playing around an elderly man. Beside the elderly man was a serene girl happily distributing candies and snacks to the children. The children were innocent and carefree, while the girl was elegantly charming, and the elderly man wore a kind smile, creating a warm atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Zhuang San did not approach, but waited outside the door. Shortly after, the group of children scattered with their candies and rushed out of the yard. Only then did Zhuang San step forward. "Father." Upon seeing Zhuang San, the girl slightly bowed and smiled in greeting. The elderly man with a kind smile sighed. "Old now, I do enjoy a lively atmosphere. Let's go inside. It would be inappropriate for others to see us." The yard was not large, could be described as ordinary, but the residence held great depth. Walking through a narrow corridor reaching 100 meters to the end, on both sides were ordinary buildings, while the other side led to an extremely luxurious courtyard. This was the ancestral home of the Mitsui family, rebuilt after the dissolution of the second Mitsui family. No one could have guessed that the grand ancestral home of the Mitsui family was located in a bustling area. The four entered the elevator, going straight to the second floor, remaining silent the entire way. In the tea room, the girl proactively prepared tea for the two. In the face of the high and mighty Zhuang San, he appeared anxious upon entering the tea room, as if he were a prisoner awaiting judgment. "I told you cannot return to the family without my permission. Why have you suddenly come back?" The elderly man sat at the tea table speaking lightly, yet his gaze never left Zhuang San. Hearing this, Zhuang San hurriedly bowed and stole a glance at his father's expression. "Father, the shares in Lin Yaodong's hands have already surpassed ours. Sumitomo Bank is about to change hands. As long as Lin Yaodong becomes the president of Sumitomo Bank, our long-term plans will be at risk of exposure." However, what seemed like a huge deal to Zhuang San did not worry the elderly man in the slightest. "Is that all?" The elderly man took the cup of water handed over by the girl, smiling lightly. "At your age, being hasty in actions is not as steady as Sakura. Let me ask you, can you investigate our relationship with Nippon Steel through Sumitomo Bank?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang San quickly shook his head no. The elderly man took a sip of tea and praised Sakura's tea ceremony has improved quite a bit with diverse layers, a long-lasting aftertaste, and unforgettable. "Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa." After handing the cup of water to Zhuang San, Mitsui Sakura smiled sweetly. Only then did the elderly man look at Zhuang San. "As long as Nippon Steel does not expose us, our plans will not encounter issues. Remember, at a certain level, money is just a number, and resources are what truly matter. When it's time to retreat, learn to yield. Being forceful will only hand over your weaknesses to your opponent, and the repercussions will be yours to bear. What belongs to our Mitsui family is not something that just anyone can take away. Recently, I plan to accompany His Majesty the Emperor. Let Sakura help you." The elderly man spoke with an imposing presence. Even Zhuang San felt a significant amount of pressure. However, he was quite pleased that his father asked Sakura to help him. Although Sakura seemed harmless, she perfectly inherited her father's scheming identity. "Father, what do you think about Wakasa Mikijiro?" The elderly man glanced at Zhuang San indifferently. "Are you making decisions for me?" Zhuang San dares not. The elderly man turned to look at Sakura, a smile instantly appearing on his face. "Sakura, the Sumitomo Group will be entrusted to you. In Villa number 8 of the Bancho Villa District in Chiyoda Ward, Mr. Lin, a girl from the island country, is asking to see you outside." Lin Yaodong and Guhelix were still enjoying their breakfast when a security personnel walked in. A girl from the island country. Lin Yaodong's eyes flashed with confusion. He couldn't recall knowing any girl from there. Alone. Curiosity flickered in his gaze. "Yes, she got out of the car by herself." The security personnel nodded in confirmation. "Did she say what she wanted?" Hearing Lin Yaodong's inquiry, the security hurriedly replied. "We asked her, and she just said she wants to see you. Given her outstanding demeanor, we didn't dare to offend her." Outstanding demeanor. Lin Yaodong became curious as well. "Guhelix, go check if she has any weapons or anything like that. If not, bring her to see me." Suddenly having a visitor, Lin Yaodong had to consider security. "All right, boss." Guhelix reluctantly set down her bowl and chopsticks and followed the security personnel out of the hall. "Who is it?" Lin Yaodong felt a sense of suspicion rising within him. Not long after, Guhelix returned and nodded at Lin Yaodong. She stepped aside and a girl dressed in a kimono approached with graceful steps. Due to the sunlight, Lin Yaodong couldn't clearly see her features at first. He could only see her enchanting figure under the sunlight along with the exquisite patterns on her kimono as she moved closer. As the distance closed, Lin Yaodong finally caught sight of her face. Her facial features conformed to the standards admired by Eastern aesthetics, with a high nose bridge and cherry-like lips that were alluringly red, complemented by her delicate brows and fair skin, making her a beauty. Standing about 1.6 meters tall beside Guhelix, she resembled a small potato from the south. However, this didn't hinder the confidence emanating from within her kimono. As for her figure, in the loose kimono, only a ghost could discern it clearly. But Lin Yaodong could be certain of one thing: she was no ordinary person. She approached Lin Yaodong and slightly bowed, extending her right hand slowly. "I hope you won't hold it against me for coming uninvited." Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mitsui Sakurako from the Mitsui family. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong slowly stood up, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Wasn't this the Mitsui family stepping in because Sumitomo Bank wasn't protecting itself? They shook hands, only briefly touching. Her voice was cool, yet her small hand was soft and warm. Miss Sakurako, please take a seat. Lin Yaodong gestured for Sakurako to sit down, while Gu Helix took it upon herself to brew tea for the two. I wonder what Miss Sakurako seeks from me. Sakurako's lips curled into a sweet yet elegant smile as she softly spoke. I am here on behalf of Sumitomo Bank. Lin Yaodong thought to himself that indeed she had come for Sumitomo Bank. Please elaborate, Miss Sakurako. Sakurako gently brushed her black silk hair and smiled slightly, saying, Lincoln, please do not overthink. I am neither here to trouble you nor to acquire your shares. I am here to help you. Although you hold more shares than the Sumitomo Group, even if you become the president of Sumitomo Bank, the shares held by the Sumitomo Group will still pose a risk to you. Am I correct, Lincoln? Lin Yaodong was puzzled. What exactly was Sakurako's intention? Interesting, please explain further. Sakurako nodded, and as if performing a magic trick, produced a document from her hand. Lin Yaodong truly hadn't noticed how the document appeared. This is the total number of shares held by the Sumitomo Group, amounting to 15 of the total market value. Lin Yaodong raised an eyebrow. Why wasn't Sakurako following the usual script? Lin Yaodong did not take it. It wasn't that he didn't want it. On the contrary, he very much wanted it. If he could obtain these shares, Sumitomo Bank would completely belong to the Lin family. However, he knew that there were no free lunches in this world. The essence of this world was the exchange of interests. What does Miss Sakurako wish to gain from me? Upon hearing this, Sakurako's eyes sparkled with a smile. Talking to intelligent people is truly enjoyable. I want the shares of other subsidiaries held by the Sumitomo Group and Sanyo Electric. What do you think, Lincoln? At this, Lin Yaodong's mind raced. The Sumitomo Group had cross-holdings, and other subsidiaries owned shares of Sumitomo Bank. Thus, Sumitomo Bank would also hold shares of other subsidiaries. This was akin to severing the arms to protect the head, effectively cutting off Lin Yaodong's potential acquisition of other subsidiaries of the Sumitomo Group, making it a permanent solution. It was a clever idea. Should he agree? Lin Yaodong felt troubled. According to his plan, before the collapse of the island nation stock market, he would utilize Sumitomo Bank's iron ore to stir up trouble in the international market. After making a significant profit, he would sell the shares, leaving Sanjan in a dire situation. But if he could achieve absolute control, it didn't seem impossible either. He could continue to profit in the international futures market. The only difference was that one was a steady stream while the other was a one-time feast. It's better to resolve enmity than to create it, Lincoln. What is your stance? Sakurako's hands were elegantly folded in her lap, exuding poise and grace. Miss Sakurako, it seems that the shares held by Sumitomo Bank are very important to you. This very action gave Lin Yaodong a hint. It made him feel that she was very eager for him to agree. Haha, Lincoln, your Lin Group will eventually go public. At that time, it will disrupt the layout of the 6 major conglomerates in the island nation. I just don't want our sides to end up in a deadlock. Exchanging Sumitomo Bank's shares for shares of other subsidiaries and Sanyo Electric will also allow the Sumitomo Group to remain intact. Such a solution is indeed the wisest, isn't it? Lin Yaodong nodded, indeed wise. He then snapped his fingers at Gu Helix. Gu Helix, print a share transfer document for Sanyo Electric. Yes, boss. Gu Helix immediately. Seeing Lin Yaodong's agreement, Sakurako's smile widened. Soon Gu Helix returned with the contract. During this time, Lin Yaodong also reviewed the share transfer documents for Sumitomo Bank and its other subsidiaries that Sakurako had brought. After confirming that there were no issues, Lin Yaodong signed his name on each of them. Miss Sakurako, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Sakurako stood up, took a few steps out, then paused, turning around with a radiant smile. Let me send you one more good news. In 10 days, there will be an injection of $100 billion in overseas funds into Sumitomo Bank's account. Sakurako bids farewell and looks forward to our next meeting. Sakurako slightly inclined her body and then walked away slowly. Boss, does that mean Sumitomo Bank will belong to us starting now? And will there really be $100 billion in 10 days? Why do I feel that things aren't that simple? Facing Gu Helix's curiosity, Lin Yaodong gently pushed her head aside. It's still unclear. We'll find out tomorrow when we take over Sumitomo Bank. When things are unusual, there must be a reason. He didn't believe in good fortune falling from the sky. However, he wasn't afraid. He could counter whatever came his way. Just respond to whatever challenge arises. Under the Sumitomo Bank, several vehicles slowly came to a stop, escorted by Special Forces members and security personnel. Led by Lin Yaodong, Gu Heligongza Yekaterina, along with the Lin family's legal and accounting teams, entered Sumitomo Bank. With dozens of people present, they only awaited Lin Yaodong to take over the position of President Zhuang San before fully assuming control of Sumitomo Bank. Boss, I just received news that yesterday Zhuang San injected 2 trillion yen into the Sun God Bank, making the Sumitomo Consortium its largest shareholder. Gu Heli put down her phone and leaned towards Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong did not stop his steps and nodded slightly. Such speed is remarkable. he knew that the Sun God Bank later merged with the Sakura Bank. First take over Sumitomo Bank, we will discuss the rest later. Under the curious, surprised, and worried gazes of the Sumitomo Bank staff, Lin Yaodong boldly stepped into the elevator. In the conference room on the top floor of Sumitomo Bank, when Lin Yaodong arrived, representatives from the Securities Regulatory Commission, the National Legal Bureau, the National Tax Agency, and the Legal Department of Sumitomo Bank were already present. In addition, Zhuang San and Yingzi had also arrived, but none of the other minor shareholders were present. Lin Yaodong held shares exceeding 80% of the total value of Sumitomo Bank, holding a veto power, absolute control, decision-making power on major issues, leadership in shareholder meetings, and profit distribution rights. It no longer mattered whether they participated in the shareholder meeting. At the moment Lin Yaodong entered the conference room, everyone, including Zhuang San and Yingzi, stood up. Lin, congratulations. I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Before Zhuang San could speak, Yingzi, dressed in a women's suit, extended her hand first. Lin Yaodong subconsciously glanced at Zhuang San only to see him remain expressionless. At that moment he couldn't help but feel a slight surprise. Yingzi's ability to overshadow the host without causing any discomfort suggests her identity is not simple. No need to be polite, being able to acquire Sumitomo Bank, Miss Yingzi has contributed significantly. As he spoke, Lin Yaodong's peripheral vision remained on Zhuang San, who merely furrowed his brow before returning to his usual demeanor. Yingzi sat directly opposite Lin Yaodong, and he naturally captured her every expression. She smiled faintly. Father, now that all participants are here, shall we begin? Father. Yingzi is Zhuang. Lin Yaodong couldn't help but look at Yingzi again. Hearing Yingzi call him Zhuang San squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Yaodong for the first time. In that gaze, Lin Yaodong clearly caught a hint of reluctance. It seems selling the shares of Sumitomo Bank was not his intention. This Yingzi is quite interesting. All participants are present. Oh, please take your seats, and we will start the meeting shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong's team quickly moved to their respective positions. Zhuang San also stood up from the chairman's seat, sitting on the right side, with Yingzi sitting right next to him. Lin Yaodong nodded at Gu Heli presenting the shareholding notarization document, and the parties jointly verified the authenticity of the shares. Lin Yaodong served as the chairman of Sumitomo Bank, while Yekaterina took on the role of president. He smoothly obtained the highest authority account and password for Sumitomo Bank. With it, all business and information of Sumitomo Bank could be accessed. Sumitomo Bank would no longer have any secrets from Lin Yaodong. Throughout this process, Zhuang San and Yingzi employed no underhanded tactics. The only thing was Zhuang San's meaningful smile when he left. Boss, isn't this a bit too smooth? Watching Zhuang San and Yingzi's retreating figures, Gu Heli's eyes flashed with deep confusion. Arrange for someone to audit the accounts and take over the finances of Sumitomo Bank as quickly as possible. Things are not that simple. The finances are the lifeblood of a company. As long as the finance department remains stable, other issues are minor. President, congratulations. Gongza, who had been silent all along, felt quite down. After the meeting concluded, he took the initiative to step forward and congratulate Lin Yaodong. Next, the presidency of Sumitomo Bank will be taken over by Yekaterina, while President Gongza will need to take care of matters at Lin Holding Group. Indeed, after Yekaterina was assigned to Sumitomo Bank as president, the presidency of Lin Holding Group naturally fell to Gongza. After all, compared to light industry enterprises, the business of Sumitomo Bank is significantly more important both now and in the future. With Sumitomo Bank as the heart, Lin Yaodong no longer needed to hide his financial sector. With foreign investment signboards and applying for foreign capital accounts, Japan had no right to supervise. At the Sumitomo Bank president's office, Lin Yaodong utilized his chairman authority to check the overseas department of Sumitomo Bank immediately. Soon encrypted information appeared before him. The more he looked, the more serious Lin Yaodong's expression became, but there was not a lack of good news. For instance, the 100 billion fund mentioned by Yingzi was indeed real. However, that was money to repay the loans from JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank in half a month. If he intervened, it would lead to significant trouble. Moreover, given Zhuang San's nature, he would surely create obstacles, meaning that after this loan's maturity, it was highly likely that no funds would be available from JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank. It's not just highly likely but certain. This means that he must gather another 100 billion within half a month. Although Lin Yaodong could come up with it, this was not what he wanted to see. He continued to browse, and soon a densely packed map appeared before his eyes. Seeing this map, Lin Yaodong's eyes immediately lit up. This was the information he most wanted to see. Details of the Urvanes. The map included the Soccer Kingdom Brazil, the Rainbow Nation South Africa, the Copper Kingdom Chile, the Maple Leaf Country Canada, and the country sitting on mining carts Australia, among others. Moreover, Lin Yaodong discovered that it included not only iron, ore, but also copper, gold, and silver mine. In Brazil alone, Sumitomo Bank invested 192 billion in the mining company formed by the Brazilian steel giant Usiminas, acquiring a 30% stake. Usiminas produces 70 million tons of iron ore annually from its mines in southern Brazil. Lin Yaodong also knew that its other major shareholder was the U.S. iron ore giant Cleveland Cliffs. controlling one-third of the international iron ore market transactions, possessing the pricing power of iron ore. Lin Yaodong continued to read, and soon a document appeared in his view again. The mortgage loan information from Rothschild Bank and the loan information from JP Morgan Chase revealed a cold glint in Lin Yaodong's eyes. It was indeed secured by iron ore. However, the repayment date was not in half a month. Half a month later was the final overdue repayment date, set by JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank. If he couldn't repay it, they would forcibly auction off the iron ore from Sumitomo Bank's various locations under the pretext of the loan. Clearly Zhuang San had deliberately dug a pit for him. Unknowingly, Lin Yaodong fell into contemplation. How should he manage this 100 billion loan and the iron ore for the best outcome? Should he profit greatly from the iron ore and let JP Morgan Chase and Rothschild Bank auction it off? That would be the easiest option. At least Lin Yaodong would not face any trouble. Or should he exert all his efforts to repay the loan and then take it slow? Boss, bad news. Just now Yekong San announced his voluntary resignation from the position of central bank governor. The new governor Takahashi Miho immediately requested us to repay the central bank loan. In the president's office of Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation Sun God Bank, the share exchange is the first. We will completely sever ties with Lin Yaodong and reclaim the shares of other subsidiaries of the Sumitomo Group, cutting off his continued infiltration of our enterprise. As Sakura poured tea for Zhuang San, she smiled. Her movements were exceptionally graceful, each gesture seeming meticulously designed. The second step is to use Takahashi Miki to reclaim the loans. The 30 trillion yen loan is enough to squeeze Lin Yaodong's funds to the limit. At that time, even if he has ideas, he won't be able to implement them, while we can freely take loans from the central bank. With this back and forth, we will be invincible. Although Zhuang San is Sakura's father, she respects him greatly, yet he always behaves cautiously in front of her. This is the reason behind the customs of the island nation. China has historically emphasized sons over daughters, only changing somewhat in the 20th century. But the island nation is different. They prefer to have daughters. This tendency is even more pronounced in the conglomerates, serving as a means for selecting heirs. They would rather pass on their assets to their sons-in-law than to their sons. This practice has led to 3,000 companies in the island nation existing for over 200 years. In China, there are only 9. The Mitsui family has publicly stated that they would rather have daughters than sons. With daughters, they can choose quality sons-in-law to inherit and expand the enterprise. They prioritize virtuous heirs over biological ones. Sons can indulge in a life of luxury, while sons-in-law are responsible for expansion. This resolves power struggles and allows the enterprise to thrive. Thus, whether it is Zhuang San, Ito Watanabe, or Shigeji, they are all sons-in-law of the Mitsui family, not sons. Most importantly, because they are not biological sons-in-law, cherish this opportunity all the more. Otherwise, they could drop from being billion-dollar presidents to roadside beggars, possibly just because of a word from the head of the family. What if Lin Yaodong can solve the loan problem? This plan is great, but achieving a complete kill is nearly impossible. Father, Sumitomo Bank has always been in your hands. If there are any internal issues in the bank, I believe you know better than anyone else. As long as we periodically announce information externally, the stock price of Sumitomo Bank will plummet. With internal and external troubles, we just need to make Lin Yaodong retreat. After all, if he announces the bankruptcy of the bank, it benefits neither of us. Sakura raised her teacup, watching the steam rising from the tea, and Lin Yaodong's youthful and handsome figure appeared in her mind. She had already conducted background checks on what Lin Yaodong had done since arriving in the island nation, even on matters concerning the Bear Country. Every time she thought of Lin Yaodong's achievements, she felt incredulous. How did he build such a vast business empire in just a few years? What kind of person is he? Lin Yaodong and Gu Hali set off for the central bank as soon as they received the news. Have you found anything on your side? Lin Yaodong frowned at Gu Hali. He had never seen Takahashi Miki on the financial channel in his previous life. Moreover, her first action upon taking office was to demand that Sumitomo Bank repay its debts to the central bank. Clearly, she was an enemy, not a friend. Lin Yaodong was understandably in a bad mood. Facing Takahashi Miki was certainly better than facing the shrewd Watanabe Yoshiro. Thus, this was a challenge. Boss, Sumitomo Bank's reckless lending has created a massive amount of loans. According to statistics, the total loans issued externally amount to 23 trillion yen. Yet the total deposits are only 20 trillion yen, with large deposit certificates making up only 9 of the total deposits. Of these, 12 trillion yen were issued to other subsidiaries of the Sumitomo Group, including 3 trillion for Sumitomo Chemical, 6 trillion for Sumitomo Heavy Industries, 2 trillion for Sumitomo Metal, and 3 trillion for Sumitomo Life Insurance, and Sumitomo Electric, totaling 18 trillion in loans. Sumitomo Bank has also used public deposits to bottom out the island nation stock market, with funds reaching 10 trillion, nearly half of the deposits. Additionally, Sumitomo Bank previously used 20 trillion yen to acquire 120 quality light industry companies. If Sumitomo Bank is now forced to repay the loans, they will not have the money to do so. Only you, boss, can provide the funding personally. Gu Hali secretly glanced at the young and handsome Lin Yaodong. She didn't understand why, knowing that Sumitomo Bank was riddled with holes, the boss still insisted on the acquisition. Lin Yaodong's eyes flickered as his mind raced. What Gahali had just described was bad news for her. But for him it was not entirely so. First of all, Lin Yaodong must acquire the 120 quality light industry companies that Zhuang San purchased. The goods piled up in their warehouses are treasures to Lin Yaodong. The loans to other subsidiaries of the Sumitomo Group are the same. Isn't the central bank demanding that we repay? You inform Yekaterina to notify the presidents of the Sumitomo Group's subsidiaries that we are also asking them to repay their loans. As far as I know, the Sumitomo Group doesn't have much money right now. All right, boss. Seeing that Lin Yaodong had no other arrangements, she took out her phone and agreed. Soon the car stopped outside the central bank and Lin Yaodong took the lead inside. In the office of the governor of the central bank, Watanabe Yoshiro was still handing over responsibilities with Takahashi Miki. He was sorting through materials while watching Takahashi Miki enjoying tea on the sofa. Miki, Lin Yaodong has just taken over Sumitomo Bank, demanding that he repay the loans to the central bank at this time is not a wise decision. Upon hearing this, Takahashi Miki glanced at Watanabe Yoshiro and said coolly, Watanabe, can please refer to my position as President Miki or Your Excellency the President, thank you. Looking at his once obedient subordinate who now spoke to him with official formality right after taking office, Watanabe Yoshiro shook his head slightly. It should be noted that Takahashi Miki's current position was something he had personally promoted her to. Lin Yaodong has plenty of money right now. If we don't make him cover the holes in Sumitomo Bank in the future, he might become another Zhuang San. Watanabe, can I have my own plans? You should focus on doing your job well. Watanabe Yoshiro felt a sense of helplessness flash through him. He had once said something similar to Takahashi Miki. Indeed, fortunes change. Lin Yaodong has the Minister of Internal Affairs of Bear Country now. 3A Boris behind him with 100 billion rubles ready to be exchanged in the island nation's currency market. If we really force him away, it would be a heavy blow to the island nation. Also, from what I know about Lin Yaodong, he should be on his way to the central bank now. I have said what needs to be said and what shouldn't be said. I hope under your leadership the island nation can thrive more. The word you revealed Watanabe Yoshiro's bitterness. He had misjudged people. Watanabe Yoshiro shook his head and walked outside with his hands behind his back. Watching his helpless figure, Takahashi Miki's lips curled up. Always so arrogant, you two have your day. Watanabe Yoshiro, if you didn't have some confidence, would I dare speak to you this way? Yekong Sanjong, what are you doing? Yekong Sanjong had just left the office when he encountered Lin Yaodong stepping out of the elevator. Lin Jun, from now on do not refer to me as anything like president. That title belongs to another person. Yekong Sanjong glanced back at his former office, shaking his head slightly. He then walked towards the lounge with Lin Yaodong following closely behind. Current President Takahashi Mihue has a significant issue with you. The first thing she demanded upon taking office was for Sumitomo Bank to return the loan from the central bank. I advised her, but she simply wouldn't listen. Recalling the earlier conversation, a sense of helplessness welled up in Yekong Sanjong's heart. Power is a double-edged sword. It can compel obedience, yet also lead to one's downfall. What exactly happened? Everything was fine. Why did you suddenly resign? Is it due to health issues? I can provide you with the best medical conditions. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Yaodong's eyes, Yekong Sanjong's mind quickly flashed back to his previous conversation with Prime Minister Haijun. A bitter taste rose in his heart. The 100 million ruble bearer check he had withdrawn became the reason for Prime Minister Haijun forcing him to resign. The island nation seemed to be back on track, yet in reality, it was surrounded by enemies. How could he possibly resign? But there was no other choice. He had been cornered into this position. As for Lin Yaodong, he truly did not want to see him rise too quickly, but he had no intention of forcing him out. If Lin Yaodong were to exchange 100 billion rubles and then lose the foreign exchange he continuously brought in, the island nation's foreign exchange would inevitably run dry once again. This result was beyond what the island nation could bear. Moreover, as soon as news of Lin Yaodong leaving the island was announced, Wall Street capital might directly confront the island nation. There's no problem with my health, I'm just a bit lacking in energy. Ooh, I'm getting old. Yekong Sanjong chuckled self-deprecatingly. By now he had come to terms with it. Lin Jun, after today, I will no longer concern myself with the affairs of the island nation. Before that, let me give you a piece of advice. Please go ahead. Lin Yaodong leaned forward, curious about what advice Yekong Sanjong could provide. Take a step back and the sea is vast. After finishing his words, Yekong Sanjong walked slowly towards the door. Taking a step back and the sea is vast. From their earlier conversation, he could deduce that the resignation was merely an excuse. Yekong Sanjong must have been coerced into stepping down by someone. And the only ones capable of forcing Yekong Sanjong were either Prime Minister Haijun or the Emperor of the island nation. But that was not important. Lin Yaodong only knew that this was the outcome he wanted to see, and that was enough. However, it must be said that Yekong Sanjong's character was indeed admirable. At this point, he was still considering the island nation's interests. Did Yekong Sanjong not know the ancient saying, take a step back and the sea is vast, or the more you think about it, the angrier you get? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly as he walked toward the office of the central bank president. Notify everyone to cooperate with Minister Sakamoto and reduce the interest rate by 50 basis points. Bring the discount rate between banks back to normal levels from 300. Open the forward foreign exchange market and the futures derivatives market. Now that I am in power, the island nation's economy can only be better than when Yekong Sanjong was in charge. Go ahead. Takahashi Mihue waved her hand, signaling her secretary to make arrangements. Outside, Lin Yaodong was about to enter, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. He couldn't help but smile. Was this Takahashi Mihue an idiot? There's nothing wrong with wanting to achieve results. Lowering interest rates can stimulate the economy. But restoring the discount rate between banks to normal levels, as well as opening the forward foreign exchange market and the futures derivatives market, was she afraid that Wall Street capital would retreat in the face of difficulties? Fool. If Yekong Sanjong knew of Takahashi Mihue's decisions, he might just be furious enough to end up in the hospital. One must realize that the foreign exchange market inherently carries a high leverage ratio, starting at 100 times with some reaching up to 400 times. The forward foreign exchange market also carries a 20 times leverage. Signing a forward foreign exchange contract with 100 yen can yield 2,000 yen in principal. If one were to use 400 times leverage in the spot market, it would amount to 8,000 yen. That's a difference of over 8,000 times. This shows she was intentionally compensating for the lack of funds after Wall Street suffered losses in the gold market. Interesting. This will save him a lot of capital. Knowing this information, he could also make some arrangements in advance. He leaned towards Jahili and whispered a few words. Notify Johnson to sweep the stocks in the market at any cost. We will give Takahashi Mihue a grand gift. And after the opening of the forward foreign exchange market, send someone to sign the forward foreign exchange contracts. Understood. Jahili quickly headed to the lounge after receiving the instruction. President Sumitomo Bank President Lin Yaodong has arrived. Takahashi Mihue's secretary had just left the office when she hurriedly retreated. Let him in. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong stopped inviting him and walked in slowly. President Mihue, I am Lin Yaodong, president of Sumitomo Bank. Takahashi Mihue, in her 40s, showed few signs of aging on her face. Her skin was fair, revealing a sheen of well-maintained health. Her eyes were slender and sharp. At this moment, she stood with her arms crossed, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze fixed on Lin Yaodong with scrutiny and displeasure. Noticing this, Lin Yaodong took out the prepared bearer check and placed it on the table, pushing it towards her. At first, a hint of mockery flickered in Takahashi Mihue's eyes, but when she saw the 8 zeros on the check, her eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing at herself in disbelief, she asked, for me. 100 million rubles. It's a token of respect for our first meeting, Lin Yaodong replied with a smile and a nod. Lin Jun, please take a seat. Takahashi Mihue picked up the documents to weigh down the check, a smile appearing on her face. Her reaction was far more unappealing than that of Yekong Sanjong and Miyazawa. However, such a person was easier to manipulate. After Takahashi Mihue had her secretary pour water for Lin Yaodong, she waved him away and asked, May I ask what brings you here today, Lin Jun? I'm here regarding a loan for Sumitomo Bank. I wonder if President Mihue could make some accommodations. Lin Yaodong smiled, lightly, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing the word loan, Takahashi Mihue instinctively frowned. Lin Jun, to be honest, recalling the loan is not my decision. Takahashi Mihue even pointed to the sky. No room for negotiation. Lin Yaodong narrowed his eyes, probing. There's no room for negotiation. The loan must be repaid. However, Takahashi Mihue elongated her tone significantly. However what? Lin Yaodong couldn't help but ask. Lin Jun can repay this loan, and then the central bank will lend another to Sumitomo Bank. In this way, Lin Jun wouldn't incur any losses. Seeing that Lin Yaodong was about to speak again, Takahashi Mihue quickly added, This is my greatest authority. Deal. Lin Yaodong nodded. But give me some time to prepare the funds. How long? Upon hearing Takahashi Mihue's inquiry, Lin Yaodong replied lightly, half a month. Deal. Takahashi Mihue slowly extended her hand. Watching Lin Yaodong leave, a cold glint flashed in Takahashi Mihue's eyes. Once the loan was repaid, seeking another loan would depend on her mood. As soon as he stepped out of the central bank, Lin Yaodong instructed Jahili, notify Johnson to build positions in international iron ore. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Johnson and his team rushed to the Nagoya Central Commodity Exchange to initiate short positions in international iron ore. Yekaterina also received orders to command the Sumitomo Bank trading team to sell iron ore in the trading room. Due to time constraints, Lin Yaodong's command was singular, disregard any consequences. As a large number of sell orders were dumped, the balance of the international iron ore futures market was abruptly disrupted. According to market rules, when sellers outnumber buyers, prices fall. The price of iron ore began to slowly decline from 20.03 per ton, 20.02 per ton, 19.98 per ton, 19.90 per ton. However, due to the volume of purchases, establishing positions was not going very smoothly. But this did not affect the downward trend of iron ore prices. At 11 a.m., The futures market opened and Ismail, the director at the Baghdad Securities Exchange, was pleasantly surprised by the substantial sell orders that appeared right at the opening. Thinking of the task assigned by Finance Minister Mahdi, he hastily dialed a phone number. Your Excellency, there has been a change regarding the instruction to lower metal prices. Just now the iron ore market in the international metal market was suddenly hit by a massive sell-off. The quantity is quite alarming and it could potentially lead to a showdown between capital forces. Should we participate or observe? Hearing Ismail's words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before a serious voice responded. It does not interfere with our plans. The lower the price, the better. After the call ended, a smile appeared on Ismail's face. A capital showdown was favorable. It would allow them to achieve the maximum results at the lowest cost. Once the price drops below expectations, no one can cover up his contributions. With this in mind, Ismail immediately instructed his assistant, sell 3 and buy 1. When selling, do it thoroughly, and when buying, do it at the crucial moment. Let's fan the flames. In the 1880s, the Rockefeller family did not just possess the pricing power of oil. They also held significant influence over the pricing of iron ore. Through controlling transportation and using ultra-low prices, they successfully dominated the mining industry, including the Mesabi Iron Range, and collaborated with Carnegie, BlackRock, Vanguard, and others. They directly and indirectly controlled leading companies like Cliffs Natural Resources and U.S. Steel, reaping huge profits in the metal futures market. Unlike the Rothschild family, who manipulated from the shadows. Although the Rothschild family controlled 70% of the world's metal transactions, they rarely participated directly. Instead, they waited for dividends. The Rockefeller family was different. They sold goods while other companies handled the shipping, sharing profits and achieving a win-win cooperation. Both sides continuously utilized the metal market to harvest the world's wealth. In the United States, at the villa within Rockefeller Castle, head of the family, we've received news from our people that shortly after the iron ore opened, there were a large number of sell orders, and after analysis and inquiries, they are not our people. Upon investigation, the capital sources were divided into 3 parts, 2 in the island nation and 1 in Mesopotamia. Their goals are aligned, all aiming to suppress the price of iron ore. Should we strike back? A middle-aged man dressed as a butler approached David, the head of the Rockefeller family, and inquired in a low voice. David, 75 years old though elderly, appeared exceptionally spirited. Particularly his eyes, which not only did not show signs of aging, but gleamed with sharpness upon hearing the news. This is someone who wants to send us money. Instruct everyone that during this period, except for us, no one is allowed to coordinate with them to build positions, keeping prices above 15 per ton. Let them build as many positions as possible. As long as positions are built well, we fear they may not be able to close them. As long as both sides have sufficiently large positions, the other party won't be able to provide enough iron ore to close, and then we will raise the price above 25 per ton. This maneuver is no different from sending them money. Understood, head of the family, the butler replied with a smile and slowly exited the room. Thanks to the cooperation of the Rockefeller family, the international iron ore market suddenly staged a showdown, while the price of iron ore was also gradually declining. This was the outcome both sides wished to see. The Rockefeller family did not want a violent drop in iron ore prices that could trigger a stampede. If they rushed to sell, the prices would be hard to control. Lin Yaodong also aimed to control prices, ensuring that he had a high enough entry price to maximize profit margins. Building positions takes time. With nearly 10 days until the delivery date on the 28th, Lin Yaodong was not in a hurry. In the island nation, on the top floor of Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, Lin Yaodong is asking us to repay the bank loan. After learning the news, Mitsui Sakura smiled and said dismissively, "Father, he's a bank, not a central bank. He says to recall the loan, and it gets recalled just like that. Inform Lin Yaodong that we are law-abiding citizens and will handle everything according to regulations. What does the contract say about the repayment date? That's when we will repay." Zhuang San smiled faintly. "I'm replying like this. I came to find you to plan the release of some Sumitomo Bank data. Isn't he short on money? We can just fan the flames for him." Upon hearing this, Sakura pursed her lips and slowly nodded. "That's fine." Just then Zhuang San's phone rang. After a brief exchange, his expression turned grim. "Our contacts at Sumitomo Bank have informed us that Lin Yaodong is demanding to sell iron ore on the international market at all costs. It is said he is already in confrontation with U.S. capital." As Zhuang San spoke, he approached his desk to check the real-time price of iron ore. Instantly, a wave chart surrounded by large bearish candlesticks appeared before him and Sakura. Is Lin Yaodong looking to sell iron ore to raise funds? Or has he sensed something? Sakura frowned, slightly lost in thought. After a long pause, she said, "Father, let's directly release Sumitomo Bank's balance sheet to the public. I want to see Lin Yaodong's reaction. Iron ore is the top priority of our plan, and we cannot afford any mistakes." Upon hearing this, Zhuang San nodded. "I will arrange that." The next morning, Sumitomo Bank's balance sheet appeared in the island nation's morning news. This caused an uproar across the entire island nation. Prime Minister Haijun, upon receiving the news, immediately condemned Sakamoto and ordered him to warn Zhuang San. If the release of Sumitomo Bank's balance sheet triggered a credit crisis in the island nation's banking sector, no one could protect the Sumitomo conglomerate. After receiving the warning, the Sumitomo conglomerate remained silent. Although the newspaper was promptly restricted from sale and the authenticity of the report was clarified, the matter spread among the populace of the island nation. In Villano, 8, Bancho District Chiyoda Ward. Watching the news on television regarding the clarification from Sumitomo Bank, Lin Yaodong remained indifferent. He wants to laugh, but the corners of his mouth no longer obey him. Just before his consciousness plunges into darkness, he gathers the last of his strength and squeezes out a few words from his throat. Since they want to make a fuss, let's blow it up further. Once the profits from this iron ordeal are secured, it will be time to implement my plan. He would eventually have to pull the trigger on the credit crisis in the island nation's banking sector. The stage had already been set, and it was time for him to take center stage. Particularly as Takahashi Mihei announced decisions to lower interest rates, restore the bank's discount rate, and open the forward foreign exchange market and futures derivatives market. Yes, boss. Once the debt statement of the island nation was released, the entire country trembled with shock. Simultaneously, international financial channels reported on the news. There was no way to cover it up. In an instant, the citizens of the island nation were filled with anxiety, speculating whether the banks might also collapse. It is worth noting that so far there has been no case of a bank failing in the world. In the office of the Secretary of Finance, Sakamoto received the news and nearly overturned his desk. The central bank lowered interest rates, providing favorable news for the economy, and the stock market began to rise. With bank interest rates returning to normal levels, this was a critical moment for hot money to flow into the market. However, the result: 2 consecutive days of bank explosions, dousing the market with a bucket of icy water. After venting his frustration, he picked up the phone and dialed Lin Yaodong's number, his voice icy as he questioned, "I am Sakamoto, the finance minister of the island nation. I need an explanation regarding the debt statement released by Sumitomo Bank." Hearing Sakamoto's introduction, Lin Yaodong calmly poured himself a glass of water. "Explanation? What explanation? When Sumitomo Consortium released the debt statement for our bank, why didn't you think to ask them for an explanation?" "Minister Sakamoto, I am here to invest, not to take insults. Since coming to the island nation, I have encountered numerous assassination attempts and targeted actions, haven't I? You should remember, during the perilous times for the island nation, it was I who intervened, right? Since the island has resorted to such treachery, there is no need for me to remain here. In half a month after resolving the loans with Sumitomo Bank, I will auction off the enterprises I hold and withdraw from the island nation. At that time, prepare my 100 billion rubles. Huh? Lin Yaodong did not give Sakamoto a chance to respond and directly hung up the phone. Did he think the current island nation was the same as it used to be? Including Sumitomo Bank, he already held over 300 heavy and light industrial enterprises in the island nation. Most of the enterprises he previously acquired were light industries, but he couldn't resist as Sumitomo Bank had taken over at least 30 to 40 heavy industries. If it were Takahashi Miharu, Lin Yaodong would be somewhat cautious, but Sakamoto, there was simply no need to give him face. If he angered Takahashi Miharu, she could borrow US dollars in the international market to compensate for the loss of foreign exchange, resulting in mutual destruction. But Sakamoto had neither the right to do so, nor was foreign exchange any less important to him. He couldn't distinguish between what was big and small. On the other side, Sakamoto was stunned. As the finance minister of a nation, he was hung up on by a wealthy businessman, and without any respect. He was about to get angry but held it back, because he realized a very serious issue. Lin Yaodong was about to withdraw from the island nation, and he planned to take away 100 billion rubles. This was not the most important part. Once Lin Yaodong left, the island nation's continuous foreign exchange tax revenue would nearly shrink by half. He couldn't afford to be angry and picked up the phone to notify his secretary. "Prepare a car, I'm going to the Prime Minister." After the notification, Sakamoto dialed another number. "Zhuang Sanjuan, I just spoke with Lin Yaodong on the phone and learned that he intends to pack up and sell all his assets in the island nation in half a month, withdrawing from the island." After hanging up the phone, Sakamoto walked out of the office, so anxious that he didn't even grab his coat. In the office of the president of Mitsui Sumitomo Bank, Zhuang San put down the phone, a grave expression flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Sakura was puzzled and asked, "Father, what happened?" Hearing this, Zhuang San rubbed his temples. Lin Yaodong plans to sell all his assets in the island nation in half a month and withdraw from the island. I am wondering if we have been too aggressive in our suppression. Lin Yaodong leaving at this moment is definitely not good news for the island nation. It is also very likely to cause dissatisfaction from Prime Minister Haijun towards us. Hehe. Sakura smiled lightly. It's just a smokescreen. Even if Lin Yaodong is willing to give up the island market, his backer Finance Minister Boris will not agree. Maoxiong heavy industries is developed, but light industries are quite backward. Without Lin Yaodong's continuous supply, it won't be long before Maoxiong encounters major problems. Hearing this, Zhuang Sen nodded. That's true, but for now we cannot trouble Lin Yaodong. Otherwise, if we push him too hard, he might really leave the island nation. To be honest, I didn't expect Lin Yaodong to proactively disclose the debt statement of Sumitomo Bank, dragging the entire banking industry of the island nation down with it. However, this is also good. Lin Yaodong is probably on all banks' blacklist now. Sakura smiled and shook her head slightly. Lin Yaodong does not care about being on any bank's blacklist. His core is different from ours. He is in the real industry. With over 100 enterprises acquired from Sumitomo Bank, the number of companies under his name is already astonishing. However, what you said makes a lot of sense. We cannot trouble him for the time being, or else if we force him too much, he might really leave the island nation. Father, the bank lending interest rates have returned to normal levels. You should start raising funds. Raising funds. Zhuang-san raised an eyebrow, a look of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Are you suggesting that when Lin Yaodong leaves the island nation, we take over Lin's holdings group? Sakura nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. If he doesn't leave, we can force him to leave. In the Prime Minister's residence located at 2-31 Nagatacho, Chiyoda, Tokyo. When Sakamoto arrived, Prime Minister Haijun was still dealing with documents. Upon learning of Sakamoto's purpose, Prime Minister Haijun smiled lightly. He will not leave the island nation. He is giving us an attitude. Do not push him too hard. If you do, he will leave with 100 billion rubles in foreign exchange. It would be mutually destructive for us. I will communicate with Miyazawa about this matter, letting him probe Lin Yaodong's intentions. You should also coordinate with the 6 major financial groups. We need to maintain some semblance of respect. The primary task now is to suppress the debt statement storm. Continuing to stir it up will have a very adverse effect on us. With that, Prime Minister Haijun continued reviewing documents. Seeing this, Sakamoto slightly bowed and slowly exited the office. In response to the debt statement released by Sumitomo Bank, although the island nation quickly took action, the international financial channels couldn't intervene. As time passed, the news of the banks being heavily indebted became known to everyone. Consequently, the relevant departments were busy and overwhelmed. As time passed, a week soon went by. On the evening of February 27th, Sunday, at 8 p.m., Lin Yaodong had just finished asking Ekaterina to gather light industrial technology and patents. His phone rang. Boss, the situation has changed. We have only completed 1/10 of the stockpiling, and the other party, the Rockefeller family, has increased their buying pressure. The other party is not preparing to play along with us anymore. Upon hearing Johnson's words, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but feel astonished. What is the current price? 15.06 per ton. No, it's already 15.12 per ton now. Just as Johnson reported a price, a wave of exclamations broke out. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but frown slightly, closed the position. Although it was only 1/10, this profit was enough to pay off the central bank loan. At this moment, there was no need to clash hard with the Rockefeller family. It wasn't that he was afraid, but it was unnecessary. Understood, boss. Johnson felt a lot of pressure. Upon receiving the instruction to close the position, he immediately began to operate. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong dialed Ekaterina's number again. Contact Johnson about the price, increase the selling pressure, and stabilize the price below 16 per ton for delivery. Understood, boss. Johnson was in the short position while Ekaterina was selling spot goods. Previously, Johnson's sales were the main focus, with Ekaterina acting as a substitute. Now it was reversed, with Ekaterina becoming the main seller, helping Johnson to close the position. After giving the instructions, Lin Yaodong returned to his room. Stockpiling was troublesome, but closing positions quickly was necessary, though the large quantity required time. Once the funds were in place, he could finally let loose. On February 29th, nearly 2 trading days had passed since the position was about to be closed. It was also on this early morning that Johnson and Ekaterina arrived to meet Lin Yaodong. As Lin Yaodong came downstairs, Jihili and the others were already waiting in the villa's hall. Boss, they greeted him immediately upon seeing him. Boss, here is the trading list. Johnson was visibly excited, clearly pleased with the profits. Boss, this is our selling list. Should we continue selling? Ekaterina showed a hint of hesitation and presented the transaction details. Lin Yaodong reached out to take them, signaling the two to sit down. Boss, our average price is 19.98 per ton for the build-up, with a closing price of 15.67 per ton. Although not all funds were utilized, the leverage allowed us to gain significantly. After deducting margin and fees, our profit still amounts to 215 billion. This is the highest profit we've made since we started trading. Johnson, thrilled, felt a flush creeping up beneath his pale skin. His hands instinctively clenched in excitement. Nice. Lin Yaodong was also satisfied with this profit. He then turned his gaze to Ekaterina. She looked somewhat anxious as she said, Boss, to facilitate Johnson's position closure, Sumitomo Bank sold 1.79 billion tons of iron, or at an average price of 16.75 per ton. This amount exceeds Sumitomo Bank's iron ore reserves in various locations by more than double. Given the current extraction conditions, it will take at least 10 years to replenish this. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly upon hearing this. It's fine, we can transfer the positions. How much capital do we currently have in the account? Ekaterina quickly replied. Almost 300 billion, but only 132. For billion can be. Boss, if we choose to transfer positions, we will have to pay a transfer fee of 10 billion for the iron ore, which is 2 billion per month. As the price of iron ore continues to rise, our costs will also increase. If we do not close our positions, they will not release their stocks, meaning that for a long time to come the price of iron ore will keep climbing. Lin Yaodong smiled gently. Do you think 32 for billion is enough to cover this loss? Rest assured the demand for iron ore will soon soar inexorably. Let's first settle the iron ore reserves overseas for Sumitomo Bank. Before the Gulf War broke out, the demand for iron ore was certain to rise. Even the Rockefeller family would not consume it all. The Rothschild family would not agree either. Moreover, with Mesawa standing in front, what was there to rush about? Seeing Yekaterina hesitating, Lin Yaodong smiled helplessly. He knew exactly what she was thinking. Sumitomo Bank was under her management, and she was burdened with a future short position of 1 billion tons of iron ore, worried about mismanagement. All right, let's not talk about that. Don't forget Johnson has made a profit of 215 billion. Let him help you close the position on those 1 billion tons of iron ore, and all that will be lost are some transaction fees. Tomorrow Johnson will deposit a sum into Sumitomo Bank, allowing Yekaterina to pay off all loans from the central bank, JP Morgan Chase, and Rothschild Bank. It's time for us to counterattack. Lin Yaodong's gaze sharpened. As the saying goes, having money gives one confidence, and at this moment an astonishing aura erupted from him. Yes, boss. Johnson was delighted. The funds he could access were now nearly 400 billion. 400 billion, a number that was impossible to reach even with leverage before. Although he still had to give half of it to Yekaterina for use, the remaining funds were enough for him to splurge in the stock market for a short time. In contrast, Yekaterina seemed to feel greatly wronged. In the Mesopotamia at the Baghdad Stock Exchange, director Ismail looked at the sudden surge of iron ore prices to 22 per ton, feeling utterly helpless. Not only did he fail to profit from this iron ore trade, but he also couldn't even close his positions. He ended up owning the futures market for iron ore. Moreover, as the battle between longs and shorts intensified, how could the selling pressure simply vanish? Did both sides secretly reach an agreement targeting Mesopotamia? It shouldn't be like that. Ismail found it hard to comprehend, but such a significant matter could not be hidden, so he had to inform Finance Minister Mahdi. Your Excellency, there is a problem with the purchase of iron ore. From the lowest price of 15 per ton, it suddenly surged to 22 per ton. I suspect we are being targeted. He then reported the details of the capital confrontation thoroughly. I understand. Finance Minister Mahdi merely replied briefly before hanging up. His voice was calm, but the calmer he was, the more worried Ismail felt. Find out what exactly happened in the iron ore futures market. In the United States, in the villa of the Rockefeller Castle, the housekeeper hurried to report to David, the head of the Rockefeller family, after receiving the news. What happened? David listened to an old phonograph without even opening his eyes. According to statistics, they invested a total of 570 billion, with about 200 billion out. Approximately 370 billion is still trapped in the futures market. Tomorrow is the final delivery day. Such a huge quantity would render us unable to extract it, and they can only transfer positions. 570 billion. David opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the housekeeper. Such a large amount of funds cannot be obtained by just anyone. Have we traced the source of the funds? The housekeeper nodded. Head of the family, it involves the Sumitomo Group from the island nation, a fund company from the Cayman Islands, and also Mesopotamia, who have sold nearly 4 billion tons of iron ore. That's indeed a big move. A mocking glint flashed in David's eyes as he then closed them again. Pay close attention to the Sumitomo Group. They have an old adversary behind them. Also notify the authorities, inform them that Mesopotamia may be planning significant actions soon to give them a heads up. Yes, head of the family. The housekeeper complied and slowly exited the room. Not long after the housekeeper returned. Head of the family, the Sumitomo Group has transferred the delivery of 1 billion tons of February iron ore to March, and they declared a physical delivery of 790 million tons. Mesopotamia has also made transfers. If Zhuangsen knew that Lin Yaodong's maneuvers were attributed to the Rockefeller family, he wouldn't know what to think. Yes, I understand. Control the market and do not let them escape. On March 1st, relying on Johnson's deposit and the 112 for billion obtained from the futures market, Yekaterina cleared all debts owed by Sumitomo Bank. Originally, it was 132 for billion, with 20 billion set aside as a margin for the transfer of positions which could not be withdrawn from the futures account. This included 30 trillion from the central bank along with 200 billion from Rothschild Bank and JP Morgan Chase. As a result, Sumitomo Bank's finances fell into exhaustion once again. Johnson took over all shares of Sumitomo Bank in the stock market for 140 billion, thus saving Johnson from having to build positions little by little. Consequently, the funds Johnson could utilize were reduced to only 60 billion. Sumitomo Bank was able to breathe again due to this 140 billion. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about the island nation citizens coming to withdraw money without having funds available. Next, they only needed to wait 3 months for the Sumitomo Group's loan contract to expire and repay the bank loan. Sumitomo Bank would be able to return to its peak. At that time, with Sumitomo Bank at its core, the Lin family group would be able to go public in the island nation. After receiving the 200 billion foreign exchange repayment from Sumitomo Bank and 140 billion exchanged for yen along with the 60 billion Johnson exchanged, Takahashi Miho's ambitions swelled once again. Takahashi Miho and Finance Minister Sakamoto hit it off, and the island nation began to implement a quantitative easing monetary policy. This was also what Lin Yaodong was glad to see. Rongji, appearing to be in his late 40s, gave Lin Yaodong a sense of stability. He stood tall with thick eyebrows and large eyes, sporting a prominent slicked-back hairstyle. As Lin Yaodong observed Rongji was also assessing him. The more he looked, the brighter Rongji's eyes became, as if glimmering with the light of hope. "Mr. Rong, let's sit down and talk slowly." Lin Yaodong felt a bit embarrassed under Rongji's gaze. Once they sat down, Li proactively served tea for the two of them before retreating to another room. "Ahem, Mr. Lin, although we have not met before, I have long heard of your legendary story. You bet everything at the age of 19, using your only property to mortgage $3 Hong Kong dollars, and then used that as leverage to negotiate a partnership with the nearly bankrupt Garden Foods. You shipped it via sea to the Bear Country, turning it over for a profit of 31 times. Afterward, you expanded your business, not only establishing a strong foothold in the Bear Country, but also being recognized as the youngest billionaire there, appearing on the Bear Country's rich list for 3 consecutive years. In just 3 years, your assets soared from 300 to 100 billion rubles. In Hong Kong Island, you are an idol to countless people, and some have even written books about your legend." Hearing Rongji's enthusiastic praise upon their first meeting, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A legend, an idol written into books. Lin Yaodong understood well the principle of silently amassing wealth. In the early days of his entrepreneurship, would he have been foolish enough to disclose his business, allowing others to compete with him? After he monopolized the light industry in the Bear Country, he barely returned to Hong Kong Island. How could others possibly know? "Mr. Rong, please speak plainly. If I can help, I will certainly consider it." Lin Yaodong was not foolish. He wouldn't naively agree without understanding the stakes. The Rong family is different from other families. They are all entrepreneurs with a sense of patriotism. To others, family and country are mere slogans, but they put it into practice. During the founding ceremony of China, the Rong family borrowed cars from China. During the Korean War, they not only donated 7 planes, but also contributed food and clothing to the front lines. In 1956, during a company merger, the Rong family donated all their life savings to the state. In 1978, as the spring breeze of reform and opening up swept the land, the Rong family also responded to the national call and rushed to Hong Kong Island, establishing the CITIC Group there. They later leased 200 small cars for a rental company in Kyoto. They also leased a Boeing 747 for civil aviation. If they couldn't rent, they would borrow money to buy. If they couldn't borrow, they would issue bonds. In 1984, a CITIC Hong Kong issued bonds worth 300 billion yen, 300 million Hong Kong dollars, 5 billion marks, and 100 million US dollars. They later introduced $1 billion in foreign investment for China's light industry. The Rong family made an indelible contribution to China's reform and opening up. It became a consensus in the business community that if you needed money, you would turn to the Rong family. Thus, even though it was Lin Yaodong's first meeting with Rongji, he felt a deep sense of goodwill. As long as his conditions weren't too excessive, Lin Yaodong wouldn't mind agreeing to him. Seeing the teasing glint in Lin Yaodong's eyes, Rongji realized that his thoughts had been seen through, and he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. "Mr. Lin, let me speak frankly. I am not here for CITIC Hong Kong, but to seek investment for China. Mr. Rong, please go ahead." Lin Yaodong extended his hand to gesture, smiling as he said, "If you can convince me, investment is not impossible." Hearing this, Rongji's heart filled with joy. As long as it wasn't an outright rejection, that was enough. Over the past 6 months, he had almost exhausted all his connections. But without exception, no one agreed. Even when bonds were issued later, no institutions were willing to buy them. He knew the reason. Borrowing too much money is like being a gambler. The first time you borrow money out of goodwill, people will lend to you. But after 1, 2, 3, 10 times, as time passes, no one will care about you anymore. And CITIC Hong Kong had issued bonds 17 times in 2 years. Even if it were him, he wouldn't buy them. The story goes back to 1988. Rongji's face showed a bitter smile. Had it not been for the old man's urging, he might have given up on seeking out Lin Yaodong before even coming here. The failure of price controls led to the most significant economic loss since 1950. Rising prices and inflation further fueled the rapid wealth of speculators and rampant corruption. This led to an imbalance in social mentality. Rongji spoke, casting a glance at Lin Yaodong, fearing he might show signs of impatience. Upon seeing this, Lin Yaodong picked up his teacup, indicating for Rongji to continue. A glimmer of joy flashed in Rongji's eyes. As long as he was willing to listen, they were one step closer to success. Rising prices caused panic and despair among those on fixed salaries and state-owned enterprises. They saw speculators becoming rich, leading to a complete loss of control over their mentality. As a result, a wave of migrant workers flooded into the cities, causing township enterprises to teeter on the brink of bankruptcy. But when they entered the city, they couldn't find jobs or places to stay, and public security in the city descended into chaos. At that time, migrant workers began to doubt the reform and opening up, with the greatest dissatisfaction directed towards the expansion of private enterprises. To fundamentally resolve the issue, the authorities were forced to initiate a movement to regulate private enterprises. Although the crackdown was severe, the domestic economy, which had just begun to develop, plummeted to freezing point. In just the past year, the number of individual businesses decreased by 3 million and private enterprises dropped from 200 to 90600. At this point, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but wonder if Rong Ji wanted him to finance such troubles. He had money, but this was a national issue. Unless he was insane, he wouldn't agree. Mr. Lin, don't be anxious. The above is the big picture I wanted to share with you. Seeing Lin Yaodong's expression, he knew exactly what he was thinking. He had seen that expression far too many times. Lin Yaodong remained relatively calm. 90 of people would have already stood up to refuse by this point. You may speak. Lin Yaodong set down his teacup, suddenly realizing that the tea no longer tasted good. Based on what has been previously discussed, China not only failed to develop last year, but the economy regressed. China is on the verge of entering a period of Great Depression. At that time, triangular debts emerged. In Shandong alone, the total debt reached 108.5 billion, far exceeding the normal commercial system, leading to a significant crisis in social credit. Later, under the leadership of the central bank, major banks participated, barely overcoming the triangular debt crisis. The regulation of private enterprises struck both state-owned and private enterprises hard, while triangular debts severely impacted the central bank, causing foreign enterprises to almost completely halt operations. China faced both internal and external difficulties, struggling to move forward. Surviving would mean rebirth. Failing to do so would be unimaginable. Just then, an opportunity emerged. A car company from M country named Panda Enterprises came to Huizhou in mainland China to invest in building a factory. They invested $1 billion and proclaimed their goal to transform Huizhou into an international modern metropolis. Many believe this was a scam, but adhering to the principle of better to believe than not, we signed a contract with them. We thought it would at most be a fruitless joy. However, things developed far beyond our expectations. Months after signing the contract, a staggering sum of $2.5 billion was deposited into the project account. The chairman of Panda personally came to cut the ribbon, claiming to be the nephew of General MacArthur. This news caused a sensation domestically. As a result, real estate developers flocked in and housing prices began to soar. In just 3 months, the price per square meter in the central urban area skyrocketed from 200 to 100. A large automobile production workshop covering 160 square meters also began construction. But halfway through the construction of the production workshop, did they stop? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly and asked this question. Rong Ji was momentarily taken aback, nodding blankly. He even suspected that Lin Yaodong had received news in advance. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The two sides were still in negotiation, and the Huizhou Panda automobile factory was a star enterprise in China. The government had long since sealed off the news to prevent riots. Do you want me to take over the Panda project? Looking at the gleam of amusement in Lin Yaodong's eyes, Rong Ji nodded and then shook his head. Mr. Lin, please let me finish before deciding whether to invest. While we are eager for investment, there is no coercion intended. Seeing a hint of awkwardness on Rong Ji's face, he continued, the Panda project's implementation has not only thrilled Huizhou, but also the surrounding cities. For them, this is not just a project, but is hope. The population of Danshui town, where the Panda automobile factory is located, has rapidly increased from 1 to 0 to 0. The media has even shouted slogans like "looking at Shenzhen in the 1980s" and "looking at Huizhou in the 1990s. Furthermore, we have received news that this Panda project must be flawlessly executed. Consequently, the Huizhou government has even handed over the newly built office building to the Panda company. However, the construction of the Panda automobile factory was suddenly halted when it was only halfway done. Originally, we agreed to their investment condition of 100 export, but they, relying on the fact that the investment had been made and public opinion had been settled, they audaciously proposed 30 of the production for domestic sales. They were astute, and the external public opinion and social pressure forced us to compromise. However, after we agreed, they still showed no intention to start construction. Just 2 months ago, they again proposed to take over the domestic market for 2 years. Otherwise, they would withdraw their investment. Only then did we realize that they had intended to seize the domestic market from the very beginning. Moreover, most of the real estate developers investing in Huizhou were secretly arranged by them. The higher-ups could not reach a conclusion after 5 days of meetings regarding their conditions. Officials led by my father firmly opposed their terms. If we agree, it would deal a devastating blow to the domestic automobile industry. The solution is to find someone to take over the Panda automobile factory. Another faction feared that the withdrawal of Panda Automobile Company would trigger a chain reaction, worsening the already dire situation in the domestic market. If the Panda Automobile Company withdraws, properties that were once valued at 110 per square meter will become worthless. If real estate developers withdraw, it will lead to numerous unfinished buildings, and migrant workers coming to Huizhou will erupt in unrest. The most serious issue is the public opinion. After all, the entire Huaxia is currently focused on the Panda project. The people from the Panda Automobile Company are well aware of this, becoming audacious, believing they have already achieved their goals without any regard. At this point, Rongji paused and looked solemnly at Lin Yaodong, saying therefore merely taking over the Panda project does not resolve the current difficulties. It is necessary to take over the unfinished real estate projects in Huizhou as well. It is estimated to require 10 billion US dollars. Hearing Rongji's words, Lin Yaodong furrowed his brows, questioning if they considered him a fool. From a long-term perspective, this 10 billion US dollars is worth it, as the mainland will inevitably be a battleground for him. However, from a profit perspective, it does not align with Lin Yaodong's investment plan. It is a losing venture. Moreover, while Lin Yaodong isn't very familiar with the Huizhou Panda project, he knows that the Panda Automobile Company ultimately withdrew their investment, causing the mainland to experience Wuxia's first real estate bubble crisis, with losses exceeding 60 billion Huaxia coins. If he takes over this time, it would be akin to incurring direct losses of several billion USD. One must understand the price of 11000 is already 55 times that of other regions. Should he agree? Seeing Lin Yaodong hesitating, Rongji felt a pang of bitterness, saying, Mr. Lin, if you have difficulties, we can understand. We have received news that Sumitomo Bank has already been acquired by you. If feasible, our CITIC Group from Hong Kong wants to issue 1.48 trillion yen in bonds through Sumitomo Bank to take over the Panda project. What do you think? Rongji asked this question with a heart full of anxiety. Lin Yaodong is the last person he could ask. No, he should say he is the only one who can come up with 10 billion US dollars. If Lin Yaodong refuses, the consequences of Panda Company withdrawing their investment are unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong looked at Rongji, secretly pondering whether to take the gamble or let CITIC from Hong Kong issue the bonds. Although both are losing ventures, he indeed did not want to take over. However, he still needs CITIC to pry open the door to the mainland market for him. Rongji was indifferent. He still had an elder behind him. Moreover, how could the future market value of over 300 billion Hong Kong dollars for CITIC Group be maximized? Over 300 billion Hong Kong dollars in future market value. Suddenly, Lin Yaodong's eyes lit up. Perhaps securing CITIC Group ahead of time isn't a bad idea. One of the 4 major consortium companies in future Huaxia, he could even leverage CITIC Group to invest in China Resources, Poly, and China Merchants. Mr. Rong, what is the current market value of CITIC in Hong Kong? Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's inquiry, Rongji showed a hint of confusion, but he still replied the total market value is around 2 billion US dollars. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly, saying, I will invest 10 billion US dollars in CITIC Group, taking a 38% stake. What does Mr. Rong think? I will also loan 10 billion US dollars to CITIC Group in the name of Sumitomo Bank. I know that CITIC Group is a state-owned enterprise directly under the State Council. Mr. Rong doesn't need to rush to reply. I will give you a day to contact people, and in the meantime, allow me some time to prepare a gift for the mainland. Of course, regardless of whether the State Council agrees to sell shares or not, I will prepare the 10 billion US dollars from Sumitomo Bank for you. Although it may seem like taking advantage of someone's crisis, if this opportunity is missed, there will truly be no more chances. Mr. Lin, thank you very much. Rongji got up and deeply bowed to Lin Yaodong. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Rong. Lin Yaodong quickly got up to stop him. Mr. Lin, wait for my news. I will return soon. After saying this, Rongji left directly. The opportunity to secure the funds was right in front of him. How could Rongji let it slip away? Everyone understands the saying about long nights and many dreams. Watching Rongji's departing figure, Lin Yaodong softly called out, Go Heli. Boss. Go Heli responded while walking out of the room. If one paid close attention, they could see a banana hidden behind her back. It seems that Go Heli has a special fondness for bananas. Please prepare a backup of the agricultural fundamental technologies and basic industrial technologies I asked you to collect. I have use for them. Also inform Yekaterina to come over and prepare a 10 billion US dollars loan contract for CITIC Group. And clearly state that we retain the right to sell our shares at any time. Yes, boss. Go Heli immediately agreed, but just as she was about to head back to her room to notify Yekaterina, she stopped in her tracks. Boss, I previously learned about CITIC Group. It's quite similar to the former Sumitomo consortium. Both are loan traps. Boss, you should think it through. Hee. Lin Yaodong waved his hand, chuckling as he scolded, Do you think I don't know? Hurry up and inform Yekaterina to prepare the technical backups and loan materials. Rongji returned to the villa nearly an hour later. When he arrived, Yekaterina had already prepared the loan contract. Seeing this scene, Rongji felt a sense of relief, but also a hint of bitterness arose in his heart. It seemed Lin Yaodong had predicted that they would agree to sell the shares. Indeed, the State Council agreed. Initially, there were objections, and a meeting was held for that reason. Elder Rong had pushed through the opposition. This is also why it took Rongji so long to return. Mr. Lin, my father has agreed, but your people need to go to Kyoto to handle the equity transfer procedures. Lin Yaodong nodded, stood up, and shook hands with Rongji, saying happy cooperation. Yekaterina, accompany Mr. Rong to the mainland and personally hand over the technology to Elder Rong. Just do as I say, and also handle the loan matters together. After having lunch together, Yekaterina and Rongji flew to Kyoto Huaxia in the afternoon. Villa 8 in the Bansho Villa district of Chiyoda. After more than half a month apart, Miyazawa took the initiative to visit, and as soon as Lin Yaodong saw him, he immediately noticed the change in him. He appeared to be in a state of existential doubt. President, the light industry enterprises have been reorganized, and their output has increased by 30%. I came to discuss whether the companies that went bankrupt and delisted can be relisted. Upon hearing Miyazawa's words, Lin Yaodong smiled lightly. There's no rush for that. Can you tell me what you've been through? What's with this state? Hearing this, Miyazawa's expression became somewhat unnatural. I have met with President Yakakawa. Is Yakakawa in the third tier? I heard he plans to settle in France. Lin Yaodong was not without information. Yes, I saw President Yakakawa off at the airport, and we talked a lot before he left. He warned me not to get involved with the affairs of the island nation anymore. Sakamoto Takahashi Miho and most of the cabinet officials have ambiguous ties with the 6 major financial groups. Even His Majesty the Emperor regards the Mitsui family as distinguished guests. Due to the economic recovery, the people of the island nation are living in harmony and celebration. Under various conditions, the island nation has become critically ill, especially Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho, who are obsessed with quick success and have no regard for consequences. If we intervene in the island nation's affairs again, we will be swallowed whole. After bidding farewell to President Yakakawa, I sought out Prime Minister Haijun to convey President Yakakawa's message, but I didn't even get to see Prime Minister Haijun. President, I don't understand why the island nation transformed so drastically in such a short time. Seeing the bitterness in Miyazawa's eyes, Lin Yaodong naturally understood. Because this outcome can be said to have been created by him. Prime Minister Haijun is getting older and retirement is just a matter of time. He must also consider his future and his descendants right. With Miyazawa and Yakakawa out of office, the 4 major financial groups that were troubled by Yakakawa would naturally place their own people in such important positions. To restore the peak market value, the 4 major financial groups have only one way: to restore the peak stock index of the island nation. This is why after Takahashi Miho took office, she quickly abolished various restrictions set by Yakakawa. Furthermore, with the rise of the island nation stock index, the stock market has seen a resurgence, allowing ordinary people to profit greatly, returning to their formerly extravagant lives. As for Wall Street capital making a comeback, it is not within the consideration of the 4 major financial groups at all. As previously mentioned, 40 of the stocks in the island nation stock market are in the hands of the major financial groups. Once the stock prices recover, they will sell at a profit, making a fortune without caring about the lives of ordinary people. President Miyazawa, this is a national trend, and it is difficult to change the situation with just 1 or 2 individuals. I am just a businessman, and while I may not understand as much as you, I do know that the island nation, as the world's 2nd largest economy, cannot simply collapse. Perhaps under the leadership of Takahashi Miho and Sakamoto, the island nation may go further, who knows? After all, things always have 2 sides. Your cooperation with President Yakakawa was steady and methodical, while the cooperation between Takahashi Miho and Sakamoto is merely leveraging. Just like the last time we speculated on gold, if it weren't for your advice to increase my investment, I wouldn't have made $30 billion, would I? President Yakakawa is wise, and I believe you should heed his words. You are now the president of Lin Holdings Group, not the finance minister of the island nation. If you get too involved, it will only invite resentment from everyone. Moreover, serving the motherland does not necessarily mean joining the national leadership. If you develop Lin Holdings Group, well, you can also generate foreign currency for the island nation. Isn't that a display of patriotism? Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Miyazawa fell into deep thought. After a long while, he sighed, stood up, and bowed deeply to Lin Yaodong. Thank you, President, for your enlightenment. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly, signaling Miyazawa to sit down. By the way, what were you saying earlier? At his words, Miyazawa sat down again, and his state improved considerably. We have completed the reorganization of light industry enterprises, and their output has increased by 30%. I was thinking the companies that went bankrupt and delisted should also be relisted. Lin Yaodong nodded and smiled. You are the president of the group. Just submit a proposal to me later. And it's also time for the island's headquarters to go public. With Yekaterina not in the island nation, you should take care of this. All right, President. Miyazawa agreed without hesitation. Lin Holdings Group should have gone public long ago, but due to Lin Yaodong it had been delayed. In fact, the proposal had already been prepared. Watching Miyazawa leave, Lin Yaodong felt it was time to design a trap to send him away. After all, soon he would confront the island nation, and Miyazawa would definitely become an unstable factor. At the international airport of Kyoto Huaxia, as the plane stabilized and the cabin door opened, a series of firecracker sounds erupted outside. Yekaterina, who had lived in the realm of the bear for years, flinched and sought a place to hide. Miss Yekaterina, hearing Rongji's words, Yekaterina recalled that this was Huaxia, not the bear realm. A wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Stepping out of the plane, she saw a dilapidated airport bustling with noise, drums resounding, and firecrackers cracking. A long red carpet extended from the plane to the welcoming car. On both sides of the red carpet were guards with weapons, and in the distance, several people were approaching them with smiles. Banners of welcome were raised in both Mandarin and English. Nearby were groups of reporters with long guns and short cannons, followed by a dozen welcoming ladies. At the back, a group of musicians was playing. Seeing this lineup, even Yekaterina felt somewhat at a loss. She looked at Rongji, who smiled at her, and then gestured for her to walk the red carpet. Soon Yekaterina met the welcoming team. Miss Yekaterina, this is Mr. Rong, a representative of the State Council of Huaxia. Mr. Rong, this is Miss Yekaterina, the president of Sumitomo Bank. Rongji took the initiative to introduce the two sides, and due to the presence of reporters, he did not refer to Mr. Rong as father. Miss Yekaterina, welcome to Huaxia. Mr. Rong, you are too polite. It is all arranged by our boss. Seeing Mr. Rong extending his hand, Yekaterina quickly grasped it with both hands. Then Rongji smiled and introduced Yekaterina to the other welcoming teams. They were all representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Ministry of Culture. Everyone got into the car and headed straight for the Kyoto Hotel. On the way, Mr. Rong briefly introduced the signing process to Yekaterina. She had no objections to this. Soon the signing ceremony was held, and in the presence of the media, Yekaterina successfully secured 38% stake in the CITIC Group of Hong Kong for Lin Yaodong at a price of $10 billion. Afterwards, Yekaterina approached Mr. Rong, taking out the projects and technologies she had selected in advance. Mr. Rong, boss specifically instructed me to discuss a collaboration with you. We will provide the technology and send specialized technicians to guide the project, and we will also establish a branch of Sumitomo Bank in Kyoto to provide targeted loan services for the project. In the form of a technology equity stake, we will jointly build a factory in the mainland. Oh, how will the shares be divided? Hearing Yekaterina's words, Mr. Rong's eyes lit up. Due to the private enterprise rectification campaign, the mainland is in a state of desolation. If a collaboration can be reached with Lin Yaodong, it would undoubtedly be a strong boost for Huaxia. Importantly, Lin Yaodong can also provide loan services for Huaxia. At this moment, Huaxia is in desperate need of money. A 30-70 split with us, Huaxia at 30. What does Mr. Rong think? On an island at the Sakura Hot Spring. Amidst the swirling mist, Lin Yaodong savored red wine while enjoying the cherry blossoms, indulging in the hot spring. Opposite him, Gu Heli, dressed in a one-piece swimsuit, was on the phone. After a long while, Gu Heli struggled through the water to Lin Yaodong's side, the waves crashing and splashing around. Boss, Yekaterina has already communicated with Huaxia, but don't you think 3% is a bit too little? We are providing both technology and funding, and besides, we don't have that much money to lend to Huaxia. She has the most contact with Lin Yaodong and understands him best. How could he possibly agree to such a disadvantageous deal? With such a huge investment, to only receive 3% profit is not boss style. Faced with Gu Heli's confusion, Lin Yaodong smiled, gently saying, making money requires intelligence. It's not just about what is visible that can yield great profits. I could ask for more, 50%, 60%, and Huaxia would agree. But that would put us at a disadvantage. Lin Yaodong said as he slowly stood up. Seeing this, Gu Heli hurriedly climbed out of the hot spring, grabbed a towel, and began to dry Lin Yaodong. Hee. Lin Yaodong smiled as he felt Gu Heli's actions. Enhancing something already good is not as valuable as providing timely assistance. Oh, our first step is to show our goodwill and gain friendship with the mainland. Investing in factories is merely a stepping stone to access the Huaxia mainland market. If it's just for that little profit, why would I need to invest in the mainland? Not only is the return rate low, but the capital turnover cycle is also long. Lin Yaodong's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. It will come soon enough. When he leaves the island, he won't have trouble with money. After Gu Heli finished drying him, she wrapped another towel around herself. To accomplish something in Huaxia requires a long approval process. Notify Yekaterina to acquire several real estate companies, specifically the projects that Huaxia has submitted loan applications for to Sumitomo Bank. Buy up the surrounding land in advance. If possible, have Yekaterina secure the land ownership rights for the joint factories. Might not make money, but real estate is definitely a guaranteed profit. For instance, the Huizhou Panda project has increased surrounding land prices by 55 times. Yes, boss. Gu Heli's eyes flickered with doubt. Was boss planning to venture into real estate? The two chatted as they walked into the hotel room provided. It was a room with a romantic king-sized bed. Moi. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but furrow his brows and looked at Gu Heli with confusion. Under Lin Yaodong's gaze, Gu Heli felt suddenly flustered. However, being a Westerner, she wasn't as shy as a Huaxia person. Although her face was already flushed and her heart raced, she boldly embraced Lin Yaodong's chest and tilted her head up. Yet she didn't dare to open her eyes and look at him. A teasing glimmer flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes. He wondered why Gu Heli had arranged for him to soak in the hot spring. It turned out she was waiting for him here. He wasn't a straight man, and after being reborn, he had experienced fleshly pleasures and felt a bit attached to that feeling. The reason he hadn't taken action with Gu Heli was not that she wasn't beautiful, but rather he didn't want to be too indulgent and create vulnerabilities for himself. After all, his goal was not just a mere island nation. There would be countless opponents, people of all kinds. But he couldn't resist the offer of beautiful flesh delivered right to him. Moreover, having been with Gaheli for so long, if any issues arose, he wouldn't ignore them. With that thought, a crafty glint flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes as his right hand explored downward while his left arm wrapped around Gaheli's back. In the next moment, Gaheli felt a sudden loss of balance. Yet a smile appeared on her face. The island's stock market gradually heated up due to the central bank's various policies. In just a month, the Nikkei 225 index rose from 29124 points to 32086 points. More than 300 companies under Lin Holdings went public within a month, further propelling the Nikkei 225 index. By March 20th, the Nikkei 225 index had climbed past the 3500 point mark. Since Yekaterina last communicated with Gaheli on March 20th, nearly a month of adjustments had passed. Led by former Xinjiang Paper Company President Fu Yang, a technical team of up to 500 people was formed with a promise of triple salaries departing for Waxia's Kyoto on this day. According to Yekaterina, Kyoto sent a welcoming team that was no less than the technical team, effectively ensuring unknown reception. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yaodong merely smiled lightly. The mainland was desolate, lacking various technologies, and the entry of a 500-member elite team would aid in the mainland's development. They would be regarded as treasures. Since February, in just 48 days, the Bear Nation continued to inject 43.2 billion into Lin Yaodong's account in the Cayman Islands. That amounted to a daily turnover of 300 million. Johnson used 20 billion to enter the island's stock market to collect shares, while the remaining 23.2 billion was deposited into Sumitomo Bank, allocated to the Huaxia branch. As the March 31st listing date approached, everyone became busy. That evening, Lin Yaodong was still watching the financial news when Yekaterina walked in. "Boss, I'm back." Yekaterina had been in Huaxia for over a month. "Have a seat." Lin Yaodong smiled, faintly gesturing. Seeing Yekaterina arrive, Gaheli also came out of the room and began to converse softly until Lin Yaodong turned off the television. "Boss, the land deal has been finalized, which is mainly thanks to those 500 technical personnel. It was personally approved by Elder Rong." Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong nodded with a smile. "That's good news. How is the factory arrangement going?" Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's inquiry, Yekaterina immediately took out her briefcase. She took out a simple map and handed it to Lin Yaodong. "We have tentatively identified 3 locations: the Pearl River Delta, the Yangtze River Delta, and the Bohai Rim region. Among these, a manufacturing base will be established in Nanling Village, Shenzhen, and an automobile factory in Guangzhou. Factories for electronics, machinery, and chemicals will be set up in the Bohai Rim region. These 2 locations are expected to require an investment of 20 billion Huaxia coins, but there is one issue that needs to be reported to boss." "Go ahead," Lin Yaodong nodded. "Elder Rong no Huaxia is preparing to develop Pudong. Elder Rong informed me that the mainland plans to implement economic and technological development policies in Pudong along with certain special economic zone policies. These have been loosened, but they lack funding. This does not fall within the scope of our cooperation, but Elder Rong wanted me to inquire about your opinion. Developing Pudong." Lin Yaodong knew of the saying circulating in the mainland, "It is better to have a bed in Puxi than a room in Pudong." This shows how harsh the environment in Pudong truly is. How much funding is needed? Lin Yaodong shook his head and looked at Yekaterina. "I met with Mayor Zhu from the Magic City, and he said that if Pudong is developed, there must be a significant start to the construction in the first 3 years. Each area in Lujiazui, Jinxiao, and Weigakio must invest at least 10 billion Huaxia coins. In the long run, at least 10 billion is needed." Lin Yaodong nodded slowly. "I can accept 10 billion, but what will I get in return?" Upon hearing this, Yekaterina once again took out a map of Pudong from her bag. "Boss, as long as you agree," Mayor Zhu said, "that as a return you can choose any area marked on this map." According to reports from international news agencies, Mizo hopes that the oil-producing countries can reduce their debts and increase oil prices, but this request has been rejected. Watching the news on the financial channel, Lin Yaodong's lips curled into a smile. After the Iran-Iraq war, Mizo's economy fell into difficulties. They believe that the oil-producing countries and other Gulf nations did not provide sufficient support during the war, and Mizo also owes a substantial debt to these countries. Additionally, Mizo believes that historically the oil-producing countries were part of its Basra province, and after the Iran-Iraq war, the oil extraction activities along the border by these countries provoked Mizo. For example, in the Rumeila oil field, there are territorial disputes between the 2 countries, and Mizo accuses the oil-producing countries of illegally extracting its oil, which concerns Mizo's economic interests. As the conflicts escalate, the oil-producing countries' rejection of Mizo's request marks the beginning of Mizo's invasion of them. The most crucial aspect of this invasion is the supply of weapons, thus the price of iron ore must be lowered. With over $16 billion in the futures market, Mizo's request marks the beginning of Mizo's invasion of them. The most crucial aspect of turning off the television, Lin Yaodong slowly got up and walked happily to the bedroom. Just as he returned to his room, a sneaky figure hugged his waist from behind. In Moscow, at a certain villa, Boris had just returned home to find his beloved daughter watching television on the sofa. At Boris' gesture, the 4 surrounding servants quickly left the living room. "Dad, you're back." Anna smiled sweetly upon seeing Boris. At 3 months pregnant, she showed a slight bump, but it wouldn't be noticeable unless one paid special attention. This is the information from below. You will find it interesting. Hearing this, Anna's eyes lit up. If Boris considers it interesting, it must relate to Lin Yaodong. She immediately took the documents from Boris' hand and began to read. As she read, Anna's eyes grew brighter and a charming smile appeared on her face. Since you left, Lin Yaodong has not stopped his actions, first acquiring the Japanese Sony Group and Panasonic Group. Even Sumitomo Bank has fallen into his hands. He now owns no less than 300 light industry companies. Boris sat down on the sofa and rubbed on his head. He even used my name to have the former Japanese Minister of Finance Miyazawa trade gold futures at the Japanese Financial Bureau. What audacity! Boris pretended to be angry. In reality, he had received the news early on. After all, he also bore the risk of the trillion rubles loan allocated to Lin Yaodong. Naturally, he had to pay attention to Lin Yaodong. However, regarding the incident where Lin Yaodong was attacked, he did not inform Anna, as she was in a critical stage of her pregnancy. As for Lin Yaodong trading in gold futures, it was Prime Minister Haijun who personally called, and Boris tacitly admitted it, covering for Lin Yaodong's lie. Boris also knew that the main purpose of Prime Minister Haijun's call was not about the gold futures trading, but to test his attitude towards Lin Yaodong. However, Lin Yaodong's acquisition of Sumitomo Bank was still beyond his expectations. As for Lin Yaodong investing in the mainland, Boris showed no reaction. He really did it. I didn't misjudge him. Acquiring Panasonic, Sony, and other 300 companies proves his acquiring the detritus Sumitomo Bank proves his boldness. Investing in the gold futures market, investing in Huaxiao proves his sense of responsibility. Dad isn't a person with such ability, boldness, insight, and sense of responsibility a good match for your daughter. I believe that in the future he can rescue our family from peril. Hearing this, Boris curled his lips. I bet if Lin Yaodong says Antonovka apples are sweet, you believe it. Boris felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. However, he had to admit that Lin Yaodong was indeed capable. Moreover, he vaguely suspected that the resignations of Miyazawa and Yang San were possibly orchestrated by Lin Yaodong. Dad, with Lin Yaodong in the Bear Country, don't you think the security is much better than before? At least there are no large-scale riots from refugees anymore. Although what he sells is expensive, I have investigated, the rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes he sells are all at reasonable prices. Hearing this, Boris slowly nodded. He was aware of this matter. If Lin Yaodong only sold high-priced goods, even with his good relationships with officials, it would be impossible for him to monopolize the market. Especially in the past 2 months, due to increasing quantities of goods, Anna had also adjusted the prices of some products. Let's not mention Lin Yaodong anymore, he annoys me. It's been so long, and he hasn't come to check on my precious daughter. Precious daughter, what do you want to eat tonight? Dad will arrange it for you. In the morning, Lin Yaodong was awakened by a warm feeling. He saw Gu Heli looking up at him with a bright smile. You little girl. Lin Yaodong laughed and scolded, resting his hands on the pillow. Boss, it's not my fault, it's Johnson who has something to discuss with you. Taking the phone that Gu Heli handed over, a look of confusion crossed Lin Yaodong's face. Boss, last night, there was a small-scale tug-of war in the second half at the iron ore market. This should be a signal from the short sellers. Should we participate when the market opens tonight? Johnson's voice was somewhat muffled, clearly having just woken up. No hurry, the price is too high now. Let's wait a bit longer. The Rothschild family won't sit idly by with money to be made. Trust me, it won't be long before the price is driven back down to $15 per ton. All right, you can rest now. After hanging up, Lin Yaodong took an hour, and Gu Heli pouted as they both exited the boss. Just as they stepped out of the room, Yekaterina approached them. Seeing the two walking out together, there was a hint of mischief in her gaze towards Gu Heli. Gu Heli looked a bit embarrassed, smiling and exchanging glances with Yekaterina. Have you chosen? Lin Yaodong took the map that Yekaterina handed over and casually asked. Yes, boss, the Takahashi area is suitable for our group to establish a foreign trade company. Whether it is from the mainland to the Bear Country or from the Bear Country to the mainland, it can save us a significant amount of costs. Moreover, with the policy benefits promised by Mayor Zhu, I believe that building a foreign trade company in the Takahashi area in the short term best suits our group's development in the mainland. Then let's choose the Takahashi area to build the foreign trade company. However, I want the land I marked out in Lujian. As for the rest, we'll discuss it when we have needs. Yes, boss. Yekaterina immediately agreed. $10 billion can be exchanged for 47 billion Huaxia coins. The land price in Pudong is at 200 Huaxia coins per square meter, which means that the Magic City needs to provide at least 239 square kilometers. However, dividing out 239 square kilometers in Pudong is simply impossible. Mr. Lin, Miss Mitsui Sakurako has specifically requested to meet you. Just then, Baoxiong walked quickly into the hall. Sakurako. Lin Yaodong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Oh, what did she want from him? Let her in. In the study on the second floor of Villa No. 8, Bancho Chiyoda, Tokyo. Miss Sakurako, we meet again. As Mitsui Sakurako gracefully entered, she was not wearing a kimono, and Lin Yaodong instinctively glanced at her. Without the kimono, Sakurako's figure was still quite striking. Her black hair was elegantly styled into a delicate bun with a few strands falling gracefully on either side of her face, perfectly framing her petite features. Her eyebrows arched gently like willow leaves and her eyes were clear and bright, sparkling with charm. A gentle smile revealed a row of pristine white teeth, and her red lips glowed with allure. Her slender long neck was captivatingly fair, complementing her slightly pronounced collarbones. The qipao clung tightly to her figure, showcasing her curvaceous silhouette to perfection. The high collar of the qipao accentuated her noble aura. Her shoulders were rounded and natural, and her arms wrapped in the narrow sleeves of the qipao appeared delicate and graceful, her skin as white as snow. The qipao's cut was exceptionally well-fitted, following the curves of her body as it cascaded down, clearly outlining her waist, which could be grasped with a single hand. Beneath the hem, her legs peeked out at the slit of the qipao, long and straight, each step she took evoking endless imagination. Noble and elegant, her demeanor stood out. However, the more she presented herself this way, the more alert Lin Yaodong became. With a beauty trap being set, caution was paramount in the ensuing conversation. Lincoln. Sakurako smiled broadly, placing her hands before her waist, slightly leaning forward in a gesture of reverence from Huaxia. Lin Yaodong felt a slight heaviness in his heart, as Huaxia had long regarded such customs as outdated, yet the islanders embraced them eagerly. There is an old saying in Huaxia: know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. The founder of the Mitsui family, Takashi, also once said, to defeat an opponent one must first understand them. They said it, and they acted on it. Their desire to undermine Huaxia was indeed unyielding. Please have a seat. Lin Yaodong gestured for Sakurako to sit. Thank you, Linquan. Sakurako withdrew her right hand along the curve of her qipao, elegantly taking a seat. Meanwhile, Gijli stood behind Lin Yaodong, watching Sakurako with keen vigilance. Unconsciously, she even puffed her chest, slightly showcasing her figure. Sakurako naturally noticed the gazes of Lin Yaodong, and Gijli, her lips curving into a slight smile, exhaling softly like orchids. I came to see Linquan this time because I heard that the Lin Group is about to go public. You must be in need of funds for operations, right? Miss Sakurako wishes to support me. Lin Yaodong smiled softly, having already guessed Sakurako's purpose for visiting. Kakik. Sakurako delicately laughed, her right hand covering her lips, and with her movement, her figure swayed gracefully. Sakurako wishes to offer 20 trillion yen to purchase shares in Sumitomo Bank stock market. May I? Sakurako wishes to offer 20 trillion yen to purchase shares in Sumitomo Bank stock market. May I know what Linquan thinks? So it was about the shares. Did she know that the price of iron ore was about to be adjusted, and that his funds were about to be unfrozen, making her restless? Miss Sakurako, I apologize, but President Mihue previously requested that our bank repay the loan. Thus, I had no choice but to sell my shares for $14 billion to President Johnson of Wall Street. Otherwise, what does Miss Sakurako think I would use to repay the bank's debt? Upon hearing this news, even Sakurako couldn't help but furrow her brows. The shares held by Sumitomo Bank were part of the Mitsui conglomerate's stake in this bull market. Did Lin Yaodong sell them to Johnson? Was this real or fake? Gijli. Lin Yaodong lightly snapped his fingers, bring a backup of the contract for Miss Sakurako to see. Hearing this, Gijli walked directly to the filing cabinet. Soon a contract appeared in Sakurako's hands. The moment she saw the contract, Sakurako determined that it was indeed genuine. This was trouble. Last time President Johnson took over our shares at a high price under the condition of helping them with the iron or futures market. We sold our stock, he closed his position, and we sold useless shares with him taking over. I believe this is very reasonable. If Johnson could close his position, those with a discerning eye would certainly find the clues. This was an excuse Lin Yaodong had long thought of. I didn't expect Lincoln to have already sold them. I can only blame Sakurako for being late. It's alright, we can acquire Lincoln's iron ore at a price of 20 trillion. What does Lincoln think? Lin Yaodong secretly smiled. Sakurako truly had the patience. Knowing that the Lin Group was about to go public, the possibility of them reclaiming shares from Sumitomo Bank would approach impossibility. If the share purchase failed, would they now target the iron ore? Miss Sakurako, I fear that 20 trillion may not be enough. Sakurako smiled lightly. It is sufficient. If it were before, it would indeed not have been enough. However, Lincoln has already sold all the spot goods, hasn't he? I believe a price of 20 trillion is quite a... Lin Yaodong slowly shook his head. Whether it's enough or not is secondary. Those iron ores I will not sell. After all, I have over $1.6 billion worth of iron ore delivery orders in the futures market, and I hope to close them effectively. Otherwise, wouldn't I be incurring a significant loss? Sakurako's eyes flickered slightly, trying to read the truth from Lin Yaodong's expression. But she was destined to return empty-handed. In that case, I will take my leave. If Lincoln ever wishes to sell iron ore, I hope you will think of Sakurako. Sakurako slowly stood up again, giving a slight bow to Lin Yaodong. Gijli, please see Miss Sakurako off. Yes, boss. Because Sakurako had repeatedly faced setbacks, Gijli's smile was particularly radiant. Once the two left, Lin Yaodong walked to the window, his gaze fixed on a high-rise several dozen meters away. That was the ancestral home of the Mitsui family. When Miyazawa was still the Minister of Finance, Lin Yaodong had received an anonymous check for 100 million rubles during which he was informed of this news. After investigation, Lin Yaodong ultimately pinpointed the location. He hadn't mentioned this matter, but he still hadn't figured out how to utilize this information. That afternoon, Johnson conveyed the news that Zhuang San had invited him to dinner. During the banquet, Zhuang San displayed an extraordinary warmth. However, Zhuang San did not mention the matter of purchasing shares. Time quickly passed, and 3 days went by. On the evening of March 27th, Lin Yaodong received a call from Johnson. Boss, the price has dropped below $16 per ton. You can notify Miss Ekaterina to sell now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong opened the iron or futures market chart. He saw a volatile and dramatic candlestick chart before his eyes. With leverage, he could sell at a high price and make a significant profit, then earn again when the iron ore prices rose. This is the profit-seeking strategy of those European capitalists. Ordinary people merely believe that iron ore prices must rise for capital to profit. But the market had long been manipulated by them. When prices fell, as long as they utilized the leverage characteristics of the futures market, they could ensure profits at a minimal cost. At this moment, Lin Yaodong felt an overwhelming urge to control the market and possess pricing power. He contacted Johnson to close the position. Once the position was closed, $167 billion would be credited and the plan could commence. Moreover, the listing of the Lin Group would conveniently cover up his grand actions. On the morning of March 28th, Lin Yaodong was just awakened by Gu Heli when he learned about the end of the liquidation from her. After deducting fees, he netted $161.3 billion. At 10 a.m. in a coffee shop in Tokyo's Docho. Docho is renowned as one of the 3 major financial streets in the world alongside Wall Street in New York and the City of London. Located near Chua Bridge in Tokyo, Docho is home to numerous financial institutions and stock exchanges, serving as an important financial center for the nation. As Lin Yaodong pushed open the door, a middle-aged man with a Western appearance was enjoying his coffee. Upon Lin's entry, he set down his cup and smiled as he stood up. Hello, Director Lin. I am Sting, the president of the International Financial Mobilization Association's Japan branch. Lin Yaodong. The two shook hands and took their seats. The International Financial Mobilization Association originated in the 1930s as an institution founded for the International Short Sellers Alliance. Initially, it was established to better serve the International Short Selling Organization. However, after World War II, the association lost financial support and began to develop independently. By the 1960s, its membership had grown to over 1,000. Notable members include the Rothschild, Morgan, and Rockefeller families. It can be said that in the financial realm, as long as they wish, there is nothing they cannot accomplish. Later, the 8 great families of M country and the 10 great families of Europe felt threatened and jointly sanctioned the International Financial Mobilization Association. After facing sanctions, the association gradually declined, becoming a peripheral organization reliant on selling information and assisting in capital financial maneuvers. However, their capabilities cannot be denied, especially the financial personnel who have long infiltrated various countries. Just like Sting before him, who is the president of the Japan branch of the association. On the surface, he might only appear to be a senior executive of a corporation. Director Lin, is there anything you need us to do? Sting asked with a smile appearing somewhat mercenary. Nevertheless, Lin Yaodong was not concerned with these matters as long as Sting could accomplish his objectives. Lin Yaodong smiled slightly. Create a bank run involving Hehe and Cosmic Credit Union. On the way back to the villa. Boss, are we really giving him $1 billion just like that? Lin Yaodong was negotiating with Sting without Gu Heli present. As a result, when it came time to pay, Gu Heli was shocked by the price. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. The contract has already been signed. After completion, they will return $900 million. At that time, the contract will be destroyed on site, and no one will trace it back to us. Though the International Financial Mobilization Association's price is a bit high. However, there is a reason for the high price. The ability of the International Financial Mobilization Association to operate under everyone's noses without being discovered is a testament to their capabilities. Gu Heli suddenly understood, although she believed that if Lin Yaodong had arranged it in advance, she could have saved him 90%. It was then that the car passed by a large courtyard and Lin Yaodong turned his head to look with intent. He saw an elderly man wandering in the yard. This was a rather mundane sight, but the old man was accompanied by... This person was known to Lin Yaodong, Mitsui Sakura. And this yard was the cover for the Mitsui family's ancestry. As time passed, the news of Lin Holdings Group's impending IPO began to create an increasing stir. Even the upper echelons of the nation and Wall Street capital were stirred. In the conference room of the National Government Building, Prime Minister Hai-Jun sat at the head of the table, with Finance Minister Sakamoto, Bank of Japan Governor Takahashi Miho, Interior Minister Onpei, and Foreign Minister Kiichi all in attendance. The Lin Holdings Group's IPO is comparable in scale to the 6 major consortiums. This is undoubtedly a strong stimulant for the nation's economy. I propose that the Lin Holdings Group be included in the Nikkei 225 index series. Sakamoto was the first to speak after Prime Minister Hai-jun's opening remarks. Sakamoto's considerations were mainly twofold. First, the scale of the Lin Holdings Group was large enough to stimulate the nation's stock market and boost the Nikkei 225 index. This would instill confidence in investors regarding the nation's stock market. Second, if they could not defeat Lin Yaodong, they could only join him. The foreign exchange volume of Lin Yaodong's companies was beyond imagination, and even Takahashi Miho would not agree to force Lin Yaodong out. No, the Lin Holdings Group does not meet the selection criteria for the nation's component stocks. If a foreign company code appears in the Nikkei 225 index, wouldn't our country become a laughingstock? After Sakamoto's remarks, Interior Minister Onpei hurriedly dissuaded him. Sakamoto glanced at Prime Minister Hai-jun, and seeing no response from him, Sakamoto once again expressed his opinion. Minister Onpei, I am also thinking about the nation's development. The scale of the Lin Holdings Group is too large. Are you not afraid that the Nikkei 50 index will surpass the Nikkei 225 index? At that point, we would truly have made a huge joke of ourselves. Moreover, all the companies listed under the Lin Holdings Group have been acquired in the nation. Many enterprises were once indicators of the Nikkei 225 index. They merely have a different owner now. Why can't they be included in the index series? Hearing this, Onpei frowned, believing that Sakamoto was being unreasonable. If the conditions are met, then they are met. If not, then not. The indices are interconnected. The positive news from the Lin Holdings Group's IPO could also stimulate the Nikkei 225 index to rise. How can it be possible for the Nikkei 225 index to be surpassed just because of the Lin Holdings Group's IPO? That's simply ridiculous. Hearing this, Sakamoto was about to lose his temper, but considering Onpei's status, he could only suppress his anger. Minister Onpei, do not forget that Panasonic, Sony, Sumitomo Bank, and other groups are all subsidiaries of Lin Holdings Group. There are over 300 small and medium-sized enterprises. If the Lin Holdings Group goes public, then they will all have to delist from the Nikkei 225 index series. It's a matter of give and take. Nothing is impossible. Upon hearing this, Onpei furrowed his brow, but no longer rebutted Sakamoto. Instead, he looked towards Prime Minister Hai-jun. Prime Minister Hai-jun lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Let's all share our opinions. Those in favor should vote, and those against should voice their opinions as well. I agree the core of Lin Holdings Group is composed of domestic industries, so it is only natural to include it in the Nikkei 225 index series. Without needing to ask, Sakamoto was the first to express his stance. I also agree how a significant drop in the Nikkei 225 index is not something we all want to see. At Sakamoto's gesture, Takahashi Miho also raised her hand. I abstain. Onpei shook his head, relinquishing his chance to vote. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit in expressing their opinions. However, no one was willing to take responsibility. They all echoed Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho in raising their hands. In that case, let's adjourn the meeting. Prime Minister Hai-jun slowly stood up and left. Sigh. Onpei shook his head helplessly, being the second to leave. In a financial company in the port area, Robert looked at the news in the newspaper, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. The Lin Holdings Group of Lin Yaodong is being included in the Nikkei 225 index series. Interesting. Let's prepare and give him an unforgettable gift. On March 31st, the last day of March before dawn, the sky was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. It seemed as if the heavens were aware of the extraordinary nature of this day, descending an aura of ominous foreboding. At 7 in the morning, Lin Yaodong and Gu Heli set off towards the Lin Group on time. Today was also special for Lin Yaodong, as it marked the day of the Lin Group's listing. It was also the day he would take his first direct action against the island nation. After driving a short distance, the car slowed down amidst the puzzled gazes of Lin Yaodong and Gu Heli. In the distance, a sea of people was crowded together. Gu Heli exclaimed, "Ah, boss, that is the Universal Agricultural and Forestry Credit Union." The credit unions within the island nation's agricultural cooperative financial system follow a three-tier organizational model consisting of grassroots agricultural credit cooperative organizations, prefectural agricultural credit unions, and the Central Agricultural and Forestry Credit Bank. Typically, deposits made by savers at grassroots agricultural credit cooperatives serve as part of the operating funds for the organization, which are used for issuing loans to members. The Agricultural Credit Union will consolidate the funds of cooperatives in its jurisdiction, with deposits mainly sourced from contributions made by grassroots organizations, which are then managed and allocated uniformly. The Central Agricultural and Forestry Credit Bank is responsible for dispatching, allocating, and circulating funds on a macro level throughout the national system. Its funds come from deposits made at the Agricultural Credit Union and government-approved rural bonds, primarily directed towards the needs of the Agricultural Credit Union and large agricultural, forestry, and fishery enterprises. However, for ordinary depositors, their deposits are not strictly categorized into these tiers. Rather, the differences lie in how different levels of credit unions utilize and manage the funds. Gu Heli looked incredulously at the scene, reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse, her face filled with horror. She realized that it was still before the business hours. Is this the power of the financial mobilization meeting that boss spoke of? As the car slowly moved forward, Goheli could even see crowds fighting each other with people holding children weeping as they rushed inside. Overall, it was utter chaos. Boss, what on earth have they done? Goheli clutched Lin Yaodong's hand, her voice trembled. She had witnessed a similar scene during the incident with the bear, which was also when Lin Yaodong rescued her. When the bear shopping center opened, those on the verge of starvation had surged into the mall, frantically purchasing affordable food. In her attempt to buy food for her mother, she was knocked down in the crowd and nearly trampled to death. At that moment, countless gunshots rang out, and she saw Lin Yaodong like a divine being reaching out to her. The smile on Lin Yaodong's face melted her heart. Because of that, she gave up her $1 million annual salary job and chose to stay by Lin Yaodong's side. At that time, Lin Yaodong was worth barely over $100 million. It could only be described as a gamble. Seeing Goheli's reaction, Lin Yaodong held her in his embrace. The financial mobilization meeting either forged or leveraged their connections to release the balance sheets of the island nation's credit unions. At the same time, Standard & Poor's issued a rating regarding the two major credit unions, Universal and Concord. The Universal Credit Union is rated D, while the Concord Credit Union is rated C. Standard & Poor's is one of the three major international credit rating agencies alongside Moody's and Fitch, with Moody's and Standard & Poor's being relatively more famous. The rating levels range from AAA, AA, AE, BBB, BBB, CCC to D, with AAA being the highest rating and D indicating default. Coupled with the balance sheets, the meaning is quite clear: both the Concord and Universal credit unions are at risk of collapse at any moment. In a nation where everyone trades stocks, trust in such evaluation agencies is paramount. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Lin Yaodong could even imagine that before dawn, or perhaps starting last night, this place had already been overcrowded. At the Financial Bureau of the island nation, Sakamoto, as a direct unit of the credit unions, naturally received the news. By the time he arrived at the Financial Bureau, the presidents of the Concord and Universal credit unions, Pu Quan and Lu Ji, had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Sakamoto, the two looked as if they had found a lifeline, with Lu Ji rushing up to him. Minister Sakamoto, all 302 branches of the Universal Credit Union across the country are under siege. If things go wrong, a run on the bank could occur, causing panic nationwide. If it spreads, the entire island nation will be affected. You cannot stand by and do nothing. The Financial Bureau of the island nation is responsible for comprehensive oversight of financial institutions, including credit unions, formulating regulatory policies, reviewing the compliance of credit union operations, risk management, and ensuring the stability of the financial system. Hearing Lu Ji's words, Pu Quan wore a bitter smile. It was not a matter of possibility. As long as the credit unions opened, a run would definitely occur. How did things get to this point? Sakamoto was also troubled. Although he had been in the position of minister for some time, he had never encountered such an incident. Minister Sakamoto, that damn Standard & Poor's credit agency, suddenly announced the ratings for the Concord and Universal credit unions last night. And on top of that, someone unexpectedly released the balance sheets. Sakamoto frowned, sensing the deeper meaning. This is a premeditated attack, but what's most important is to resolve the issue first. Yes, Minister Sakamoto, resolving the issue is the most important thing. Lu Ji nodded in agreement, while wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. Actually, the problem is quite easy to solve. The government can step in to clarify things, and as long as they withdraw cash, you provide the funds in time, the issue will resolve itself. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji and Pu Quan both smiled bitterly. If they could come up with the funds, would they still be waiting at the Financial Bureau this early? No money. Seeing this, Sakamoto's frown deepened. If everyone withdraws their money, not only us, but even the 6 major banks wouldn't be able to come up with it. The loans and investments that have been dispersed are difficult to recoup in a short time. Minister Sakamoto, the only entity that can save us now is the central bank. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Pu Quan nodded gravely. In truth, he did not want to contact Takahashi Mihue. However, Sakamoto had no choice but to take out his phone and contact Takahashi Mihue. After the congestion, Lin Yaodong and Goheli thought the road conditions might improve. But after driving just a few dozen meters, the car came to a halt. Looking through the car window, the scene 100 meters away reappeared. This is terrifying, isn't it? Goheli's eyes glimmered with horror. If the island nation was like this everywhere, it would be too frightening. She suddenly felt that spending a mere 100 million USD was not a waste. Ding. At that moment, Lin Yaodong's phone rang. Goheli saw an unfamiliar number and answered it. Boss, it's Fuyong from the mainland. They are short-staffed and want you to send some financial personnel to the mainland. After just a moment, Goheli covered the handset and looked at Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong smiled, gently took the call, and replied casually, "This is Lin Yaodong. Contact Mayor Zhu of Magic City and tell him that we are short-staffed and need to bail out a group of people from the Tainlankyo prison." President, are you saying to bail someone out of prison? Fuyong was stunned. Goheli was also bewildered. Is there such an operation as bailing people out of prison? Do as I say. Lin Yaodong issued the command and hung up the phone directly. The most elite economic criminals in all of Huaxia are all imprisoned in one prison. That is the Tainlankyo prison in Magic City. Inside there are plenty of PhD and master's degree holders, all of whom are business elites. More than 10 CEOs in one room discuss nothing but business case analyses. Therefore, this prison is also known as the CEO training camp. There is even a saying about the Tianlankio prison that is widely circulated: an accountant who has never attended the Tianlankio training camp is not a good accountant. Since he had already contacted Mayor Zhu of Magic City, Lin Yaodong naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to call people from the island nation while disregarding the treasure mountain at hand. As the clock approached 9 in the morning, Lin Yaodong and Gu Heli finally arrived at the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Gongza and Yekaterina had been anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yaodong and Gu Heli, their hearts finally settled. It is important to note that the company's IPO and the ringing of the listing bell are crucial for a conglomerate. This involves the confidence of shareholders in the group, media promotion, and even impacts trading volume. Fortunately, Lin Yaodong arrived just in time. Mr. Lin, do you have confidence in the IPO of Lin Holdings? Mr. Lin, can you share your expectations for Lin Holdings after the market opens? Mr. Lin, can you estimate the trading volume for Lin Holdings after the opening? Mr. Lin. Once the media learned of Lin Yaodong's identity, they swarmed around him. Even with the protection of Baoxiong and others, reporters seamlessly thrust microphones toward Lin Yaodong. Immediately, the sound of countless camera shutters began to click, nearly dazzling him. In truth, this frenzy of reporters was not entirely their fault. Lin Yaodong usually kept a low profile, making it nearly impossible to interview him. When an opportunity finally arose, they naturally could not let it slip. It should be noted that no one has been able to estimate the market value of Lin Holdings so far. Leaving aside large groups like Panasonic and Sony, just the Sumitomo Bank is valued at over 70 trillion. No one knows how terrifying the market value of Lin Holdings will reach after its IPO. Nor does anyone know how many will recognize its value once it falls into Lin Yaodong's hands. In any case, everything remains an unknown, and anything is possible. Boss. Finally stepping up to the podium, Gongza and Yekaterina wore bittersweet expressions. Especially Gongza facing a government-organized press conference. He had never been this enthusiastic. Right. Dong, dong, dong. As Lin Yaodong reached the podium, the Tokyo Stock Exchange rang its bells. The ringing signaled the opening of. Boss, please answer a few questions from the reporters. It's part of the process, Yekaterina advised softly as she leaned in beside Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong nodded, aware that time was limited and the opening bell must be rung during the pricing period. With that thought, a smile appeared on his face as he signaled Baoxiong and the others to let a few reporters through. As Baoxiong cleared a path, 3 reporters dashed forward without hesitation. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Lin Yaodong raised his hand to signal them to stop speaking, smiling faintly. The first question: someone just asked me if I have confidence in the IPO of Lin Holdings. My answer is yes, and I am absolutely confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here meeting everyone. The second question regarding Lin Holdings IPO: I expect a price of over 100 yen per share. The third question for Lin Holdings trading volume: I anticipate it to be above 15 on a single day. Lin Yaodong pointed to the long queue of retail investors. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people lining up to purchase Lin Holdings stocks. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to the island nation for including Lin Holdings in the Nikkei 225 index. Thank you. The reporters went wild upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words. Lin Holdings is issuing 1 billion shares, and Lin Yaodong's expectation is for each share to be over 100 yen. This means Lin Holdings is worth at least 100 trillion yen in Lin Yaodong's eyes. It should be noted that the largest Mitsubishi conglomerate in the island nation has a total market value of only 18 trillion yen. Does this imply that Lin Holdings upon its IPO could rival old conglomerates like Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and Sanwa? As is well known, a group going public typically experiences a growth phase in its market value for the next 3 to 5 years. Does this not suggest that Lin Holdings is likely to become the largest conglomerate in the island nation? Lin Yaodong paid no heed to the shock of the reporters and turned towards the opening bell. Just as he was about to strike, the crowd suddenly parted. Noticing something was off, Lin Yaodong turned to see Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho approaching together. Seeing them, a playful glint flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes. They were not concerned about the credit crisis in the island nation. Yet here they were to congratulate him on Lin Holdings' IPO. How interesting. The reason for saying they were here to congratulate was that their entourage was holding flower baskets. Thank you, Finance Minister Sakamoto and President Miho, for attending the bell-ringing ceremony. Lin Yaodong handed the hammer to Go Heli and stepped forward to greet Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho. Haha, Lin's IPO is a great event for both you and the island nation. We represent the island nation in congratulating you, Lin. After a brief handshake among the 3, Finance Minister Sakamoto spoke loudly. Upon hearing Sakamoto's words, the reporters, who were initially confused, became even more bewildered. What was happening? The Finance Minister and the Central Bank Governor personally came to congratulate on the IPO of Lin Holdings. In an instant, applause and camera clicks filled the air. President, the auspicious time to ring the bell has arrived, Gongza, responsible for this process, reminded him. Moreover, having seen Sakamoto, he felt a bit awkward and quickly stepped forward to remind them. Haha, what Gongza said makes sense. Let's not delay important matters. Sakamoto looked at Gongza with a teasing gaze as if to say you have your day too. While Gongza could only force a smile, feeling quite aggrieved within. Haha, alright, the important matters take precedence. Lin Yaodong took the bell-ringing hammer, approached the bell, and struck it with a smile. This entire process was recorded by reporters. After placing the hammer down, the senior executives of Lin Holdings had already positioned themselves in the designated area waiting for photos. At Lin Yaodong's invitation, Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho also joined in. Just as the photo session concluded, the market suddenly vibrated, and a special code appeared in the new and recently listed stock section. 08901. N denoted Lin Holdings. N represents the newly issued stocks on that day. The stock codes were also interesting, such as Mitsui Financial Group, Mitsui Conglomerate 8316. T. Mitsubishi UFJ Financial Group, Mitsubishi Conglomerate 8306. N. Sumitomo Corporation, Sumitomo Conglomerate 6702. N. However, Lin Holdings started with a 0, making it stand out. Are you satisfied, Mr. Lin? Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho approached with smiles. Satisfied, of course. Lin Yaodong raised the corners of his mouth, nodding slowly. The issue price of Lin Holdings was 1,000 yen, and in just a moment it soared to over 2,000 yen. Moreover, this price continued to rise as more people purchased shares. Of course, it was normal for the price to fluctuate rapidly during the first 15 minutes of the pricing period. After 15 minutes, once the opening price was set, the appreciation speed would significantly decrease. Lin Yaodong was unbothered by this, as he had set the opening price at 1,000 yen. With the Lin Holdings trading team and the Johnson trading team controlling the price, the likelihood of problems was low. Finance Minister Sakamoto, President Miho, shall we head to the institutional area? This way, please. Regardless of whether Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho agreed, they should not continue to stay on site. But before they could respond, a series of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lin Yaodong instinctively looked towards the new stock sector. With just a glance, his brows couldn't help but furrow. There was a problem with the opening price. And it was a big problem. This was not what he wanted to see. Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho participated in the bell-ringing ceremony at the Tokyo Stock Exchange, unaware that chaos had erupted within the government building. Minister of Internal Affairs. A bank run has occurred at the Kyowa Credit Union in Biei Town, Kamikawa District, Hokkaido, resulting in 3 deaths and 7 injuries, with the situation difficult to control. Minister of Internal Affairs. At the Chirue Village Cosmic Primary Agricultural Cooperative in Kushiro, Hokkaido, more than 100 citizens have vandalized the premises due to an inability to withdraw deposits. Minister of Internal Affairs in the southeastern part of Akita Prefecture in Higashine's village. With the reports piling up, Minister Hakaroki felt as if the sky were about to collapse. This was not just 1 or 2 regions facing issues, it was a nationwide crisis. Hakaroki, how is this? At that moment, the invited Minister of Internal Affairs, Onbei, walked in briskly. I have already issued orders to the self-defense forces to cooperate with local police to control the situation. Japan, being a defeated nation, is not allowed to have a military. However, the self-defense forces can participate in peacekeeping operations, just like in this incident. Thank you, Minister Onbei. Finally, there's some good news today. Hakaroki expressed his gratitude and immediately picked up the phone to relay instructions. After hanging up, Hakaroki couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth in his office. This incident is too serious. We must find the real culprit and impose severe punishment. However, controlling the situation is the immediate priority. Onbei said, hands behind his back, frowning as he looked out the window at the team members continuously making calls. Indeed, controlling the situation is our top priority. Hakaroki quickly agreed. What about Finance Minister Sakamoto and President Miho? The credit union is directly managed by the Financial Bureau, and the central bank has an assisting role. Anbei's gaze flickered slightly as it became apparent that only Hakaroki was leading after all this time. Today, Lin Holdings Group is going public, and as official representatives, they have all gone to participate in the bell-ringing ceremony. Upon hearing this, Hakaroki smiled bitterly. Absurd. Can't they distinguish between what's important and what's trivial? The nation is in turmoil, and they still attend a mere bell-ringing ceremony for a group. Onbei was furious and immediately pulled out his phone to dial Sakamoto's number. It rang several times, but no one answered. Baka. I will personally find Prime Minister Haijun. Sakamoto must give us an explanation. At the Tokyo Stock Exchange, congratulations, Lin Quint. The opening price for Lin Holdings Group is 128. At the moment he saw the opening price, Sakamoto himself couldn't believe this outcome. However, since Lin Holdings Group falls under the Nikkei 225 stock index, a high opening price means a high market value, which can stimulate the Nikkei 225 index. The Nikkei 225 index represents the economic barometer of Japan. This is undoubtedly good news for the country. No need to be polite. Lin Yaodong frowned, not sharing Sakamoto's anticipated joy. The opening price seemed suspicious, and he immediately looked at Yekaterina. Yekaterina's expression was also grim. She quickly took out her phone and walked aside to make a call. The instruction from Lin Yaodong was to keep the opening price below 100 yen. Gradually increasing the price would result in greater stimulation for Japan. If the Nikkei 225 index rises to a certain height, Wall Street capital might take action prematurely. This was not what Lin Yaodong wanted to see. Boss, someone has published information about all our subsidiaries in the newspaper. Moreover, there are institutions that have organized and premeditated interventions in the stock market against us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong's gaze sharpened, and the image of Sakurako floated in his mind. Is it her? Lin Kuan, we had some misunderstandings before. Lin Holdings Group is going public in Japan, and there will be many areas where money is needed. To express my apologies, I have decided to allocate a low-interest loan of 20 trillion yen to Lin Holdings Group. At that moment, Takahashi Miho, who had been silent, came forward. A low-interest loan of 20 trillion yen. Lin Yaodong sneered inwardly. Oh, was she intimidated by Lin Holdings Group's opening price? If Lin Holdings Group does not comply with the central bank's regulations, would she find herself in a passive position? However, money coming to him voluntarily cannot be rejected, and he could also take advantage of Takahashi Miho. Haha, Miho, what are you talking about? Haven't we always had a good relationship? However, it's true that Lin Holdings Group needs money for its public offering, and Japan also requires foreign exchange. In that case, Miho, let's use the plan proposed by President Yaekong. I will borrow 20 trillion yen from Japan for 5 years, paying interest monthly, and after 5 years, I will return 67.6 billion rubles in principal. How does that sound? At this moment, Takahashi Miho was indeed in a position to flatter Lin Yaodong, and it was also the most opportune time for her to agree. Upon hearing this, Takahashi Miho frowned slightly. Compared to rubles, Japan prefers to use dollars. After all, while the bear may be powerful, its financial industry is backward, and the risk of rubles is much higher than that of dollars. She was still pondering, but Sakamoto couldn't wait any longer. Japan's development requires foreign exchange, and giving Lin Yaodong's Lin Holdings a loan effectively increases Lin's value. Foreign exchange would naturally increase, and with the monthly interest payments, even the smallest of gains count, right? Miho, I believe this is feasible. As Lin Holdings develops, it will attract many foreign investment companies, and Japan will not only recover its peak, but may even surpass the economic level during Yaekong's time. To put it another way, while there is a risk of depreciation with rubles, the foreign exchange generated by Lin Holdings cannot be compared to a mere 20 trillion yen. Upon hearing this, Takahashi Miho's eyes flickered slightly, her gaze falling on Sakamoto. At that moment, Sakamoto's secretary hurried over Minister a call from Minister Hakaroki. At this point, Sakamoto was preoccupied with facilitating the loan and had no mood to take calls. He glanced at the female secretary, who slowly retreated. All right, Linku and I can agree, but I have one condition. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly and gestured, please, Miho. Takahashi Miho stood before Lin Yaodong slowly, stating any major actions taken by Lin Holdings Group must be reported to the central bank and to me. He, Takahashi Miho, is after power. That's acceptable. Even if you hadn't said it, I would have done the same. There was no reason for him to refuse. After all his actions were carried out secretly by Johnson. Pleasure doing business. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's agreement, Takahashi Miho reached out her hand and smiled. Sakamoto also smiled. Lin Yaodong was even more pleased, secretly delighted. Takahashi Miho instructed her assistant a couple of times, and soon a contract appeared before both of them. There were reporters on site, and the signing ceremony was completed in a flash. With this 20 trillion yen, let the stock price be high. If necessary, the plan can be expedited. In a financial company's trading room in the harbor area, Robert's eyes were filled with mockery, as he was still thinking of ways to push the Nikkei index higher and cash out at a high point. Now, with Lin Holdings Group going public, at least he had saved a month's time. Continue to push up Lin Holdings Group stock. At the Mitsui Sumitomo Bank president's office, Mitsui Sakurako watched the interview with Lin Yaodong on television, along with reports about the 20 trillion yen loan. Her expression cold. She suddenly realized that the situation was somewhat out of control. Father, continue to buy Lin Holdings Group stock. We cannot sit idle. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yaodong returned to the top floor of the Lin Holdings Group headquarters. Boss, in response to the bank-run incidents at the Shiaha and Universe credit unions, the central bank has once again lowered the bank discount rate by 100 basis points. Finance Minister Sakamoto announced that the Shiaha and Universe credit unions are temporarily under the control of the central bank, with the funds deposited by the public guaranteed by the Financial Bureau. The situation with the Shiaha and Universe credit unions has escalated. According to news from President Stin of the Financial Mobilization Meetings Japan branch, there have been no fewer than 150 incidents of bank runs in Japan, resulting in thousands trampled or injured and 32 credit unions vandalized. I have already connected with President Stin. The contract has been destroyed on the spot, and $900 million has been transferred into our international account. Listening to Gu Heeli's report, Lin Yaodong casually closed the stock price chart of Lin Holdings Group. In just 2.5 hours of trading, the transaction volume reached a terrifying 11. Clearly, this was significantly higher than Lin Yaodong's estimated 15. The stock price of Lin Holdings rose from 12888 to 13667 yen per share. There are only two possible explanations for this outcome. First, it was triggered by the data of Lin Holdings subsidiaries published by the Sumitomo Consortium. Although the investigation yielded no results, Lin Yaodong subconsciously believed it was the doing of Sakura. Second, someone the Sumitomo Consortium is frantically accumulating Lin Holdings shares in the stock market. However, none of this is important. A Lin Holdings group has successfully gone public, exceeding the expectations of shareholders is enough. The speed of the central bank's takeover is a bit too fast, but it doesn't affect my layout. The outbreak of the credit crisis in Japan is merely a matter of time, and there is no need to be low-key anymore. Tonight, we will take over the largest kabukicho in Tokyo. Inform Miyazawa to lead the team to attend tonight's celebration banquet for Lin Holdings. We will attend together and invite the four major financial groups Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho. There is no need to hide this. Let the media know. Lin Yaodong, despite his young age, should display the joy of success. It will also lower the guard of certain individuals, which will be more conducive to the advancement of his future plans. Yes, boss. Although Guhili felt puzzled in her heart, she still agreed. During this time, focus on the Sumitomo. Yes, boss. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, stock trading opened with competition in the market intensifying. At 2:15 p.m., the 20 circulating shares issued by Lin Holdings Group were snapped up. The price rose to 14128 yen, and sell orders began to appear. After all, the price increase from 12888 to 14128 yen already allowed for a month of lavish spending. Of course, more people would choose to hold for the long term. After all, finding a quality stock like Lin Holdings is a rare. Market rules dictate that when buyers outnumber sellers, stock prices rise. By the end of the trading day, Lin Holdings closed at 16888 yen, with a total market capitalization reaching 16 trillion yen. Due to Lin Holdings' IPO, the Nikkei 225 index was also pushed up to 36248 points, with an increase of nearly 1,000. 1157 Kabukicho, Shinjuku, Tokyo, Wakasaya Kabukicho. This is a kabukicho establishment specializing in seafood. At 5 in the afternoon, as dusk fell, the front of the restaurant was crowded with people. There were reporters, media personnel, newspaper staff, and even television stations conducting interviews. In front was a long red carpet. As car doors opened, female celebrities, socialites, and singers in revealing evening gowns stepped onto the red carpet, holding their chests. They were both afraid that ordinary people would see too much and worried that the wealthy would not notice. The old man shook his head and walked away, rolling his newspaper into a tube and tapping it against his palm. Lin Yao pulled over a chair, crossed one leg over the other, and fixed his gaze on that. With the 10 top singers as receptionists when they appeared at the hotel entrance, the scene erupted in excitement. Facing the commotion, each of them wore sweet smiles, presenting their best selves to every guest. Yekaterina and Miyazawa arrived early to prevent any mishaps at this banquet. This was Lin Holdings' first banquet in Japan in a relative sense, and it was very important for the group. As time passed, the 300 presidents of Lin Holdings Group companies arrived one by one. Even Fuyong returned from the Magic City. Seeing this grand scene, Fuyong couldn't contain his excitement. In a few years, he would be a veteran of the group and possibly even receive dividends from the group's shares. Jimmy, president of Shinyang Paper, and Fuji City Matsumoto, chairman of Shinfeng Morita, chairman of Sony, and even Tokugawa, the former head of the acquisition task force, all arrived one by one. Takahashi Miho and Sakamoto were no exceptions. The banquet was held in a buffet style, and after they arrived, they began to converse with one another as they were all part of Lin Holdings Industries. There were even people who confirmed collaborations on the spot. In short, the atmosphere was very harmonious. A stage was set up above, and once the banquet began, there would be performances. At this moment of great attention, cars drove straight past the red carpet, slowly stopping in front of the banquet hall under the amazed gaze of media reporters. Ida, chairman of the Mitsubishi Consortium, Watanabe, chairman of the Sanwa Consortium, Shigeji, chairman of the Mitsui Consortium, and Sho, chairman of the Sumitomo Consortium, slowly got out of the cars. The four major financial groups had arrived. Instantly, the sound of flashing cameras mixed with applause filled the air. Of course, when they arrived, Sakura was naturally not absent. Sakura appeared in a low-cut evening gown, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her fair swan neck and a deep cleavage adorned with a heart-shaped ruby necklace. Sakura's entrance overshadowed even the 10 singers, causing them to avert their gazes. Mr. Sho, Mr. Watanabe, Mr. Ida, Mr. Shigeji, Miss Sakura, please come inside. Upon hearing this, Miyazawa smiled and invited the 5 into the banquet hall. Lord Miyazawa, congratulations. Sho and the others shook hands with Miyazawa in turn. Just as the 5 were about to enter the banquet hall, a sudden rumbling sound came from afar. Along with that came a spotlight shining on them. The group raised their eyebrows and turned to look. They saw a steel giant slowly entering the banquet hall area before coming to a stop. The car door opened, and a Western beauty was the first to appear. With her figure, she was indeed a force to be reckoned with. It was none other than Guhili. Following closely behind was a handsome young man wearing a purple suit, his hair meticulously styled, and stepping in shiny black handmade leather shoes. On his wrist was a golden watch that sparkled in the light. Those in the know could see at a glance that it was a Patek Philippe worth $20 million, the king of watches. On his left hand's index finger was a plain ring which had a yellow diamond embedded in it. Though not as eye-catching as the watch, it was not to be underestimated. The total value of his outfit was no less than $50 million. A Lin Yaodong practically wore extravagance on his face. especially his demeanor and aura which no one could overlook. Unlike a parvenu, he embodied the very essence of nobility. The 10 singers felt their hearts race at the sight of him. If they could establish a connection, they could avoid decades of detours. With a smooth career ahead, know who needs a career. Being a wealthy wife is enough. Is that Lin Yaodong? Shou could hardly believe his eyes. It's him. Sakura's eyes flickered with surprise. Lin Yaodong seemed somewhat different from before. Not just them, even Miyazawa and Yekaterina, who had rushed over, found themselves questioning their life choices. Chairman Shou, Chairman Watanabe, Chairman Shigeji, Chairman Ida, Miss Sakura, welcome to witness the rise of Lin Holdings Group. Lin Yaodong's words were exceptionally domineering, lacking a few degrees of humility compared to usual, and filled with a hint of flamboyance. Please come inside. Although Lin Yaodong said this, he confidently stepped into the banquet hall. Lin Yaodong smiled, slightly wondering how shocked they would be when he proposed collaboration with the 4 major financial groups. The days of surviving in the cracks were over. The next protagonist should be him. As Lin Yaodong stepped in, the entire banquet hall fell silent. The small enterprise presidents present merely sensed the grandeur and overwhelming aura of Lin Yaodong. The image was somewhat different from the chairman of their own group on television. However, those familiar with Lin Yaodong, such as Sakamoto Takahashi Mihue, Fuyong Jimmy Matsumoto Morita, and Tokugawa, were nearly left speechless. Is this still Lin Yaodong? Not far behind him stood Guhali, Yekaterina, and Miyazawa. Behind the 3 were the chairman of the 4 major conglomerates and Sakura, and at the back were the 10 top idol singers of the nation acting as greeters. Without exception, Lin Yaodong became the focal point of the entire event. Hello, President. At some point, the presidents of 300 enterprises bowed in unison, reminiscent of the scene when a mafia boss steps out of a police station. Boss. Yekaterina quickly left the crowd and walked briskly to Lin Yaodong's side. Chairman Lin, Sakamoto, and Takahashi Mihue forced smiles as they greeted him. With so many people present, proper titles were necessary. Finance Minister Sakamoto, President Mihue. After shaking hands with the 2, Lin Yaodong invited them to the stage. Boss, should we invite the 4 major conglomerates to the second floor now, or wait for the process? Yekaterina whispered. Let's take them now. Once this is over, I will head straight to the second floor. Lin Yaodong smiled and gave a few instructions before Yekaterina left directly. Standing on the stage and looking down, he saw everyone below holding up their glasses, gazing at him. Below there was a clear hierarchy, with Jimmy Matsumoto and Morita standing at the front, their expressions calm. Next, some small enterprise presidents stood in the middle holding their glasses with excited expressions. At the back were a group of fashionable female celebrities. Their eyes sparkled, and they never took their gaze off Lin. Meanwhile, the group heading to the second floor, including Zhuang San and Sakura, also paused, looking towards Lin Yaodong. Their eyes were filled with gravity. Was their annual meeting even close to this? One could even say it was somewhat inferior. Seeing the scene below, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but feel excited. This was the culmination of 3 years of effort since his rebirth. Taking the glass and microphone from Guhali, Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. Thank you all for becoming part of the Lin family. I would like to say that today's successful listing is thanks to everyone's joint efforts. This celebration banquet, while in honor of Lin, could also be seen as a celebration for all of you. I have only one request: enjoy the food, drink well, and have fun. Cheers. As Lin Yaodong's words fell, everyone in the banquet hall raised their glasses in unison. Soon applause echoed throughout the banquet hall. Today we are fortunate to have Finance Minister Sakamoto and President Mihue of the Central Bank here with us. Now let us give a warm round of applause to invite them to the stage to speak and guide us. With Lin Yaodong's words, Sakamoto and Takahashi Mihue, both smiling, walked onto the stage. After shaking hands with Lin Yaodong, he handed the microphone to Sakamoto. On the second floor, Ida, Zhuang Sanjong, Air Watanabe, and Sakura stood by the window, watching Lin Yaodong radiate endless brilliance on the first floor. Their brows furrowed in unison. Especially Zhuang San, who had many thoughts as he had known of Lin Yaodong's existence shortly after he arrived in the nation. He didn't even want to lower himself to compete with a rich businessman from a neighboring country, but left the matter to President Zhu Tian. Even so, he felt it was a waste of resources and time for the group. However, the existence they could once easily manipulate now firmly held an equal position with him. It was moreover, even Sakamoto and Takahashi Mihue, whom they had pushed to prominence, were beginning to lean towards Lin Yaodong. Sakura felt the same way. After leaving her ancestral home, she had devised a scheme for Zhuang San. By exchanging shares, she aimed to cut off Lin Yaodong's chances of acquiring more shares of the Sumitomo conglomerate. She planned to utilize the newly appointed President Mihue of the Central Bank to acquire loans from Sumitomo Bank. She believed she had Lin Yaodong under control, even fearing that pushing him too hard would cause him to retreat. But what was the outcome? Lin Yaodong sold iron ore in the international market, earning over $300 billion. Although most of it was tied up in futures when she received the first-hand news and sought Lin Yaodong for negotiations to reclaim the Sumitomo Bank's shares. Lin Yaodong then turned around and sold the shares for $140 billion. Not only did he completely repay the loans from Sumitomo Bank, but he also turned a seemingly deadlock into an opportunity. With no shares in hand, Lin Yaodong also showed no signs of yielding on the iron or front. A sense of defeat began to rise within her, and she even started to doubt herself. However, the more this happened, the more she wanted to overcome Lin Yaodong. She couldn't let him become her inner demon. Sakura, I agree with your previous proposal. Ida observed Lin Yaodong with a glint in his eyes. He is too dazzling. If this continues, the nation may only recognize Lin Yaodong and not our four major conglomerates. Upon hearing this, Zhong and Watanabe nodded slowly. Even if the cost is high, we agree. Hearing this, Sakura nodded slowly, her mood improving significantly. I will report to my grandfather that after defeating Lin Yaodong, we only need Sumitomo Bank with other enterprises as compensation for several uncle's losses. Ida, Zhong and Watanabe exchanged surprised looks, and the last remnants of resentment faded away. Zhuang-san remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at Sakura. He could understand Sakura's thoughts. To withdraw all Southeast Asian enterprises from Mitsubishi Sanwa and Mitsui, their losses would indeed be significant. Our first step is to counter Lin Yaodong's enterprises with our own, rendering his advantages null and void. In terms of light industry, no one in the nation can rival our four major conglomerates. At the same time, we will block all raw materials for Lin Yaodong's enterprises. I don't believe Lin Yaodong can produce and sell everything himself. He can sell in the neighboring market, but can he also produce raw materials? On the first floor, Lin Yaodong and Sakamoto and Takahashi Mihue, who had just finished speaking, gathered once more. Lin-kun, in these tumultuous times, we hope you can cooperate with the policies issued by the nation. Today's credit union crisis has genuinely caught both of them off guard. Are you worried about the credit union issue? Lin Yaodong raised his glass and smiled faintly. Yes, Yuzu and Haiwa credit unions are both nationwide entities. If the central bank hadn't intervened directly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sakamoto recalled the panic incident he encountered on the way, and he still felt a wave of fear. Actually, I don't think it's too big of a problem. Just think about who would be the biggest beneficiary if the credit unions encounter problems and the issue becomes clear. It would merely be the large banks, or even Wall Street capital. I won't linger any longer. There are several major conglomerate representatives waiting for me upstairs. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly and diverted the conversation. With his objective achieved, there was naturally no need for him to stay any longer. Thank you for the reminder, please go ahead. Sakamoto smiled and gestured towards the second floor. Once Lin Yaodong left, the expressions of Sakamoto and Takahashi Mihue darkened. The major banks were undoubtedly the six major conglomerates. Did they have the audacity? The answer was yes. As for Wall Street, they acknowledged that since they came to power, they indeed hadn't paid enough attention. On the second floor, when Lin Yaodong and Gu Hali arrived, Sakura, Zhuang-san, and others had already taken their seats at the conference table. After some pleasantries, Lin Yaodong gave Gu Hali a glance. Gu Hali quickly took out several documents from her. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly and pointed to the documents. I plan to sell a portion of my shares. I wonder if you are interested. Selling shares. Zhuang-san and the others exchanged doubtful glances, but still took the documents to read. Upon seeing them, Zhuang-san, Ida, and the others widened their eyes. In the conference room on the second floor of the banquet hall, Zhuang-san lightly tapped the share transfer document and asked, "What does Lin Jun mean? Are you really planning to take action?" Upon hearing this, a wary look flashed across the eyes of Rida Watanabe and Zhong as well as Sakura. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly, gently tracing his fingers over the yellow diamond ring on his right hand. I, Lin Yaodong, am not one to hoard everything for myself. Having come to the island nation, I should have visited you all, but due to certain reasons we find ourselves on opposing sides. I am a businessman, and to be honest, I do not wish to see this outcome. These shares belong to my company and are not easy to sell in the market. I have had someone calculate their value to be 8 trillion yen. Next, the stock market is bound to soar, and what we should be thinking about is how to make money together rather than tripping each other. I will sell these to you at market price as a gesture of my sincerity. Lin Yaodong sincerely pushed the share transfer document toward Sakura. The shares in Sumitomo Bank are part of the assets of the Sumitomo Consortium in this bull market. Ever since Sakura approached Lin Yaodong last time, he had an inkling. Once they lose their shares, Zhuang-san and Sakura will undoubtedly seek profit elsewhere. Therefore, Lin Yaodong might as well present the opportunity to them to avoid Sumitomo Consortium causing trouble at a critical moment. Although he was not afraid, he did not want any unforeseen delays. Of course, these shares are the maximum amount that can be offered while ensuring the identity of a major shareholder. The total value is 8 trillion yen. Lin Jun, I'm sorry, we appreciate your goodwill. 8 trillion yen is a massive sum. It's not something that can just be handed over. To be prudent, Sakura directly refused. It is understood that when things seem odd, there is often a trick involved. Just a moment ago, they were at each other's throats, and now Lin Yaodong wants to reconcile. It's all right, we can agree to pay 6 months later. Lin Yaodong had anticipated this, so he responded calmly. Huh. Upon hearing this, not only Sakura, but even Zhuang-san, Zhong Watanabe, and Rida furrowed their brows. No matter how hard they thought, they could not comprehend the reasoning. Gahali. Lin Yaodong snapped his fingers, and Gahali immediately handed the prepared contract to Sakura. Curious, Sakura took it, quickly scanned it, and then passed it to Zhuang-san. After receiving it, Zhuang San instinctively glanced at the smiling Lin Yaodong and exchanged looks with Rida. The more they looked, the tighter their brows furrowed. Aside from a penalty clause of 16 trillion yen, which is double the amount in the contract, there are no hidden traps. Even vague terms or specific numbers and prices of shares have annotations. Rida and Zhuang San exchanged glances, slowly nodding. Zhuang San then handed the contract to Watanabe and Zhong Er. Only after both nodded did Sakura speak. Since Lin Jun believes in us so much, we accept your goodwill. Upon hearing this, Zhuang San picked up a pen, signed his name on the acquisition contract, and stamped it. Lin Yaodong had already signed it earlier. 6 months later, the Sumitomo Consortium will pay Lin Yaodong 8 trillion yen. If payment is not made, a penalty of 16 trillion yen will apply. Sakura read the terms again. Lin Yaodong slowly stood up and extended his hand to Zhuang San, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate." After signing the contract, Lin Yaodong left under the pretense of a celebration banquet. "Boss, doesn't this mean we're at a significant loss?" Gahali looked at Lin Yaodong with confusion, although she did not believe that Lin Yaodong would engage in a losing deal. Lin Yaodong merely smiled and said nothing. 6 months later, returning 8 trillion yen was actually a pit he was digging for Zhuang San and Sakura. According to his plan, it wouldn't take 6 months for the island nation stock market to crash, and a crash would inevitably lead to a certain situation. The island nation would have no foreign exchange available. By that time, the central bank would raise interest rates. As long as they buy a large amount of yen after the central bank raises rates, the yen would appreciate. The requirement is not high. Based on history, as long as the yen exchange rate can reach 80 yen to $1, the value of Lin Yaodong's 8 trillion yen would double. I haven't seen any problems. As soon as Lin Yaodong left, Zhuang San was the first to speak. I didn't see. Rida's brow furrowed, his voice low. Could it be that Lin Yaodong really intends to please us? Zhong Er, who uttered this sentence, did not believe it himself. What does it matter? For Lin Yaodong to profit from this contract, the yen must appreciate. The island nation's economy is developing well, but it hasn't reached a point where the yen must appreciate. In other words, the appreciation of the yen will also be limited. The interest rate isn't enough, right? When the yen appreciates, the island nation's export industry will shrink. In other words, no one wants to see the yen appreciate. Let's take it step by step. If problems arise, at most we'll pay the penalty of 16 trillion yen. Our Sumitomo Consortium can still manage that. Zhuang San's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to miss the benefits laid out before him. He also did not want to miss out on profiting from this bull market. Moreover, Lin Yaodong's company, due to the listing of Lin Holdings Group, is in an upward phase for the next 3 to 5 years. Who knows, maybe just the profits from the stock market could cover the debt to Lin Yaodong. What he did not know was that by that time, Sumitomo Bank would not be able to produce even 1 trillion, let alone 16 trillion. Then what should we plan? Zhuang San looked at Sakura with confusion. Whatever needs to be done must be done. Regardless of the considerations, we must target Lin Yaodong. As Lin Yaodong and Gahali arrived on the first floor, the performance on stage had already begun. The female singer on stage sang vigorously upon seeing Lin Yaodong. A heart-wrenching song titled Easily Hurt Women was turned into a light love song by Miyuki. It was quite awkward. Although the audience exchanged glances, no one dared to mention it, because Lin Yaodong was sitting in the front row. After all, what if Lin Yaodong actually likes this kind? Even though Miyuki is already 28, she is still on fire, her charm remains. Finance Minister Sakamoto and President Miho have left, knowing boss has important matters, so they did not disturb you. Shortly after Lin Yaodong sat down, Yekaterina approached. Yes, I understand, Lin Yaodong replied with a smile, looking at Miyuki on stage. He did not listen to many songs, but something about this one felt off. However, seeing that Miyuki was exceptionally invested in her singing and seemed to be continuing despite looking at him, Lin Yaodong said nothing further. Since she chose this outfit, she must accept the consequences that come with it. Boss is indeed a walking hormone. Look at how enamored she is, she can't even sing her own song anymore. Gahali, after successfully receiving Lin Yaodong's favor, had let her nature loose, joking with Lin Yaodong. Having lived over 50 years in total across both lifetimes, Lin Yaodong was happy. Just listen to your song. Lin Yaodong shot Gahali an annoyed glare. However, it must be said that those invited to perform all had considerable skills, especially Akina. Even in a live version, it was a feast for the ears. Finally, 2 hours later, the banquet ended. The moment Lin Yaodong and Gahali got into the bulletproof car, he instructed, contact the president of the Financial Mobilization Association's Japan branch, Sting. Target the 2 major credit unions, Kizu and Miwa. Within 3 days, I want to see the credit of the Japanese credit unions completely out of control. Yes, boss. The next morning, Lin Yaodong was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was Gongze's call. Gongze had long developed the habit of reading the newspaper every day. The 4 major conglomerates announced this morning that they will be recalling their businesses and personnel from Southeast Asian countries. It is expected that they will withdraw all operations from the islands within 3 months, which is clearly targeting us. Lin Yaodong's eyes flashed with confusion as he slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. Were the 4 major conglomerates really this impatient? They have pulled back their layout in Southeast Asia. In his previous life, they made this decision only in 1994. Their withdrawal left a large market vacuum in Southeast Asian countries. Countries like South Korea and Thailand seized the opportunity to loosen their policies, even harboring ambitions to surpass the islands at one point. This also created famous scenes for Lao Tzu. However, this wasn't entirely bad news for Lin Yaodong. The withdrawal of island enterprises back to their homeland would provide an absolute boon for the economy, and the stock market is the barometer of the economy. It would be difficult for the Nikkei 225 to not rise. As for the real estate market, since Lin Yaodong's arrival, the stagnant island real estate market would also be set in motion. Once the real estate market rises, the properties attached to the 300 enterprises he acquired and the land freed up from resource integration could fetch a good price. Moreover, if the plan goes smoothly, his harvesting of the islands would be even more thorough. However, there would also be many troubles. Competition from local enterprises would increase, and given the nature of the four major conglomerates, they would likely impose economic sanctions on him. It was impossible to sell all the products produced by so many enterprises to the bear market. Not only would it disrupt the bear market's commercial system, but an oversupply would also lead to uncontrollable prices. He would end up earning even less. President Gongza, I understand. During this time, we will increase the procurement of raw materials and prepare the quantities for the next 6 months. Production will continue, as usual. After hanging up, Lin Yaodong pulled Guheli into his embrace, but his mind was racing. After a while, he looked at Guheli, who was working diligently, and smiled as he dialed Johnson's number. How many contracts have been signed in the forward foreign exchange market? Listening to the huff sounds on the phone, it was clear that Johnson was out for a morning run. We should have about $4 billion in forward foreign exchange contracts from small-scale, multiple signings. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong slightly shook his head. Too little, increase it to $10 billion. The term is 12 months, handle it as soon as possible. Okay, boss. Johnson immediately took the order, and just as Lin Yaodong was about to hang up, he continued to speak. Boss, I just saw that a group of people surrounded the enterprises of the Sanha Consortium during my morning run. I ran about 5 kilometers, and there were no less than 3 such incidents. Should we take the opportunity to short Sanha Group? Although Lin Yaodong didn't share the detailed plan, Johnson wasn't foolish. He had already vaguely guessed that Lin Yaodong was targeting the entire islands. Ambushing the foreign exchange market, massively buying stocks when the time is right, building short positions in the futures market, closing positions in the stock market, and selling in the foreign exchange market. Johnson felt excited every time he thought about it. After all, he was the main operator. Regardless of success or failure, he would gain fame in the international market alongside Lin Yaodong. Prominent figures emerge from our generation. We are not mere weeds. No, according to our plan, just build positions in the stock market. Haha, the speed of the financial mobilization meeting is indeed swift, and there is a reason for its value. In fact, Lin Yaodong could have let Johnson short the Sanha Group, but it was unnecessary. Not only would the profits be small, but there was also the risk of exposure. Once he shorted the Sanha Group, the source of the credit crisis would be pinned on Johnson by the islands. At that time, Johnson would be under close scrutiny, which would be troublesome. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong could no longer bear it, and pulled the smug Guheli closer. 1 hour later, as Lin Yaodong got dressed, he looked at Guheli, assemble a team to conduct a detailed data analysis of all the automobile companies in the islands. Compare them with European and American luxury vehicles, focusing on safety. Also include the subsidies and support measures from the island government for the automobile industry. Use the media and industry reports to publish the reasons for the dumping of island automobiles, spreading public opinion to European and American countries. It would be best to have European and American countries implement policies to raise tariffs. If there is resistance, contact the financial mobilization meeting for assistance. I want to make island automobiles unsellable. Lin Yaodong squinted. It was time to take action against the island's foreign exchange. Okay, boss. Guheli nodded readily, and her connections from her study abroad days could come in handy. As for the financial mobilization meeting, when Guheli thought of the dire situation of the 2 major credit societies, she shivered. If they take action, they would surely make a fortune. With the mass bank runs at Sanha and Kizu credit societies, a wave of panic swept through the island's populace. Those with connections inquired through their networks, while those without connections withdrew their funds from credit societies or banks. In no time, both the banks and credit societies saw a drastic reduction in reserves. Lin Yaodong received news from Yekaterina that total bank deposits had decreased by 40. After that, Lin Yaodong did not intervene further. However, his inaction did not mean others would remain idle, such as Robert. In short, the credit crisis in the islands was completely out of control. As mentioned before, both the islanders and island enterprises had substantial loans from the banks. Coupled with the quantitative easing monetary policy enacted by Takahashi Miya, this situation was exacerbated. With fewer deposits in credit societies and banks, they would need to earn profits to repay their interest rate. Thus, it wasn't long before the stock market and real estate market became their investment targets. At this time, the stock market was in a bull market. The real estate market had been on the rise, and even a stock market crash had little effect on it. Therefore, these two risk-free investments became the top choice for the islanders. In no time, the Nikkei 225 index hit a new high, soaring above the 380-point mark. With banks severely wounded, the stock market rising, and the atmosphere filled with revelry, the situation developed into a pathological state. A month passed in this fervor. In mid-May, Lin Yaodong received good news on an international financial channel. OPEC's announcement on the adjustment of oil supply quotas to all oil-consuming countries and relevant parties worldwide. In light of the ongoing dynamic changes in the global oil market supply and demand pattern, as well as OPEC member countries' comprehensive considerations regarding energy strategic planning and market stability, OPEC has decided to make corresponding adjustments to the oil supply quotas for certain countries after rigorous and comprehensive assessment and discussion. Starting from May 16th, the oil supply quota for the islands will be moderately reduced. This adjustment aims to optimize the rational allocation and utilization of global oil resources to better balance energy demand and supply stability across regions. OPEC remains committed to maintaining the long-term stability and orderly development of the international oil market, hoping that all oil-consuming countries can understand and actively adapt to this adjustment measure, jointly promoting sustainable cooperation and development in the global energy sector. Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Upon seeing this announcement, Lin Yaodong realized that Wall Street capital had taken action. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Johnson's number. Sell stocks in the stock market and cash out at high positions. Then Lin Yaodong dialed Gong Ze's number. President Gongze, come to the villa to meet me. In the grand hall of a villa, Lin Yaodong personally poured tea for Miyazawa, his face radiant with a warm smile. President Miyazawa, you've been with Lin Group for 3 months, now haven't you? At Lin Yaodong's question, Miyazawa's expression froze. A chill of foreboding crept over him. This manner of conversation, this opening, strangely mirrored the tone he himself had once used as finance minister when summoning officials who had erred. Had he made a mistake? That seemed impossible. Chairman, precisely 3 months and 8 days. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong nodded slowly. 3 months and 8 days. It is no brief tenure. Chairman, please speak plainly. Have I failed somewhere? The more reserved Lin Yaodong became, the heavier Miyazawa's sense of dread grew. Not at all. On the contrary, President Miyazawa has performed exceptionally well, not only integrating resources seamlessly, but also collaborating with Yekaterina to lift Lin Group's stock price to 21268. I am thoroughly satisfied. For an entire month, Lin Holdings' share price had risen steadily. Had the 4 major conglomerates not begun withdrawing their enterprises across Southeast Asia and redirecting capital toward domestic consolidation and strategic integration, Lin Holdings would already have become the nation's preeminent financial conglomerate. A soft exhale escaped Miyazawa. He finally allowed his suspended heart to settle. Chairman, may I ask, what is this about? Lin Yaodong did not answer immediately, instead falling into thoughtful silence. I hear the 4 major conglomerates have imposed economic sanctions upon us. After a long pause, Lin Yaodong finally posed the question. Yes, indeed, but thanks to your foresight, we secured advanced procurement. In the short term, the 4 conglomerates hold no leverage over us. So long as we place orders on international markets within 3 months, their attempts to isolate our enterprises will utterly fail. Miyazawa paused, then added quietly, moreover, most of our shipments are bound for the bare. Impact is... Lin Yaodong nodded again, his right hand instinctively brushing against the yellow diamond on his finger. President Miyazawa, I shall ask you one question. If the group's interests ever clash with those of the nation, where will your loyalty lie? Miyazawa's brow furrowed sharply, his pulse quickened as he met Lin Yaodong's steady gaze. Chairman, what do you mean by that? Are you preparing some major move? Major move? Lin Yaodong cast a faint, inscrutable glance at Miyazawa. One might say so. I've received word someone intends to manipulate the national bond market. He approached me. Am still considering. Miyazawa recoiled in alarm. Chairman, absolutely not. With Lin Yaodong's staggering capital reserves, entry into the sovereign bond market would inevitably shatter its equilibrium. And then there was Lin Yaodong's unnamed partner, Gregory. Lin Yaodong murmured calmly. Boss. Gregory strode forward, holding 2 contracts in hand. President Miyazawa, your reaction has already answered my question. Please sign the equity transfer agreement for Lin Holdings. 3 months and 8 days, nearly 100 days. I've prepared an untraceable 10 billion check for you. I trust this honors our arrangement. As Lin Yaodong spoke, he rose slowly. Gregory placed the check on the table before Miyazawa. Miyazawa's throat tightened, a wry, sorrowful smile touched his lips as he looked at Lin Yaodong. Mr. Lin, we've known each other only briefly, yet I've come to regard you as a friend. I won't take this money. As a friend, I beg you, do not enter the sovereign bond market. Indeed, ever since Prime Minister Sakamoto and Minister Takahashi adopted loose monetary policy, had sensed disaster looming for the nation, though he never imagined Lin Yaodong would become entangled in it. A faint knowing curve lifted Lin Yaodong's lips. He understood Miyazawa's assent. Very well. At Lin Yaodong's agreement, Miyazawa signed the contract without hesitation. Mr. Lin, I take my leave. His gaze lingered on Lin Yaodong. Complex resigned, before he departed. The moment Miyazawa left, Gregory stepped forward from behind and embraced Lin Yaodong. Pity him. Gregory shook his head. I don't know. Lin Yaodong sighed softly and settled back into his seat. Miyazawa was a decent man. At least during his entire tenure, had never schemed or sowed discord within the group. A pity. He was Japanese. Otherwise they might well have become true friends. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed? The bear narrowed his eyes and mimed a slashing motion with his hand. Lin Yaodong glanced at the check on the table and shook his head. No need. That 10 billion wasn't easily claimed, and since Miyazawa refused it, further coercion would be pointless. Boss, aren't you concerned Miyazawa might leak this to the national authorities? Lin Yaodong shook his head, offering a quiet, enigmatic smile. Some will believe him, and some will not. Either way, it changes nothing for my plan. Yes, the bond market must be entered, but certainly not under Lin Holdings' banner. Whether imposing auto sanctions through Europe, driving up oil prices, or destabilizing the bond market, his sole objective remained unchanged: deplete the nation's foreign exchange reserves. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Miyazawa walked in a state of taut vigilance. Did he truly not want that 10 billion? But he knew full well surviving the taking was no guarantee of surviving the spending. Lin Yaodong extended courtesy, so long as one never threatened his interests. The cases of Kutsuda Kai and Shozen were still vivid in memory. If one mistook Lin Yaodong for a benevolent man, one would die without ever understanding how. At that moment, a remark once made by Nozomu Yamakawa resurfaced in his mind. When you joined Lin Holdings, investigate Lin Yaodong. I feel as though some vast unseen hand is manipulating the nation's course. And Prime Minister Kaido's words echoed too. Don't you find it remarkable how smoothly Lin Yaodong's path has been since arriving here? In every instance, he emerges as the greatest beneficiary. It clicked. Miyazawa grasped it fully. Beyond Wall Street capital, Lin Yaodong himself was orchestrating the nation's unraveling. He knew better than anyone just how colossal Lin Holdings truly was. And in terms of danger, Lin Yaodong dwarfed even Wall Street capital. Only upon reaching his apartment did Miyazawa's coiled nerves finally begin to ease. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. With a bitter smile, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. He did not call Prime Minister Kaido, nor did he alert Sakamoto or others. Instead, he called Nozomu Yamakawa. Miyazawa-kun, what brings you to call me? Is something amiss? Nozomu was in London, where it was still deep night, the hour of deepest slumber. Nozomu-kun, perhaps we were all mistaken. Our nation's gravest adversary isn't Wall Street capital, it's Lin Yaodong. Nozomu fell silent. Miyazawa-kun, I realized that the moment I stepped down. But what good does realization do? Take my advice, today's nation is beyond your power to change. With that, Nozomu ended the call. This night too would be sleepless. Though warned, Miyazawa appeared at the government complex the following morning. Even when guards barred his entry, he refused to leave. Then, a car drew to a halt a short distance ahead of him. Prime Minister, thank goodness you've arrived. I have urgent matters to report. Gazing at Miyazawa's disheveled, exhausted figure, Prime Minister Kaido nodded gently. Come to my office. On May 16th, Yekaterina succeeded the presidency of the Lin Holdings Group. The president of Sumitomo Bank was replaced by Yekaterina's protege. At 10 o'clock in the morning in the Villa Hall, Boss Prime Minister Haijun just personally announced that Miyazawa has returned to the government compound as a cabinet minister. Next, the government of the island nation will definitely keep a close eye on our Lin Holdings Group. Lin Yaodong nodded. When Lin Yaodong revealed the news to Miyazawa, he had already considered this consequence. Moreover, for him, it may not be a bad thing, as it could attract the attention of the island nation and provide convenience for Johnson. Lin Yaodong picked up the phone and dialed Johnson's number. Let's get started. Yes, boss. Johnson immediately. On that day, the national debt market experienced a small-scale sell-off, neither too large nor too small, just reaching the critical point for Japanese bonds. However, there were small-scale sell-offs every day. According to Lin Yaodong's plan, it was like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly consuming the island nation's foreign exchange. As island nation enterprises returned to their homeland, the sanctions imposed on Lin Holdings Group by the four major financial groups were also gradually escalating. From raw materials to sales channels, there was a large-scale shift towards the four major financial groups. Once the news was announced, Lin Holdings Group's stock price fell by 5 before stabilizing. To prevent a large influx of light industrial goods into the bear country that could destroy the healthy operation of Lin's business system, Lin Yaodong rented dozens of large warehouses in the bear country to stockpile surplus production capacity. Can Lin Holdings Group really influence the entire market? Lin Holdings does have a large market value, but it shouldn't be able to have that. Can Lin Holdings Group really influence the entire market? Lin Holdings does have a large market value, but it shouldn't be able to have that much influence for so long. It shouldn't be. The stock market that had been rising by over 100 points every day has stagnated for 3 days, making Robert sense something was off. What has Lin Yaodong been doing these days? Doesn't he care about the group's stock price? Robert instinctively looked at his secretary. Miyazawa's return to the cabinet would inevitably attract Robert's attention. With financial capability paving the way, it would be easy to find out that after Miyazawa entered the cabinet, the island nation's official focus shifted to the national debt market. Although the selling volume was small, it was genuinely depleting the island nation's foreign exchange reserves. Whether it was premeditated or not, Robert should be pleased. Lord Robert, apart from soaking in hot springs, Lin Yaodong has been spending the rest of his time in the villa. It seems he is completely unconcerned about Lin's stock price. How strange, this is the first time I've seen such a boss. Robert gazed at the code representing Lin Holdings on the screen, frowning secretly. After a long time, Robert sighed helplessly. He can afford to wait, but we cannot. Follow my orders and boost Lin's stock price. As soon as Robert boosted the stock price, Lin Yaodong received a message from Johnson. There's an old saying in Huaxia, haste makes waste. And Robert is being too hasty. Let's cooperate and accelerate the liquidation process. As long as we ensure that the Nikkei 225 index doesn't drop, it will be fine. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong looked at Gohali. How is the matter regarding the European and American sanctions on island nation cars progressing? Why hasn't there been any movement after such a long time? Hearing this, Gohali immediately replied, I have already arranged for someone to contact the U.S. Secretary of Commerce Mosbach and the Director of the Trade Representative's Office Hills. They are already implementing this matter, so there shouldn't be any major issues. The negotiations in Europe are already settled. Aside from the 3 Baltic countries, other countries will basically give us face by removing Boris from the ministry. Moreover, it can also increase the profits of local enterprises. They have no reason to disagree. Lin Yaodong intertwined his fingers and said calmly, so you mean as long as we settle the U.S. side, we can impose comprehensive sanctions on island nation cars? Gohali thought for a moment and replied yes. Lin Yaodong nodded. Use money to crush them. If that doesn't work, let the Financial Mobilization Committee take action. Let's solidify this matter in the next few days. I have an idea I've been considering lately. Let's see if we can implement it. This idea had actually been brewing for a long time. One might even say it had been there since arriving in the island nation. However, it was too dangerous and he had been refining the details. Because such actions could easily provoke a violent retaliation from Wall Street capital. While harvesting from the island nation, he would also leave Robert's operational funds within the island nation. In Southeast Asia, companies returned to their homeland, creating a crazy scene that simply could not exist outside. The number of enterprises surged dramatically, quickly exposing the flaw of the island nation's small population. People were being absorbed into the 4 major financial groups, and local enterprises in the island nation were suddenly short-staffed. Especially in the financial district, you would encounter at least 10 headhunters on the street. They would first present gifts, not the small trinkets of Huaxia, but consumption cards worth thousands of yen. If you stated that you were unemployed, regardless of whether you could be hired or not, exquisite clothes worth over 10,000 yen would be presented. If you were involved in finance, it was even more incredible. Just visiting a company would get you Hermes or Old Man Head directly handed to you. They also claimed that every weekend the company organized team-building activities, dining, karaoke, and invited celebrities to perform. Those who performed well were even granted overnight privileges. In such an atmosphere, salaries were driven higher and higher, making it hard to find anyone without work enthusiasm. At this time, the entire island nation was in a frenzy, in a pathological state. After entering May, the loans from the Sumitomo Group to Lin Holdings also began to be repaid. On May 22nd, the 12 trillion yen loan was fully repaid. On the same day, an international news channel announced a piece of news that caused an uproar among the island nation's senior officials. Of the 33 European countries, 24 united to boycott island nation cars from entering the European market. Just an hour later, the U.S. also announced an increase in tariffs on island nation cars. Upon learning of the news, senior officials of the island nation, along with the 6 major financial groups, urgently convened a meeting. A wave of panic swept through the senior officials of the island nation, and the most furious among them was Robert. In a financial company in the harbor area, fuck. Such important news, and not a single person notified me. Bastard. Liquidate quickly. He had a premonition that if he took a little longer to liquidate, he might get trapped. Before long, Robert's phone rang without warning. Seeing it was the family steward's number, Robert, despite wanting to Robert, this matter has been investigated. It was the Financial Mobilization Committee that took action. We wanted to know the employer's information, but it was declined. Hearing this, Robert suppressed his anger and said solemnly, Steward, it's very difficult to liquidate now. The steward did not reply immediately. It took several seconds before a voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, we have your back. Our money is not easy to leave. At this moment, the trader suddenly reported, Lord Robert, someone is shorting the entire island nation stock market. Shorting the entire island nation stock market. Robert couldn't care less about continuing the conversation with the steward and quickly walked to the main trading desk. This is quantitative trading. How dare they? Because of his excitement, Robert nearly lost his voice. Quantitative trading, as the name implies, is trading based on pre-prepared programs. Before 1987, many companies on Wall Street were using it. However, after the stock market crash in 1987, almost everyone tacitly abandoned this trading method in favor of labor-intensive trading with higher costs. Because a program is a program, once it starts running it buys when it reaches the buying price and sells when it reaches the liquidation price. It doesn't care about reasoning. Some say that the 1987 stock market crash was caused by quantitative trading. Because of quantitative trading, 60 of Wall Street hedge funds went bankrupt that year. Robert completely panicked. Steward, save me, someone is using quantitative trading, and our $2 trillion worth of stocks in the market could get trapped. At this moment, the trader brought another piece of bad news. Lord Robert, someone has issued a short signal in the foreign exchange market inviting shorts to enter the island nation. Hearing this, Robert trembled and collapsed to the ground. It's over. They had 800 billion entered the stock market early, and now the market value had reached a terrifying 2 trillion. If the shorts arrive with such a large base, they won't be able to liquidate in the short term. At 2 p.m. in Tokyo and midnight in New York, in the villa of the Morgan family castle, the head of the Morgan family stepped out of his room, where the butler had been waiting for a long time. Master, there has been a change. A short-selling institution is targeting the stock market in the island nation, and our 2 trillion cannot be closed out. The opponent is using quantitative trading. Hearing this, the head of the Morgan family furrowed his brows and sat on the sofa. Do you know who the opponent is? The butler shook his head. Not clear for now, but with such a large scale, they must be in the island nation. The head of the Morgan family's eyes flickered. 2 trillion is not a small amount. I remember we have a base in Yokosuka. The butler recalled briefly and replied, Yes, master, there is also an aircraft carrier named Independence. They're commanded by Colonel Michael Roy. The head of the Morgan family nodded. Contact the White House and dispatch Colonel Michael Roy to conduct a military exercise in the waters of the island nation. At 2 p.m. in Tokyo and 5 a.m. in London, Evelyn was similarly awakened in the Rothschild family. My lord, the situation has just occurred in the island nation that you asked me to keep an eye on. There are large-scale quantitative trades happening in the island nation stock market. At the same time, they are also sending short-selling signals in the foreign exchange market, inviting international short sellers to the island nation. Since learning half a month ago that someone was uniting Europe and the U.S. to sanction the island nation's automotive industry, this news reached Evelyn's ears. Evelyn specifically instructed to keep an eye on the island nation's financial sector. Rubbing her temples, Evelyn wondered, isn't it Wall Street capital? The butler shook his head. The operation style does not seem like it. After analysis by our professional analysts, it did not come from Wall Street capital. They not only sanctioned the island nation's automotive industry, but also utilized OPEC to reduce the island nation's oil supply, including yen government bonds and forex market short-selling activities. While consuming foreign exchange from the island nation, they are also suppressing its economy. Wall Street capital would want to use the island to restrain Huaxia, so it wouldn't act so decisively. Hearing this, a hint of intrigue appeared on Evelyn's face. If so, doesn't that mean Wall Street's funds are also trapped in the island nation? This gets interesting. Evelyn smiled, and the butler chuckled along. Then should we participate? Evelyn nodded. If we can add trouble for Wall Street, we naturally won't miss the opportunity. Let Fran lead the team and join forces with several major families to go to the island nation. Remind everyone not to engage directly with the U.S. unless absolutely necessary. With Germany on the verge of unification, Europe is not in a good position. At this time, no one wants to confront the U.S. Hedon. Yes, esteemed Count. The butler performed a noble bow and slowly retreated. In Moscow's Ministry of Internal Affairs, Boris had just picked up the newspaper to read about yesterday's world events when Sting rushed in. Comrade Minister, a major event has occurred in the island nation, and according to reports from Bear, it is likely related to Lin Yaodong. Hearing the mention of a major event and Lin Yaodong's name, Boris put down the newspaper and looked up. What major event? Sting, not daring to delay, hurriedly said. Lin Yaodong's other subordinate Johnson has been hiding in the island nation. We initially thought Lin Yaodong had arranged for him to profit in the dark. However, this afternoon, the island's forex market suddenly released a short-selling signal. Upon investigation, the situation is far from simple. It may be Lin Yaodong's doing. Hearing about Lin Yaodong short-selling the island nation, even Boris couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. This afternoon, 24 member countries of Europe and the U.S. suddenly imposed sanctions on the island nation's automotive industry. A month ago, I reported to you that Lin Yaodong was selling island nation government bonds, and OPEC reduced the island nation's oil quotas. Boris came back to his senses. Sting indeed reported the oil and bonds matter earlier. Comrade Minister Lin Yaodong is also using your name to negotiate with European countries. He didn't inform Boris about this because Anna intercepted him. Since the last time Boris informed Lin Yaodong of his actions, Sting had been monitored by Anna. Moreover, Anna is Boris's favorite, and he did not dare to offend her. He also had his reasons for not telling Boris. He feared Boris would get angry. In his view, since Anna has set her sights on Lin Yaodong, the matter is already a done deal. He thought it better to inform Boris later so that he would not obstruct Lin Yaodong's plans. But he did not expect that when nothing was said it would be astonishing. Lin Yaodong was actually short-selling the island nation. This Lin Yaodong. Boris fell silent. Not only him, but even his daughter Anna underestimated Lin Yaodong. The so-called acquisition of light industry enterprises, the so-called monopoly, this kid has been aiming at the entire island nation from start to finish. What is happening in this world? Are young people today so brave? Just then the phone rang suddenly. What did you say? I will inform Minister Boris immediately. Hanging up the phone, Sting said without hesitation. Comrade Minister, just now Admiral Chernovin, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, passed on a message. The U.S. aircraft carrier Independence has moved, and its target may be the waters of the island nation. Upon hearing this, the minister's brow furrowed. Chernovin is also a pro-war faction, and their relationship is friendly. If something major happens, they would inform each other immediately. Boris is not foolish. Wall Street's desire to harvest the island nation remains. The Independence has moved, targeting the island nation. This means that Wall Street capital's money may be trapped in the island nation's financial market. Not possibly, but definitely otherwise. Even if the Independence was conducting exercises, they would have notified a month in advance. Prepare the plane. Oh, I need to meet with Admiral Chernovin, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. Inform Admiral Chernovin to send the Minsk aircraft carrier to the waters of the island nation under the pretense of safety, meeting in the waters of the island nation. Boris quickly stood up and went to report this to Go. Supporting Lin Yaodong is something he must do now to prevent any future thoughts from the island nation that could be detrimental to Lin Yaodong. If Lin Yaodong encounters trouble, Anna will be sad. If Anna is sad, he will not have a good time either. If he is not well, then no one will have a good time. In the island nation, at the top floor of the Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation building, Ida Shigeji and Watanabe rushed over as soon as they received the news. Shozo and Sakura naturally would not be absent. What should we do? The island nation has been targeted by international short-selling institutions. Should we fight, or should we wait to reap the benefits like last time? As soon as Shigeji entered the office, he asked. Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho just called me. They want us to take action to protect the forex market. The stock market is managed by the central bank and the financial bureau. They are clearly targeting our aversion to yen depreciation, Shozo said with a serious expression. Sakura, what do you mean? Should we take action? Ida did not pay attention to others, but looked at Sakura. Sakura frowned slightly, her right index finger resting on her nose. Uncle, I believe we can't escape this time. Because I believe this event is orchestrated by Lin Yaodong. Even if we submit now, we will eventually have to confront Lin Yaodong, and at that point we will be passive. Hearing Sakura's words, even Shozo was taken aback. Impossible, Lin Yaodong doesn't have that much capital. It must be Wall Street capital. Exactly, it must be Wall Street capital, Watanabe echoed Shozo's words. Let Sakura finish speaking. Ida's brows furrowed as he spoke softly. Seeing everyone looking at her, Sakura shook her head slightly. To short-sell the island nation, both the ambition and financial resources are crucial. Only two individuals among foreign enterprises are capable of achieving such a level: the Morgan family's trader Robert and Lin Yaodong. Robert is impossible. His capital volume is too large to be closed out in a short time. His current capital is likely still in the stock market. Sakura's words left Shozo and Ida puzzled, and Shozo couldn't help but speak up. Then it can't be Lin Yaodong. He doesn't have that capital volume. Sakura pursed her lips. He might actually have it. Do you remember President Johnson, who purchased shares of Sumi? Upon hearing this, Ida, Shigeji, Watanabe, and Shozo fell silent. Just then Sakura's phone suddenly rang. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Sakura said calmly, Grandpa wants us to take action to save the market. The head of the Morgan family personally called Grandpa. Without mentioning the reactions from various parties, the financial bureau responsible for supervising the stock market quickly sensed something was amiss and intervened. Whatever the other party sells, we will buy. We cannot allow any issues in the stock market index. Sakamoto, however, did not realize the severity of the situation and shouted commands for 360 traders to enter the stock purchasing sequence. Ordinary traders can create 12 delivery orders per minute based on market sell orders, while top traders can create 35 delivery orders in the same time. With 360 traders counted as top traders, that amounts to only 1440 delivery orders. In contrast, quantitative trading programs require no manual intervention. They can place over 300 orders per second with preset rules. In 1 minute, that equals 180,000 orders. This means traders operate on a minute basis, while quantitative trading operates on a second basis. Thus, the sell orders in the market cannot be fully purchased. It is simply impossible. Moreover, sellers are not just Lin Yaodong, but also Wall Street capital represented by Robert, as well as retail investors and institutions wanting to offload their assets upon sensing the situation. When sell orders outnumber buy orders, stock prices fall. This is the law of the market. Upon witnessing this scene, Sakamoto completely panicked. The only thing that can counter quantitative trading is more quantitative trading. But he dared not. For once he employed quantitative trading under the current conditions, the only outcome would be liquidation. It was even impossible to close positions. Quickly summoned Minister Miyazawa. The financial bureau was in chaos, but market conditions would not pause for their turmoil. As the wall collapses, everyone pushes. The Nikkei 225 index swiftly dropped from its peak of 38432 points to 38000 points. Soon it broke through the critical threshold of 38000 points. The more it fell, the more sellers sold. The people of the island nation were still fine, their enthusiasm had not yet waned. They believed this was a normal temporary adjustment caused by sanctions on their automotive industry. They thought it would be fine after a while, and chose to continue holding their stocks, waiting and watching. However, foreign capital and financial institutions were different. They knew that if they did not run now, there might not be another opportunity. They paid attention to international news, understanding that something major might happen in the island nation. Those aware of the forex market were even more astute, as short signals had already been sent out, and they had to escape even if it meant cutting losses. Moreover, it wasn't just the island nation trading. The Nikkei 225 index, Singapore, New York, Hong Kong, London, and others had also begun to sell off. The sheer volume was beyond what the island nation's mere 360 traders could resist, not to mention the quantitative trading led by the culprit Lin Yaodong. The island nation had no price limits. The automotive companies that fell first were also Lin Yaodong's primary. Before companies like Toyota, Honda, Mazda, Mitsubishi, and Suzuki could react, the stock market's buy orders were instantaneously cleared and stock prices plummeted. Each fluctuation in stock price resulted in a drop of over 100 yen. By the time they realized what was happening, the decline had already reached 10. The stock market and futures market inherently have a correlated relationship. When the stock market falls, it signifies a drop in the Nikkei 225 index, which in turn depresses the entire stock market. At 2 p.m. Tokyo time, the Nikkei 225 index fell below 38000 points. By 2:30 p.m. it fell below 37000 points. At 3 p.m. Tokyo time, the Nikkei 225 index closed at 35284 points. Upon seeing the closing price, Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho's expressions were as grim as could be. They had worked hard for months, implementing interest rate cuts, abolishing lending rates, and adopting quantitative easing policies, and what was the result? In just 1 hour, they were back to square one. Meanwhile, Miyazawa remained relatively calm. After this ordeal with Lin Yaodong, he reflected on himself and felt as if he had transcended. No, he should say he had gained enlightenment. Now is not the time for worry or fear. Our primary task is to stabilize the public. If the public stands against us, our nation will be utterly doomed. Hearing Miyazawa's words, Sakamoto quickly asked, "Minister Miyazawa, what should we do now?" Takahashi Miho felt the same. It was her first time serving as the central bank governor. Previously, with Nakanishi Yasuhiro at the forefront, no matter how great the pressure was, it was Nakanishi who bore the brunt, and she could hardly feel it. But now it was different. No one could shoulder it for her, and she had to face it herself. Feeling this pressure nearly suffocated her. Abolish the current quantitative easing policy, reinstate the policies from before Governor Nakanishi, and close the foreign exchange forward market, interest rate market, and futures derivatives market. Additionally, raise the interbank lending rates and limit the amount of foreign exchange that can be converted. Hearing Miyazawa's words, Sakamoto nodded repeatedly, but Takahashi Miho remained silent. If this were to be implemented, wouldn't it prove one thing to the entire island nation? That she was wrong. That it was her decisions that led the island nation into its current predicament. Was all the responsibility hers? She looked at Miyazawa with a complex gaze, torn about whether to agree. Minister Sakamoto, Prime Minister Kaijun has urgently called for a cabinet meeting. Without waiting for Takahashi Miho to respond, Sakamoto's secretary stepped forward to notify them. Miyazawa naturally noticed the expression on Takahashi Miho's face. He sighed inwardly, thinking that even at this moment, she was still fixated on her power and reputation. Let's go. Well, perhaps Prime Minister Kaijun can solve the problem. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Takahashi Miho's eyes as she hurriedly rushed to the car, overtaking the two. Miyazawa sighed helplessly, wondering when the island nation had become like this. His mind conjured up the image of Nakanishi Yasuhiro. Compared to Nakanishi Yasuhiro, Takahashi Miho was nothing. At Villano 8, Bansho District, Chiyoda, boss, the Nikkei 225 index closed at 35284 points, and we've already used up 60 of our chips. The volume of the quantitative trading sell-off is too insane. If this continues into Monday, we'll only have enough chips for half a day's volume. Johnson's voice was filled with excitement mixed with anxiety. The excitement came from never having experienced such a frenzied operation before. The anxiety stemmed from the fear of being left without chips and being forced into liquidation by island policies. It is important to note that while shorting offers fixed profits, the losses are infinite. For instance, if a stock worth 10 yen drops to 5 yen, the short seller profits by 50. However, if the stock rises to 20 yen, they must buy it back at that price to return to the brokerage, incurring a 100. If the stock rises to 100 yen, 200 yen. The same principle applies, as shorting is the fastest way to make money in finance. Even if the risks and rewards do not match, countless capitalists still flock to it. It's fine. Tomorrow is Saturday, and the market will be closed for 2 days. By Monday, our allies will arrive. At that time, the pressure will be on the island nation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong smiled, faintly, knowing that his decision to act today was not without purpose. He had already instructed Johnson to release short signals in the forex market. Faced with the supersized cake that was the island nation, he did not believe that the international short sellers would not be tempted. As long as they throw in a little combined with the backup he had already set up, the island nation was in deep trouble. After hanging up, Lin Yaodong turned to Gu Healy beside him. The first shot in harvesting the island nation has been fired by us. A skilled warrior strikes with vigor, but then declines and eventually exhausts himself. Contact the Financial Mobilization Committee to launch the first wave of public opinion offensive against the island nation. It is time to tear away the beautiful facade of the island nation and reveal the bloody wounds underneath. Yes, boss. Gu Healy's eyes were filled with admiration at this moment. Boss is truly amazing. In the conference room of the government building of the island nation, when Gongza Sakamoto and Takahashi Miho arrived, a group of high-ranking officials led by Prime Minister Haijun had already been waiting there. Prime Minister Haijun's expression was grim, while Minister of Internal Affairs Onpei and Minister of Foreign Affairs Shi-e had dark looks on their faces. In addition to them, Zhuang Sen-Ito, Watanabe Zhong-er, and Ingzi were also present in the conference room. As the three entered the conference room, they relaxed their steps, afraid to make any noise. Just as they sat down, Prime Minister Haijun looked at Takahashi Miho. Miho, how much foreign exchange reserves do we have left? Takahashi Miho's heart sank, and she instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Prime Minister, we still have $1.3 trillion. Prime Minister Haijun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, looking at Takahashi Miho, and said, "What I asked is the amount of foreign exchange we can actually use." Takahashi Miho's body trembled, and she bitterly replied, "We have $230 billion left." At her words, the faces of everyone in the conference room darkened. Every monthly meeting summary, Takahashi Miho would boast extravagantly, but when she was truly needed, her empty promises proved useless. It's clear that while Takahashi Miho boasted, the Lin Group had returned a loan of $135.1 billion to the central bank and exchanged another $170 billion. The money for Johnson to purchase shares in Sumitomo Bank. There was also over $10 billion in taxes collected from the Lin Group every month. That surely goes beyond $230 billion, right? There were also over $200 billion returned to the homeland by the four major financial groups. What has Takahashi Miho been doing these past 2 months? Prime Minister, OPEC has reduced our island nation's crude oil supply quota. We can only purchase it at high prices on the international market. Furthermore, since a month ago, the national debt market has been consuming foreign exchange reserves daily. In addition, over the past month, car exports have nearly ground to a halt, and our domestic resources are scarce. Whether it's coal or iron or essential resources require substantial foreign exchange for procurement. Before Takahashi Miho could finish speaking, Prime Minister Haijun interrupted her. According to the reports you provided, the foreign exchange generated by the Lin Group alone amounts to several billion rubles and over $100 billion in just 1 month. Moreover, there are also revenues from other foreign enterprises. Miho, I want to ask, where is the money? Seeing everyone staring at her, Takahashi Miho helplessly glanced at Ida, Zhuang-san, and the others and said solemnly, Prime Minister, over the past month, the four major financial groups have blocked the Lin Group's raw material supplies, turning what was originally domestic supply into international market procurement. Just 10 days ago, in order not to affect production, Lin Group placed an order of $86.5 billion on the international market. The amount of foreign exchange has drastically decreased. At that moment, all the officials turned their gaze toward the representatives of the four major financial groups. I previously served as the president of the Lin Group, and this is indeed the case. Gongza had suffered greatly due to the targeting by the four major financial groups who only cared about their own interests and disregarded the safety of the island nation. Targeting the Lin Group is necessary for our corporate development, and the largest financial group in the island nation is a foreign enterprise. How can we maintain a good image for our island nation? Here is a $160 billion Swiss bank receipt. It can be exchanged for US dollars at any time if needed. I just want to say that the only ones who can help the island nation are ourselves. Zhuang-san, at Yingzi's suggestion, took out the international reserve funds of the four major financial groups. In the end, he added, if needed, we can also take out loans from JP Morgan Chase at any time. Hearing this, everyone present felt astonished. The four major financial groups actually took the initiative to offer money to help the island nation through the crisis. All right, the four major financial groups are the pillars of our island nation's economy. In times of crisis, we should set aside our differences and work together to overcome the challenges. Prime Minister Haijun showed a look of approval and took over the conversation, then looked at Takahashi Miho again. Miho, issue US dollar bonds in the international market for emergencies. Coordinate with Finance Minister Sakamoto to formulate policies. Takahashi Miho breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, Prime Minister, I understand. The central bank has decided to abolish the current loose monetary policy and implement the previous policy of President Yekong, closing the foreign exchange, forward market, interest rate market, and futures derivative market. Additionally, increase the interbank lending rates and limit the amount of foreign exchange that can be exchanged. Hearing this, Prime Minister Haijun nodded with satisfaction. Very well, let's implement it according to your ideas. Sakamoto and Gongza felt a chill in their hearts. Just a moment ago, Gongza suggested and Takahashi Miho appeared unwilling. However, when the situation turned, it instantly became her policy. Indeed, a woman can change her face quickly. However, Sakamoto and Gongza chose not to say much. After all, at this moment, it was beneficial for them. Takahashi Miho felt helpless. Reporting good news without mentioning bad news was indeed her mistake. If she insisted further, it would be foolish. Finance Minister Sakamoto, Minister Gongza, the Financial Bureau will be handled by you. Finance Minister Sakamoto, remember that any instructions must be discussed with Minister Gongza first. Hearing this, although Sakamoto felt displeased, he still agreed. The foreign exchange matter will be entrusted to the 4 major financial groups and the central bank. Prime Minister Haijun then turned to Takahashi Miho and Ida. Prime Minister, just now our radar detected that the M country's Independence aircraft carrier is heading towards our island nation's waters. Prime Minister Haijun's secretary spoke excitedly, and his voice was not small, so all the officials present heard it clearly. What? The M country aircraft carrier is coming to our waters. What is going on? Military exercise. We haven't received any notification. Instantly, everyone in the conference room, including the representatives of the 4 major financial groups, changed their expressions. That was an aircraft carrier. Entering the waters of the island nation, its weapons could cover the entire island. This meant that they could face catastrophic disaster at any moment. I think we understand their intentions. At that moment, hearing this, the conference room fell silent. What does Miss Ingzi mean? As a direct descendant of the Mitsui family, even Prime Minister Haijun had to show her respect. The Wall Street capital represented by the Morgan family has ambushed tens of billions of dollars in the stock market. Now someone is shorting the island nation, and the Morgan family cannot sit idly by. In my view, this is actually a good thing for us. With the threat from M country, perhaps our island nation can easily navigate through this crisis. Tens of billions of dollars. The scene fell silent. With an aircraft carrier mobilized, it indicated that M country was coming in full force, and so much capital the island nation couldn't raise to help them cover their positions. It might be impossible to resolve the situation. Similarly, Yingzi's point was valid. If the short sellers sense the fury from M country, they might very well retreat. At that time, the island nation's crisis would be resolved. Even if it couldn't be resolved, international short-selling institutions would also be greatly reduced in pressure due to their fear of M country's powerful military. However, Prime Minister Haijun, upon hearing the news, had been frowning. Things were not that simple. Gongza had already reported to him that the one shorting the island nation was likely Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong was backed by Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs from the Bear Nation. Would Boris just sit by and watch Lin Yaodong get bullied? Sure enough, at that moment his secretary's phone rang again. Upon answering, his secretary was shaking all over. He stammered, "Prime Minister, just now Colonel Michael Roy, the commanding officer of the Independence aircraft carrier, requested to speak with you. Moreover, our radar has detected that the Bear Nation's aircraft carrier is also heading towards the island nation." Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone's minds exploded, leaving them stunned. The Bear Nation is coming too. Compared to M country, the Bear Nation is indeed a group of brutes. Although their external attitude is tough, they are not truly reckless. Would they really dare to shell the island nation? Yokosuka Port is located on the eastern shore of the entrance to Tokyo Bay, directly adjacent to the bay itself. The distance from Yokosuka Port to the Tokyo waters within Tokyo Bay is 65 kilometers, taking approximately 1.5 hours. In other words, even without reaching its maximum speed, the USS Independence has already arrived in Tokyo Bay. As soon as the USS Independence moved, hundreds of vessels surged out in a chaotic formation, including destroyers, frigates, and submarines attempting to block its advance. Meanwhile, the Japanese self-defense forces were in disarray, completely unaware of what was happening. They wondered why the USS Independence had suddenly headed for Tokyo Bay. Watching the USS Independence carrier group approach them with unwavering speed on radar, the self-defense forces promptly issued a warning. This is Admiral Yamamoto of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force. USS Independence carrier group, please take note. This is Japanese territorial waters in Tokyo Bay, and we do not welcome the U.S. military's presence. Please withdraw immediately. Just as the warning was issued, there was a sudden crackling over the radio, and the other side quickly responded. Japanese Self-Defense Force, please be advised to clear a route. Failure to heed our warning will result in a lack of guarantees for your fleet's safety. Hearing this, Yamamoto was greatly alarmed and immediately called Prime Minister Kaijun. After conveying the message, Yamamoto approached the map, where the commanders of the 1st to 3rd fleets had also gathered. The straight-line distance from Yokosuka Port to Tokyo Bay is 45 kilometers, with a total of 65 kilometers by sea. At the speed of the USS Independence, it will reach our defensive line in about an hour and a half. Now we face a dilemma: should we defend or allow them to pass? Hearing Yamamoto's words, the commanders of the 3 fleets exchanged worried glances. How can we make such a decision? Who can bear the consequences? I request to inquire about their intentions and demand a direct conversation between them and Prime Minister Kaijun. If a conflict arises, we cannot bear the responsibility for this. Yamamoto nodded vigorously, feeling helpless. If not for the defeat of the Second World War, they wouldn't have to endure the whims of the Americans. He immediately approached the radio station and put on the headset. This is Admiral Yamamoto of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force requesting to speak with the highest commander of the USS Independence Carrier Group, Colonel McElroy. Crackle. A rugged voice quickly responded. I am Colonel McElroy, the highest commander of the USS Independence Carrier Group. Hearing Colonel McElroy actually respond, Yamamoto felt relieved. Oh, as long as they could communicate, that was good enough. Colonel McElroy, our Prime Minister Kaijun requests to speak with you. Crackle. After two crackles, Colonel McElroy casually uttered one word, connect. Hearing this, Yamamoto was overjoyed. Please hold on. Just as the radio call ended, the radar in the command room began to blare. Not good, that direction is. The Minsk Carrier Group. Is the sky about to fall on our nation? Yamamoto weakly sat back in his chair. Quickly informed Prime Minister Kaijun. In front of the radio station at the National Government Building, Prime Minister Kaijun put on the headset with a complex expression. This is Prime Minister Kaijun of Japan. Please speak, Admiral Yamamoto. Crackle. Prime Minister, this is Admiral Yamamoto of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. I have established contact with Colonel McElroy, the highest commander of the USS Independence Carrier Group. He has demanded that we clear a route, otherwise they may launch an attack against us. Thanks to my efforts, they have agreed. Moreover, radar shows that the Minsk Carrier Group is also heading towards Japanese waters, currently 700 nautical miles away. In another 200 nautical miles, we will be within range of their anti-ship missiles. Prime Minister, please, issue a directive. Hearing this, Prime Minister Kaijun's eyes flickered as he analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. After a long moment, Prime Minister Kaijun said calmly, at all costs intercept the USS Independence Carrier Group. Remember, this is not a negotiation, it's an order. Additionally, connect me to the radio used by Colonel McElroy. I need to communicate with him. The arrival of the Minsk Carrier Group in Japanese waters was likely aimed at Lin Yaodong, while the USS Independence Carrier Group's presence was to exert pressure. Compared to the USS Independence, he would prefer to wait for the Minsk Carrier Group to arrive. With both sides in a standoff, Japan could catch its breath. Crackle. Received, mission confirmed. Prime Minister, please hold on. I will now connect you with Colonel McElroy of the U. After ending the radio call, Yamamoto immediately instructed his subordinates to set the radio frequency for Colonel McElroy and Prime Minister Kaijun to the same channel. The Prime Minister has given us a dire order to intercept the USS Independence Carrier Group at all costs. Yamamoto looked at the commanders of the three fleets with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the three men immediately showed troubled expressions. It was easy to say, but how could they intercept? After a long while, the commander of the second fleet's eyes brightened, and he said urgently, Admiral, why don't we withdraw our fleet personnel? Even if the USS Independence Carrier Group sinks our fleet, we wouldn't suffer personnel losses. This would also help slow their advance, and we can give Prime Minister Kaijun a reason. Moreover, there is a significant chance we could force the Independence to stop. Don't forget the Minsk Carrier Group is about to arrive. At that point, it will become a great power struggle, which won't concern us much. Hearing this, the other two fleet commanders nodded in agreement. Yamamoto smiled, bitterly realizing this might be the only option. You go arrange it. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Kaijun was also in radio communication with Colonel McElroy. This is Prime Minister Kaijun of Japan. Please explain the reason for the USS Independence Carrier Group's departure from Yokosuka port. According to the treaty signed by both parties, any actions by the U.S. must be communicated to Japan 1 month. Please provide a reason. Prime Minister Kaijun knew that if he didn't adopt a firmer stance, he would never be able to communicate on equal terms. This is Colonel McElroy. I have received sudden orders to conduct an exercise. Prime Minister Kaijun, please have the Japanese self-defense forces clear a route. Remember, this is a notification, not a negotiation. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee Japan's safety. Prime Minister Kaijun was firm, but Colonel McElroy was even firmer, as his orders were meant to pressure Japan. Are you openly violating the terms of the treaty? I will express Japan's protest to the U.S. government. With that, Prime Minister Kaijun abruptly ended the call. Seeing this, Colonel McElroy frowned and picked up the binoculars. With that, Prime Minister Kaijun abruptly ended the call. Seeing this, Colonel McElroy frowned and picked up the binoculars. Through them, he could see the shadows of the Japanese fleet ahead. Are they really going to charge forward? At that moment, the radio suddenly emitted two crackling sounds, and Colonel McElroy put the headset back on. At the same time, a smirk appeared on his face, thinking that Japan had backed down. The earlier firmness was merely a show of strength. However, he soon heard some bad news through the headset. This is Admiral Chernovin, the highest commander of the Minsk Carrier Group. Colonel McElroy, you are to immediately halt the USS Independence Carrier Group, or I will launch anti-ship missiles at the Independence under the pretext of threatening the safety of the Minsk. This is your first warning. If you do not comply within 10 minutes, we will launch an attack directly. The radio suddenly cut off, not allowing Colonel McElroy a chance to respond. The aggressive stance was unmistakable. Damn it. Colonel McElroy swore, realizing that even that old bastard Chernovin had been stirred up. Now this is problematic. He is indeed serious about his threats. In 1987, the treaty to eliminate intermediate-range and shorter-range missiles was signed, and the Minsk suffered great losses and has been dissatisfied ever since. In 1988, When the U.S. tested the Minsk's attitude, they directly sent warships to ram 2 of their vessels escaping in disgrace. It is said that the order was given by that old bastard. Above the ocean, the aircraft carrier Minsk was racing towards the island nation's waters. During the flight, an aircraft appeared in the distant sky. Although the radar alarms blared continuously, Marshal Chelnov made no response, instead wearing a smile on his face. In his 50s, Chelnov was exceptionally burly, and his arms appeared thicker than the thighs of a woman from Huaxia. Marshal Minister Boris is about to land, a subordinate soon came to remind him. As Chelnov stood up, his nearly 2-meter height made him quite imposing. Come, let us welcome my old friend. Chelnov laughed heartily as he exited the radar room. For a moment, only a few surveillance personnel remained in the radar room, exchanging glances. Marshal Chelnov was very kind to them, but his booming voice would certainly startle anyone unprepared. Stepping onto the deck of the Minsk, the over 200-meter expanse appeared before him. Various carrier-based aircraft, anti-submarine helicopters, anti-ship missile launchers, medium and short-range air defense missile launchers, and other armed forces occupied more than half the space. In addition to weaponry, there were launch and recovery assistance equipment, the island aircraft, elevators, fire trucks, tow trucks, fuel trucks, and devices for securing carrier-based aircraft and transferring ammunition. In short, there was a dazzling array of equipment. Any single piece could fetch a good price on the market. Observing these weapons, a hint of pride appeared on Marshal Chelnov's face. Soon the plane came to a halt, and Boris and Sting emerged into the fierce wind. Hey, Boris. Before Boris could orient himself, Marshal Chelnov had already patted him on the shoulder. With the force of Chelnov's hand, Boris nearly stumbled. Haha, I told you long ago to work out. Don't be as weak as... Seeing Boris' embarrassing state, Chelnov laughed like a child weighing over 200 pounds. He even flexed his biceps at Boris. If this were recorded on video, no one would believe that a commanding officer of an aircraft carrier group could be such a person. You? Boris rubbed his slightly sore shoulder, looking at Chelnov with resignation. If it weren't for the fear of Chelnov doing something outrageous, he really wouldn't have wanted to come. You have so many subordinates, yet you can't be a bit more composed. Hearing this, Chelnov laughed even more proudly and casually pulled over 2 guards, asking, would you dare? The guards quickly shook their heads in response. We wouldn't dare. Haha, see. They wouldn't dare. Chelnov laughed out loud again. Boris shook his head in resignation. Who would admit it if you asked like that? But who knows what they really think? Chelnov smirked coldly. I don't care what they think as long as they behave themselves in front of me, whether they are subordinates or enemies. As he spoke, a cold glint appeared in Chelnov's eyes. To be the highest commander of an aircraft carrier group, he couldn't possibly be brainless. All right, then you certainly live freely. Boris shrugged, his expression turning serious. So what's the current situation? As Chelnov passed by a soldier, he casually took the soldier's sidearm, disengaged the safety, and fired 3 shots into the sky. Then he stuffed the gun back into the soldier's holster. The Independence is heading towards Tokyo Bay. But don't worry, I've already warned them that if they don't stop, I will launch medium-range missiles at their 2 cruisers. Hearing the term medium-range missiles, Boris couldn't help but furrow his brows. Are you going to openly violate the agreement we signed with Country M to destroy medium-range missiles? If this escalates, you'll end up in a military tribunal. Chelnov smirked at this, saying mockingly, it's just an agreement, we are the ones at a disadvantage. If it gets torn up, so be it. What's the big deal? You think the Independence carrier isn't armed? If they take me to a military tribunal that would actually suit my purpose, they'll sue them and have Country M conduct a thorough investigation. Let's see whose loss is greater. You appear reckless, but in reality you have your own schemes, Boris chided with a smile. But we shouldn't take unnecessary risks. As the 2 entered the control room, Boris finally felt a bit better. Marshal, the Independence has stopped. Seeing Chelnov arrive, the monitor quickly reported. I guessed as much. They can only bully the weak. When faced with someone who dares to fight back, they are more cowardly than anyone else. Chelnov sneered disdainfully. Then he curiously looked at Boris and asked, by the way, who are you going to the island nation for? Is it really necessary to deploy the carrier group for him? Boris chuckled. Anna's fiancée Lin Yaodong. Chelnov's eyes widened in surprise. This time, it wasn't an act, but genuine astonishment. That girl Anna actually has someone she likes. Who is this divine being? There are so many young men from the Russians for her to choose from, yet I haven't seen her interested in any of them. Wait, Lin Yaodong. Minister of Maritime Transport Kilshov has mentioned him before. A businessman from Hong Kong. No way. Anna fell for a businessman. Chelnov's exaggerated reaction made Boris feel both amused and exasperated. Actually, I haven't seen him either, but he does have some ability. Right now, the island nation. Never mind, you haven't logged in for years, so you wouldn't know. Currently, under his influence, the financial system of the island nation is on the verge of collapse. Although Boris looked disdainful, he couldn't help but smile. What? Lin Yaodong? A businessman. He's causing the financial system of the island nation to collapse. That is the world's 2nd largest economy. Are you not satisfied with someone like him? Boris smirked, casually picking up a water cup to toy with. Lin Yaodong went to the island nation to monopolize light industry enterprises, and it was during this time that Anna got involved with him. And even became pregnant. Who knew that after acquiring 300 light industry companies, he would suddenly take action against the entire island nation? He even left trillions of dollars of Wall Street capital in the island nation stock market. You tell me, can I just sit back? I have to personally go to the island nation and teach him a lesson. Chelnov was speechless, casting a resentful glance at Boris. Showing off, blatantly showing off. He not only went to the island nation to monopolize light industry enterprises, but also acquired 300 companies and suddenly took action against the island nation. Wait a minute, you said that girl Anna is pregnant. Chelnov suddenly stopped. Boris nodded, a smile flashing in his eyes. It's been nearly 5 months. Upon hearing this, Chelnov clapped his hands loudly and stood up from his seat. As a grandfather, I have to prepare a good gift for my grandson. Lin Yaodong, right? I must meet him. Anyone who can bring trouble to country M is a good person. Hey, I warn you, don't do anything reckless. Boris narrowed his eyes and warned. I understand. Chelnov grinned widely. You understand nothing. However, although Chelnov appeared to be a simpleton, he actually had his own considerations. Boris was not overly concerned. In Japan, in the Chiyoda district's Bancho Villa area, within the study on the second floor of Villa No. 8, Prime Minister Haijun, please. Indeed, Prime Minister Haijun had personally sought out Lin Yaodong. Once seated, after confirming safety, Prime Minister Haijun's secretary along with the recently finished pouring tea left the room. Lin, I have come to bring you 2 pieces of news. The USS Independence from Country M has moved targeting Tokyo Bay, but we have intercepted it outside of Tokyo Bay. Lin Yaodong frowned. This was not good news for him. Wall Street capital is notoriously hard to deal with. Sure enough, they were flipping the table again. However, he wasn't afraid. He had the identity of a Mao Xiong, while Johnson had the identity of Wall Street. They were about to leave and no one would stop them. However, it was time to call Anna. The last time he called, it was to have Anna handle the closure of the commercial building. This was truly unexpected. The Mao Xiong's Minsk aircraft carrier is also on its way to the waters of Japan, and their attitude is very tough. Prime Minister Haijun did not keep them in suspense and continued to share the second piece of news. Hearing that the Mao Xiong's aircraft carrier was also heading to Japan reassured Lin Yaodong. He instantly understood Prime Minister Haijun's true intention. The bipolar rivalry with Mao Xiong and Country M having victories and defeats was escalating. With the USS Independence arriving at Tokyo Bay, Japan had no means of countering. However, Mao Xiong did have means. He intended for Lin Yaodong to act as a mediator. However, Anna was quite remarkable. Knowing he was in danger, she actually pleaded with Boris to send an aircraft carrier to back him up. Little did he know Anna was completely unaware. I hope that when the Minsk aircraft carrier arrives near Tokyo Bay, Lin can mediate. Previously, I completely offended Colonel Michael Roy to buy time for the Minsk aircraft carrier. Prime Minister Haijun's expression was somewhat low and his voice was a bit suppressed. All right, Prime Minister Haijun. Whether to say it or not was not the point. Agreeing was certainly not wrong. Could Prime Minister Haijun really ask via radio? In reality, Prime Minister Haijun sought out Lin Yaodong out of sheer helplessness. Robert's nearly $20 trillion was something Japan truly could not liquidate. Even if they could liquidate, he would not agree. After all, with shorts attacking, Japan's future outcome was unclear. Would they let Robert liquidate and take away all Japan's foreign exchange reserves? Seeing Lin Yaodong agree, Prime Minister Haijun slowly stood up. Thank you, Lin. I have other affairs to handle, so I won't disturb you. Seeing this, Lin Yaodong stood up and smiled. They'll see you off. Prime Minister Haijun nodded with a complex expression. That's fine. It wasn't until Prime Minister Haijun's car had driven a distance that Lin Yaodong returned to the villa's hall. Boss, did Prime Minister Haijun notice anything? Guguli asked with some concern. He knows that I am the one bringing crisis to Japan. Lin Yaodong shrugged. Oh. Guguli was taken aback. Should we leave Japan? He'll book a plane ticket right now. Hee. Lin Yaodong smiled lightly. Aren't you afraid Japan will stage an air disaster? This is their boss. What should we do? Guguli panicked instantly. Hee. Lin Yaodong laughed, reaching out to pat Guguli's perky bottom. Just go about your business. They are only suspicious. Besides, even if they confirm it, they wouldn't dare to act against me. The situation had developed to a point of no return. It was already well known that Lin Yaodong was backed by Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs of Mao Xiong. If something happened to him in Japan, Mao Xiong would forcefully take over Lin's holdings. Lin's holdings controlled nearly 40% of Japan's total light industry output. This consequence was something Japan dared not imagine. Would Mao Xiong seek to reclaim the 100 billion rubles loan? With Mao Xiong's hardline stance externally, Japan could forget about recovering their loans. It would be a complete loss. Moreover, if Mao Xiong entered Japan, how could they leave afterward? Were they that easy to negotiate with? Perhaps they would even engage in a struggle against the US on Japanese territory. Japan and Country M battled with capital, but Mao Xiong and Country M would do so with actual gunfire. Not to mention a complete collapse of the financial system if they lost sovereignty. Of course, he was just teasing Guguli. Things had not reached that point yet. He valued his own safety more than anything else. Boss, you're just teasing me again. Guguli felt the attack on her rear and instantly realized Lin Yaodong was playing with her. Lin Yaodong chuckled, picking up the phone to dial Anna's number. The call was quickly connected and Anna's voice came. It's me. Upon hearing Anna's voice, her figure also flashed in his mind. She embodied the elegance of the West with the skin of the East and a devilish figure. Thank you. Lin Yaodong originally had many things to say, but when the words reached his lips, they turned into these two words. Hee, my dear Lin, when did you become so sentimental? However, Lin, you truly surprised me. I had suspected that you had other motives besides acquiring light industry companies in Japan, but I didn't expect your target to be the entire country of Japan. Every time Anna thought of Lin Yaodong's goal being the entire country of Japan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hee, I should tell you in advance, I fear you might think I am insane. Lin Yaodong also recalled how Anna had been intent on figuring out his intentions while in Japan. Ultimately, it was only when Sting took Anna away that he revealed part of his plan to her. Only then did he send her off on the plane. Lin, you're the best, moi. The poor soundproofing of old phones allowed Guguli to hear everything clearly. Guguli felt a wave of sourness wash over her heart. However, she also knew that Anna was the one with the upper hand, which made her feel somewhat wronged. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lin Yaodong, who picked up the phone and walked to the window. I won't be long until I return to Maoxiong. By then, I'll give you a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Upon hearing the word surprise, Anna instinctively touched her already bulging belly. Lin, when you return to Maoxiong, I'll also give you a big surprise. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong chuckled lightly. Alright, I look forward to the surprise you'll give me. As for what the surprise was, Lin Yaodong did not mention it. Would it still be a surprise if he said it? Changing the subject, he mentioned the key point of this call. Thank you for your help in asking Minister Boris to send an aircraft carrier to Japan to bail me out. Otherwise, my plans would be completely disrupted. Upon hearing this, Anna was clearly taken aback. Send an aircraft carrier. I didn't do that. Lin, did something happen on your side? Lin Yaodong was stunned. Anna's reaction didn't seem fake. You don't know about me taking action against you. Anna's eyes flashed with confusion upon hearing this. I don't know. I only noticed your efforts to persuade various European countries to impose restrictions on Japan's automobiles using my father's name. I just got up. Did you take action against Japan? Soon Lin Yaodong heard Anna dialing another number on the phone. Not Anna. Then who sent the aircraft carrier to Japan? As for Minister Boris giving orders, he didn't dare to think. He had been operating under Boris' name daily, and the fact that Boris hadn't personally called him to question him was already quite a favor to Anna. After a long moment, Anna's clear voice rang out again. Lin, I found out that it was my father who personally contacted Go, and then he flew to find Uncle Chirina. Right now I can't reach him. If my father gives you a hard time, Lin, could you please endure it for my sake? Although Lin Yaodong and Anna ended their call with smiles, a heavy sense of foreboding weighed upon his heart. The country navy maintained a garrison at Yokosuka Harbor in the island nation's waters, less than 2 hours away from Tokyo Bay. Meanwhile, the Minsk aircraft carrier group stationed at Vladivostok Naval Base lay roughly 1,000 kilometers from Tokyo Bay, requiring no fewer than 15 hours to arrive. Though Prime Minister Haijun claimed the USS Independence had been forced to halt given the country's temperament, they would certainly not stand idle during this window, and action was inevitable. In other words, something would happen within these dozen-odd hours. And country's sole objective was clear: compel Robert to liquidate his positions in the island nation stock market. At present, only two parties in the island nation could enable Robert to execute rapid liquidation and minimize losses: the island nation itself and Lin Yaodong. Grahari, I'm here. Grahari, who had been closely observing Lin Yaodong, responded instantly. Notify Yekaterina to gather our people and spend the night at the Bear Embassy. Though Grahari did not know what had transpired, she immediately complied with Lin Yaodong's instruction, pulling out her phone to call Yekaterina and relay the order. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yaodong. After a moment's reflection, he decided it prudent to warn Johnson as well. Boss, Johnson Roberts' capital is trapped in the island nation stock market. The country has grown impatient and dispatched the USS Independence Carrier Group to exert pressure in these waters. The Bears Minsk Carrier Group is also en route, but due to distance, a gap of over a dozen hours remains. Tonight, in-country naval landing is highly probable. In short, we face grave danger. You have three options. First, accompany me to the Bear Embassy. Second, vanish into hiding, somewhere no one knows. Third, I'll arrange for you to be escorted to the Huaxia Embassy. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Johnson froze, shocked, terrified, and silent. The Morgan family had deployed an aircraft carrier group. Even more alarming, the Bear had done the same. Did they truly disregard consequences? Johnson understood Lin Yaodong's implications. Seeking refuge at the Bear Embassy guaranteed safety. No one would dare violate its sanctity, but it would also publicly expose their alliance. The Huaxia Embassy offered discretion, but offered no assurance against the country's audacity. In diplomacy, weakness affords no leverage. Huaxia held little sway at present, its recourse limited to protests at the United Nations. Against a sum of $2 trillion, such protests were meaningless. Boss, we'll find our own shelter, Johnson replied, his voice thick with bitterness. If the country escalated pressure, the island nation might buckle. Should its government intervene, even 12 hours would suffice. Hearing this, a faint glint of amusement flickered in Lin Yaodong's eyes. Was this not, after all, a test of Johnson's resolve? Sanbango Chiyoda Ward. This is the ancestral residence of the Mitsui family. The rest need not be spelled out, I trust. At these words, Johnson's pulse quickened. Lin Yaodong had mentioned the Mitsui family before. At the time, he had been genuinely startled. Understood, boss, Johnson replied swiftly. It was not only the USS Independence approaching Tokyo Bay, but also the Bears Mince Carrier Group. Once Wall Street's financial identity was revealed, and the Mitsui name invoked, the Mitsui family could not afford indifference. Regardless of motive, they would never turn Johnson away. After ending the call, Lin Yaodong glanced at Grahari, who nodded. We shall also spend the night at the Bear Embassy. Night fell. Dozens of small warships anchored in Tokyo Bay. Colonel McElroy, clad in full uniform, disembarked swiftly, flanked by dozens of heavily armed country naval personnel. Colonel McElroy. The moment he stepped ashore, Robert appeared some 30 meters away, accompanied by the island nation's maritime self-defense force with Yamamoto prominently among them. Yet Yamamoto now lacked his former bravado, standing silently at the periphery, locked in a tense standoff with the landing country forces. McElroy cast a dismissive glance at the heavily armed island nation troops, then sneered contemptuously, ignoring them entirely as he strode toward Robert. With each step he took, the island nation soldiers' expressions shifted, some even instinctively recoiled from his. Even before McElroy reached Tokyo Bay's port, Yamamoto had issued repeated warnings. The USS Independence carrier group still loiters offshore. Do we truly wish to provoke them into open confrontation? Terror struck before courage could rise. Take me to Prime Minister Haijun, McElroy ordered, closing his eyes as he settled into the vehicle Robert had arranged. Only after the country naval contingent departed did the island nation's maritime self-defense force realize, despite the biting sea wind, their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Tokyo Chiyoda Ward Nagatacho 2 Chome 3 Ban 1 Go, the Prime Minister's official residence. Even past office hours, Prime Minister Haijun remained seated at his desk. He knew what was coming. An evasion was futile. Are the dossiers prepared? His secretary's eyes flickered with concern as he watched the Prime Minister's calm, untroubled expression. Having served at Haijun's side for years, he fully grasped the magnitude of the crisis about to unfold. Prime Minister, the Foreign Exchange Reserve's data dossiers on Lin Group Holdings Johnson and Lin Yaodong. All are ready. You may retire for the night, Haijun said without looking up, his voice soft but firm. Prime Minister, please allow me to remain with you. Though the secretary longed to leave, he could not bear to see Haijun face this alone. Retire. That is an order, Haijun repeated, this time with unmistakable finality. A sigh escaped him. Bowing slightly, he withdrew slowly, only to hear the sharp, rhythmic screech of braking vehicles echoing across the compound courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. Armed soldiers poured from the vehicles, seizing control of the entire prime ministerial compound in moments. Such a display spoke volumes of raw, unapologetic dominance. Clack, clack, clack. The secretary watched as Robert escorted a formidable country officer, bearing palpable authority, into the grand hall. At the sight, he retreated silently. In the prime minister's office, Haijun, having sensed the commotion, rose slowly, his expression serene, neither sorrowful nor elated. Noticing the secretary's return, he made no further attempt to dismiss him. Prepare tea. Yes, Prime Minister, the secretary murmured, casting one last conflicted glance before moving toward the tea table. Clack, clack, clack. Each of McElroy's measured steps echoed sharply, deliberately designed to unsettle Prime Minister Haijun psychologically. But he would be disappointed. Haijun simply stood, still silent, watching him with unwavering composure. Colonel McElroy's violation of the island nation's territorial sovereignty will be formally protested at the United Nations. Only when McElroy drew near did Haijun speak, calm, detached, unimpressed. Do as you wish. Had I feared you, I would not be standing here now. I offer you two choices. First, the island nation assumes Robert's open positions. Second, reveal the true mastermind behind the short-selling campaign against our markets. 10 minutes later, Prime Minister Haijun stood at the window, watching McElroy and his entourage depart. A subtle flicker passed through his eyes. The island nation stands at a turbulent crossroads. Sacrifice is inevitable. Before Villa No. 8 in the Bansho residential district of Chiyoda Ward, Japan. Colonel, the villa is empty. Upon hearing this, McElroy's eyes snapped open, a flash of cold light piercing through his gaze. Impossible. How could it be empty? McElroy gently brushed past the messenger and strode directly into the villa. Soon he rendezvoused with Robert. The tea is still warm. They must have left less than an hour ago. Aside from critical documents, nothing else was taken. Clearly, Lin Yaodong departed in great haste upon receiving the warning. Hearing this, McElroy's expression hardened, but he remained silent. The two entered the villa's study. Leave a small detachment here. The rest are to search other locations. Though McElroy issued the order, he had already foreseen the outcome. If Lin Yaodong had fled upon receiving the alert, the others would hardly wait for them to arrive. Robert hurried away upon receiving the command. Half an hour later, as McElroy stood before the bookshelf, leaning forward to touch a decorative volume with his index finger, Robert re-entered the room. Empty. McElroy did not turn around, speaking coolly. Yes. The key figures have been relocated. Those remaining know nothing of consequence. Robert was deeply frustrated, profoundly so. He had assumed Michael Roy's arrival backed by overwhelming martial authority would swiftly resolve the matter. Yet nothing had progressed. "Don't rush," Michael Roy said calmly, glancing briefly at Robert. At that moment the telephone on the desk rang, dingling. "This is Colonel Michael Roy," he stated flatly, announcing his identity. After a brief exchange he hung up. Lin Yaodong and the senior executives of Lin Group Holdings have taken refuge at the Bear Federation's embassy. "Johnston has vanished without a trace," Michael Roy murmured softly. As he finished speaking, Michael Roy turned and walked toward the study door. "I've already deployed personnel to track Johnston's whereabouts. Now, we proceed to the Bear Federation's embassy to meet this Lin Yaodong." Robert frowned sharply. Lin Yaodong and the Lin Group leadership had taken shelter inside the embassy. A complication indeed. Colonel Michael Roy, the Bear Federation's embassy is not so easily breached. Might we instead await news of Johnston? Robert quickened his pace to catch up with Michael Roy. "I'm in no hurry, but I fear you are. Rest assured, I shall not adopt an excessively hardline stance toward the Bear Federation." Prime Minister's official residence, 31 Nabansho Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. Prime Minister Hai-jun set down the telephone and walked to the window, gazing out into the vast, ink-black night sky. A long, weary sigh escaped him. His silhouette, too, appeared profoundly desolate. Indeed, it was he who had just relayed the intelligence to Michael Roy. And from that he had definitively confirmed one crucial relationship: Johnston was Lin Yaodong's man. Otherwise Johnston could never have known, so promptly, of the imminent arrival of both the Independence Carrier Strike Group and the Minsk Carrier Strike Group into Tokyo Bay. Moreover, his investigation had uncovered another detail. Over the past 2 months, Johnston had systematically acquired shares from major securities firms via leveraged loans. Thus, the perpetrator behind the day's algorithmic sell-off finally emerged into plain sight. Johnston, or rather, Lin Yaodong. No wonder Johnston had opportunistically purchased shares of Sumitomo Bank during its acute liquidity crisis. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Yaodong. Yet this no longer concerned him. Prime Minister Hai-jun silently returned to his desk and placed 2 documents. One was his resignation letter, the other a formal protest. After this turmoil, Hai-jun knew he was no longer fit to serve as Japan's prime minister. He could not bring shame upon Japan. Late at night, several luxury vehicles pulled up before the Bear Federation's embassy, only to be halted by on-duty soldiers. A window rolled down, revealing Michael Roy's face. "Inform Ambassador Solovyov that Colonel Michael Roy of the M State Navy requests an urgent audience." The soldier's eyes narrowed warily, but he dared not delay matters of such diplomatic gravity. He nodded and sprinted into the guardhouse. Shortly thereafter he rushed back. "Ambassador Solovyov will receive you, but he does not welcome others." Michael Roy's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Robert. "I'll handle this alone. You lead your team to locate Japan's 4 great financial conglomerates." With that, Michael Roy opened the car door and stepped out. Facing over a dozen towering Bear Federation soldiers on duty, he showed not the slightest trace of fear. "Lead the way." Tall columns and spacious windows lent the building a stately, elegant appearance, embodying quintessential European architectural grandeur. Its courtyard and surrounding grounds were well landscaped, adorned with trees and lush lawns. Inside the embassy compound, a multi-tiered structure rose before them, its exact number of floors indiscernible at a glance, yet certainly no fewer than 6. Riding a sightseeing vehicle to the building's entrance, Michael Roy then followed the soldier into the lobby elevator and ascended to the top floor. As the doors opened, 2 figures stood waiting before him. "Apologies, Colonel Michael Roy. Please cooperate." Michael Roy gave a faint shrug and submitted willingly as the soldiers disarmed him. Not a flicker of concern crossed his face. From the moment he'd stepped onto Bear Federation soil, their concern for his safety far surpassed his own. Should anything untoward befall him within these embassy walls, the ensuing diplomatic storm would be catastrophic for the Bear Federation. Soon Michael Roy was escorted by the soldiers into an office. "Ambassador Solovyov, Colonel Michael Roy of the M State Navy has arrived," announced the aide. As the words fell, Michael Roy caught sight of the 2 men inside. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a full beard, clearly Ambassador Solovyov. Beside him, an Eastern youth sat leisurely on the sofa sipping tea. At the sight of the young man, Michael Roy's eyes instinctively narrowed. Lin Yaodong. He was actually awaiting him here. What audacity! "Colonel Michael Roy." Solovyov rose slowly and stepped forward to stand before him. "Ambassador Solovyov," Michael Roy replied, his tone equally measured. The two exchanged stiff, expressionless nods, a gesture that drew a faint wry shake of the head from Lin Yaodong. In great power rivalry, who blinks first loses. He felt no urgency. If these two could stall until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, all the better. He'd be spared further trouble. Ambassador Solovyov, Michael Roy, unable to outwait the ambassador, extended his hand first. Solovyov's face lit with a smile, and the two clasped hands warmly. They even patted each other lightly on the back of the hand. "Colonel Michael Roy, allow me to introduce Comrade Lin Yaodong, fiancé of Anna, daughter of Boris, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Bear Federation." "Comrade Lin Yaodong, this is Colonel Michael Roy of the M State Navy." Michael Roy extended his hand deliberately and said meaningfully, Mr. Lin, it is at last an honor to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, Colonel Michael Roy, Lin Yaodong replied with a faint, tranquil smile. They took their seats. Solovyov returned to his desk. He knew his sole responsibility now was to ensure both men's safety, and above all prevent Lin Yaodong from being disadvantaged. Neither Lin Yaodong nor Colonel Michael Roy paid any mind to Solovyov's departure. Mr. Lin, name your terms. What must be done to enable Robert to close his positions in the Japanese inside the top-floor office of the Bear Embassy? Mr. Lin, name your terms. How can Robert liquidate his positions in the island nation stock market? I'm afraid I don't understand, Lin Yaodong replied with a faint smile. I don't know any Robert. I'm merely an industrialist. Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else. Seeing Lin Yaodong feign ignorance, Michael Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly irritated. What audacity, to play evasive games with him. I have little time, Mr. Lin. I know Johnson is your man, and it is Johnson who executed the quantity. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone to such lengths just to meet you face-to-face. Though you stand under the bear's protection, remember this, cross us, and you'll find no path forward. Though Michael Roy spoke calmly, his aura was commanding. So much so that even Solovyov, seated farther away, instinctively raised his head. Colonel Michael Roy, this is the Bear Embassy. Please choose your words with care. Otherwise I won't hesitate to escort you out. A slight furrow appeared between Michael Roy's brows. How long had it been since anyone dared warn him, a man accustomed to command? He couldn't recall, and so he bristled. Lin Yaodong merely smiled faintly. Ever since Mizuho returned to the cabinet, Lin Yaodong had surmised that Prime Minister Haijun was already aware of his machinations. And if the scheme was known, Johnson's exposure was only a matter of time. He simply hadn't expected the veil to be lifted so swiftly. I urge you to consider carefully, Mr. Lin, Michael Roy said, undeterred by Solovyov's warning. As though he hadn't. Are you threatening me? Lin Yaodong asked, lifting his water glass and taking a slow sip. You may interpret it that way. I advise you choose wisely. Forge our friendship or stand squarely against us. Michael Roy's right hand clenched and relaxed repeatedly, his patience fraying rapidly. Lin Yaodong's smile faded. He set the glass down deliberately and spoke, voice low and resonant. Colonel Michael Roy, please mind your place. My future father-in-law is Boris, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Bear. My background is hardly insignificant. In terms of military strength, the Bear is no less formidable than the M-State. As for authority, though you are an official and I a merchant, the power I wield may well rival yours. The moment the Independence-class carrier moved, the Minsk-class carrier steamed toward Tokyo Bay. That alone proves my point. Moreover, if, as you claim, Johnson is my man and this financial turmoil in the island nation originated from my hand, then one might fairly conclude my financial acumen rivals Wall Street's capital itself. Let me ask you plainly, with such backing and such capability, why do you dare threaten me? Colonel Michael Roy, answer me. Since confrontation was inevitable, and since Michael Roy had openly issued a threat, why should Lin Yaodong indulge him further? From afar, Solovyov, who had kept his head lowered, flashed with astonishment. He never imagined Lin Yaodong would openly challenge Colonel Michael Roy. It truly defied all expectation. Had the setting permitted, he might have cheered Lin Yaodong on. By contrast, Michael Roy's expression darkened. For the first time, his gaze sharpened with menace, veins pulsed visibly along his temples, as though he might erupt at any second. Lin Yaodong didn't pause, but continued, tone casual. After all, I represent the Bear, you the M-State. We are inherently opposed. Do you truly believe your mere words could compel me to forfeit hundreds of billions, or even trillions, of dollars? I understand the Independence-class carrier costs roughly $800 million annually, enough to sustain it healthily for over a millennium. Tell me, Colonel, do you genuinely possess that kind of influence? Lin Yaodong gave a quiet, wry smile, meeting Michael Roy's gaze directly, unblinking, unyielding. Michael Roy's brow tightened. Mr. Lin, name your terms. What will it take for you to help us liquidate? Though Lin Yaodong hadn't confirmed it outright, Michael Roy easily discerned the implicit admission beneath his words. If the M-State Navy withdraws from Southeast Asian waters, I guarantee full liquidation of your stock positions in the island nations market. Even if you entrust them to me entirely, any losses incurred will be borne by the Bear. Before Lin Yaodong could finish, Michael Roy shot to his feet. Impossible. Under no circumstances will our Navy abandon Southeast Asia, not even in thought. Without sincerity in negotiation, I bid you farewell, for now. But remember this, Mr. Lin, this matter is far from closed. Michael Roy knew further talks were futile, and strode out immediately. Meanwhile, Solovyov, who had been startled earlier by Lin Yaodong's boldness, gave a subtle nod to the two guards stationed outside. I look forward to our next meeting, Lin Yaodong remarked, coolly watching Michael Roy's retreating back. Michael Roy halted, turned, and glared, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. So do I, Mr. Lin, Michael Roy ground out, teeth clenched. Colonel, please. By then the soldiers had already stepped forward, gesturing politely toward the door. Oomph. Michael Roy jerked his arm aside and strode away, boots echoing sharply. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mr. Lin, no wonder you've captured the heart of Minister Boris's daughter. Such audacity. I'm deeply impressed. The moment Michael Roy exited, Solovyov burst into hearty laughter. Heh. Lin Yaodong shook his head, smiling wryly. Ambassador, don't jest. Colonel Michael Roy never intended to negotiate in earnest. Elsewhere, Michael Roy climbed into the car waiting outside and immediately dialed the Morgan Patriarch. Lin Yaodong, emboldened by the Bear's carrier nearing Tokyo Bay, brazenly demanded the withdrawal of U.S. naval forces from Southeast Asia. Negotiations failed. As Michael Roy fell silent, a brief pause followed on the line before the Morgan Patriarch replied, "So it's confirmed. Lin Yaodong of the Bear is the one who pulled the strings." At the boundary of Tokyo's maritime area, Yamamoto sternly observed a signal on the radar, which was, in fact, not only the Japanese Navy, but Michael Roy was also keeping a close watch. 50 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles. Admiral, we should alert the Minsk now. A team leader anxiously looked at Yamamoto. Don't rush. They are the Bear's aircraft carrier, not M countries. Let's first see if they reduce speed. Yamamoto kept his gaze fixed on the radar. A fine layer of sweat had unconsciously formed on his forehead. The Minsk aircraft carrier has a displacement of 3600 tons with a full load displacement of 43500 tons. To go from full speed to a stop requires at least 3 nautical miles. For safety, we must alert the Admiral at 10 nautical miles. The second team leader put down his binoculars and urged loudly. Due to the weather, mist had been rising over the sea, and even with binoculars they could see only up to 3 nautical miles. This meant that as long as they could see the Minsk aircraft carrier through the binoculars, they were at risk of being struck. Quiet. Yamamoto glared at the second team leader, and they all knew that Yamamoto was not unaware of the situation. 15 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, 8 nautical miles. Upon seeing the Minsk aircraft carrier was only 8 nautical miles away, Yamamoto put on his headset. This is Yamamoto, commander of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force. Attention, Minsk aircraft carrier group. This is Tokyo Bay in Japanese waters. We do not welcome the Bear military. Please withdraw immediately. Before Yamamoto could finish his sentence, all 8 signals suddenly emitted alarm sounds. Yamamoto, along with the first, second, and third team leaders, stared blankly at the signal console. They saw a large red circle continuously expanding. At the same time, the signal encircled in red was rapidly approaching them. Not good. There's a missile attack. Quickly intercept. The signal console was thrown into chaos. This is easy. This is Marshal Chernovin of the Minsk aircraft carrier group. We just accidentally launched an AK-630 Type 30mm Closian weapon system shell due to a program malfunction. 3 more shells may be launched at any time. Please avoid. Please avoid. Yamamoto, bewildered, picked up the headset, received. As soon as those words fell, a wave of helplessness swept over Yamamoto. Retreat to Tokyo Bay. The leaders of the 3 fleets looked worriedly at Yamamoto. They knew the Bears were overbearing, but didn't expect them to be this ruthless. No warning, just firing shells as a threat. What a messed-up program malfunction, and it said that 3 more shells could launch at any time. You've got to be kidding. They want them to give way. Should we go with the old plan? Move the fleet. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion a few hundred meters in front of them. The intercepted missiles had intercepted nothing. Leaving the fleet would be a pointless loss. The Bears are not like the U.S. military. They don't fall for that. Feeling the waves from the explosion, Yamamoto waved his hand, retreat. In fact, they had no idea that the last time it wasn't the fleet's merit, but Chernovin's warning. On the sea, the Minsk aircraft carrier was advancing at full speed, and even the sudden dense fog did not affect. With destroyers and cruisers patrolling ahead, there was no worry for safety. Won't the Japanese object to this? Boris helplessly glanced at Chernovin. He received news and rushed over just as the missiles were launched. Didn't I give them a reason? It was a program malfunction. They didn't suffer any losses. Chernovin grinned, took a bite of an apple. Sigh. Boris let out a sigh, then said, "But this is good. It saves a lot of trouble." Chernovin nodded vigorously. That's the right way to think here. He shoved the half-eaten apple into Boris's hand, then he placed his hands behind his head and walked towards the signal console. Prepare, we're about to land. I'm very interested in Lin Yaodong. Boris glanced at the leftover apple with disgust. He casually tossed it into the trash. In the Yokosuka military camp, Michael Roy looked at the suddenly appearing missile signals on the radar with a gloomy face. He actually dared to launch missiles. How could Chernovin be so bold? Suddenly, yesterday's warning from Chernovin flashed in his mind. If he insisted on moving forward, would Chernovin really launch missiles? He had no answer and didn't want to know the answer. How long until the Minsk aircraft carrier reaches Tokyo Bay? Colonel, it's expected to be about an hour. At Tokyo Bay, when Lin Yaodong, Guhili, and Bao Xiong arrived, Prime Minister Hai-jun was already waiting. With Prime Minister Hai-jun speaking naturally, no one dared to intercept Lin Yaodong and the others. Lin, you're here. Compared to before, Prime Minister Hai-jun looked a bit downcast. Prime Minister Hai-jun, my future father-in-law has arrived in the country, so of course I must greet him. Thank you for your kind words yesterday. Lin Yaodong smiled, faintly hinting. Prime Minister Hai-jun's mouth curled up slightly before returning to his usual expression. Lin Yaodong knew that he had just wanted to laugh, but didn't. Lin leaves some room for future encounters. Do not do anything that will force people into a corner. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. Thank you for your guidance, Prime Minister. Although he said this, the Japanese are not human. Prime Minister Haijun nodded to Lin Yaodong, his gaze continuing to watch the sea. Suddenly a sound of woo, woo, came from afar. Lin Yaodong's eyes snapped open aboard. He saw two cruisers rapidly approaching through the misty sea, cutting through the water swiftly. The sight was extremely shocking, absolutely a visual feast. Before them humanity appeared minuscule. The massive bodies exuded a cold metallic sheen, resembling gigantic steel beasts seemingly ready to tear apart the coastline. This caused the crowd on the shore to turn pale, and some even quietly retreated. Of course, all this was an illusion brought about by visual impact. Even Chernovan, no matter how foolish, would not command the cruisers to collide with the port. After a long while, the two cruisers slowly docked at the shore, with heavy ropes thrown out like giant pythons tightly secured to the mooring posts on the shore, creaking with the gentle waves. The signal lights on the ships blinked rhythmically, as if engaging in a silent conversation with the land. At Tokyo Bay Port, step aside, don't scare the people. Just as Lin Yaodong was in a daze, a voice suddenly called out from behind the bulky figure. Boris' figure also appeared in Lin Yaodong's sight. His short silver-white hair looked a bit messy due to the sea breeze. His square face had distinct features. His nose was a nose, and his eyes were eyes. He stood over 180 centimeters tall, with a somewhat stout build, dressed in a dark suit. What drew the most attention was his similarly silver-white eyebrows. At first glance, it gave the impression that he had no eye. He approached Prime Minister Haijun with a kind yet dignified smile, extending his hand. Although he was walking toward Prime Minister Haijun, his peripheral vision discreetly assessed Lin Yaodong. There was no helping it. Lin Yaodong was outstanding in his own right, and Boris had seen his photograph. The man who quietly got his daughter pregnant. As he observed Lin Yaodong, he was also mentally comparing him to the information he had gathered. Handsome indeed, it could be said that he was barely suitable for Anna. His outstanding demeanor was indeed remarkable. Oh, at least he spotted Lin Yaodong in the crowd at a glance. In terms of looks and physique, he met Boris' standards. Furthermore, his abilities were not bad. Upon reflection, he truly seemed to be a good match for Anna. At that moment, Boris stood not far from Prime Minister Haijun and extended his hand. Prime Minister Haijun, I apologize for coming uninvited. I am Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Bear Nation. Prime Minister Haijun. Boris could see the look in his eyes. Wasn't this a bit too dismissive? However, with reporters present, what could he say? Welcome, Minister Boris, to our island nation for a visit. The two shook hands, tightly smiling broadly, a scene captured by the media. While Prime Minister Haijun and Minister Boris engaged in pleasantries, Kelnovan did not join in. He walked straight to Lin Yaodong's side and gently patted his shoulder. You are Lin Yaodong, the father of my future grandchild. As Boris observed Lin Yaodong was also observing Boris. Suddenly, a great force struck, and Lin Yaodong nearly toppled over. He was already quite strong, but facing Kelnovan, who had attacked unexpectedly, he couldn't hold on. Lin Yaodong shot a reproachful glance at the bulky bear behind him. Is this how you protect me? The bulky bear displayed an innocent expression. That was Marshal Kelnovan, who ranked at least 8 levels above him. How could he stop him? Gu Heli chuckled inwardly, but with so many important figures present, she rarely put on a secretary's demeanor. Hello, uncle. Lin Yaodong guessed Kelnovan's identity. Going along with the flow, combined with Kelnovan's arm that was thicker than his thigh, he could only smile wryly. As for the phrase about the future grandchild, Lin Yaodong mistakenly believed it was meant to bring them closer. After all, it was only a matter of time. Minister Boris, Marshal Kelnovan, Mr. Lin, I have arranged a banquet for us to eat and chat together. This way, please. Boris nodded with a smile, and then cast a casual glance at Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong touched his nose, feeling awkward. At Yokosuka Port Military Camp. Did you say that Prime Minister Haijun personally welcomed Kelnovan? Boris is also among the fleet. Michael Roy's expression was not good. Upon arriving in the island nation, not only was there no prime minister, but even the cabinet ministers were absent. The Bear Nation's fleet not only fired at them, but Prime Minister Haijun even personally welcomed them. It was hard for him to feel good about it. At the Tokyo Imperial Palace's Matsuzaka Banquet Hall, Matsuzaka is known for its antiquity and exquisite craftsmanship, and it is also the place for the island nation state banquets. The floor was covered with smooth tatami mats, and the wooden beams and pillars were sturdy and solid with clear granite. In the center of the room, a low, long table was neatly arranged, covered with a luxurious brocade tablecloth shimmering subtly under the light. The tableware was of top quality. The ceramic plates were delicate in texture, with even and bright glaze, all crafted by island nation's artisans who had secretly learned from huaxia techniques. In the surrounding alcoves, carefully arranged seasonal flower arrangements were displayed. At this moment, several branches of slanting autumn chrysanthemums with golden and pure white petals unfurling blossomed, a touch of tranquil color in the dimness, contrasting with the lush green leaves, creating a simple yet zen-like scene. The hanging paintings on the walls were either imposing calligraphy with strong and vigorous brushstrokes, or intricately depicted landscape scrolls with mountains and rivers flowing on paper, immersing one in a distant artistic conception. But none of that mattered. The backyard was a carefully maintained Japanese garden. On the white stones laid out in a deliberate pattern, two people were currently standing. A somewhat awkward Lin Yaodong and Boris, who was watching dozens of koi swimming in the pond. I admit you are quite capable developing from zero to this scale in such a short time. However, for many people your previous self was merely dabbling, not many paid attention. But this time is different. Short-selling the island nation. This was done rather hastily. Many things in this world cannot be done not because they cannot be done, but because they must not be done. If you extend your hand too far, someone will jump out. They will not only cut off your financial path, but may also take your... Lin Yaodong nodded, feeling that Boris was absolutely right. If it weren't for his connection with Boris, he would only have been able to follow behind Wall Street Capital and have a taste. How could he dare to confront Wall Street Capital and the island nation he didn't, let alone Colonel Michael Roy? However, Boris turned around. A glint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and he smiled. Your abilities far exceed my expectations. Given that this matter has developed to this point, the offense has been made. Do as you wish. The aircraft carrier group will not leave before you depart from the island nation. We will provide you with security, but you must hand over 30% of the profits to the Bear Nation. This is the price for us dispatching the aircraft carriers. Boris added, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. No problem. Lin Yaodong nodded in agreement. He agreed, but he didn't know if the Bear Nation could hold on until he paid them the money. Moreover, even if he did pay, he wouldn't be at a loss, as he could gain some say during the Bear Nation's disintegration. A casual maneuver could yield several times, or even dozens of times the profits for the island nation. Especially with the Bear Nation's hundreds of design bureaus he had been planning for a long time, but had yet to make progress. Not to mention the heavy industry. Have you contacted Anna recently? Make time to see Anna. She needs your company during her pregnancy. Even if you can't be there, you should at least call her more often. Originally, I should be angry, but considering that you have important matters to attend to, I won't say much. Hearing this, Lin Yaodong was about to respond, but paused. The words Kelnevin said flashed in his mind. The father of my future grandchild. Could it be? Lin Yaodong looked up in astonishment. Are you saying Anna is pregnant? I'm going to be a dad. Lin Yaodong's originally steady breathing became rapid and chaotic, his chest rising and falling violently, his lips trembling slightly. He wanted to ask, but feared that he was overthinking. His hands, driven by excitement, bulged with veins, disregarding his status as he gripped Boris' arm tightly, causing Boris to frown slightly from the pressure. At that moment, Boris realized that the calm Lin Yaodong, who seemed unlike a young person, was as if pulled from the lofty clouds into the bustling world by an invisible force. Even his usually indifferent aura was shattered at this moment. He still did not know that Anna was pregnant. You mean? Anna is pregnant. I'm going to be a dad. Looking at Lin Yaodong's intense gaze fixed on him, the displeasure that had just arisen in Boris' heart instantly vanished. Yes, she is already 5 months along. Boris smiled with great satisfaction. It turned out that Lin Yaodong was not avoiding Anna in favor of the Bear Country, but rather he was unaware. At this moment, Boris' gaze towards Lin Yaodong was filled with even more approval. Lin, when you return to the Bear Country, I will surprise you greatly. Thoughts of the previous call with Anna flashed in his mind. Lin Yaodong's body trembled as he realized he was still gripping Boris' arm. He quickly released his grip, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. Lin Yaodong walked away to sit down alone, picking up a cigarette to smoke. He was so excited that he even coughed a few times. But he did not mind. His mind was in chaos, very chaotic. One could say that his original plans were completely disrupted due to Anna's pregnancy. Originally, in the development timeline, Boris' family would perish. A year later, Boris would be shot and Anna would die an unnatural death. Because he had taken in Anna, Lin Yaodong planned to try to save her family. But he did not have complete confidence. However, everything was different now. Anna was carrying his child, whether out of responsibility or for survival, he had to ensure the safety of Boris' family. As soon as news of Anna's pregnancy spread, he would be tied to Boris' family. When the new regime overthrew the old, he would undoubtedly appear on the list of those to be settled with, becoming a political sacrifice. What to do? Seeing Lin Yaodong's sudden reaction, a clear look of surprise flashed in Boris' eyes. He suddenly realized that he found Lin Yaodong somewhat difficult to understand. Just now, upon receiving the news, Lin Yaodong was clearly very excited, even exhilarated. His usual calm demeanor was completely shattered. Did this prove that Lin Yaodong cared deeply for Anna, or rather for the child? But now Lin Yaodong was clearly deep in thought, contemplating the future, plotting ahead. His thoughts were profound. Such a person is capable of great things, but at the same time such a person is uncontrollable. Daughter, what kind of son-in-law have you chosen for me? Father fears you may not be able to handle it. Lin. Boris approached the stone table and gently patted Lin Yaodong's shoulder. Lin Yaodong instinctively looked up at Boris. Those in lower positions take 1 step at a time, those in middle positions look 3 steps ahead, and those in higher positions look 10 steps ahead. But remember, even the smartest cannot foresee every outcome. Sometimes taking a step back allows for broader perspectives and clearer views. Let's go, we've been chatting for a while, it's time to attend the banquet. Taking a step back allows for broader perspectives. Lin Yaodong's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something, or perhaps he had not. All right, uncle. Lin Yaodong extinguished his cigarette and slowly rose. Yes. Seeing Lin Yaodong's attitude, Boris was even more pleased, listening to advice. The banquet was grandly held, but ended rather hastily. Boris could not stay long after dining. He proposed to return to the Bear Country. However, Chernov stayed under the pretext of visiting the island country. Nonetheless, Chernov sent 2 escort fleets with 6 ships to escort Boris back. At Tokyo Bay, Chernov invited Lin Yaodong aboard the ship for a tour, also giving Lin Yaodong and Boris one last opportunity to be alone together. On the cruiser, the two stood on the deck. Take this phone, it's our newly developed satellite phone. It's hard to break the encryption, reducing the risk of being eavesdropped. Inside, you'll find my and Sting's numbers. In case of anything, just call me directly, and I'll make arrangements. So that sometimes I won't be caught off guard. Hearing Boris' insinuation, Lin Yaodong's expression subtly became, wasn't he just hinting at him? All right, uncle. Lin Yaodong readily agreed. Is there anything else you want to tell, or do? Boris was about to return. This back and forth took 2 days, and he was already busy with official duties. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong fell silent. Uncle, the internal conflicts in the Bear Country are escalating, right? For example, the second Bear Ukraine. Boris nodded slowly. These are no secrets. You just speak your mind. I will consider your words. Actually, it's not much. I just suggest that Uncle maintain a good relationship with the second Bear appropriately. This may greatly benefit your future. The second Bear will announce its separation from the Bear Country next year, allowing Boris' family to break away from the Bear Country and join the second Bear. Even planning for the second Bear separation from the Bear Country was the best solution Lin Yaodong could come up with. Of course, for now, he was only suggesting he did not hope to become Boris' master. He could plan once he returned to the Bear Country. The second Bear. Boris frowned secretly. Why was the second Bear brought up out of the blue? In the Bear Country, it had always been the first Bear Russia that dominated in economic and political terms. He had always been close to the first Bear working in Moscow. All right, if there's a chance, I will. Boris smiled and patted Lin Yaodong's shoulder. Wrap up your time in the island country quickly. Oh, Anna is still waiting for you back in the Bear Country. Okay, uncle. Lin Yaodong nodded vigorously. By the way, Chernov's methods are somewhat, how should I put it, absurd. Yes, absurd. However, he's rough yet meticulous. He doesn't perform as poorly as it seems. Before they parted, Boris specifically reminded Lin Yaodong once more. Thinking of Chernov, a strange feeling arose in Lin Yaodong's heart. He is a person from the second Bear holding significant power there. Boris implied. All right, let's disembark. I must leave as well. Lin Yaodong felt a stir in his heart, slowly nodded, and followed the soldiers off the ship. Watching the fleet depart, he then got into the car with Chernov. Hey Lin, would you like to go to Yokosuka port to meet Michael Roy? No thanks. Lin Yaodong decisively refused. Although he had offended Colonel Michael Roy, it did not mean he wanted to create more animosity. Uncle Chernov, thank you for running to the island country to support me. I heard from Uncle that you are a person from the second Bear. As a return, I plan to invest in the second Bear. I wonder what Uncle thinks. Chernov's eyes flickered with confusion as he casually remarked, of course I'm happy. How much do you plan to invest? I can give you a heads up. The first batch will be 100 billion rubles. The funds will be in place within 3 months. Also, all items from Lin's commercial building except for staple foods will be half price. How much did you say? 100 billion rubles. That's right, 100 billion rubles. Lin Yaodong nodded with a smile. Air Mao had certainly benefited a lot from the division of the Bear's rewards. In terms of land area, it ranks second in Europe, third in military strength worldwide, with a complete range of industries and vast fertile fields known as the Granary of Europe. Air Mao inherited approximately 30 of the Bear's military legacy. Among them, there are over 6,000 tanks, more than 1,500 fighter jets, including 19 White Swans, over 300 warships, and more than 200 intercontinental missiles. There are even over 1,000 nuclear warheads. Besides equipment, Lin Yaodong also coveted the Design Bureau's research teams and combat readiness that were equally strong. With over 3,000 national defense and military industrial units, and more than 1 million military talents plus over 8,000 combat troops, particularly the Black Sea, Shipyard Motor Sich Antonov, and the Southern Design Bureau. The Bear's aircraft carriers, including the Varyag, all originated from the Black Sea Shipyard with more than 2,500 engineers. Motor Sich is the world's largest aircraft engine manufacturing company, known as the Tsar of Power. The Antonov Design Bureau is the manufacturing base for the Bear's aircraft, especially transport planes, with the An-225 coming from the Antonov Design Bureau. Moreover, most of the Bear's intercontinental missiles, including the infamous Satan, originated from the Southern Design Bureau. In addition to a military deterrent strong enough to secure a foothold in the world, there is also a complete industrial system complemented by abundant natural resources in Air Mao. The steel production is immense, with 2/3 of the land being black soil, and historically, it has even ranked as the 3rd largest grain exporter in the world. Unfortunately, fate has dealt a cruel hand. Originally focused on heavy industry and agriculture, after the division, Air Mao's singular industrial structure struggled to adapt to market changes, lacking funding and technological investment, resulting in the closure of many heavy industrial enterprises, worker unemployment, and the flight of technicians. Additionally, with numerous political parties and constant party strife, the national will is difficult to unify. During the privatization process, Mao's economy was monopolized by a few oligarchs who controlled the lifeblood of the nation's economy and political direction. These oligarchs inherited the Bears model, caring only for their own interests, indifferent to national development and the welfare of the people, severely hindering Mao's economic growth and social equity. With a lack of management experience and rampant oligarchy, the economic order was chaotic, further compounded by inefficient resource allocation. It can be said that a good hand was played poorly. Thus, Lin Yaodong planned to lay the groundwork for Mao in advance, along with Wen's influence in Mao and his operations coupled with Boris' influence. He aimed to be the biggest oligarch in Mao when the Bear divided a year later. He would control the economic lifeblood of Mao while Boris would control the military lifeblood. As long as everyone listened to him, relying solely on the deterrent power of the 100 nuclear warheads and 200 intercontinental missiles acquired from the division of Mao, Lin Yaodong was confident he could restrain the country. Moreover, with his capabilities, he could elevate Mao to be the world's fourth or even third largest economy, achieving comprehensive development in military, finance, heavy industry, light industry, and agriculture. Of course, that would take many years to accomplish. Lin Yaodong even conceived a bolder idea after the Bear's dissolution to unite other member countries into a federation of Mao. In that case, the Bear would still be the Bear, remaining a global giant capable of competing with the country, but the power would fall into his hands. Of course, this idea was too crazy and nearly impossible to implement. For example, the Mao would certainly not agree. Good lad, to give me such a big surprise upon our first meeting. Speak, what do you want? It's not just to repay me for protecting you, is it? Lin Yaodong's mouth curled into a slight smile, though indeed there was depth beneath his rough exterior. Anyone who could become the highest commander of the Bear's aircraft carrier group could not possibly be a brash person. I want absolute security, Lin Yaodong said softly, his eyes fixed intently on Chirna. Security? Rest assured, with me around, no one will nor dare to harm you. Moreover, you have Boris, the Minister of Internal Affairs, as your father-in-law. Lin Yaodong shook his head. Not enough. I can ensure that all 50 million people in Mao have clothes to wear and enough food to eat, just like the people in the island nation now. Furthermore, 100 billion rubles is just the first batch of investment. I will invest more later. For example, the immense wealth after shorting the island nation or the Tunguska coal field. If not spent money in hand, is just a set of data, meaningless. In fact, he could also invest in Huaxia, but the situation in Huaxia's mainland is complicated. No matter how large the scale, as long as a policy from above is enacted, everything is in vain. But Mao is different. I don't want to wait for the day when Mao changes its highest leader, and with a single word my efforts will go to waste. I want sufficient security and reliable guarantees. Uncle Chirna, what do you think? As long as this issue is resolved, I can sign the investment contract with you at any time. Within 3 months, 100 billion rubles will be deposited into the designated account. Of course, how this money will be spent is up to me, and only I can decide. In fact, he could also draw upon light industry enterprises to invest in technology and develop light industry. However, he could not do so. If Mao developed comprehensively, how could they still divide? Seeing the smile in Lin Yaodong's eyes, Chirna frowned slightly. This investment of 100 billion rubles did not seem easy to obtain. I have a good relationship with Secretary Leonid. I can help you get an official position. How about that? Hearing this, Lin Yaodong shook his head and laughed. I'm a businessman. Oh, what use do I have for an official position? To put it bluntly, I just want to get to the fail-free card. Being an official in Mao. He didn't have that kind of time. It would be better to directly pull Boris into the Mao ranks. As long as Boris entered Mao with his status and prestige, Leonid would be of little consequence. It could even allow Mao to gain independence sooner. Of course, Chirna was also an indispensable part. The car quickly stopped at Lin Yaodong's villa. As Lin Yaodong got out of the car, Chirna was still pondering the true meaning of Lin Yaodong's words. Uncle Chirna, when we are not in a hurry, we have plenty of time. Guguli, Lin Yaodong spoke softly. The others got out of the car, and Guguli quickly walked to Lin Yaodong's side. Buy these nearby villas and provide housing for Marshal Chirna's people. Okay, boss. Guguli immediately agreed. Also prepare a batch of supplies for the soldiers on the Minsk air. After Lin Yaodong finished speaking, he walked towards the villa's hall. He still needed to call Anna. How could she not tell him about such a big thing as her pregnancy? What a hassle. Watching Lin Yaodong's back, Chirna felt an indescribable flavor in his heart. What is he really worried about? What does enough security and reliable guarantees mean? In the Bear, as long as the officials are powerful enough, isn't that the greatest security guarantee? The higher the status, the more numerous and powerful the security teams. Unable to understand, he was deeply puzzled. Returned to Tokyo Bay Port. He needed to find a wireless station and ask Boris about Lin Yaodong's intentions. Lin, have you seen my father? As soon as the call connected, Anna's voice came through. Lin Yaodong replied with a faint smile. I have seen him, and I also learned an important piece of news. Anna, are you hiding something important from me? In Moscow, Anna was walking along the railing in the yard, supported by it, with 4 servants nervously following her at a distance. Her personal doctor advised that a reasonable amount of exercise during pregnancy could enhance the child's physical constitution and benefit future delivery. Lin, are you talking about the price reduction I made without permission? It was unavoidable. There were simply too many goods piled up in the warehouse. A moderate price drop can speed up sales. Price reduction. Lin Yaodong hadn't received any news about that. Lin Yaodong raised the corner of his mouth, saying that's not it. What could it possibly be then? With Anna's intelligence, she naturally guessed what Lin Yaodong was referring to. On one hand, she wanted to chat more with Lin Yaodong, and on the other hand, she was waiting for him to bring it up. Both of them were pretending to be oblivious, and this conversation lasted for 10 minutes. Anna indirectly shared the situation in Moscow with Lin Yaodong. Anna, thank you. Finally, after Goheli returned to the villa's hall, Lin Yaodong expressed his gratitude. Anna smiled sweetly. I was referring to the pregnancy. Thank you, Anna. Lin Yaodong was genuinely grateful. In his previous life, he had many women, yet not a single child. Unexpectedly in this life, the first woman quietly bore his child. Moreover, she had kept it hidden for 5 months to allow him to focus on dealing with the island nation. Worthy of thanks. When did my young master Lin become so sentimental? Anna's eyes sparkled with joy as she gently touched her belly, her face full of happiness. I have something to do. I will call you when I have time. All right, Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yaodong looked at Goheli and asked, what happened? Goheli pursed her lips, her expression somewhat complex, and said, Prime Minister Haijun voluntarily resigned and entered the cabinet for retirement. Prime Minister Haijun resigned. Lin Yaodong genuinely did not know about this. I heard it was due to the 2 aircraft carrier incidents. He voluntarily resigned. This afternoon, the Prime Minister's election ceremony will be held. Then we just need to wait for the news this afternoon. Lin Yaodong nodded and asked, by the way, how's the villa inspection going? Colonel Michael Roy only had a cup of water in the study and did not touch anything else. Your bedroom has already been replaced with new bedding. Lin Yaodong nodded, walking towards the bedroom with his hands behind his back. Did you not sleep well last night? Rest a bit and accompany me to watch the Prime Minister's election this afternoon. Looking at Lin Yaodong's retreating figure, a complex expression flickered in Goheli's eyes. She silently returned to her room and took out a bottle of medicine from the cabinet. That was used for contraception after every encounter with Lin Yaodong. Pregnancy was good, but she was well aware of her own position. If she couldn't assist Lin Yaodong because of pregnancy, he would likely replace her as his secretary and chief steward. Although Lin Yaodong would not abandon her, she did not want to be a canary. A woman must continuously prove her worth to ensure that a man cannot do without her. Unless she had a family background like Anna's. But just now, what did he hear? Anna is pregnant. Counting the time since Anna left, it's been nearly 5 months, right? Clatter. Goheli squinted her eyes, loosening her fingers, and the contraceptive pill was tossed into the trash can. Goheli took a deep breath several times, raised her head, and stepped towards Lin Yaodong's room. Minsk signal station crackle. As 2 crackles sounded, Chernovin put on his headset. This is Chernovin, the highest commander of the Minsk aircraft carrier group, now connecting to Interior Minister Boris. Soon the other party responded, Marshal, please hold on. Hearing the response, Chernovin took off his headset again and began to rest his eyes. 5 minutes later, crackle. With 2 crackles, Chernovin suddenly opened his eyes. This is Boris. Chernovin, please speak. Evacuate everyone and switch to an encrypted channel. Chernovin was rare to be serious this time. Not only did he ask Boris to evacuate people, but the sentinels at the signal station he was in also exited. Please go ahead. Boris' tone was filled with seriousness. Just now Lin Yaodong said he wants to invest 100 billion rubles into Ermao. However, he requires absolute security. I offered to ask for an official position on his behalf, but he refused. He also said he could ensure that all 50 million people in Ermao would have clothes to wear and enough food to eat, just like the people in the island nation. Boris, what does he mean? Upon hearing this, Boris furrowed his brow. Lin Yaodong wanted to invest in Ermao. Just a casual 100 billion rubles. How much money does he have? To his knowledge, 6 months ago, Lin Yaodong's net worth was just over 10 billion rubles. Does he have such confidence to take down the island nation? And Lin Yaodong had previously mentioned to him about maintaining a good relationship with Ermao. Now he wants absolute security. Where in this world is there absolute security? Could it be? Boris' eyes widened, shaking his head vigorously, feeling somewhat incredulous. Even if he invests, it shouldn't be now, right? He said 3 months later. Chernovin replied honestly. There is plenty of time. I roughly understand his meaning. When I have time, I will communicate with him. I can only say that this 100 billion rubles should be secure. Hearing this, Chernovin smiled. An old fox and a young fox, they are indeed from the same family. Forget it, I will wait for your good news. After struggling all afternoon, Lin Yaodong also did not have a chance to rest. He got up, dressed, and gave Goheli's perky but a light pat, following the usual routine. Then Lin Yaodong walked to the sofa, turned on the TV, and prepared to watch the island nation's cabinet election ceremony. Although Goheli felt completely relaxed, she still got up and returned to her room. Just now, not only did she feel physically pleasant, but she also realized something in her heart. She approached the trash can, retrieved the previous medication, and swallowed a pill without hesitation. Waiting for a favor is nowhere near as delightful as taking the initiative. At the very least, in terms of the time spent with Lin Yaodong, she had been with him far longer than Anna. When she returned to Lin Yaodong's bedroom, she restored her previous state. Although Lin Yaodong noticed the change in Gu Heli's demeanor, he did not address it. Boss, is it over? Who was elected? Seeing the election ceremony on TV coming to an end, Gu Heli asked with a relaxed expression. Haijun, Lin Yaodong said with a slight smile. Off. Gu Heli was surprised. Boss, didn't he voluntarily resign? How is he still Prime Minister, Haijun? Lin Yaodong replied with a faint smile. The island nation's disaster is imminent, and no one wants to take over this mess. 367 members of the Liberal Democratic Party, local assembly members, ordinary party members, and party friends cast a total of 367 votes, totaling 734 votes. Prime Minister Haijun was elected with 507 votes. Haha, the island nation is truly a curious case. Gu Heli laughed joyfully. Not only that, Miyazawa has been reinstated as the Minister of Finance. Tomorrow, Prime Minister Haijun will lead cabinet members to pay respects at the Yasukuni Shrine. What do you think if we were to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine? Would the island nation have any chance left? Upon hearing this, Gu Heli's expression changed dramatically, and she blurted out, Boss, no way. Lin Yaodong shook his head saying, Don't worry, I won't be the one to do such things. I have more suitable candidates. In the afternoon of that day, Gu Heli delivered a floral basket on behalf of Lin Yaodong to the Prime Minister's residence, congratulating Prime Minister Haijun on his successful election. At the same time, Lin Yaodong hosted a banquet for Marshal Kirina I. At the dining table, Lin Yaodong leaned closer to Kirina I and quietly asked, Uncle, do you have a way to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine without being discovered, or frame it on the American military? I've heard that Colonel Michael Roy is quite unhappy with the different treatment he and you receive from the island nation. Kirina I was taken aback, his heart racing. Though he didn't pay much attention to the island nation, he was aware of the significance of the Yasukuni Shrine to them. The seemingly harmless Lin Yaodong actually wanted to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine. This was a bit mad. It's not easy to operate. You tell Uncle, how does blowing up the Yasukuni Shrine benefit you? If it must be done, there are ways. Kirina I did not immediately refuse, but instead voiced his doubts. By blowing up the Yasukuni Shrine, my plan can be completed at least a month in advance. Let me put it this way, Lin Yaodong knew he had to convince Kirina when otherwise it would truly be impossible. He moved closer again. Under my operations, the island nation is currently just an empty shell. However, the people of the island nation and the major financial groups have money. Moreover, Wall Street capital is trapped in the island nation's stock market with over $1 trillion. They won't just sit idly by and watch the island nation's stock market decline. So they will resist. If the Yasukuni Shrine were blown up at this time, what do you think would happen in the face of the United International Short Sellers? Hee. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Kirina I smirked. But soon he became dispirited. If this matter gets exposed, I would have to face a military tribunal. It's too risky. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong chuckled. Uncle, let me ask you a question. Do you have a way to take people away near the Yokosuka port radar without alarming them? Kirina I looked at Lin Yaodong in confusion. There is a way. Our fleet has state-of-the-art strategic nuclear, but once missiles are launched, they will be detected by the American military's radar, making escape difficult. Lin Yaodong shook his head. No need to launch. We just need to pick someone up. I will be transporting a batch of supplies back to Hong Kong tonight, using air transport to send them to the Bear. When that time comes, they will pass through the waters of Yokosuka. As long as a cargo ship is arranged in advance and your people install and load 2 missile launchers. After launching, when the Minsk aircraft carrier fires intercepting missiles, it will blow up the cargo ship directly, leaving no evidence. Upon hearing this, Kirina I's eyes involuntarily widened. That's really malicious. Framing the American military, it's like mud thrown into pants. It's still shit. But I like it. It's a big deal. I still need to think about it. But I'm curious, why did you say 2 missiles? Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. The other missile is for blowing up the headquarters of Lin Holdings. Oh, Kirina I was stunned. The headquarters of Lin Holdings is essentially an empty shell company. Blowing it up is no big deal. Moreover, it can also clear our suspicion. Kirina I looked at Lin Yaodong's expressionless face, feeling a chill at the back of his head. These businessmen are indeed ruthless. To achieve their own goals, they can blow up their own enterprises at will. In fact, Lin Yaodong had another purpose for doing this. Technology. He had previously instructed Gu Heli and Yekijayedina to copy all the technologies of their subordinate enterprises to the headquarters. If they blew it up, the technology would also be lost. And he had already made backups. This included basic technologies for food processing and animal husbandry in mainland China. However, he was not so selfless as to donate core industries like semiconductors to China. What is easily obtained will not be cherished. Instead, they will exacerbate their demands and seek to extract more from him. That is what he did not want to see. By creating obstacles for the island nation's enterprises, he could also achieve his goals. That was what Lin Yaodong wanted. All right, I will make arrangements. Kirina I knew that since Lin Yaodong had brought it up, there must be a reason for it. After all, the worst outcome would be him being expelled from the island nation. He didn't mind. Thank you, Uncle. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. In the banquet hall of the Imperial Palace, although Prime Minister Haijun resigned in the morning and was re-elected in the afternoon. Necessary ceremonies still had to be held. Thus, the emperor opened the Imperial Palace Banquet Hall for Prime Minister Hai-jun to host a celebration. Inside the banquet hall, after dealing with a few cabinet members, Miyazawa walked to a corner, took out his phone, and dialed the number of Noyasu. Noyasuken, this is Miyazawa. When the call connected, without waiting for Noyasu to speak, Miyazawa took the initiative to open his mouth. Miyazawa-kun, is there something you need? Noyasu's voice was full of doubt. You are aware of today's events. Prime Minister Hai-jun resigned and was re-elected after a vote in the afternoon. Prime Minister Hai-jun appointed me as the Minister of Finance. You are also aware of the current situation in the island nation. Oh, Prime Minister Hai-jun promised that you will still hold the position of Governor of the Central Bank. I need you, and the island nation needs you. Upon hearing Miyazawa's words, Noyasu felt a bitter smile rise in his heart. Prime Minister Hai-jun's resignation and re-election had already become a joke internationally. He couldn't possibly be unaware of this. He was just pretending to be foolish. At this time, returning to the island nation to serve as the governor of the central bank was akin to taking the blame. Noyasuken, we have already reached an agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase. As long as we need, they will provide us with unlimited loans in US dollars for our use. Moreover, the 4 major financial groups, and even Wall Street Capital, will be our support. We are not without allies. Upon hearing this, Noyasu fell silent. After a long time, Miyazawa-kun, don't be too optimistic. As far as I know, many short sellers from Europe have already boarded planes to the island nation. Our opponents are not just Lin Yaodong alone. Miyazawa forced a bitter smile. He was well aware of this. Noyasuken, for my sake, for Prime Minister Hai-jun's sake, for your identity as a citizen of the island nation. I, Miyazawa, request you to return to the island nation to serve as the governor of the central bank. Please. Although Miyazawa was not facing Noyasu, he still performed a 90-degree bow. Sigh. You are not afraid. What is there for this old bone of mine to fear? I will book a flight now. Noyasu's voice was filled with helplessness. Likewise, he did not wish for the island nation to fail. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister Noyasuken is willing to return to the island nation to serve as the governor of the central bank. The flight is tomorrow. In terms of helplessness, Prime Minister Hai-jun was the most helpless one. He resigned in the morning and was re-elected in the afternoon, making a huge joke. However, he knew that some responsibilities could not be avoided. Therefore, he dismissed Takahashi Miho from her position as governor of the central bank and Sakamoto from the position of Minister of Finance. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Miyazawa. You are truly sincere for the island nation. After this incident, Prime Minister Hai-jun seemed to have achieved great enlightenment. In the dead of night, Lin Yaodong stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of the Yasukuni shrine, glancing occasionally at the time on his wristwatch. Go-heli awoke with a start from her sleep, slipped into her pajamas, and wrapped her arms around Lin Yaodong's waist from behind, resting her head against his shoulder. Boss, why aren't you sleeping? Lin Yaodong gently stroked Go-heli's smooth cheek and lightly pressed her head. Go-heli instantly understood. Boss was signaling what he expected of her. In this regard, she was a consummate professional. There'll be a fireworks display shortly. After we watch it, there'll still be much to do. After the explosion, if he showed no concern for Lin Group holdings, even a fool would know he was implicated. Even if only for appearance's sake, he had to act. Hearing this, Go-heli's eyes flickered with confusion. Fireworks in the middle of the night. How utterly tasteless. A cargo vessel drifted idly on the sea between Tokyo Bay and Yokosuka Port. Suddenly, the water near the vessel rose without warning, parting cleanly down the center as though a path had been carved through the ocean itself. Moments later, a sleek, streamlined nuclear submarine breached the surface. As it emerged, its dorsal fairing unfolded seamlessly. This aerodynamic design minimized hydrodynamic resistance and acoustic signature, greatly reducing the likelihood of detection by adversaries. The submarine's hatch opened, and a naval soldier swiftly deployed a boarding bridge onto the freighter. The soldier soon transmitted a signal back to the submarine, confirming the vessel was unmanned. Almost immediately, 2 more crew members emerged from the submarine and boarded the freighter. The submarine sealed its hatches and sank silently back into the depths, vanishing as if it had never surfaced. The freighter then powered up and began steaming toward Yokosuka Port. Yet the submarine did not depart. It remained submerged several hundred meters beneath the freighter. An hour later, upon reaching the designated coordinates, it surfaced once more. With it rose 2 prepositioned Hellfire missile launchers. Each Hellfire missile carried a warhead weighing only dozens of kilograms with a TNT equivalent of roughly 100 kilograms. Designed for precision strikes against point targets, its blast radius could be tightly controlled, from dozens to hundreds of meters. Target Yasukuni Shrine Lin Group, tower latitude 35, 698 and longitude 139, 753 E. Calibration complete. Launch ready. The sailor shouted into his radio. Launch. Came the crisp command over the radio. As the missiles streaked skyward, the 3 sailors rapidly re-entered the submarine and disappeared beneath the waves, as if they had never been there at all. Simultaneously, piercing alarm sirens blared across Yokosuka Naval Base, the island nation's defense network, and the aircraft carrier Minsk. At Yokosuka Base, Colonel Michael Roy jolted awake in his quarters, startled by the shrill, urgent alarms. What's happening? Still in his nightclothes, Colonel Roy snatched up his coat and sprinted toward the radar room, shouting, "Sir!" 2 missiles detected launching nearby. No sooner had Colonel Roy entered the radar room than a sailor. Fuck! Chernovan is insane. Intercept them immediately. I'll see him court-martialed for this. At the first report of missile launches, his mind leapt instantly to Chernovan. He was certain it was his doing. Woo woo woo. Just then the radar shrieked again. Critical alert. 4 additional missiles inbound. Fuck! Shoot them down. Do not let them penetrate the base. Colonel Roy was seething. Repeated missile launches. Did they think him powerless? He pulled out his phone and dialed the White House directly. I request authorization to strike the aircraft carrier Minsk. After briefing the full situation, Colonel Roy stated his demand unequivocally. Colonel Roy, to prevent escalation, your request is denied. I will inform the president immediately and defer final decision to him. Colonel Roy, though he'd anticipated reluctance, he hadn't expected such an absolute refusal. Boom, boom, boom. A series of distant explosions echoed moments later. Were they intercepted? Colonel Roy found it unbelievable. The missiles shouldn't yet have entered the range of anti-missile defenses. Sir, it appears the interceptors are targeting incoming missiles, not ours. Their target isn't us. A cold dread surged through Colonel Roy's chest. Traced the origin of the initial launch. Missiles had launched, but no detonations followed. At that very moment, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated incessantly, detonations of intercepted missiles over the island nation. Then boom, boom. 2 more blasts rang out. Colonel Roy needed no further confirmation. 2 streaks of fire flashed across the Tokyo Bay horizon. Their target is Tokyo. It struck him like lightning. He'd been duped. Oh, Chernovan. This is unforgivable. The Yasukuni Shrine stands in Kadaminami Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. The Prime Minister's official residence lies at 31 Inabansho Nagatacho Chiyoda Ward. The 2 sites lie in close proximity, roughly 1 to 2 kilometers apart. Prime Minister Kaijun was still at his desk when over a dozen bodyguards burst in and forcibly escorted him into a waiting vehicle. Indeed, forcibly. 2 missiles are inbound toward Chiyoda Ward, Your Excellency. You must evacuate immediately. They granted the Prime Minister no chance to speak. Similar scenes unfolded across Chiyoda Ward. The Imperial Palace sits within Chiyoda Ward. The Yasukuni Shrine lies in Kadaminami. Their straight-line distance is approximately 3 kilometers. Your Majesty, a missile attack is imminent. Emperor himself, deep in slumber, was abruptly seized by guards and rushed into the Imperial Palace's air raid shelter. The Bansho district comprises 1st through 6th Bansho, lying west of the Imperial Palace. Both the Mitsui family's ancestral residence and Lin Yaodong's home reside in this area, each within roughly 2 kilometers of the Yasukuni Shrine. Naturally, no one warned them. Lin Yaodong held Guheli's waist with one hand and gently gripped her hair with the other. Guheli, look. The fireworks are about to begin. This display will be magnificent. Guheli lifted her gaze toward the window, puzzled. Boss, what fire? Did thunder just roll? The sound of anti-missile interceptors firing. She saw only scattered lights piercing the darkness. At that instant, 2 distant explosions erupted, and 2 brilliant flashes tore across the horizon. Guheli screamed in terror. Her body convulsed violently, petrified. Ha ha. Magnificent fireworks, aren't they? Lin Yaodong pointed casually toward the fading twin glows, his eyes glinting with quiet amusement. Boss, Guheli whimpered plaintively. Boss was growing ever more mischievous. She'd nearly died of fright. Yet almost immediately she sensed something amiss. Boss, that direction. It's our headquarters. Lin Yaodong smiled faintly. I know. Guheli's eyes widened in dawning horror. Could Boss truly be behind this explosion? At the Mitsui family estate, Chairman Mitsui and Sakura jolted awake at the blasts. Especially Chairman Mitsui. He had witnessed the chaos of wartime firsthand and recognized the signs instantly. What's happening? What on earth is going on? He panicked, but no one answered. 10 minutes later, Lin Yaodong and Guheli, fully dressed, rode toward Lin Group Holdings headquarters, and en route he caught sight of the famed Yasukuni Shrine. He wondered quietly what shape it might now be in.